Chapter 1. Morning light. The darkness still held the field when Chen woke. Not the darkness inside his home, that had already begun to dissolve as starlight bled through the paper window, but the deeper darkness that lives in pre-dawn Earth. He rose from his mat without hesitation, moving through the routine his body had learned from his grandfather and his grandfather's father. Feet on cool floorboards, hemp tunic from the peg, water flask from the clay jug. His hands moved in the practiced economy of someone who had done the same thing 5,000 mornings before this one. The wheat field stretched before him, and in the way of all things seen in pre-dawn darkness, it seemed to exist in two states at once, entirely familiar and completely strange. The stalks rose just past his hip, their golden ears beginning to form under the cooling night air. This wheat was unusual. Chen knew this with the certainty of a man who had tended this field for 7 years, ever since his grandfather had died and left him the land that no one else in the village wanted. The soil was warm. This was the thing that made Chen kneel, pressing his calloused fingers into the earth beside the nearest stalk. In early spring, when the frost still clung to the morning air and made his breath visible, the soil should have been cold enough to make him draw his hand back. Instead, it was warm, not the warmth of a summer afternoon, but a deep, steady warmth, like placing his hand against something that had been sitting in sunlight for hours. Subscribe to follow this journey. Ring the bell so you never miss a chapter as Chen navigates the mysteries of his field. If this opening grips you, drop a like and let me know in the comments what you think Chen will discover growing in his field and what dangers might be waiting beneath the soil. Let me see, he murmured to himself. The words that came before every investigation he conducted, the words that signaled the beginning of his analytical process. He dug deeper, his fingers sinking into the soil, following the warmth downward like he was tracing a thread through a textile, like he was following a path that had been laid out specifically for him to find. It wasn't uniform. At first, it was warm, then warmer, then hot enough that he had to be careful not to burn himself on something just beneath the surface. He pulled his hand back, brushing away the earth, and found a thread of something crystalline running through the soil, a glimmering line of translucent material that caught the starlight and threw it back in fragments of silver and gold. Chen had no name for what he was seeing. His grandfather had never mentioned anything like this in all the stories about the farm, but his hands knew what to do, even as his mind struggled to catch up. He pressed the warm, crystalline material with the back of his knuckle, and it was absolutely smooth, like ice that had been polished for 1,000 years. Spiritual vein, he said quietly, testing the words. He had no idea if they were correct. The words had simply emerged from his mouth, as if they had always been waiting there. The sun was not yet above the horizon when old Lu appeared at the fence line, carrying his own water flask. Lu was the neighboring farmer, 60 years old, bent in a way that suggested he had spent his life bowing to weather and fate in equal measure. "You're up early," Lu said, his voice carrying the crispness of someone who had not yet had tea. "The wheat," Chen said, not looking up from where he was still examining the soil. "Something's changed." Lu spat, not in anger, but as a habit between words. "Farming like an old man, obsessing over dirt like it's going to tell you secrets. That's how you end up alone out here, boy. Get to market. Get to women. Get to having a life that isn't just looking at plants and pulling roots." Chen did not argue. He had learned long ago that arguing with Lu was like arguing with the wind, possible, but ultimately fruitless. Instead, he simply nodded and returned his attention to the soil. By the time Lu had finished his lecture and moved on to his own field, Chen had traced the warmth to a depth that his arm could no longer reach, but his instincts told him went far deeper still, threading down into the earth like a vein of, or carrying something that he did not yet understand. When the sun began to color the sky in shades of amber and rose, Chen stood and examined his wheat field from the fence line. The growth was the most immediate thing he noticed. The stalks were definitely taller than they had been the evening before, not by a small amount that could be explained by the tricks of light, but by a noticeable distance. 3 inches, perhaps 4. The ears were fuller, their kernels beginning to plump with a vitality that should have taken weeks to manifest. By afternoon, the wheat had grown another 3 inches. Chen measured it against the length of his hand, then the length of his forearm. The growth was undeniable and impossible. Wheat did not grow like this. Wheat moved at the pace of seasons and patience. Yet here it was, stretching upward with a hunger that seemed almost conscious, as if it had somewhere vital to be and was racing to arrive on time. He spent the day watching it, not frantically, but with the deep attention that he brought to everything. He noted the angle of the sun, the temperature shifts between morning and afternoon, the way the wind moved through the stalks. He tasted the soil again, rich, mineraled, slightly sweet in a way he could not quite place. He examined the individual plants, checking the undersides of the leaves, the root structure where it emerged from the earth, the way the grain was forming. By the time dusk fell, Chen understood that something fundamental had changed in his field. The transformation was undeniable. He did not yet understand what it meant, or what consequences might flow from it, or what he should do to respond to it. But he understood with absolute certainty that before this morning, his wheat had been ordinary, the product of seed and soil and seasonal cycles. Now it was not. Now it was something other, something that followed different rules, something that suggested forces and principles at work that he did not yet comprehend. He knelt in the center of the field as the last light drained from the sky, his hands pressed flat against the earth, feeling the warmth that pulsed up from below like a heartbeat, like a signal, like a message being transmitted from the depths to the surface. The warmth was constant and strong, growing neither weaker nor stronger as the sun set, as if the source of the warmth had its own independent power source unrelated to the sun's daily cycle. The earth beneath him seemed to respond to his presence, seemed to pulse more strongly when his attention was fully focused on it. And in that moment, with the darkness gathering and the first stars beginning to emerge in the sky above, Chen made a choice that he would not fully understand until much later, a choice that would define the trajectory of his entire life. He chose to investigate rather than to panic, to seek knowledge rather than hide what he had found, to face the mysterious force beneath his field with curiosity instead of fear. This choice, more than the wheat itself, more than the vein, more than anything else that would follow, would change everything. This choice to seek understanding rather than deny the inexplicable, this choice to investigate rather than retreat into safety, this choice would set him on a path from which there could be no return. Chapter 2. The vein, let me see, Chen said again, this time as he knelt in his field at dusk the next day, running fresh soil through his fingers like he was reading the story written in its texture and mineral content. The warmth was still there, but it was different now. On the first morning, it had been surprising, sudden, like a gift received without explanation. Now, on the evening of the second day, the warmth felt purposeful, directed. It radiated upward from a specific location, and the closer Chen positioned himself to that spot, the more intense it became. He had spent the entire day moving in a spiral from the outer edges of his field inward, marking his path with stones, trying to triangulate the source of the heat. It was directly beneath the wheat, directly beneath where it had grown fastest. Chen began to dig. He used an old wooden spade, one that had belonged to his grandfather and bore the smooth patina of decades of use. The handle fit his hands perfectly, had worn itself into the shape of his palms over all these years. As he dug, he went slowly, carefully, turning over each section of earth and setting it aside so that he could inspect it in the dying light before moving deeper. At first, the soil was ordinary, rich and dark, the kind of earth that was worth something because it had been tended well and blessed with adequate water and the patient rotation of crops. But as he dug deeper, perhaps a foot, perhaps two, the earth began to change. It became increasingly mineralized, shot through with thin veins of something crystalline that caught the fading sunlight and threw it back in fragments. The warmth increased as he dug. His hands began to feel as if they were approaching a furnace, though the heat was not quite hot enough to burn. It was the heat of deep earth, the heat of something that had been sleeping in the darkness for a very long time. And then his spade struck something solid. Not a rock. A rock would have made a harsh, clattering sound. This was different, a resonant hum that vibrated up through the wooden handle and into his arms. It was the kind of sound that he felt rather than heard, a vibration in the range of human sensation that existed below speech. Chen set down his spade with care and knelt in the hole he had created, the earth still warm beneath his kneeling position. Using only his hands, he brushed away the remaining soil with the precision of an archaeologist uncovering an artifact of immense importance. What emerged was a thread of something that reminded him of crystallized qi, though he had never seen crystallized qi before and had absolutely no business having a mental image of what it ought to look like. Yet the knowledge came unbidden, appearing in his mind as if his body recognized something that his conscious mind had never encountered. The thread was as thick as his little finger, but it ran in both directions from the point of his excavation, extending deeper into the earth toward some distant point far beneath his field, and upward toward the surface toward some distant point far above, disappearing into the darkness in both directions. The thread was not uniform. It widened and narrowed as it extended, and the color shifted between different shades of clarity, some sections more transparent than others, some sections darker and more opaque. Spiritual vein, he said again, with more confidence this time, the words emerging with certainty despite his absolute lack of evidence that he was correct. An old one. The crystalline material was cool to the touch when he first placed his fingers against it, but as his warmth transferred to it, he realized it was actually quite warm already. It radiated warmth like a person radiates body heat on a cold night, like something living was sustaining itself through the power contained within this thread. Chen ran his fingers along its length, feeling the smooth surface that suggested countless centuries of polishing by forces he did not understand, feeling the subtle variations in its composition, the subtle ridges and valleys that covered its surface. It was almost like touching a muscle rather than stone, alive in a way that minerals were not supposed to be alive, responsive in a way that suggested consciousness at some level he could not quite comprehend. He understood, in the way that he understood most things, by observation rather than instruction, by intuition rather than formal education, that this vein had been dormant. There was a quality of sleep heaviness to it, like something that had been resting in the depths for so long that it had nearly forgotten how to wake, that had settled into a kind of eternal slumber. But it was waking, rousing from that slumber, responding to stimuli after centuries of inactivity. He could feel it in the way the warmth pulsed against his palm, in the way the pulsing seemed to synchronize with his own heartbeat, as if the vein was matching its rhythm to his own biological rhythm. The vein was old. He knew this with absolute certainty, though he could point to no specific evidence for the conclusion. The surface was smooth from age, polished by time itself. The depth of the warmth suggested something that had been burning, sustaining itself, for centuries, possibly millennia. The very substance of the vein seemed to carry the weight of age, seemed to hold the accumulated experience of thousands of years of existence. And it was responding to his presence. As he knelt there, his hands on the vein, his attention focused entirely on this single phenomenon, he could feel a shift in the warmth. Not an increase or decrease, but a change in the pattern, as if something was adjusting itself in response to his contact. It was as if the vein was acknowledging him, was recognizing that something conscious had discovered it, was preparing itself for something new to begin. The seed came from his pocket. He had carried it all day, a single grain of millet that he had no particular reason for keeping, that had fallen from his last harvest, and he had saved for no reason he could articulate. Looking at it now, in the fading light, with his hands still resting on the spiritual vein, the reason seemed obvious. "Let me see where you're meant to go," he said, and without further deliberation, he pressed the seed directly against the crystalline thread and then covered it carefully with the loose soil he had removed. He could not explain, even to himself, why he was certain this was the correct action. He had learned long ago that the kind of understanding that came from observation and intuition was often more accurate than the kind that came from theory and explanation. His body knew things before his mind caught up. By the time he refilled the hole and smoothed the earth over so that no one could tell he had disturbed it, the stars had emerged in force, spreading across the sky like someone had scattered diamonds across black silk. Chen stood for a long time, looking at the place where he had buried the seed, and then he looked down at his hands. They were glowing very faintly with a residual warmth that did not fade even as the night air began to cool. The glow did not show in the darkness. There was no light, precisely, but he could feel it, the way a person could feel their own heartbeat when they press their hand to their chest. "Something is changing," he said to the empty field. The wheat did not answer, but it continued to grow, silent and inexorable, as the night deepened around him without mercy. Chapter 3. The herbalist. The sample of wheat felt too small and too fragile in Chen's hands as he carried it to Mei Lin's shop the next morning. He had selected the stalk carefully, not the largest, which might be an anomaly, not the smallest, which might be unrepresentative, but one from the middle row that was representative of the whole field's average growth. His uncle had suggested he wait, let the wheat grow to full maturity before showing anyone, but Chen had overruled him. Waiting meant not knowing, and not knowing was a state that Chen had trained himself to move through as quickly as possible. Understanding came from investigation, from taking risks, from showing people things and observing their reactions. Mei Lin's shop occupied the corner building in the village market, positioned at the intersection of the main trade route and the secondary path that led toward the mountain villages. It was a place that smelled perpetually of dried herbs, mineral compounds, and something that might have been incense or might have been the remnants of 1,000 medicinal preparations conducted over decades. The smell was layered and complex, top notes of floral scents, middle notes of earthy minerals, base notes of something that suggested ancient knowledge and preserved wisdom. The walls were lined with shelves that rose to the ceiling, each one crowded with ceramic jars labeled in a careful hand. Some of the labels were old enough that the ink had faded to a barely readable brown, the characters worn away by time and dust. Others were fresh, written in the precise characters of someone who had recently learned to write with the kind of control that suggested they had spent months perfecting their technique. The jars themselves were arranged in a system that seemed to follow some logic, organized by type, by potency, by the original source of the material. Chen had never quite figured out the organizing principle. Mei Lin herself was standing behind the counter when Chen entered, crushing something with a mortar and pestle. The implement was made of solid stone, worn smooth by decades of use. She was in her late 50s, Chen guessed, though there was something ageless about her, the kind of person who seemed as if they had always been exactly this age and would remain this age forever. Her hands were stained with the dyes and residues of her work, her fingers bearing permanent discoloration from handling herbs that had left their mark on her skin. Her fingers moved with the precise economy of someone who had repeated the same motions 10,000 times, a rhythm that had become automatic and perfect. She looked up when the bell above the door chimed. A simple brass bell suspended from a string, one of the few concessions to decoration in the otherwise utilitarian shop. Her expression shifted from neutral to interested in the space of a heartbeat, her eyes sharpening as she registered his presence. "Li Chen," she said, and her tone carried genuine greeting rather than the automatic courtesy of a shopkeeper addressing a customer. "You're not sick?" "No," Chen said. "I brought something." He placed the wheat stalk carefully on the counter between them, positioning it gently, as if it was something that might break. Mei Lin set down her mortar and pestle with care and took the stalk in both hands. She did not simply examine it casually. She subjected it to the kind of intense, comprehensive scrutiny that a master craftsperson might apply to a piece of work that was supposed to be impossible, that violated the expected rules of how things worked. She felt the grain between her thumb and forefinger, rolling it back and forth, testing its resistance and flexibility, trying to sense the internal structure through touch. She bent the stalk carefully, assessing how much pressure it could withstand before breaking, whether it would snap or bend or show some other unexpected property. She pressed her nose close to it and inhaled deeply, her eyes closing as she registered whatever scent the plant was giving off. Was it sweet? Mineral? Some combination? She was clearly processing complex information through her senses. Then she took a single kernel between her teeth and bit down, closing her eyes again as she registered the taste. Chen watched her face as she processed this information, could see the moment when surprise registered, could see her eyes moving rapidly behind closed lids, as if she was assessing something that violated her expectations. When she finished, her hands were trembling slightly. She set the stalk down with great care. "Where did you grow this?" she asked, and her voice had changed completely. It was no longer the casual tone of village shopkeeper asking a routine question about a customer's health. This was something else, something with weight behind it, something with concern and understanding and an edge of fear. "In my field," Chen said. "The South Field." "How did you grow it?" Mei Lin's eyes had fixed on his face, searching for something, trying to read his expression, trying to determine how much he understood about what he had created. "The normal way," Chen said. "I planted seed in the spring. The season provided water and sun. The soil provided nutrients. It grew." "Wheat doesn't grow like this," Mei Lin said. She indicated the stalk on the counter between them, as if the physical presence of the wheat was all the explanation she needed. "This is not ordinary wheat. This is wheat that has been fed something extraordinary. This wheat has been grown in soil that has not been worked by mortal hands for a very long time." The last part of her statement hung in the air, and Chen understood that she was not simply talking about years or decades. She meant centuries, possibly longer. Chen decided not to answer that directly. Instead, he asked, "How much would you pay for more?" Mei Lin reached behind the counter and withdrew 3 silver coins from a locked box. She placed them on the counter surface with deliberate precision, as if each coin was a statement, each coin a measurement of something immensely valuable. 3 silver coins," she said, "for 10 stalks like that one, dried and prepared for sale." Chen looked at the coins. 3 silver coins represented more money than he made in a month of ordinary farming. For a farmer, 3 silver coins was substantial enough that it would represent genuine wealth, enough to buy supplies for the entire season, enough to buy materials to improve his living conditions. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken the coins without hesitation, without even asking questions. But he did not take them. Something in the way she had examined the wheat, something in the fear that had flashed across her face, told him that these coins represented far more than simple commerce. "Why?" he asked instead. "That's not relevant," Mei Lin said, an automatic response that she might have used with other customers. "It is," Chen replied firmly. "Because if this wheat is valuable enough that you'll pay 3 months' wages for 10 stalks, then I need to understand what makes it valuable before I start selling it. I need to understand what the consequences might be. I need to understand what I'm dealing with. Mei Lin regarded him for a long moment, her eyes studying his face, assessing him. Then, slowly, she withdrew the coins and placed them back in the locked box. You're right, she said, but I can't tell you much. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't fully understand it myself. What I can tell you is that this wheat carries a signature of qi that shouldn't exist in this region. That signature suggests something very old and very powerful is growing in your field. That something is almost certainly dangerous. Dangerous how? Chen asked. Attention, Mei Lin said. This kind of thing draws attention from people who are interested in power. From people who think they have the right to take what doesn't belong to them. From people who will not ask permission. Chen nodded slowly. He had suspected as much, though hearing it confirmed by someone who understood cultivation gave the suspicion a weight it had not previously carried. It made the abstract danger into something concrete and real. Thank you, he said, and he turned to leave without taking the coins. Chen, Mei Lin called out as he reached the door, her voice carrying urgency. Be careful. Your grandfather's land was dormant for a reason. That reason might still be relevant. Your grandfather understood something about that field, and he chose not to cultivate it. He protected it instead. Ask yourself why he would do that. Chapter 4. The first herb, the seed that Chen had buried on the second day, sprouted on the third. He knew this because he had established a habit of visiting the precise location every morning just after dawn, kneeling in the soil, placing his hands over the spot where he had buried it, and feeling the radiating warmth beneath. On the third morning, when his hands descended toward that familiar spot, they found something solid instead of nothing. A shoot had emerged, bright green, no more than 2 inches tall, pushing up through the loosened soil with the determination of something that had somewhere critical to be. Chen knelt beside it without touching, examining its structure in the light of the approaching sunrise. By the time the sun had fully cleared the horizon, the plant had grown to 4 inches tall. By midday, it was a foot tall, its leaves unfurling in a pattern that Chen did not recognize. They were not quite silver, more like the color of moonlight reflected on water, and the emerging stem was a deep gold that seemed to capture and hold light rather than reflect it. By dusk, the plant had reached nearly 3 feet in height, and the smell emanating from it was unlike anything Chen had ever encountered. It was sweet, like honey, but underneath the sweetness was something sharp and mineral, like the smell of rain striking hot stone. The combination was intoxicating in a way that made him feel slightly dizzy when he breathed it in too deeply. On the 4th day, the plant stopped growing. It was no longer a sprouting sapling, but a fully mature plant with a complex structure of silver leaves arranged in a precise geometric pattern around a central stem. The flowers had emerged overnight, small, delicate things that were the color of starlight and had a faint luminescence in the dimness of pre-dawn darkness. The root system was visible where the plant emerged from the soil, a net of fine filaments that spread outward like it was reaching for something just beyond its grasp. And when Chen reached down and placed his hand on one of the leaves, it happened. The sensation was not pain, but it was intense enough that it was difficult to describe as anything other than overwhelming and all-consuming. Knowledge flowed into his mind like water breaking through a dam after decades of containment, not in words precisely, but in direct understanding that bypassed language entirely, that conveyed meaning directly from the plant to his consciousness. He knew, in an absolute sense, what this plant was and what it could do. He understood not just its current properties, but also how to cultivate it, how to harvest it, how to preserve it. Qi reconstitution grass, one of the primary components in cultivation alchemical preparations, capable of restoring depleted qi pools. A single leaf of this plant, properly prepared and administered, could restore approximately half of a cultivator's monthly meditation yield. That meant a cultivator who had been meditating for an entire month, building up qi in their core, could recover all that progress with a single leaf. This plant, this single mature specimen standing in his field, represented value that exceeded his entire annual farming income several times over, possibly 10 times over, possibly more. The sensation that came with the knowledge was like nothing he had experienced before. It was not painful in the sense of burning or cutting or wounding, but it was overwhelming in the way that suddenly understanding the full complexity of something vast could be overwhelming. A flood of understanding that began at the point of contact with the leaf and spread through his entire body like a wave of heat originating from his palm and moving outward toward his fingers, his arms, his chest. His skin tingled with residual power, feeling as if electricity was dancing across his surface. His fingers glowed faintly with light that was visible even in daylight, a soft silver luminescence that appeared almost to emerge from within the skin rather than reflect from it. His mind felt temporarily expanded, capable of holding more information than it seemed possible to contain, as if the plant had temporarily enlarged his capacity for understanding and processing information. And beneath it all was a sensation of rightness, of something that had been waiting for him to touch it, waiting for him to understand, waiting for this exact moment of contact and recognition. It was as if the plant and he had been destined to meet, as if the vein beneath his field had been calling to him across years and decades, drawing him toward this precise instant of understanding. Chen nearly fainted, his vision swimming, his sense of balance momentarily compromised. He managed to stay upright by gripping the edge of the planter that defined his work field, but the world swam in front of his vision for a long moment. His heart was racing, and his hands had begun to shake with the force of his own adrenaline response. When the shaking began to subside, Chen made a methodical decision. He would harvest exactly one leaf. Not more, but not less. One leaf would give him a sample to confirm what he had learned. One leaf would allow him to investigate further before committing to any larger action. The process of harvesting took nearly an hour, moving as carefully and methodically as if he were performing surgery. He selected a single leaf from the middle of the plant, not one that was too young, not one that was beginning to show age, but one that was in the absolute prime of its maturity. When he held it, the knowledge that had been transmitted to him manifested in memory more fully. This leaf would cure an entire moon cycle's worth of cultivation depletion in a single application. He carried the leaf to his home, arranged it carefully on a cloth, and then he sat in his room for a long time, simply breathing, trying to process what had just occurred. When he had regained sufficient emotional equilibrium to take action, he retrieved his outer clothing, a simple tunic that was presentable enough for the village, and made his way to Mei Lin's shop. He found her arranging supplies when he arrived, and her expression changed the moment she saw the leaf he was holding. "What is that?" she asked, but her voice suggested she already knew. "I was hoping you could tell me," Chen said, "but I think I already know the answer." He placed the leaf on the counter. Mei Lin approached it as if it was something that might explode, examining it from multiple angles without quite touching it. When she finally extended her hand to pick it up, her hand was trembling noticeably. "This is impossible," she said quietly. "And yet," Chen replied, "here it is." Chapter 5. The merchant's offer. The traveling merchant arrived in the village 5 days after Chen had harvested the Qi reconstitution leaf. His name was Hong Sun, and he traveled a circuit that included every significant market in the region, buying and selling goods that were too specialized for any permanent establishment to maintain inventory for. His operation was impressive, a 2-horse team pulling a carriage that was fitted with multiple compartments, each one carefully organized to house different categories of merchandise. One section held dried herbs, organized by type and potency. Another held alchemical equipment. A third held reference materials and contracts for potential suppliers. The fact that he knew about Chen's herbs before he had even properly introduced himself suggested that the rumor mill of the village, particularly Mei Lin's shop, had been working overtime. The news had spread from the herbalist to merchants who frequented the shop, and within days, the word had reached Hong Sun on his circuit through the region. "I hear you've been growing something exceptional," Hong Sun said, arriving at Chen's field without preamble or invitation. He was a man in his middle years, perhaps 50, with the sun-darkened complexion of someone who spent his entire life on the road. His weathered face showed the lines of decades of travel, and his eyes held the sharp assessment of someone who evaluated potential deals constantly. His smile was charming but calculated in a way that made it immediately clear this was a tool he deployed strategically with every person he met. "I've been growing wheat," Chen said carefully, choosing his words with deliberation. "Wheat, yes," Hong Sun said, his eyes already roaming across the field, assessing the growth patterns, the health of the plants, the obvious anomalies that suggested something unusual was occurring. "And also something rather more valuable, I suspect. I'll need to see what you're developing in order to make an offer, but I can tell you up front that I represent interests, several cultivation sects, wealthy independent practitioners, a few private collectors, that would be willing to pay extraordinarily well for a reliable source of the kinds of herbs that cultivation practitioners consider irreplaceable." Chen gestured to the plant that had produced the original leaf. It had not grown any larger since reaching its full maturity, and he had left it untouched, wanting to understand the complete life cycle before harvesting any additional material. Allowing the plant to complete its natural cycle would teach him far more than harvesting it prematurely would. Hong Sun approached it carefully, moving with the deliberate precision of someone who understood he was in the presence of something valuable. He circled the plant, examining it from multiple angles, his experienced eye cataloging every detail. He bent to look at the root system. He examined the flowers. He inhaled deeply to assess the scent. Qi reconstitution grass, Hong Sun said finally, straightening up. Not hybrid variant, genuine wild stock. Extraordinary. The cultivation markets would pay premium for this quality. He turned back to face Chen, and his expression had shifted into pure business mode. I would be prepared to offer you a contract. 5 such plants per month, cultivated or harvested as the case may be. 100 gold taels per plant. 12-month commitment. Renewable if all parties are satisfied. 100 gold taels per plant meant that Chen would be earning 600 gold taels per month. That meant he would be earning wealth that would make him wealthy beyond the means of any ordinary farmer in the region, wealthy enough to support a small village, wealthy enough to buy land, wealthy enough to matter in the broader economic structures of the region. It was the kind of offer that would normally be accepted without hesitation, without even the process of negotiation. Chen asked instead, where would you sell them? Cultivation sects, noble houses, wealthy independent practitioners, Hong Sun said with the ease of someone who had made this pitch many times before. The markets I can reach through my network. High-end alchemists, private collectors, ambitious cultivators who want to advance quickly. That sort of clientele. And what would they use them for? Chen pressed, continuing to probe for understanding. Alchemical preparation, primarily, Hong Sun replied. Cultivation enhancement, accelerating advancement through cultivation ranks. Potentially medical applications if the buyer was inclined toward using cultivator herbs as conventional medicine, though that's less common. Some sect masters use herbs like this in their own meditation. The uses are somewhat varied depending on the buyer and their goals. Why do you ask? Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked to the edge of his field and looked out at the wheat that was growing in impossible profusion, at the endless green stalks that should not be growing this way, at the physical manifestation of something that he did not yet fully understand. The question of consequences hung over everything. Because I don't understand the full consequences yet, Chen said finally, turning back to face the merchant. And I've learned from my grandfather that understanding consequences is more important than understanding profit. Understanding what happens next is more important than knowing what happens today. Thank you for the offer. I need to think about it. Hong Sun's expression hardened slightly, the charming merchant face slipping for just a moment as he realized he was being refused. Most people did not refuse offers of that magnitude without extensive consideration. You're wasting an exceptional opportunity, he said, his tone shifting from charm to something sharper. There are other merchants who would not be as generous. There are people who would not ask permission but would simply take what they wanted. Perhaps, Chen replied, but it's my opportunity to waste. I'll send word through the village if I'm interested in pursuing the contract. Hong Sun departed within the hour, but not before warning Chen that other merchants, less scrupulous than himself, would certainly make offers soon. He suggested that once word spread further, the village merchants would come, and then the cultivation sects would come, and then what? Would the small farmer holding an impossible treasure be able to maintain his freedom against the combined pressure of multiple powerful interests? These were the questions that Chen carried with him as he knelt in the darkness of his field that night, hands pressed against the earth, feeling the distant throb of the spiritual vein beneath, wondering what he had truly awakened, and whether he had made the correct choice in refusing the simplest path forward. Chapter 6. Uncle's Concern. Li Kuan arrived at the farm without warning, which was unusual enough that Chen knew something significant had shifted. His uncle typically announced his visits through the formal channels that magistrates used when they were technically off duty but wanted to remind you of their office. This visit was different. Kuan had come quietly, directly, with the kind of urgency that suggests something important. He came on foot rather than on his horse, as if trying not to be observed. He arrived in the evening as the sun was beginning to cast long shadows across the field, and his face was pale in a way that made Chen immediately aware that something had terrified him. Chen found him sitting inside the house, examining the Qi reconstitution leaf that Chen had carefully preserved in a sealed clay vessel, maintaining the optimal conditions to keep it fresh. Kuan had let himself in. He had the authority of family and magistrate both, and had positioned himself at the table with the kind of deliberate posture that suggested he was gathering his thoughts for a difficult conversation. Where did you grow this? Kuan asked without preamble, not looking up from the container he was holding. I didn't grow it, precisely, Chen said, closing the door behind him. It grew from a seed I planted. The seed came from my field. I don't fully understand the process yet. Li Kuan set down the container with deliberate care, as if it was something that might shatter if he was not sufficiently attentive. He was 63 years old, had held the position of magistrate for 15 years, and carried himself with the measured authority of someone who had spent his entire adult life mediating village disputes and maintaining order through the careful application of law and precedent. But now he looked smaller somehow, diminished, as if the weight of what he was about to tell Chen had physically compressed him. When he looked at Chen, there was fear visible in his eyes. Not the ordinary fear of social disruption, but something deeper. This was fear of the kind that came from understanding something about the larger forces at work in the world, the power structures that existed above the village level. Do you understand what you're holding? Kun asked. Do you understand what this plant represents in the context of the regional governance structures? I know that it's valuable, Chen said. And I know that valuable things draw attention. This isn't just a matter of attention, Kun said, his voice dropping lower. He leaned forward, his forearms on the table, and Chen could see that his uncle's hands were trembling slightly. This plant is controlled by sect regulations. Growing them is technically legal. The laws haven't been changed to explicitly prevent it, but it exists in a gray area where sect authority and common law overlap. If the major sects decide that growing herbs like this represents a threat to their monopolies, they will find legal justification to take control of your land. And when they do, the magistrate's office won't be able to protect you. What would you suggest I do? Chen asked. I would suggest you destroy the plants and never speak of them again, Kun said immediately, with an intensity that made it clear this was not casual advice. Destroy them completely, burn the evidence, return the land to ordinary agriculture. Scatter the ashes. Do something to make it absolutely clear that whatever was growing here is gone. The longer this exists, the more likely it is to come to official attention. And once official attention arrives, once the sects know about it with certainty, you'll have no control over what happens next. Chen considered this. It was practical advice, the kind of risk mitigation that a rational bureaucrat would offer. It was the advice of someone who had spent his entire career learning to navigate the complex politics of the region, the careful balance between common law and sect authority, the way power actually worked in a world where cultivation had made some people capable of destroying villages with a gesture. But it required him to destroy something that he did not yet understand, to make a decision based on fear rather than knowledge. And that was something that Chen had never been good at doing. I'm not going to do that, Chen said quietly. I need to understand what they are first. Kun stood abruptly, his frustration evident. He moved to the window and looked out at the field, where the golden wheat was glowing in the fading light. Understanding won't protect you, he said, not turning around. When people who are more powerful than you want something that you have, understanding becomes irrelevant. Power is the only language that matters at that point. And you, as a farmer on a field, have very little power to offer. Then I'll build some, Chen said. I'll understand them completely first. Then I'll figure out how to protect myself. Kun turned back to face him, and there was something in his expression that suggested he was seeing Chen with new eyes. You're going to get yourself killed, he said quietly. You understand that, don't you? Your stubbornness is going to push you into a conflict that you cannot possibly win. Perhaps, Chen said, but I'll do it knowing exactly what I'm fighting for, instead of running blind from something I don't understand. That seems like a better way to live. It's a better way to die, Kun said, but there was resignation in his voice that suggested he already knew Chen would not be swayed. He was learning, perhaps for the first time, that his nephew was not a man who could be intimidated into compliance. He was not a man who could be counseled into abandoning a path once he had committed to understanding it. Chapter 7. Investigation. The investigation took 8 days. Chen moved through it with the methodical precision that he applied to everything. He began by approaching Mei Lin with a series of seemingly casual questions, the kind of inquiries that a farmer might make about cultivation theory, without revealing that he had suddenly become intimately involved in cultivator agriculture. He would arrive at her shop in the late afternoon, when business was typically slower, and he would pose his questions in the tone of a man who was simply curious about how the wider world worked. What determines cultivation rank? He asked one afternoon, as if it was simply a matter of curiosity. The amount of qi in your core, Mei Lin explained patiently, continuing to sort herbs as she talked. Early cultivation ranks, lower qi, middle qi, upper qi, peak qi, are determined by how completely you can fill the foundational core that develops during initial cultivation. Higher ranks, foundation establishment, core formation, and beyond, require development of more complex structures. So the herbs help cultivators advance faster? Chen pressed. Exactly. The better quality the herbs, the faster the advancement. She placed a dried root in a ceramic jar with careful precision. Qi reconstitution grass is at the top of the market because a single leaf can substitute for weeks of meditation. That's not just valuable. That's world-changing for someone trying to advance their cultivation. And what determines how fast you advance through these ranks? Chen pressed. The amount of time you spend in meditation, the quality of meditation resources you have access to, and the efficiency of your cultivation method, Mei Lin said. Some cultivators advance quickly because they have access to high-quality herbs and alchemical preparations. Others advance slowly because they're working with inferior resources. Over the course of his investigation, Chen learned that cultivation herbs fell into a precise hierarchy of value, determined by their efficacy and rarity. Qi reconstitution grass was at the absolute top of the regional market because it was both extraordinarily rare and remarkably efficient in its application. A single leaf could provide a week or more of equivalent progress that would normally take a month of solid meditation. That meant a farmer with access to consistent supply would be able to control the advancement rate of any cultivator in the region. That was not simply valuable. That was leverage of the most dangerous kind. He began systematically tracking merchants in the market, observing which ones handled herbs with the kind of protective precision that suggested they understood the material was valuable. He watched their faces when they examined high-quality specimens. He noted how they treated the merchandise, with gloves, with carefully sealed containers, with the kind of respect usually reserved for dangerous animals or valuable weapons. He watched to see which merchants wore cultivation gloves, the kind of protective garment that only made sense if you were working with materials that had an active spiritual component that could potentially harm mortal flesh. He went to the village library on 3 separate evenings and actually read, not simply browsed, but carefully studied, the 3 books that dealt with regional sect territories and authority structures. The reading was dry and occasionally incomprehensible, full of terminology that he had to interpolate meaning from context, but the broad strokes became clear over the course of his careful study. There were 3 major cultivation sects in the region, each one claiming dominion over substantial territory. Luminous Peak was the largest and most stable, with a reputation for careful governance and long-term planning. Jade River was the most economically focused, known for their agricultural innovations and their willingness to work with non-cultivators in commercial arrangements. Crimson Shadow was known for military engagement and was therefore the most dangerous, a sect that had historically solved disputes through force rather than negotiation. Each sect had established territories where they claimed exclusive authority. Luminous Peak controlled the northern mountains and the eastern plains. Jade River controlled the river valleys and the western trade routes. Crimson Shadow controlled the mountain passes and several important military positions. Between these 3 major powers, they had divided the region into zones of influence, and the unwritten rule was that cultivation sects respected each other's territorial claims. By the end of the 8th day, Chen understood something essential. His herbs were valuable enough to be worth killing for. And if one party achieved exclusive control of the source, if someone like a regional noble or a sect gained monopoly control, then that person or organization would have an enormous amount of power over everyone else in the region who needed the herbs to advance their cultivation. He understood, in other words, that he was sitting on leverage. Leverage in the form of exclusive access to something that people with significant power wanted desperately. And leverage only had value if it was used strategically, protected carefully, and distributed in a way that prevented any single party from achieving absolute dominance. This was the principle that would guide all his decisions going forward. Never give anyone complete control. Always maintain balance. Always ensure that multiple parties needed him enough to protect him, and that none of them could succeed entirely without him. Chapter 8. The Lord arrived. Su Ming arrived on a morning when the sky was the color of burnished bronze, and the wheat in Chen's field had reached a height that was frankly impossible for any normal cultivation timeline. The sun was just clearing the eastern ridge of mountains, casting everything in shades of gold and amber, and the temperature was still cool enough that Chen's breath was visible in the air. It was the kind of morning that would normally be peaceful, when the world seemed to breathe with quiet potential. The Lord came with 6 guards, all of them wearing armor that bore the insignia of his house, a silver phoenix rising from golden flames. Their horses were quality animals, well-fed and groomed, the kind of expense that indicated wealth and power. They moved in formation, professional and efficient, and they dismounted with the practiced ease of soldiers who had done this maneuver 10,000 times. His own clothing was significantly more refined than his guards, silk outer robes embroidered with patterns that Chen's untrained eye could tell held spiritual components, intricate designs that seemed to shimmer with faint light even in daylight. A sword hung at his side that was made of something that was not quite ordinary metal. It had a faint crystalline sheen, and when Chen looked at it directly, his eyes seemed to slide away from it, as if the sword was not quite fully in the ordinary world. Su Ming himself was a man in his 30s, bearing himself with the absolute physical confidence of someone who had been trained in cultivation combat from childhood. His face was handsome in a sharp way, high cheekbones, an angular jaw, eyes that held no warmth whatsoever. When he looked at Chen, his eyes held the absolute certainty of someone who had never encountered a situation he could not dominate. "I am Su Ming," he said, his voice carrying the weight of introduction from someone who expected his name to mean something. It was the voice of authority, the kind of voice that had probably been obeyed every single time it issued a command. "Lord of the Third Prefecture, I've heard that you're growing something unusual. I'm here to propose a business arrangement." "I'll listen," Chen said, being careful to phrase his response as simple courtesy rather than commitment. He stood calmly, aware that his body language would be read by a man of Su Ming's experience, and determined not to show fear even as his heart was beginning to accelerate with the knowledge of exactly how much more powerful this man was than himself. "You'll grow for me," Su Ming said, gesturing to the wheat fields with a casual wave of his hand. The gesture was almost dismissive, the gesture of someone who was already certain of the outcome. "Whatever this plant is, you'll cultivate it specifically for my house's use. I'll purchase your entire output at fair market rate. You'll sign a contract that prevents you from selling to any other interested party. In exchange, you'll receive the security of my house's protection." He paused, as if he was about to add something more, and then seemed to decide against it. "This is a generous offer." The word generous hung in the air like a threat. It was generous the way a master's decision to not beat a servant was generous, a privilege granted by someone who had absolute power and could withdraw that privilege at any moment. It was phrased as a request, but Chen could see from the posture of the guards, their hands positioned near weapons, their eyes alert, from the way Su Ming's hand rested casually on his sword hilt, from the casual confidence in his tone, that it was actually a command. It was a command dressed in the language of negotiation, which made it perhaps more dangerous than a direct order would have been. A direct order could be openly refused. A generous offer, if refused, became an insult. "I appreciate the offer," Chen said carefully. He kept his voice steady, kept his hands visible and non-threatening, kept his expression open. "But I need to understand what I'm committing to before I agree to exclusivity. Let me learn more about the market first. Then I'll make an informed decision." The words came out more steady than he felt. He was aware that he was refusing a man who probably had not been refused by anyone in years. He was aware that he was standing on his own land, facing someone who could potentially destroy him without legal consequence. Su Ming's expression shifted. It was subtle, just the tightening of muscles around his eyes, the tension that appeared in his jaw. But it was the moment when the Lord realized this mortal farmer had just said no to him. The moment lasted only a few seconds, but in those seconds, Chen felt the weight of Su Ming's complete attention fixed upon him like a physical force. "You'll change your mind when I'm done here," Su Ming said quietly. His voice had dropped, which made it more threatening rather than less. It was the voice of someone making a promise, the kind of promise that was backed by absolute certainty of power. Then he turned and walked away, his guards falling into formation behind him as they returned to their horses. They mounted with the same practiced efficiency they had dismounted with, and then they turned and rode away, heading back toward the direction they had come from. Chen did not move until they were completely out of sight. Only then did he allow his hands to shake. Only then did he permit himself to register the full impact of what had just occurred. He had just refused a powerful cultivation noble. He had just insulted someone who probably had the power to burn his entire field with a gesture. By the next evening, Li Kuan had arrived at the farm, and he was furious in a way that Chen had never seen him before. His uncle's face was flushed, and he was breathing heavily, as if he had been riding hard to reach the farm quickly. "Do you understand what you've done?" Kuan demanded, not even bothering with the courtesy of greeting. "Su Ming is a cultivation noble of considerable power. He doesn't get told no. He doesn't get refused. And he certainly doesn't get told no by a mortal farmer on a backwater piece of land." "I understand," Chen said, "and I need time to understand my options before I commit to any of them." "You don't have time," Kuan said. "You have until Su Ming decides to simply take what he wants. And when that moment comes, your understanding will matter very little. He has the power. He has the authority. All you have is a field of impossible plants." "Then I'll use that time to prepare," Chen said quietly. Chapter 9. Chen's refusal. Su Ming returned 3 days later, and this time his manner had shifted entirely. The polite negotiator was gone. In his place was something harder, more direct, more dangerous. He arrived with more guards this time, and he did not bother with the pretense of civility. "I've reconsidered my original offer," Su Ming said, his tone cold and flat. "You have until tomorrow morning at dawn. Sell me exclusive rights to everything your field produces, or I will conscript your land as part of my house's territory. Either way, these herbs will be mine." This is not a negotiation. This is a statement of fact. Chen felt the weight of the threat like a physical force. The cultivator was no longer hiding his power. It radiated from him like heat from a furnace, a palpable demonstration of the gap between them. I need time to understand my options, Chen said, maintaining his careful courtesy even as his heart was pounding. Let me see what the market looks like first. Then I'll make a choice that takes all the options into account. Su Ming was shocked, Chen could tell, because the Lord spent several minutes simply staring at him in silence after Chen had refused the proposition a second time. It was the stare of someone who had encountered a situation that existed outside the bounds of his normal experience. Someone who had expected obedience and received instead a polite, but firm refusal to bend to his will. The politeness in Su Ming's voice evaporated entirely. The mask of negotiation fell away like a discarded garment, and what remained was the raw exercise of power attempting to assert dominance over an inferior. You'll change your mind when I'm done here, Su Ming said, and it was not a prediction, it was a promise. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper, but there was something infinitely more threatening about that quiet tone than there would have been about shouting. Because I will make your life so difficult that you'll be begging to sell to me. I will confiscate your harvests. I will spread rumors that will prevent you from selling to merchants. I will make you understand that the only viable path is to accept my offer. The Lord turned and left, his guards trailing behind him like a visual representation of his authority. That night, Chen did not sleep. Instead, he stood in his field and felt the warmth radiating from the vein below, and he understood exactly how much danger he was in. Su Ming was not a man who accepted refusal. He was not a man who was accustomed to his orders being questioned. And he was not a man without the power to follow through on his threats. His uncle arrived the next day at midday, riding fast, his face dark with anger and fear in equal measure. Li Kuan was the magistrate of the village, a man accustomed to authority and respect, and it was clear that the news of Chen's second refusal had hit him hard. What did you do? Kuan demanded, bursting into the house without the courtesy of announcing himself. What did you possibly say to Su Ming that would cause him to leave insulted? What could you have possibly been thinking? I refused his offer, Chen said calmly, and I told him I needed to understand my options before making any commitment. You don't understand, Kuan said, his voice rising with a mixture of anger and despair. Su Ming doesn't get refused. Not by nobles, not by merchants, and certainly not by a mortal farmer. You've made an enemy of a man who has the power to destroy you and take your land. And the magistrate's office won't be able to protect you because this is outside the jurisdiction of common law. This is a matter of cultivation power, and I have no authority in that realm. Chen listened to his uncle's warning, acknowledged its complete validity, and then explained what he intended to do next. I'm going to prepare for conflict, he said quietly. Not by hiding, not by running, not by submitting, but by being utterly transparent about what my field contains and what its value represents. That's suicide, Kuan said flatly. That's ensuring that everyone knows exactly what you have, so that everyone will come for it. No, Chen replied. It's ensuring that if Su Ming tries to take it, there will be witnesses. It's ensuring that his actions are known and documented. It's ensuring that others know the value of what I've created, so they'll have incentive to protect me from a single monopoly. Kuan stared at his nephew for a long moment, and something seemed to shift behind his eyes as he realized that Chen was not being foolish but was, in fact, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of political leverage that Kuan himself had taken decades to fully grasp. Chapter 10. The preparation rather than attempt to conceal what had occurred, Chen did the opposite. He spent the next week engaged in what could only be described as deliberate exposure, a calculated strategy to make his herbs impossible to deny, impossible to steal without witnesses, impossible to suppress through quiet confiscation or hidden takeover. He spoke to every farmer in the village, not in secret conversations that suggested shame or fear, but in open discussions that framed what was happening as a matter of community concern. He would approach them in the market, in the fields, in the evening gatherings where the village men traditionally discussed the season's prospects. He talked about the unusual growth in his field. He invited them to visit and observe for themselves. He described the properties of his plants with the precision of someone who was building a case, documenting every detail that anyone might later try to deny or reinterpret. He documented his herbs in meticulous detail, creating records that went far beyond what would be needed for simple personal reference. He recorded the growth patterns with precise measurements, noting the exact height of plants on specific days, the rate at which they had developed. He documented the visible characteristics, the color of leaves at different stages, the texture of the flowers, the structure of the root systems. He recorded the sensory properties, the exact scent that each plant emitted, the taste of the leaves, carefully, using only the tiniest samples, the feel of the stems and roots when handled. He filled an entire journal with sketches and descriptions that created an indelible record of what had existed at specific points in time. Each entry was dated. Each entry included the time of day. Each entry was written in his careful, precise hand, the kind of hand that had spent years learning to keep farm records and inventory. Anyone examining this journal would be able to see exactly what Chen had grown, exactly when it had reached maturity, exactly what properties it had possessed. It would be nearly impossible to later claim that these plants had never existed or had possessed different properties. He brought samples of his plants to Mei Lin and asked her to verify their properties, not in a quiet back room where the conversation could be denied, but in the main shop where other customers could observe the exchange. He made certain that her reaction, her examination of the plants, her careful verification of their efficacy, all happened in front of witnesses. He was, in essence, creating an elaborate paper trail and a community of witnesses who could testify to exactly what he had grown and exactly what those plants had been capable of. He also visited the regional market and spoke directly with Shen Rao, the alchemist, inviting her to visit his field and conduct a comprehensive examination of his plants. When she agreed, he ensured that multiple people knew about the visit and about her expert verification of what he was growing. When his uncle asked what he was doing, watching with a mixture of admiration and continuing terror as Chen methodically documented everything, Chen explained his logic with perfect clarity. If someone wants to take this from me, I want witnesses to what it was. I want documentation of its properties before anyone can claim that what I had was something other than what I claim it was. I want it impossible to deny what this field contained at this moment in time. If Su Ming tries to seize this land and claim there was nothing special here, there will be 30 people who can testify to exactly what they saw. If he tries to kill me and burn the field, the documentation will survive. The knowledge will survive. The memory will survive. Li Kuan stood silent for a long moment, watching his nephew with an expression that shifted between frustration and something that might have been pride. You're not thinking like a farmer anymore, Kuan said finally. You're thinking like a strategist. You're thinking like someone who understands power. I'm thinking like someone who has no power except the power of knowledge and testimony. Chen corrected. The vein gave me cultivation herbs. But what keeps me alive is making sure that everyone knows what I have and what it represents. As long as multiple parties want what I have, none of them can afford to simply destroy me. Li Kuan recognized the tactical brilliance of the approach, even as he continued to be terrified of the consequences. His nephew had, in a matter of days, developed a political strategy that would have taken most men months to conceive of. Chapter 11. The letter arrived on a morning when the first herb in Chen's field had begun to set seed, the ripened pods beginning to release their genetic material back into the soil from which it had grown. The biological cycle that would allow his plants to reproduce naturally was beginning. It came through official channels, carried by a village messenger who had instructions to deliver it personally to Chun and observe that he had received it, creating yet another official record of the day's events that could be referenced later. The seal on the envelope bore the insignia of Luminous Peak, the largest cultivation sect in the region, a circle containing a stylized peak with light radiating from its summit, the emblem of one of the most powerful organizations in the region. The message was formal, written in the precise characters of someone trained in bureaucratic communication, the kind of writing that was taught in sect academies to high-ranking disciples who needed to correspond on official matters. The hand was elegant and controlled, each character perfectly formed, each stroke placed with deliberate precision. It said, in essence, that a disciple of Luminous Peak had sensed unusual spiritual activity in the area and wished to investigate the source of that activity. The disciple's name was Lin Shui. The letter indicated that she would be arriving in 3 days' time, having calculated travel time from the sect compound to Chen's location. It requested, with language that was technically courteous but carried the implicit weight of sect authority, that Chen provide accommodations for a 3-day visit so that she could examine the source of the spiritual disturbance personally and report her findings to the sect leadership. It was a request that was phrased as a request but carried the implicit weight of sect authority behind every word. It was the kind of request that could technically be politely refused, but doing so would mark Chun as someone who was unwilling to cooperate with sect investigations. It was the kind of request that was an offer that could only be refused at substantial cost. Chun understood immediately that someone had reported the existence of his field to the sect. Most likely Mei Lin, though it could have been any of the merchants or other witnesses he had deliberately cultivated over the past weeks. The rumor mill of the region moved quickly, and cultivation sects maintained networks of informants and contacts throughout the villages that fell within their territory. The question was not whether he would receive this visit. He would. The question was whether he could control the narrative, whether he could turn the visit to his advantage, whether he could convince a sect representative that his value came from cooperation rather than from attempted subjugation. He spent the next 3 days preparing what amounted to his most important presentation yet. He understood that a sect disciple would report back to sect leadership, and that the sect's decision about how to treat his field would influence how the entire region approached him. If Luminous Peak decided he was a threat, they might move to suppress or control him. If they decided he was a potential asset, they might offer protection and resources. He arranged his documentation in a clear, logical order. The journal entries organized chronologically, each one showing the progression from first discovery to full maturity, each one dated and signed in a way that made them difficult to dismiss or claim fabrication of. He selected representative samples of his plants, ensuring they were as pristine and impressive as possible, each one carefully preserved in sealed vessels to maintain optimal freshness and to demonstrate his attention to detail and understanding of how to preserve valuable materials. He cleaned his home thoroughly, removing any clutter, ensuring that everything was orderly and organized in a way that would impress someone accustomed to the refined surroundings of a cultivation sect. The appearance of his living space would communicate something about him, whether he was careless or meticulous, whether he understood the importance of order and preparation, whether he was someone who could be trusted with valuable resources. He prepared accommodations that were appropriate for someone of sect rank. A guest room with fresh bedding made from the finest materials he could afford, clean water for bathing that had been heated carefully, and the kind of hospitality that would demonstrate respect without suggesting obsequiousness or subservience. He procured tea from Mei Lin that was expensive and high quality, demonstrating his willingness to spend resources on creating a favorable impression. He arranged flowers in his main room, not wildly or carelessly, but with careful precision, showing that he understood aesthetic principles and possessed attention to detail even in small things. Most importantly, he decided to be completely transparent about everything he knew, everything he had grown, and everything he hoped to achieve. He understood that lying to or attempting to manipulate a sect disciple would be a catastrophic mistake. Sects developed intelligence-gathering capabilities specifically to detect deception. But complete honesty, presented strategically, presented in a way that highlighted his value and his reasonableness, might convince the sect that cooperating with him served their interests better than attempting to subjugate him. Chapter 12. Wu's visit. Old Man Wu appeared at the farm on the evening before Lin Shui was scheduled to arrive, materializing out of the gathering darkness as if he had simply condensed from the air itself. He was ancient, weathered by decades, perhaps centuries, though Chen did not want to speculate about the exact age of someone who clearly possessed cultivation power. His skin was brown as aged leather, creased with the lines of 1,000 careful expressions. His eyes were sharp, alive with intelligence, and they held a depth that suggested they had seen far more than human decades could account for. He carried only a wooden walking stick, gnarled and weathered, the wood worn smooth by decades of use. His robes were simple, unadorned, and had been mended so many times that it was difficult to identify the original fabric beneath the patches. The repairs were neat and careful, not the work of someone who was careless, but of someone who preferred function to appearance. He did not greet Chen. He did not explain his purpose. He simply walked directly to the center of Chen's field, to the exact location where Chen's investigation had first revealed the spiritual vein, to the place where the warmth was strongest. Without any preamble or explanation, he positioned himself in the standard meditation pose and sat down, his back straight, his hands folded in his lap. Chen did not interrupt. Some part of him understood that he was witnessing something important, something that required silence and respect. Instead, he took a position several meters away and watched as the old man settled into meditation. The evening darkened around them. The sun sank below the western mountains, painting the sky in shades of crimson and orange before fading to purple and finally to the deep blue of approaching night. Stars began to emerge, first a few scattered points of light, then more and more until the sky was scattered with them like someone had thrown diamonds across black silk. The temperature dropped, the air growing cool and slightly sharp with the promise of the night ahead. And still, Old Man Wu sat in perfect stillness, his breathing so shallow it was barely visible, his form barely seeming to exist. Chen found himself holding his own breath, aware that he was in the presence of something far larger than himself, something that belonged to a realm of knowledge and power that was completely outside his experience. Time moved strangely. Chen could not have said with certainty how long he watched the old man. It might have been an hour. It might have been longer. The stars wheeled overhead, and the temperature continued to drop, and still, Old Man Wu remained motionless. When Wu finally moved, it was with deliberate slowness. His eyes opened first, focusing on something that was not visible in the darkness. Then, moving with surprising grace despite his apparent age, his joints did not creak, his movements did not suggest stiffness or pain. He stood. He turned to face Chen directly, and in that moment, Chen felt the full weight of the old man's attention. "It remembers," Wu said, his voice thin but clear, each word distinct and weighted with absolute certainty. "That's the danger." For words. That was all Wu said. That was all he needed to say. Before Chen could ask what he meant, before he could request clarification or context, before he could ask who or what was remembering, or what exactly the danger was, Old Man Wu turned and walked away. He did not run. He did not hurry. He simply walked, moving back toward the direction from which he had come, his figure fading into the darkness until Chen could no longer distinguish him from the shadows themselves. Chen was left alone in his field, standing in the dark, with a warning that he did not fully understand, but which carried the weight of absolute certainty. It remembers. That's the danger. Chen spent the rest of the night sitting where Old Man Wu had been, at the exact center of his field, with his hands pressed against the earth. He tried to understand what the vein might remember. Did spiritual veins have memory? Could they recall the centuries they had spent sleeping in the darkness? Could they remember whatever purpose they had served before they were forgotten? And what was the danger? Was the danger that the veins' awakening would draw attention, which Chen already knew? Or was the danger something else, something deeper, something that involved consequences that extended far beyond his simple field? He thought of Mei Lin's comment that his grandfather had protected this field, had kept it dormant, had refused to cultivate on it. His grandfather had understood something about the vein. His grandfather had perhaps understood the same danger that Old Man Wu was warning him about. The night deepened, and Chen remained in meditation, seeking understanding, seeking some kind of clarity that refused to come. By the time the first light of dawn began to color the eastern sky, he had still not found answers. But he had accepted the reality of the warning. Something was awakening, something very old, and its awakening would bring consequences that extended far beyond anything he could fully anticipate. Chapter 13. Lin Shui arrives. Lin Shui was younger than Chen had expected, appearing to be in her early 20s, though Chen had learned through his investigation of cultivation that cultivators could be deceiving in their apparent age. The Qi reconstitution grass itself might be several hundred years old and still appear young and vital if its cultivator chose to maintain its youthful appearance through careful cultivation of their own Qi. Cultivators who reached high enough ranks could manipulate their own physical appearance, maintaining youthful features regardless of how many centuries had actually passed. She arrived shortly after dawn, the mist still rising from the ground in gossamer threads that caught the early light. She rode a single horse, a quality animal but not ostentatiously decorated, and she was alone. No guards, no attendants, no servants, just a single disciple of the sect. This alone was significant. A lesser person, someone of minor importance within a sect, would have arrived with an entourage to demonstrate their status. Lin Shui traveled alone because she had sufficient power to protect herself if needed, which meant she ranked higher than the external pomp would suggest. She wore robes dyed with a blue that seemed to hold light internally, as if the color itself was something that glowed with its own spiritual component. The dye had a depth to it that ordinary fabric could never achieve through conventional dyeing methods. It was the kind of blue that suggested spiritual artifice, that suggested the robes themselves had been enhanced through cultivation. The robes were embroidered with patterns that Chen's untrained eye could tell held spiritual significance, circles and spirals that seemed almost to move when he looked at them peripherally, though when he looked directly, they remained static. The patterns were likely designed to help cultivators channel their power, to provide focal points for meditation, to represent principles that the sect deemed important. She moved like water, a comparison that Chen found himself making not metaphorically but practically, as her movements seemed to flow rather than step, seemed to carry momentum without apparent effort. Each motion was graceful and assured. There was an ease to her presence that suggested she was completely comfortable existing in her own authority, completely certain of her right to be wherever she was. She was not arrogant in the way that Su Ming was arrogant. Her bearing did not broadcast dominance or demand submission. But she carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was capable of, who understood her own power and did not feel the need to constantly demonstrate it. The first thing she did after arriving was step directly into Chen's wheat field and close her eyes. She stood in absolute stillness for several minutes, her awareness clearly focused on what lay beneath the soil, her senses extended downward to examine the vein itself. Chen could see her breath slowing, could see her body settling into a state of perfect stillness that suggested some kind of meditation state. She was not simply examining the field with her eyes. She was using cultivation senses to analyze what was happening beneath the surface. "This is a dormant line," she said immediately, her eyes still closed, her voice steady and certain. "An ancient dormant line. How is it feeding spiritual herbs?" The question was not rhetorical. It was a genuine inquiry from someone who understood cultivation theory and recognized that what she was sensing violated certain principles about how spiritual veins operated. She opened her eyes and looked at Chen with an intensity that suggested she was seeing considerably more than just his physical form. It was as if her cultivation allowed her to perceive layers of reality that were invisible to mortal eyes, that she could see the faint shimmer of his own qi, could perceive the nascent power beginning to develop within him from his contact with the vein. "Come with me," Chen said, and he led her deeper into the field to the plant that had produced the first qi reconstitution leaf. He had left it growing in a place of honor at the field's center, allowing it to continue its natural cycle in the way that a researcher might preserve a specimen for further study, and it was now in the stage of maturity where it had begun to produce seed. The ripened pods were beginning to split open, releasing their genetic material in preparation for the next generation, each seed carrying within it the knowledge of what its parent had been. The spiritual power radiating from the plant was strong enough that even Chen, who was not trained in cultivation and could not actually see qi with his own eyes, could sense it as a kind of pressure in the air around the plant, a density that was perceptible to his mortal senses as a slight resistance to movement, a subtle heaviness in the atmosphere. Lin Shui approached the plant with the careful reverence that someone might approach a sacred object, the kind of reverence that was appropriate when encountering something that represented concentrated power and knowledge distilled into living form. She did not touch it. She seemed to understand instinctively that touching it might convey impressions about the plant that Chen might not want transmitted back to sect leadership, impressions that his own qi signature might cause to be imprinted on the plant. Instead, she examined it from every angle, her movements slow and deliberate, her breath coming slightly faster as she processed what she was seeing and sensing. Her hands made small gestures near the plant, not quite touching, but near enough that Chen could tell she was examining it with senses that extended beyond mere visual observation. She was feeling the spiritual presence of the plant, was assessing its quality and power through cultivation senses that were far more developed and detailed than anything a mortal could perceive. "I need to bring this to my sect master," she said finally, stepping back from the plant. "This changes things." "Changes what?" Chen asked. "That depends on what you want," Lin Shui replied. She turned to face him directly, and there was genuine curiosity in her expression, the kind of curiosity that came from encountering something that violated expectations and suggested possibilities that had not been previously considered. "The question is not what my sect will do about what you've discovered, but what you intend to do with what you've grown." Chapter 14. The Three Paths Over Tea in Chen's home. Seated in the main room where the light from the window provided gentle illumination, Lin Shui laid out the options with the clarity of someone who had thought through similar situations before. She had clearly encountered other farmers with valuable resources, had walked through these same strategic conversations multiple times. "First option," she said, cradling her teacup in both hands, a gesture that suggested comfort but also calculation. "You allow us to take samples and conduct research. In exchange, Luminous Peak would sponsor you for cultivation training. You would become a disciple of the sect. You would gain the benefits of our sect's knowledge, our protection, our resources. The cost would be your independence. You would be bound to the sect through formal oaths. Your farm would become property of Luminous Peak, managed by sect authority. Your decisions would be made in consultation with sect leadership. You would essentially become part of a larger organization." "And second option?" Chen asked. "Second option, you work with merchants. You produce herbs, they sell them. You receive currency in exchange. The benefits are wealth and independence. You maintain ownership of your land and your produce. The costs are that merchants are not reliable partners. They'll press you for more production. They'll try to drive down prices. They'll sell to whoever pays the most. They have no loyalty to you. If any single party wants exclusive control of your herbs, the merchants won't be able to protect you from serious pressure. And if you want to expand your production or explore new varieties, the merchants won't invest in your future the way a sect would." "And third," Chen pressed. "Third option, you do nothing. You keep farming, you keep growing herbs on your own, and you remain completely independent. You take no sect sponsorship. You sell to no merchants. You maintain complete autonomy over your own choices. The benefit is absolute freedom. The cost is that eventually, someone more powerful will want what you have badly enough to take it. Without the protection of a sect or the wealth from regular sales, you'll have limited ability to resist when that moment comes. You saw what happened when Su Ming visited. That's what awaits you if you try to stand alone. Chen absorbed this, turning the three paths over in his mind, examining them from different angles. Each option had merit. Each option had costs that were not insignificant. There's a fourth path, he said finally. Lin Shui raised an eyebrow, a gesture that suggested interest and perhaps surprise that Chen had thought of something beyond the standard options. Tell me, she said, and there was genuine curiosity in her voice. Cooperation, Chen said. He had been turning this over in his mind for days, ever since his uncle had suggested that understanding power was more important than understanding profit. Your sect gets regular supply of herbs in exchange for providing protection and resources to help me understand my own farm. I retain independence while gaining access to knowledge I need and protection from hostile actors. And I'm not bound exclusively to you. Other parties can also receive supply at different arrangements. This creates a balanced situation where I'm protected by multiple powerful interests and no single actor has complete control over me. Lin Shui was quiet for a long moment, her cup held motionless before her, her eyes distant as she considered the implications of what Chen was proposing. When she spoke again, her voice carried the precision of someone analyzing a complex problem. That would require sect master approval, she said finally. Her tone suggested she was thinking through the political implications of what Chen was proposing. And I'm not certain the sect master would be interested in that arrangement. The sect's normal approach is to gain exclusive rights to resources, to consolidate power in their own hands. But I can present it as a possibility. I can argue that consistent supply from a willing partner is better than trying to force exclusive control and risking that you destroy the field rather than submit to sect authority. I can suggest that cooperation might yield better long-term results than coercion. Then present it, Chen said. His tone was respectful but firm, the tone of someone who understood the risks but had committed to a course of action. And tell him that I need an answer soon, because other interested parties are waiting in the wings. Su Ming expects an answer in a matter of days and is willing to exert considerable pressure to get it. The merchant Hong Sun is already preparing offers. I need to understand all my options before committing to any of them. And I need to know whether Luminous Peak is willing to negotiate a partnership that serves both our interests, or whether I need to look elsewhere for protection and knowledge. Lin Shui's expression shifted into something that might have been respect or might have been recognition that Chen was, in fact, a more sophisticated negotiator than most mortal farmers would be. She had expected to arrive at an isolated farm, find a terrified farmer, and present the sect's standard offers for absorption or extraction. Instead, she had found someone who understood leverage, understood negotiation, understood the political forces at work in the region. She set down her teacup carefully and nodded slowly. I'll present your proposal, she said. I can't promise approval, but I can promise that your words will be conveyed accurately to sect leadership, without embellishment or editorial comment from me. I will explain your reasoning and your proposal as completely as I can. Chapter 15. The market test before committing to anything, before making any agreements with any of the parties that were beginning to circle, Chen decided to visit the regional market and test the true value of his herbs directly. He took a single leaf of Qi reconstitution grass and traveled with Mei Lin and his uncle to a market town 20 kilometers away, a place called Silverpine that was sufficiently large to have serious alchemical operations and cultivation supply merchants, but sufficiently far that his actions would not immediately return to the village through the local rumor mill. Distance was still a protection in a world where information traveled primarily through human voices. The alchemist's shop was located in the premium section of the market, in a building that was clearly old and wealthy, with walls of dark wood and paper windows that glowed with soft light. The shop was operated by an old woman named Shen Rao, who was known throughout the region as someone who worked only with the highest quality ingredients and employed methods that were considered lost or obsolete by modern practitioners. She was rumored to be over 100 years old, and whether that was cultivation-enhanced lifespan or simply remarkable longevity was unclear. The shop smelled of dried herbs, some recognizable, some not, of mineral compounds that suggested alchemical operations, and of something that might have been incense or might have been the residue of 1,000 specialized preparations conducted over decades. When Chen placed the single leaf on the counter, Shen Rao's reaction was the most dramatic Chen had yet witnessed from anyone. She physically staggered backward, her hands reaching out to stabilize herself against the counter, as if the shock of seeing the leaf had partially unmade her equilibrium. When she looked at the leaf again, her expression was one of absolute shock, not suspicion, not doubt, but genuine awe and recognition. Where? She began, then stopped. Her voice was shaking. How did you obtain this? I grew it, Chen said simply. He wanted to see what would happen if he was completely honest, without embellishment or strategic withholding. Shun Rao examined the leaf with the intensive focus of someone who was conducting a comprehensive analysis, every movement precise and deliberate. She felt the leaf between her fingers, testing its texture and flexibility. She brought it to her lips and tasted it, a move that seemed to transmit profound information to her through whatever cultivation senses she possessed. She smelled it, inhaling deeply, her eyes closed as she registered whatever fragrance the plant was giving off. She rubbed a tiny amount between her fingers and absorbed the residual essence, and Chen could see her expression shift through multiple stages of understanding. When she finally looked at Chen again, her expression had shifted to something that could only be described as awe. The skepticism was gone. The testing was complete. She understood what she was holding. This is genuine qi reconstitution grass, she said, her voice steady now, but still carrying an undertone of disbelief. Unmodified, unhybridized, pure wild stock. The potency is extraordinary. I have not seen a leaf of this quality in 30 years. She set the leaf down on a piece of clean silk, treating it as carefully as if it were made of spun glass. I will offer you 50 gold taels for this single leaf. That is my final offer. I will not negotiate higher. 50 gold taels was 5 years of wages for a laborer, for a single leaf that Chen had picked from a plant he had grown. Chen did not immediately accept. Why would you pay that? He asked. Shen Rao placed the leaf down even more carefully, as if handling something precious enough that it required reverent treatment beyond what she had already demonstrated. She explained, in detail, the uses for qi reconstitution grass in various alchemical preparations. She described specific formulas that required this exact ingredient, specific purposes that could only be accomplished with qi reconstitution grass of this quality. She described the market scarcity, how few sources existed in the entire region, how most alchemists had to make do with substitute ingredients that were only partially effective. She outlined the political implications of having a reliable source of pure wild stock, qi reconstitution grass. She named specific cultivators and cultivation sects who would pay premium prices for consistent supply, who would literally compete with each other to purchase every leaf Chen could produce. By the time she finished her explanation, Chen understood that he was sitting on something that could fundamentally alter the power dynamics of the entire region. He was not simply holding a valuable herb. He was holding the key to advancement for cultivators across multiple sects and independent practitioners. He was holding something that people would fight over, scheme over, potentially kill over. He did not accept the offer, but he thanked Shen Rao for her time and left with new understanding. The 50 gold tael offer had been genuine. The market was, if anything, more important than he had understood, and he had chosen correctly to negotiate from a position of knowledge rather than desperation. Chapter 16. Su Ming's return. Su Ming returned to Chen's farm on the night after Chen's return from the market, appearing out of the darkness like a figure from a nightmare. He arrived with 12 guards this time, twice as many as his first visit, mounted on quality horses and wearing full armor. The show of force was deliberate, a physical manifestation of growing frustration. His demeanor had shifted entirely. He was no longer the polite negotiator, no longer dressed in the language of proposals and offers. He was angry, and he made no attempt to conceal it. The casual confidence of his initial visit had been replaced by something sharper, more dangerous, the controlled fury of someone whose authority had been questioned and who was preparing to reinforce it through force. You've been to the market, Su Ming said immediately, not bothering with preamble or civility. He had dismounted and walked directly to Chen, his guards maintaining a perimeter around them. You've shown my herbs to people who have no business knowing about them. You've created a situation that is now far more complicated than it needed to be. They're not your herbs, Chen said quietly. He did not step back, did not show fear, even as he was acutely aware that Su Ming could kill him with essentially no effort and face minimal consequences. They will be, Su Ming replied, and his voice dropped lower, which made it more threatening. I'm giving you a choice, farmer. Sell me exclusive rights to everything your field produces. Complete, absolute, irrevocable exclusive rights. Or I'll conscript your land as part of my house's territory. I'll take the land, the plants, and everything on it. Either way, these herbs will be mine. You have until morning to decide. The deadline was real. The threat was real. The consequences of refusal would be real. Li Kuan had already begun packing his belongings to flee, moving with the quiet efficiency of someone who understood that when a cultivation noble issued ultimatums, resistance was futile. But Chen placed a hand on his uncle's shoulder and shook his head. Instead, he stepped forward and addressed Su Ming directly. speaking in a voice that was calm despite the circumstances. I'll give you exclusive rights to sell my herbs in your house's territory, Chen said. This was the moment where he would either reach an understanding with Su Ming or face confiscation and potentially death. In exchange, you protect my farm from other nobles and from the cultivation sections. You guarantee that I can trade freely in all other territories. If any cultivator sect tries to seize control of my land, you defend it. If any merchant tries to gain exclusive rights through pressure, you prevent it. It was a real negotiation, offered in the face of an ultimatum. Su Ming's guards tensed, clearly expecting violence, expecting their lord to take what he wanted by force. But the lord himself took a step back, recalibrating, his expression shifting from anger to something more complex: assessment, calculation, strategic thinking. He was a man of power, yes, but he was also a man of intelligence, and he understood in that moment that what Chen was proposing was a genuine strategic arrangement that served both their interests better than simple confiscation would. If he took the land by force, Chen's cooperation might end. The farmer might destroy the plants rather than submit. The productivity might drop dramatically if someone who did not understand the vein was managing it. But if Chen remained a willing partner, bound by mutual contract and mutual interest, the supply would be consistent and high quality. If I agree to this, Su Ming said slowly, moving back into negotiation mode, I need guarantees that you'll maintain production at consistent levels and that the quality won't degrade. Then I'll sign a contract, Chen said. Specific terms, clear obligations, penalties for both of us if they're violated. But the terms will be mutual. I'll be protected by your power, and you'll be enriched by my production. It was not the outcome Su Ming had expected when he arrived prepared for domination. It was not the simple submission and confiscation that his guards had anticipated, but it was an outcome that was acceptable, that made strategic sense, that served both parties' interests. The negotiation lasted the entire night. They sat in Chen's small house, with oil lamps burning and a pot of tea that was reheated multiple times as the hours passed. Su Ming brought a scribe with him to document the terms they agreed to. They discussed production rates, quality standards, pricing, the specific nature of Su Ming's protection. They discussed what would happen if the vein's productivity changed. They discussed what would happen if external parties tried to gain exclusive control. By the time dawn broke and the first light colored the sky in shades of amber and rose, the two of them had negotiated the broad strokes of an arrangement that would bind them together for the foreseeable future. The contract was drafted by Su Ming's scribe, written in the formal language that made such agreements legally binding in cultivation society. Chen placed his mark upon it, and Su Ming signed it with his personal seal. As the sun cleared the mountains, Chen found himself no longer a vulnerable farmer facing a powerful lord, but a partner in a genuine business arrangement with someone who had significant power to offer protection. Chapter 17. The breakthrough that night. After Su Ming had departed and the initial tension had begun to ease, Chen found himself unable to sleep despite his physical exhaustion. His body was drained from the stress and the all-night negotiation, his muscles aching with the fatigue of sustained tension, but his mind was still spinning with implications, with understanding, with the realization that he had successfully navigated an impossible situation through intelligence and strategic thinking alone. He lay on his sleeping mat and stared at the ceiling, replaying conversations, analyzing every word that had been exchanged, wondering if he had made errors in his negotiations, if there were terms he should have insisted upon or refused. Around midnight, he gave up the pretense of sleep and rose from his mat. Instead of trying to rest, he returned to his field at dusk, walking barefoot through the darkness to maintain direct contact with the earth, and began moving through his plants, examining them in the fading light, touching them with deliberate care, trying to understand the full scope of what he had cultivated over the past weeks. The evening was cool, and the stars were beginning to emerge above in their thousands, and the field seemed almost to glow with an inner light in the darkness, responding to his presence. The wheat bent toward him as he passed, as if reaching for something. The herbs raised their leaves in patterns that suggested they were aware of him, that they recognized him as something important. The air itself seemed charged with possibility, with potential, with a kind of waiting awareness. And then it happened. The sensation was different from the isolated flood of information he had received from the first plant. That had been a single channel of knowledge, overwhelming but comprehensible, flooding through him in the moment of contact. This time, it was as if he had opened a door into an enormous chamber filled with knowledge, and the knowledge was pouring out all at once, overwhelming his capacity to process it like water from a broken dam. He understood dozens of plants simultaneously. The information did not come in words or sentences, but in direct understanding, compressed knowledge that bypassed language entirely. He understood qi reconstitution grass, obviously, with an intimacy that extended far beyond what the simple leaf had taught him. But he also understood cultivation heart flower, which enhanced the capacity of a cultivator's core to hold qi, extending how long a cultivator could sustain higher cultivation levels. He understood meditative focus vine, which improved the efficiency of meditation by reducing mental distraction, allowing cultivators to progress more quickly through their meditation sessions. He understood spirit pearl grass, which improved perception of cultivation resources. He understood harmony root, which helped cultivators maintain emotional balance and mental clarity. He understood herbs that he had not yet grown, species that existed in cultivation markets but that he had never encountered physically, and he understood them as completely and intimately as if they were growing in his own field. It was as if the knowledge of his field's vein was pouring directly into his mind, sharing everything it knew, everything it had learned over thousands of years of existence. The sensation was overwhelming. His head felt as if it was being split open from the inside, as if his physical form could not contain the amount of information that was trying to flow into it. His hands began to glow with a faint silver light, visible even in the darkness, radiating power that he did not know he possessed. His vision became temporarily distorted, as if he was seeing the world through multiple layers of perception simultaneously. The ordinary physical world overlapped with a layer of spiritual perception, a reality of qi and energy that underlaid the normal visible world. His heart was racing, his breathing had become rapid and shallow, and his entire body was vibrating with power that had no outlet, no way to be discharged safely. The physical sensation was not quite pain, but it was overwhelming, a flooding of sensation that his mortal body was not designed to withstand. His body could not sustain the experience. He collapsed into the soil, his consciousness fragmenting under the weight of the information, his physical form unable to process what his spirit was attempting to comprehend. The world became a confusion of light and darkness, and then darkness consumed him entirely. He only realized later, when Mei Lin was nursing him back to consciousness in her own home, carefully applying cool compresses to his forehead and checking his pulse, that she had found him collapsed in his field and had managed to carry him to her residence. She was older than him, but cultivators had strength that mortals did not possess, and she had managed to transport him despite his dead weight. He only realized in retrospect, over the following days as his body recovered from the strain, that his transformation had truly begun. He was no longer a purely mortal farmer, no longer a man whose capabilities and understanding were limited to what ordinary human senses could perceive. He was becoming something more, something that was beginning to bridge the gap between ordinary human existence and cultivation power. He was becoming someone who could perceive the spiritual reality that underlay the physical world. Chapter 18. Mei Lin's trust. Chen woke in Mei Lin's home to find her sitting beside him on a simple wooden stool, clearly having not slept. She was reading by the light of an oil lamp, her hands weathered and stained from decades of herbalist work. His fever had broken sometime during the night, and though his body was weak and his mind still somewhat foggy from the experience, his consciousness had returned to a coherent state. He could feel his heartbeat slowly returning to normal, could feel his breathing becoming more regular and controlled. "Why didn't you report me to the magistrate?" Chen asked immediately, the question that had been bothering him since the moment he realized Mei Lin had taken him in. Mei Lin did not answer the question directly. Instead, she set down her book and reached over to check his pulse, her fingers gentle and practiced on his wrist. "Old man Wu visited me 40 years ago," she said, not looking at him, focused on the task of assessing his physical condition. "I was a young woman then, just beginning my work as a herbalist. He came to my shop and told me something that I never forgot. He said there was something sleeping beneath a field in this village. He said it had been sleeping for thousands of years. And he said that when it woke, it would be important." She withdrew her hand and looked at Chen directly, her expression serious. "I've been waiting for 40 years, Mei Lin said. Waiting for something I didn't understand, hoping that when it arrived, I would recognize it. And then your grandfather inherited that field, and he tended it with reverence, but refused to cultivate anything unusual on it. He kept it as wheat and simple crops, year after year. And I understood that he was protecting it, keeping it dormant, waiting for the right person to arrive." She reached out and placed a cool cloth against his forehead, replacing the one that had been there. "And then he died, and you inherited the land," Mei Lin continued. "And you didn't know about the vein, and you didn't know to fear it the way your grandfather did. So you cultivated on it naturally, out of pure curiosity and stubbornness. And it woke." She moved to a ceramic pot on the stove and poured water into it, heating it for what would presumably become more tea. The magistrate's office doesn't protect people like me, Mei Lin said. My concerns don't fall within their jurisdiction, but I protect what I understand. And I protect people who are willing to understand their own power rather than simply wield it mindlessly. She prepared tea carefully, adding herbs that Chen did not recognize, small dried flowers that released a fragrant steam into the air. She brought the cup to Chen and helped him sit up enough to drink it. There's something else, Mei Lin said as Chen sipped the warm liquid. Something I've never told anyone. I have an illness. It's been with me for decades, something that appeared when I was much younger and has persisted no matter what cultivation herbs I've tried. I've used qi reconstitution grass. I've used meditative focus vine. I've used every herb I know of that might help, and none of them have cured it. The illness is part of me now. I've accepted that it will be permanent. Chen looked at her, and in that moment, he understood why she had helped him, why she had brought him to her home and cared for him despite the risk that helping him might bring cultivation politics to her doorstep. But if you understand plants the way I think you do, Mei Lin said, maybe you'll be the one to figure it out. Maybe you'll be the one to discover something that can cure me, something that the ordinary cultivation markets don't even know exists. She reached out and squeezed his hand gently. I've been waiting 40 years for that possibility, she said. And you just arrived, confused and almost dead from a power surge that your mortal body couldn't contain. So I'm going to help you. I'm going to teach you what I can about cultivation herbs. And in exchange, someday, you're going to figure out what I need. Chapter 19. Negotiations conclude over the next week, as Chen recovered his physical strength and began to reintegrate into his normal activities. He formalized agreements with 3 different parties, each one carefully negotiated to maintain his independence while providing the protection and resources he needed. Su Ming received exclusive rights to sell his herbs in the 3rd prefecture region in exchange for protection from other regional nobles and resource access that would help Chen develop his cultivation knowledge. The agreement was documented in a formal contract with specific terms, production expectations, quality standards, pricing, duration, and explicit clauses about what would happen if either party breached the terms. It was a binding agreement, but it was also balanced. Both parties had obligations. Both parties had recourse if those obligations were not met. Luminous Peak, once they received Lin Shui's report and considered Chen's proposal, agreed to provide regular supply requests in exchange for knowledge about cultivation and spiritual principles, with the explicit understanding that no exclusive rights were granted and that Chen remained independent of sect control. The sect would provide resources to help Chen understand his field better, books on cultivation theory, consultation with experts, basic cultivation training to help him comprehend what was happening to his own power. But in exchange, they would receive consistent supply of herbs and first notification if Chen discovered new varieties. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, not a hierarchical one. Shun Rao the alchemist, who had been deeply impressed by Chen's willingness to refuse generous offers in order to understand his own situation fully, agreed to receive supplies at a premium price for her specialized alchemical work. Her condition was that her applications would be diverse and would not be limited to a single sect or patron. She would work with independent cultivators, with smaller sects, with wealthy practitioners, the diversity ensuring that no single patron could demand exclusive control over her work or indirectly control Chen's supply. It was an unusual arrangement. Cultivators typically expected to own resources exclusively, to consolidate power in single hands, to create situations where they held complete dominion over a valuable commodity. The culture of cultivation power was a culture of accumulation and control. But Chen had understood something critical through his investigation and strategic negotiation. If one party had total control over him or his resources, he would have no leverage, no power to negotiate from, no protection against demand escalation. But with power balanced among multiple interests, each of them aware that the others had access to his products, his independence became valuable to all of them. Each party wanted him to maintain productivity and goodwill, because if he cut off supply to any of them, the others would immediately gain additional advantage. His value came from his ability to supply multiple parties, not from any individual party's monopoly control. He had, in essence, protected himself through the application of strategic thinking and an understanding of power dynamics, without needing to cultivate enough strength to match his opponents directly. It was a lesson in the power of intelligence, of understanding the underlying principles that governed human and cultivator behavior. Power was not only about who could fight the hardest. Power was about who understood leverage, who could create situations where the other party needed them, who could establish situations where breaking an agreement would hurt everyone involved. By the end of the week, Chen had successfully navigated the initial storm of attention his field had generated. He had agreements in place with his potential enemies and his potential protectors. He had documented everything comprehensively and systematically. He had witnesses who could testify to the quality and properties of his herbs. He had allies in Mei Lin and in the cultivators from Luminous Peak. He had protection through strategic partnership. He had, through intelligence and careful negotiation, accomplished something that most farmers in his position would have considered impossible. Chapter 20. The Vein's call. On the final morning of what he had begun to think of as Arc 1 of his transformation, Chen stood at the exact center of his field at dawn. He had positioned himself at the precise location where the vein ran deepest, where his first contact with it had occurred weeks before, in what felt like both an instant and an eternity. The wheat stretched in all directions, golden and full of promise, each stalk reaching toward the sun with obvious vitality. The mature grain heads were heavy with seed, ready for harvest. The herbs grew in their organized sections: Qi reconstitution grass, cultivation heart flower, meditative focus vine, meditative clarity flower, and others whose names and properties he was still learning, each one representing a stage of his understanding, each one containing knowledge that had been transmitted to him through the harvest insight that connected him to his soil. The farm looked different to him now than it had on that first morning when he had discovered the vein. Before the breakthrough on the night of the Su Ming negotiation, the field had been something he could see with ordinary eyes, could examine and understand through conventional farming knowledge. Now, standing in the early morning light with the sun beginning to color the sky in shades of rose and gold, he could perceive layers of reality that had been completely invisible to him before. He could see the faint shimmer of qi moving through the plants, visible not as a color precisely, but as a distortion in the air, a pattern of light that existed slightly outside the normal spectrum. He could sense the roots reaching down into the earth, following the threads of power that flowed through the spiritual vein like arteries carrying blood through a living body. He could feel the response of the plants to his presence, a subtle shift in their growth patterns, a reaching toward him as if they recognized him as something akin to themselves, as if his cultivation had somehow made him part of their ecosystem. The birds in the surrounding trees sang a morning chorus that seemed almost to acknowledge his presence, and the wind moved through the wheat with a quality that suggested consciousness rather than accident. Everything in the field seemed aware of him, seemed to be reacting to him in subtle ways that had not been possible before his breakthrough. And he felt something calling from deeper still. It was not a voice, precisely. It was more like a direction, a pull, a sensation of something enormous and ancient reaching up from the depths of the earth and requesting his presence. The sensation was not threatening. It was warm, patient, almost grandfatherly in its quality, but it was also utterly unmistakable. It was the quality of communication that came not through words or sounds, but through direct understanding, the kind of communication that happened between things that existed in the same realm of awareness, the same spiritual frequency. The spiritual vein was aware. He understood this with certainty now, in a way that he had only suspected before his power surge. It had been dormant for thousands of years, sleeping in the depths beneath his field, untended and forgotten by the world that had moved on above it, societies rising and falling while the vein remained asleep in the darkness. But his presence, his cultivation, his simple insistence on understanding what was happening in the soil, his attention had awakened it, like someone calling to someone who had been sleeping for centuries and bringing them back to consciousness. His footsteps on the earth, his hands pressing into the soil, his question, "Let me see." These simple acts had been enough to begin the process of awakening something vast. The vein was not a sentient being in the way that a person was sentient. It did not think in words, or form complex plans, or make decisions the way Chen did. But it was aware, in the way that ancient things were aware, with a consciousness that existed on a vast timescale, that measured events in centuries rather than days, that perceived patterns of causality that stretched across generations and millennia. It was aware the way an old mountain was aware, or a deep forest, or an ancient ocean current, a vast, patient, slowly moving consciousness that operated at a different frequency than human thought. And now, in the quiet before the sun fully cleared the horizon, the vein was asking him a question that he did not yet have the words to articulate, but which hung in the air like smoke, clear as any spoken question despite being conveyed entirely through sensation and intuitive understanding. The question arrived not as sound, but as pure meaning, transmitted directly into his awareness. What does an ancient vein want from a mortal farmer who has suddenly become something more? What is the purpose of this awakening? What am I supposed to do with this power, this knowledge, this connection to something that has existed since before human civilization arose? How do I reconcile being a farmer with being something that exists at the intersection of mortal and cultivation reality? The questions had no easy answers. Chen did not know what the vein ultimately wanted. He did not know what his ultimate purpose was in this field. He did not know where his cultivation was leading him or what he would ultimately become as he continued to develop the strange connection between himself and the land beneath his feet. He did not know if he would remain himself, Chen the farmer, or if that identity would be consumed by whatever he was becoming. The sun rose higher, clearing the mountains and flooding the field with golden light, driving away the mist and revealing the full scope of what he had created. The questions remained unanswered, but Chen understood something essential in that moment of standing at the field's center with the sun warming his face. The real work, the true cultivation, was only just beginning. He had spent these first 20 chapters learning to navigate the political complexities of his power, learning to understand what value he possessed and how to protect it, learning to make agreements that served his interests while respecting the power of those around him. But the deeper work, the work of actually understanding his connection to the vein, of learning what the vein wanted to teach him, of discovering what role his small farm was meant to play in the larger patterns of power and destiny that extended far beyond his small village, that work lay ahead of him. He stood in the center of his field as the sun continued to rise, feeling the warmth on his face, feeling the pulse of the vein deep beneath him like a heartbeat, feeling the living presence of the herbs that had become his connection to something far larger than himself. And he understood with perfect certainty that his life had irrevocably changed. He was no longer simply a farmer who grew wheat and kept his land as his grandfather had kept it. He was something else, something that existed at the intersection of mortal life and cultivation power, something that the spiritual vein had deemed worthy of awakening from its 1,000-year sleep. The questions hung in the air, unanswered, unyielding, persistent, and the field waited to see what this new farmer-cultivator would do next. The true cultivation was only just beginning. Chapter 21. The first breakthrough. The autumn that followed Chen's communion with the vein brought accelerated change. Chen found himself at a threshold, standing between his old life and something new that he couldn't yet fully comprehend. The vein had called to him, had revealed its presence, had offered him a communion of consciousness that transcended the ordinary human experience. He had stood above its heart and felt the ancient awareness beneath the earth. He had heard, or perhaps felt would be more accurate, the vein's welcoming. Now, in the crisp autumn mornings, as mist rose from the fields and the harvest season began in earnest, he faced a new challenge: how to safely integrate the vein's power into his mortal body without destroying himself in the process. He had read the cultivation texts. He understood in theory how spiritual power could poison mortal flesh, how hearts could rupture, how veins could burst if power accumulated too quickly or without proper channeling. He knew stories of cultivators who'd consumed pills they didn't understand and had died screaming as power tore their bodies apart from the inside. So he began with extreme caution. He began consuming his own herbs daily, not recklessly, but systematically. A single leaf of qi reconstitution grass on the first day, a root of what he'd named vitality soil, harvested from the richest area near the vein's center on the second. A single drop of essence honey, extracted carefully from flowers that shouldn't exist outside of cultivation texts, on the third. By the fourth day, he was repeating the pattern, introducing the same herbs again, observing what happened when his body had time to process them. The process was deliberate and methodical. He would consume a herb in the morning, on an empty stomach, and then spend the day observing his own body carefully. He would take his pulse at intervals throughout the day, noting whether it was accelerated or calm. He would check his skin for any changes in color or texture. He would monitor his energy levels, his appetite, his clarity of thought. He documented everything meticulously in a leather journal, making notes about the time of ingestion, his physical state before and after, any sensations or changes he observed. How long did the effect last? What was the intensity? Did different times of day produce different results? How did the herbs interact with each other? He filled pages with observations, drawings of the herbs, detailed diagrams of his physical responses. The effects were subtle at first. His skin became more resilient. Cuts healed faster than they should. He cut his hand on a tool one morning, a gash that would normally take a week to close properly. By the third day, after consuming vitality soil, the wound had closed completely, leaving barely a scar. The soreness in his joints that he'd begun to notice in his 30s, the ache of a man who'd spent his entire life working in his fields, simply disappeared. When he knelt to tend his plants, his knees no longer complained. When he lifted heavy loads, his back remained strong and flexible. When he worked at his bench, cutting plants for preparation, his wrists didn't develop the familiar ache that had plagued him for years. Within 2 weeks, Chen felt something more significant. It was as though his body was being remade from the inside, transformed by the introduction of spiritual essence into a physical form that had spent 32 years containing only mundane flesh. His breathing became easier. Colors seemed sharper and more distinct, as though he was seeing them for the first time. When he woke before dawn to tend his plants, the pre-dawn darkness was no longer truly dark. He could see the faint luminescence of the vein beneath the soil, a pale blue-green glow that only he seemed capable of perceiving. His uncle visited and commented on the change. "You look different," Kuan said, examining his nephew carefully. "Not sick, but different. What's happening to you?" "I'm learning to use the vein," Chen replied. He didn't offer more detail, and his uncle, respecting the boundary, didn't press. Mei Lin watched the changes with intense interest. She visited his farm 3 times that first month, examining him with the careful attention of someone who understood the language of the body. She checked his eyes, his skin, the color of his tongue. She felt his pulse, counting carefully, frowning in concentration. "You're advancing," she said, after examining him one evening at her shop. "Not in the way a cultivator typically advances. No breakthrough or cracking of barriers. But you're definitely changing. Your spiritual signature is stabilizing. Whatever you've been consuming is integrating properly into your system." "Is this good?" Chen asked. The question was simple, but it carried weight. Every change to his body was a step away from the life he'd known, towards something he didn't yet fully comprehend. "Should I be concerned?" Most people who ingest spiritual herbs without proper training either become intoxicated by the power or poisoned by it, Mei Lin said, settling into her chair with a cup of tea that she'd prepared with herbs of her own choosing. "Their bodies can't process the qi properly. It backs up in their dantians, accumulates like sediment, eventually causes ruptures. You've probably seen those stories. Cultivators who lost control of their advancement, who experienced backlash, whose cultivation bases collapsed." Chen nodded. He'd heard such stories from Lin Shui, from the few other cultivators who'd visited the farm. "You seem to be incorporating it the way a plant incorporates water, naturally, without trauma," Mei Lin continued. "Your body isn't fighting the qi. It's accepting it, integrating it. That's the ideal, but it's also very rare." "The vein is helping," Chen said. It was a statement of fact rather than a hypothesis. He could feel it. The vein was supporting the integration, was somehow communicating to the herbs within his body how to structure themselves, how to nourish him properly. When he held a leaf of qi reconstitution grass, he didn't just see it. He could sense the pattern of its composition, the exact way it would fit into his cells, like a key into a lock. It was as though the vein was showing him how to use its own gifts. "Your relationship with it is deeper than I expected," Mei Lin said quietly, leaning forward with intense interest. "Most cultivators interact with spiritual power through force of will. They push, they command, they impose structure. But you're not doing that. You're listening. You're allowing it to show you what it wants to become." By the winter solstice, nearly 3 months after beginning his consumption of the vein's products, Chen felt the shift into a new state of being. It happened not in a single dramatic moment, but as a gradual realization that accumulated over weeks and days. He could sense spiritual energy now. Not the way a cultivator might sense it, with trained perception and methodical observation, but the way a bird senses air currents, naturally, without conscious effort. When he walked through his fields, he could feel the vein beneath him, a constant gentle presence like a heartbeat beneath his feet. When he examined herbs, he knew their properties before touching them, the same knowledge that had come to him as shock the first time now arriving as a comfortable certainty. When he looked at people, he could sense the baseline of their power, whether they were cultivators, and if so, roughly how advanced they were. It was as though the vein had opened his eyes to a dimension of the world that had always existed but remained invisible to ordinary mortals. One afternoon, standing alone in his field as rain began to fall, Chen suddenly understood. He could sense the water in the sky before it touched the ground. He could feel its movement, its nature, the force of the storm building to the north. It was extraordinary, impossible, perfectly natural. The knowledge came to him that he'd reached what cultivation texts called the awakened rank, the first true tier of cultivation, where a person could perceive and interact with spiritual energy. It wasn't a breakthrough in the traditional sense, with heavenly tribulation or pain. It was simply an awakening, gentle and inevitable as sunrise. He discussed this with Lin Shui during one of her increasingly frequent visits. The young woman had become something between an advisor and a friend, and she no longer questioned why he wasn't advancing more aggressively toward higher cultivation ranks. She seemed to understand, as Mei Lin did, that Chen was following a path that was fundamentally different from the standard cultivation trajectory. "You're satisfied here," she said, observing him carefully as he tended his herbs. It wasn't a question. She was a scholar of the sect, trained to read the subtle signs that marked a cultivator's state of progress. I'm learning what awaken means, Chen replied. He set down his watering can and looked at her, his eyes now bright with the inner light that came from spiritual advancement. The old ways talk about rushing toward the next rank. They talk about cultivation as a race, about moving up the ladder as quickly as possible. But I think that's wrong. I think I need to understand what I am before I become something different. Most cultivators rush toward the next rank, Lin Shui said. They think that advancement is the goal. But you're right that it's not. Understanding is. She paused, her expression serious. The sect master might not see it that way, though. She has plans for you, you know. She wants to bring you fully into the sect structure, to give you resources and training to accelerate your growth. Tell me about advancement, Chen asked. How does someone move from awakened to the next rank? What comes next? What do I need to understand before going forward? Lin Shui settled into the casual posture of someone preparing to share knowledge, and her expression became more academic, more focused. The next rank is called gathering. It's when you develop the ability to cultivate qi directly, to draw power from the spiritual world and accumulate it within your body. Most cultivators do this through meditation, sitting in specific poses for hours, sometimes days at a time. They stand under waterfalls to let the water's spiritual essence hammer their bodies. They consume pills designed to accelerate the process, pills that are expensive and require alchemists to prepare. She paused, watching his reaction. But you won't do any of those things, will you? No, Chen confirmed. I'll develop my own method. I'll understand it before I use it. That's how this works. I observe, I understand, then I act. Which will probably be more effective than the standard methods, Lin Shui said with a slight smile. Because nothing about you has followed the standard path. By late autumn, Chen had consumed enough of his own herbs that he began to understand the nature of his relationship with the vein more deeply. He conducted a series of careful experiments, pushing against the boundaries of what the vein had given him. He stood in the coldest part of the river during early winter, testing how long his newly resilient body could withstand cold water. He discovered he could remain submerged for nearly 2 minutes before his lungs began to demand air. A normal human would have lost consciousness from cold shock within seconds. He tested his strength by lifting increasingly heavy objects. He picked up stones that would normally require 2 men to move. He moved logs that had been too heavy for him before. His body was changing at the cellular level, and the change was measurable, observable, undeniable. One afternoon, standing on a hilltop overlooking his field, Chen attempted something he'd been thinking about for weeks. He opened himself completely to the vein's presence, dropping all the careful mental boundaries he usually maintained, and felt the rush of power that came. It was overwhelming, like standing at the mouth of a river and feeling all the water flowing toward you at once. The sensation made him dizzy, made his vision blur, made every nerve in his body scream with the intensity of unfiltered spiritual energy. He stumbled, nearly fell, and forced himself to carefully reconstruct his mental boundaries. The sensation faded, leaving him shaking with exhaustion despite his improved physical condition. That night, he spoke with Mei Lin about what he'd experienced. You were attempting attunement without protection, she said, her tone gentle but firm. The vein isn't evil or malicious, but it's not consciously holding back its power to protect you. If you open yourself completely, you'll receive the full force of what it's offering. And until your cultivation reaches gathering rank, that force will overwhelm you. How do I know how much I can safely take? Chen asked. You've already learned the answer, Mei Lin said. You test. You observe. You push very slightly beyond your current limits, and then you retreat to stability. That's how all genuine cultivation works. It's not about sudden breakthroughs. It's about gradually expanding your capacity. Chen began a new protocol, pushing just slightly beyond his current ability each day, then retreating to safety, then slowly building back up. It was methodical, tedious, but also perfectly effective. Within weeks, he could open himself to the vein for longer periods without becoming overwhelmed. Within months, he could access significantly more of its power without the vertigo and disorientation. Chapter 22. Market expansion. The demand for Chen's herbs exploded as word spread through the cultivation world, traveling through conversations and letters, through merchants and scholars, through sect members who'd experienced the effects of his products. It began subtly. A merchant who'd bought from him once returned requesting regular quantities. Then another merchant, and another. The scholar Tan Yu began attracting other scholars, all of them wanting samples for their research. They wanted to understand the properties of herbs that shouldn't exist. They wanted to verify that Chen's products were genuinely as potent as rumors suggested. The alchemist Chen started asking for exclusive rights to certain low-tier herbs, offering prices that would have made Chen wealthy 5 times over in his former mortal life. By early winter, Chen found himself in the unexpected position of having far more demand for his products than his current output could support. He spent his evenings reviewing requests, calculating quantities, trying to determine how to distribute his limited harvest fairly among all the parties who wanted his herbs. Some weeks, he had 5 requests for materials he could only produce 1 of. Some days he had to refuse orders, a necessity that pained him but seemed unavoidable. The constant stream of requests began to overwhelm him. A letter would arrive from a merchant in another province, requesting a specific herb for a specific purpose. A sect representative would visit, asking for priority access. A scholar would send a detailed note explaining a research project that required specific materials. Chen found himself spending more time responding to requests than actually tending to his plants. One morning, Uncle Kuan found him in his field, and Kuan could see the exhaustion etched in his nephew's face. "You're doing the work of 10 men, Kuan said, "and doing it alone. That's not sustainable." "I don't know who to trust," Chen replied. "The herbs are valuable. If I hire help, I have to trust them with something that could make them wealthy beyond imagination." "Then find trustworthy help," Kuan said simply. "You're letting the perfect become the enemy of the good. Yes, you might have to take some risk hiring people, but the risk of collapsing from exhaustion is much greater." He was right, and Chen knew it. But he also knew that the problem went deeper than just needing more hands to do the work. The fundamental limitation was the vein itself. No matter how many workers he hired, he was constrained by how much the vein could actually produce. He was still limited, fundamentally, by the nature of the vein. Plants grew faster here than anywhere else, faster than any cultivation technique should allow, but they still required time. Cultivation-grade herbs took weeks to mature, not days. The vein's power could accelerate growth. A plant that would take a year under normal conditions matured in 3 weeks under the vein's influence. But it couldn't eliminate the fundamental requirement for time and care. There were only so many plants he could cultivate in a given season. There were only so many hours he could work in a day. The situation created a problem that Chen had not anticipated when he'd first awakened the vein. Scarcity created value, and value created conflict. The more successful he became at producing herbs, the more people wanted them. But the more people wanted them, the more he became a target for those who wanted to control the supply, monopolize it, or exploit it. Every request he refused was a potential enemy. Every buyer he could only partially satisfy was a dissatisfied customer. The power structure that protected him, his multiple alliances, his diverse customer base, was precarious, built on the assumption that he could provide enough supply to keep everyone happy. But what happened when he inevitably couldn't? What happened when the supply truly couldn't meet the demand? One evening, as Chen reviewed his ledgers, careful accounting of what he'd produced, what he'd promised, what he still owed, Mei Lin arrived with tea and a pragmatic expression. "You need to expand your growing area," she said, settling into the chair across from his small table. She examined his records without asking permission, understanding that he valued her perspective. "Right now, you're only cultivating within 100 meters of the vein's core. But there's no reason you couldn't extend that cultivation further out, if you're careful to maintain the vein's connection." "I don't know how to do that," Chen said. He'd already tried to expand beyond his current boundaries and had discovered that the plants outside of the vein's effective range grew at normal rates, with normal potency. Without the vein's influence, they weren't cultivation grade at all. "Then learn," Mei Lin replied. She set down her cup with precision. "That's what you do, isn't it? Test and observe. That's what you've always done, before you had a vein, before you had herbs. You're a farmer. Farmers solve problems by paying attention." So Chen began experimenting systematically. He would walk the boundary of his field, trying to sense the extent of the vein's influence with his newly awakened perception. He discovered that he could actually feel where the vein's power ended. There was a kind of threshold beyond which the plants returned to normal growth rates and normal properties. The vein's influence was strongest within about 80 meters of the core, degrading gradually as distance increased, becoming negligible beyond 120 meters. But he also discovered something interesting through careful observation and trial. If he tended plants at the edge of that threshold with particular care, if he used certain herbs to prepare the soil, creating a kind of fertilizer from the vein's own products, he could extend the vein's effective influence slightly outward. It was as though the vein itself was willing to stretch, to reach further, when he asked permission rather than demanded expansion. He performed small ceremonies at the boundary, speaking to the vein, placing offerings of special herbs, thanking it for its power. And each time, the boundary shifted outward by a few feet. Within the month, he'd expanded his usable growing area from approximately 10,000 square meters to nearly 15,000. The increase in production was immediate and dramatic, where he'd been able to produce perhaps 50 mature herbs per week, accounting for growth times and careful harvesting. He could now produce 75. Simultaneously, the prices for his herbs began to shift as the market expanded and supply increased slightly. They didn't drop dramatically. The herbs were still rare and valuable, impossible to produce outside of his vein, but they became slightly more accessible. Where a single leaf of Qi reconstitution grass had once commanded 50 gold coins, it now commanded 40. Essence honey, which had been extraordinarily rare, was now merely very rare. The economic implications were profound. The market is shifting, Zhou Kai had written in a letter that arrived in the final week of winter. Prices are declining. Supply is increasing. Someone is producing herbs at a scale that shouldn't be possible. I know it's you. It had implications that Zhou Kai had begun to notice. Chapter 23. Zhou Kai's arrival. The man who arrived at the village in late winter bore the distinctive marks of a high-level alchemist, a crystal embedded in his forehead, glowing faintly with internal light. The crystal pulsed with a rhythm that suggested years of cultivation, decades of mastery. He was perhaps 55 years old, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority and respect. His robes were fine linen, dyed with expensive pigments that only the wealthy could afford. His sword was not for combat, but for ceremony, a statement of his status. Gold rings adorned his fingers, each one inset with a different gem. His name was Zhou Kai, and he'd traveled from one province over specifically to find Chen. Before he even arrived, Mei Lin warned Chen of his coming. She'd heard rumors through her own network, herb merchants, cultivators who traveled between provinces, scholars who maintained correspondence with distant colleagues. He's the regional alchemy master, she explained, pulling Chen aside in her shop. They stood between shelves of bottles and bundles of hanging herbs, surrounded by the tools of her trade. She lowered her voice even though they were alone. He controls the supply of rare herbs across a 5-province region. He buys from hunters, from cultivators, from anyone with access to rare materials. He then processes those materials and sells them to alchemists, sects, and wealthy collectors. He's made himself incredibly wealthy by controlling scarcity. If something is rare, Zhou Kai has a monopoly on it. If he doesn't have it, it becomes worthless because he won't distribute it. Chen listened carefully, understanding that Mei Lin had provided him with crucial context. And he's upset because I'm producing herbs he can't control, Chen said, understanding the problem immediately. His merchant's mind, the same faculty that had allowed him to manage his farm's economic relationships, could see the threat Chen represented to Zhou Kai's carefully constructed system. If Chen could produce herbs that Zhou Kai couldn't source or control, then Zhou Kai's entire business model was threatened. Exactly, Mei Lin confirmed. Your herbs are destroying the scarcity that allows him to maintain high prices. You're not just competition, you're a threat to his entire business model. Every leaf you produce is one that won't go through his supply chain, one that won't contribute to his profits, one that erodes his control. Zhou Kai arrived on a morning when Chen was tending his fields. The alchemist stood at the boundary of Chen's property and called out in a voice accustomed to command, and Chen recognized him immediately by the crystal mark on his forehead and the expensive cut of his robes. Li Chen, Zhou Kai called. His voice was cultured, educated, the voice of a man accustomed to being obeyed. I am Zhou Kai, alchemy master of the eastern provinces. I've come a considerable distance to discuss your future. Would you prefer we speak here in the mud, or shall we conduct this negotiation in a civilized setting? It was a subtle insult wrapped in courtesy, an implication that the field was not civilized, that Chen as a farmer was somehow less refined than Zhou Kai. Chen set down his hoe and walked toward the boundary, unhurried, demonstrating through his manner that he was not impressed or intimidated. Welcome, he said with genuine courtesy, ignoring the provocation entirely. Please, come to my home. We can speak there, share tea, and I can give you my full attention. Over tea in his modest home, Zhou Kai began his pitch. He spoke carefully, choosing his words with the precision of someone accustomed to negotiation. He wanted to establish a partnership where he would purchase all of Chen's herbs exclusively at below-market prices, and then distribute them through his established network. His network, he explained, spanned the 5 provinces, reaching into every major alchemist's workshop, every sect supply line, every wealthy collector who could afford to buy cultivation materials. This benefits you, Zhou Kai explained, his crystalline forehead mark glowing softly as he gestured. You don't have to worry about finding buyers or negotiating prices individually. Merchants are tedious, customers are demanding, negotiations require time and energy that takes away from your farming. I handle the business side. You focus on what you clearly do best, growing plants. And you receive guaranteed payment for everything you produce, regardless of market fluctuations. No uncertainty, no risk. He was skilled at this, Chen could see. He understood how to make an exploitative arrangement sound reasonable. He understood how to appeal to comfort and security while minimizing the true costs of the arrangement. What price would you offer? Chen asked. The question was direct, unadorned. He could see where this was heading, but he wanted to hear Zhou Kai say it. Wanted to understand exactly what the man was proposing. 30% of current market value, Zhou Kai said, setting down his teacup with a gesture that was meant to seem casual, but which suggested finality. But that price is guaranteed, regardless of market fluctuations. You'll know exactly what you'll earn before you plant the first seed. That certainty is valuable. Chen let the silence extend for a moment, calculating. He understood immediately what Zhou Kai was really proposing. He wanted to pay Chen as little as possible in exchange for absolute control over his output. The profit margin Zhou Kai was targeting was enormous. He would buy at 30% of market value and sell at 70 to 80% of market value, pocketing the difference, using his established distribution network to achieve economies of scale that Chen couldn't match independently. It was a trap dressed up as a proposal, a way of reducing Chen from a partner to a simple producer. Let me understand the terms clearly, Chen said, his voice measured and thoughtful. You would buy at 30% of market value. Who determines the current market value? I do, Zhou Kai said. Or rather, I determine it based on my professional assessment as a regional alchemy master. My assessment is widely respected. So you would set the prices unilaterally, Chen said. It wasn't a question. That's a standard term in such arrangements, Zhou Kai said. I provide the benefit of my expertise in market valuation. And how long would this arrangement last? Chen asked. Indefinitely, as long as both parties benefit, Zhou Kai said. Though either party could renegotiate terms annually. Could I renegotiate the exclusive supply clause? Chen asked. Not truly, Zhou Kai said, his tone becoming colder. The exclusivity is essential to the arrangement. Otherwise, you'd be selling to competitors while also selling to me, and the arrangement wouldn't make business sense. Chen nodded slowly, understanding perfectly. Zhou Kai wasn't offering partnership. He was offering servitude dressed up as security. Chen would become dependent on Zhou Kai for his entire income. Zhou Kai would control his prices. Zhou Kai would dictate his business practices. Chen would have no independence, no voice in his own future. I'd need to think about it, Chen said, though in truth his decision was already made. The offer insulted him not because of the economics, but because of what it assumed, that Chen could be reduced to a simple producer, disconnected from the consequences of his own product, that he could grow the herbs without understanding how they were used, who they served, what outcomes they created in the world, that he would be content to trade his freedom for the comfortable cage of guaranteed income. Think quickly, Zhou Kai replied, and his tone was considerably less friendly now. It was the voice of a man who was accustomed to getting his way, and who was beginning to understand that this farmer was not going to comply with his wishes. Because I'm going to the next town over tomorrow, and I'm going to begin spreading some information about your herbs. I'm going to tell buyers that your herbs are untested, that they might be contaminated with dark cultivation, that they may carry hidden curses that activate slowly, that the soil your farm sits on might be cursed by an ancient sect war. He leaned forward, his crystalline mark flaring with anger. I'm going to make people afraid of buying from you. And then, once your market dries up, once buyers have second thoughts and your inventory begins to rot in storage, I'm going to return with an even lower offer. And you'll accept it because by then you'll be desperate. It was a threat delivered with the kind of confidence that comes from having made similar threats successfully in the past. Zhou Kai had probably used these tactics on smaller farmers, on less sophisticated suppliers, people who didn't have the education or confidence to resist. He expected fear. He expected capitulation. Chen met Zhou Kai's eyes and said quietly, his voice steady, I don't respond well to threats. And I think you should leave my home now. For a moment, Zhou Kai's expression flickered, surprise, anger, the realization that his threat had not had the intended effect. He'd expected compliance, had expected Chen to either negotiate a better deal out of fear or to accept out of desperation. He hadn't expected a simple dismissal. This isn't over, he said as he stood, his manner shifting to barely concealed hostility. You'll regret refusing me. You'll come crawling back to me, offering me better terms, begging for access to my distribution network. And when you do, I'll remember this moment. Chapter 24. Market sabotage. Zhou Kai was true to his word. He had contacts throughout the cultivation world, merchants, sect members, alchemists, cultivators of various ranks. He sent letters to key figures in the network, spreading carefully crafted rumors about Chen's herbs. He didn't make wild claims. He was too intelligent for that. Instead, he raised questions. He suggested possibilities. He created doubt where before there had been confidence. Within days, rumors began spreading through the cultivation community like ripples on a pond, distorting as they spread, growing larger and more alarming with each retelling. Chen's herbs were untested. They were potentially dangerous. They'd been grown in soil that might be cursed. There were whispers that they might be a trap, designed to poison or weaken cultivators who consumed them. Some of the rumors were crude. The herbs caused infertility or madness, or attracted spiritual demons. Others were more sophisticated, suggestions that the herbs had been cultivated using forbidden techniques, that they might contain latent curses that would activate after the consumer had become dependent on them. The effect was immediate and devastating. Several buyers canceled their orders, suddenly uncertain, suddenly hearing echoes of doubt from other parties. Prices dropped, not dramatically, but significantly. Where a leaf of Qi reconstitution grass had been selling for 40 gold coins, it was now at 35. Where essence honey had commanded premium prices, it was now harder to move. Merchants became cautious. Collectors hesitated. The scholar Tan Yu reported that some of the other scholars in his research circle were expressing doubt about continuing to use Chen's herbs in their experiments. The timing was devastating. Winter was approaching, which meant slower growth and lower production. Chen had been counting on maintaining his market position through the winter months. With the rumors eroding buyer confidence, the winter would be even more challenging. Chen's workers noticed the change. Shen Hong, his most reliable assistant, asked directly, "Is something wrong with the herbs? I've heard people talking in the village." "No," Chen said simply. "The herbs are fine. Someone wants the market to believe they're not fine. It's a business strategy." The scholar Tan Yu, visiting Chen after hearing the rumors, was reassuring, though Chen could tell the scholar was genuinely concerned. Tan Yu was a man who valued truth, and the rumors bothered him as much as the economic impact bothered Chen. "This will fade," Tan Yu said. "Rumors always do, especially among cultivators. They'll see that you're still alive, that the people who've been consuming your herbs for months are healthy. Eventually, someone will test your products and publish findings, and the rumors will die completely." "But that takes time," Chen said. He stood at his window, looking out at his fields, at the plants that represented months of work and careful cultivation. "Time during which I'm losing income and market position. Time during which my credibility erodes among the people who might have become regular buyers." "Yes," Tan Yu agreed. "But you have something more valuable than income right now. You have credibility with multiple parties. The alchemist Shen Rao knows the quality of your work from direct testing. The sect knows from their own use. The merchants who've been buying from you regularly know from their own sales. Zhou Kai is trying to manipulate the uninformed buyers, the ones who don't have direct experience with your products." This perspective helped, but it didn't eliminate the problem. The uninformed buyers were growing in number. Word traveled slowly through the cultivation world, but it traveled relentlessly. Every conversation that included a rumor planted doubt. Every negative report, even if unverified, created hesitation. Chen made a decision that would have surprised many of his advisors, but which followed logically from his nature. He sent word through various channels that he was hosting a demonstration at his farm, a public showing of the quality and safety of his herbs. He invited everyone who wanted to attend. Cultivators, merchants, scholars, sect representatives, even people from the village who might have heard the rumors and might be swayed by fear or speculation. The demonstration took place on a winter afternoon in a cleared space near his home. The sky was gray and heavy with the promise of snow. Perhaps 50 people attended, drawn by curiosity or explicit invitation. Mei Lin was there, standing near the front, her expression supportive. The alchemist Shen Rao came, her expression thoughtful, her arms crossed as if ready to deliver judgment. Several sect representatives attended, including a younger disciple named Wei Shui, who had begun studying under Chen informally. Merchants came, men and women who'd been considering whether to do business with Chen or whether to believe the rumors. Scholars came, and ordinary villagers attended, people who'd heard that something unusual was happening at the farm. What Chen did was simple but devastatingly effective. He brought out prepared samples of his herbs, arranged on white silk cloth that showed their properties clearly, the luminescence of certain leaves, the subtle shimmer of essence honey, the crystalline structure of herbs that had been cultivated for a long time. He brought out test subjects, villagers who'd been consuming his herbs for months without ill effect, happy to testify that they'd never experienced any sickness, any mental disturbance, any indication of curse or contamination. They spoke of improved strength, better healing from injuries, a general sense of vitality. He brought out the various merchants and sect representatives who had been buying from him and could testify to the product's quality. Chen Rao spoke first, describing her testing procedures, the rigorous methods she used to verify that the herbs contained exactly what they were supposed to contain. The sect representative spoke of using the herbs in official sect cultivation training, of the consistent positive results. Tenyu spoke of the scientific testing, the careful documentation of effects. And then, in front of everyone, he did something that made some in the crowd uncomfortable. He consumed a substantial quantity of his own products. Not cautiously, not in tiny amounts, but generously. He took leaves, roots, flowers, everything. He took them into his body and demonstrated that he was unaffected by any curses or contamination. He drank essence honey by the spoonful, the thick golden liquid running down his throat. He ate raw qi reconstitution grass, the leaves bitter on his tongue. He chewed root of understanding, which was known to be bitter and challenging, and swallowed it without hesitation. For a moment, nothing happened. The crowd held its breath. Then, visibly, Chen's body began to respond. His skin took on a faint luminescence, the glow of someone filled with spiritual power. His eyes brightened, becoming almost luminous. He stood taller, as though a weight he'd been carrying had been lifted. When he spoke, his voice was clear and resonant, easily carrying across the gathered crowd. "These are my herbs," he said. "I grow them. I understand them. I use them myself. If they were cursed, I would be dead. If they were contaminated, you would see evidence of it in the people who've been using them for months." He paused, letting the logic settle over the crowd like a blanket. "The rumors you've heard are false. They're being spread by someone who wants to control the herb market and sees me as a threat to his profit margins. Judge my products by your own experience, not by the words of someone trying to manipulate you into believing what's convenient for him." It was a masterful demonstration of confidence backed by evidence. Within days, the rumors began to fade. Buyers who'd canceled their orders returned, requesting new shipments. The market for Chen's herbs stabilized and began recovering. The crisis hadn't destroyed him. Instead, the demonstration had made him stronger, more credible, more obviously trustworthy. Zhou Kai, watching this unfold from a distance through his own network of informants, had to make a choice: escalate the conflict or find another way forward. He chose, surprisingly, to come back. The evening after the successful demonstration, Mei Lin found Chen in his field at twilight, standing in the center of his growing area, his palms resting against the earth. "You did well today," she said, approaching slowly so as not to startle him. Chen opened his eyes and straightened. "I had to do something. The rumors were costing me customers. People were beginning to believe that the herbs were cursed. But you didn't just defend yourself," Mei Lin said. "You made a statement about your power. You showed everyone that you're not defenseless, that you won't be intimidated." She paused. "Do you understand what that means?" "It means Zhou Kai will try something else," Chen said. He'd been thinking about this constantly since the demonstration. "Yes," Mei Lin confirmed. "And it means others will be watching you more carefully. Word of what you did will spread. There are people in the cultivation world who take interest in individuals who demonstrate unexpected power. Some of them will be allies. Some will be rivals. Some will be threats you haven't imagined yet." Chen considered this carefully. "What should I do?" "Continue exactly as you have been," Mei Lin said. "Build relationships with multiple parties. Don't allow yourself to become dependent on any single source of income or protection. And most importantly, don't let your confidence make you careless." She reached out and took his hand. "You've awakened power that the world didn't know existed. That makes you interesting. Interesting things attract attention." They walked together through the field as night fell, and Mei Lin shared stories of her years in the cultivation world. She told him about cultivators she'd known who'd risen too quickly and fallen hard, about sect wars that had started over seemingly minor disputes, about the careful balance that successful cultivators maintained, strong enough not to be challenged, but not so strong that they attracted the attention of powers that could destroy them. "Your strength is that you're careful," Mei Lin said. "You observe before you act. You test before you commit. That's rare. Most cultivators are driven by ego, by ambition, by the desire for more power. You're driven by curiosity, by the desire to understand. That difference will serve you well, but only if you never forget that power corrupts. Even well-intentioned people can become dangerous when they have too much power and too little patience." Chapter 25. Zhou Kai's pressure. The second approach Zhou Kai took was subtler and more dangerous. He hired bandits, common soldiers who had no cultivation ability and operated as thieves and mercenaries. They were the kind of men who had no sense of honor or loyalty, who would work for anyone willing to pay them well enough. The plan was simple: raid Chen's farm, steal seedlings and samples of the herbs, steal samples of soil from the growing area. If Zhou Kai couldn't control Chen's production through negotiation, if he couldn't destroy Chen's reputation through rumor, perhaps he could replicate what Chen was producing. If he could understand the technique, the secret, the method, then he could bypass Chen entirely and build his own supply line. The raid came on a moonless night in late winter, when Chen had let his guard down slightly because the immediate threat from Zhou Kai seemed to have passed. The demonstration had been 3 weeks prior, and confidence had been rebuilding. Chen's merchant contacts had resumed their regular orders. Prices had returned to their previous levels. It seemed that the crisis was over. It was a mistake, but one that Chen learned from immediately. The bandits numbered 8 in total, mortal warriors with swords and the kind of casual competence that came from years of violence. They wore dark clothing that didn't reflect light. They moved silently, communicating with hand signals. They struck quickly, setting fire to one of Chen's storage sheds as a distraction while the others moved toward his growing area. The fire caught immediately, fed by dried plant material, rising high and bright against the dark night sky. It was meant to draw Chen's attention away from the real target. But Chen had been advancing his cultivation, and while he wasn't yet at the level of training that would make him a skilled combat fighter, he had advantages that mortal bandits didn't possess. First, he could sense them coming. The moment they entered his property, he felt the disturbance in the spiritual energy around his farm. It wasn't the same as direct perception. He couldn't see them in the darkness, couldn't know their exact positions, but it was enough. He knew approximately where they were, how many there were, the rough direction of their movement. The vein's presence amplified his awareness, making him conscious of disruptions in its field like a spider sensing vibrations in its web. He moved out of his home before any of the bandits reached it, positioning himself at the center of his field where he had the most advantage. He could feel the vein's power flowing through him, strengthening him, sharpening his perception. The vein was responding to the threat the way a parent responds when their child is in danger, protective, fierce, determined. In that moment, standing in his field in the darkness, Chen felt fully the partnership that had been developing between himself and the ancient consciousness beneath the earth. The vein cared about his safety. The vein wanted him to survive. The vein was invested in his success and his survival as deeply as he was. Second, his body was significantly tougher than an ordinary mortal's body. When the first bandit's sword connected with his arm, it didn't cut deep. The blade scraped along skin that had been strengthened by months of consumption of his own herbs. The would-be wound was no more than a scratch. When a second bandit tried to tackle him, Chen's weight and strength were greater than expected. He'd been lifting heavy loads, doing physical labor, for decades. The bandits had expected a farmer, which he was, but they hadn't expected that farmer to be as strong as a young cultivator. Third, and most importantly, Chen didn't hesitate to act with decisive force. He didn't kill the bandits. That wasn't his nature, and he understood that they were just hired workers, not the true enemy. But he did incapacitate them with brutal efficiency. He worked with a kind of controlled precision that suggested he'd spent his entire life practicing movement and balance, which was actually true. Farming required coordination and strength. Moving water, planting seeds, harvesting crops all day long. It all built competence in the body. Chen simply applied that competence to a different kind of problem. He pivoted past the first bandit's sword strike and broke the man's wrist in a single smooth motion. The bandit cried out in pain and fell, cradling his injured limb. He grabbed a second attacker and threw him over his hip, the force of impact driving the air from the bandit's lungs. The man went down hard, gasping, unable to move. A third bandit came at him with a spear, but Chen moved inside the weapon's range and drove his elbow backward with all his strength, connecting with the bandit's face. The man went down, unconscious before he hit the ground. The fight lasted 10 minutes, but it felt longer and shorter at the same time. Chen was aware of every movement, every breath, every moment of contact. The herbs in his system were flooding him with strength and clarity. His thoughts were crystalline. His reactions were faster than they had any right to be. 2 bandits actually managed to flee, understanding that they couldn't overcome this man, running into the darkness before Chen could stop them. But the remaining 6 were tied up and unconscious, arranged in a line in front of his home like objects for sale. He sent word to his uncle through a messenger before dawn. Uncle Kuan arrived with the village constables before the sun rose, arriving while the bandits were still unconscious and injured. The constables examined them, recognized several as known criminals with bounties on their heads, and took them away. According to local law, they would be executed for attempted theft and assault. Uncle Kuan made a brief public statement in the village, making it clear to everyone that attempting violence against his nephew was not a viable strategy. The magistrate's protection extended fully to the farm and would continue to extend fully. "This is my family," Kuan said to the gathered crowd in the village center. "Anyone who harms my family will face consequences. This is not just about punishment. This is about the order that allows commerce and cultivation to flourish. Chen is under my protection." More importantly, the message was clear. Chen was not defenseless, and attacking him directly would be more trouble than it was worth. Chapter 26. The demonstration of force rather than hide. After the attempted raid, Chen made another strategic decision. He publicly demonstrated his capability. He invited the same collection of buyers, merchants, and sect representatives who'd come to his previous demonstration. This time, he showed them something different. This time, he showed them what a cultivator with months of integrated spiritual power training could accomplish. He brought the village's largest and strongest men to the demonstration, men who were known for their physical power, men who'd spent their lives doing physical labor. One by one, he invited them to test his body's resilience. They punched him, and he stood unmoved, barely feeling the impact. They struck him with wooden staffs, and the impact left marks on the wood, but not on his skin. One tried to throw him, and found that Chen's weight and center of gravity made him immovable. He fought with the bandits' weapons in controlled demonstrations, showing speed and coordination that a mortal should not have been capable of. He moved through forms that he'd invented by combining farming movements with combat principles. The arc of a sickle becoming a defensive movement, the balance required for planting becoming a combat stance. He showed them his speed by having members of the crowd throw small objects, which he caught easily, without apparent effort, without looking. He let them test his body's resilience by having the sect physician examine him, asking her to verify that the enhanced toughness was real and not an illusion or temporary effect. The physician confirmed it publicly. Chen's body had undergone fundamental changes at the cellular level. His durability was enhanced by at least a factor of 2 compared to a normal human, and probably more. "I'm not a great cultivator," he told the assembled crowd, his voice steady and confident. "I'm probably not as strong as any of you who've trained for years in formal sect or noble house traditions. But I'm strong enough. And more importantly, I'm too expensive to destroy and too useful to unnecessarily harm. That's the position I maintain, and that's why I can offer you genuine partnership without either of us being in a position to dominate the other." It was a perfect statement of his strategic position, and it was delivered with absolute confidence. It wasn't arrogance, but rather a clear-eyed assessment of his own value and power. He was useful enough that attacking him would be costly. He was independent enough that controlling him was impossible. Therefore, partnership was the only logical path forward. The effect on Zhou Kai, watching from outside the demonstration through his own informant's reports, was decisive. The man's plans for forcing Chen into compliance were shattered. Chen could not be intimidated. Chen could not be defeated through force or trickery. Chen could not be maneuvered into a position of desperation. In his estate 2 provinces away, Zhou Kai received the reports from his informants with growing frustration. The bandit raid had failed. The reputation attack had backfired. The demonstration had not only vindicated Chen, but had made him more obviously powerful, more obviously valuable, and more obviously protected. Zhou Kai had built his empire on the principle that everyone had a price, everyone had a vulnerability, everyone could be manipulated if you understood the right pressure points. But Chen was proving to be an exception. The farmer had resources, allies, power, and most importantly, a clarity of values that made him immune to the usual tactics. Zhou Kai spent 3 days in contemplation, reviewing his options, analyzing the situation from every angle. He could escalate the conflict, could bring more resources to bear, could attempt more aggressive moves. But each escalation would only make Chen more of a target for his allies, would only deepen Chen's commitment to resisting domination. Or he could change his approach entirely. He could accept that Chen was not someone who could be controlled, and instead ask, how could he benefit from Chen's success rather than trying to dominate it? It was a radical shift in perspective, one that went against everything Zhou Kai's business model was built on. But the evidence was undeniable. Chen was stronger than Zhou Kai had initially assessed, more resilient, and more protected. Zhou Kai's options were narrowing. Chapter 27. Advancing to foundation. In the weeks following the bandit raid and the demonstration of his capabilities, Chen made his breakthrough to foundation rank. He didn't do it through meditation or pills or dramatic confrontation with heavenly tribulation. Instead, he did it by consuming a herb that he'd grown specifically for this purpose, one that he'd identified after months of patient observation and experimentation. He'd named it Ascension Root, after recognizing its properties, after conducting tests on smaller creatures first, after consuming minuscule quantities himself, to verify his understanding. The herb took 3 months to grow, during which Chen made careful preparations. He reviewed his understanding of cultivation mechanics, cross-referencing what he'd learned from Lin Shui with what his own experience had taught him. He consulted with Mei Lin about the process of advancement, about what to expect during a breakthrough. She shared stories of other cultivators she'd known who'd experienced breakthroughs, some violent and painful, some smooth, all of them transformative. The key, she told him, is that you must want the breakthrough to happen. If you're afraid, if you're uncertain, the process becomes violent. But if you've prepared properly and you understand what's happening to your body, if you welcome the transformation rather than resist it, the breakthrough can be peaceful. He meditated daily, sitting in the center of his field, opening himself to the vein's presence. He practiced feeling the spiritual energy flowing through him, learning to direct it consciously, learning to guide it rather than having it flow randomly through his body. He prepared his mind for the transformation, understanding that a breakthrough to foundation rank was fundamentally about solidifying his internal energy center so that it could maintain and accumulate power. When the 3rd month had passed and the ascension route was fully mature, he determined that he was ready. He waited for a night with no moon, when the darkness was complete and the vein's presence seemed strongest. He meditated while holding the herb, feeling its power integrate with the changes that months of careful consumption had already created in his body. The experience was profound but not violent. His dantian, the internal energy center that cultivators typically had to crack open painfully during their breakthroughs, simply solidified around the spiritual essence he'd cultivated. There was no rupture, no agony, no moment of potential death. Instead, there was a deepening, a settling, a sense of everything coming into proper alignment. The process took an entire night and into the morning. Mei Lin stayed with him, sitting nearby on a cushion, ready to intervene if anything went wrong, though nothing did. She watched as his breathing became slow and rhythmic. She observed as his body seemed to settle more deeply into the earth, as though his weight was increasing, his connection to the ground becoming stronger. When dawn broke, she knew the breakthrough was complete. When it was complete, Chen opened his eyes and felt the change immediately. His first breath felt different, deeper, more substantial, as though the air itself had become richer, more meaningful. When it was complete, he found that he could survive underwater for extended periods. He tested it later that day by standing in the river, and discovered that he could remain submerged for 2 minutes before his lungs began to demand air. It wasn't that his lungs had transformed to extract oxygen from water directly. Rather, they developed the ability to enter a state of suspension where they didn't need to breathe, allowing him to remain in water without drowning. His lungs had changed subtly, developing the ability to extract oxygen from water as well as from air, a transformation that happened naturally, guided by the vein's understanding. He could cast basic illusions that would fool ordinary people, making them perceive him differently, making them misjudge his position or movements. He tested this in the village and discovered that people would pass by him without seeing him, or would perceive him as someone they expected to see rather than as Chen. It was like creating a second skin of deception that fooled the eyes and minds of others. His lifespan had extended by 50 years, a gift that didn't feel like a burden. He could sense it, a knowing that his body would now live longer, that his cultivation had extended his natural span of life. It was as though time itself had become his ally, and his spiritual sensitivity had increased dramatically. Where before he could sense the presence of others with cultivation, now he could perceive the rough structure of their power, their relative strength. He could walk past someone and immediately understand approximately what rank they'd reached, what cultivation path they followed, where their power was concentrated. It was like a new sense had opened in him. "You've changed," Mei Lin said, examining him carefully. "You're more integrated. The cultivation isn't something added to you anymore. It's part of what you are." "I can feel it," Chen said. "The vein and I are becoming one thing. Not merged, but integrated. Like breathing. I don't think about breathing, it just happens naturally. The cultivation is like that now." More importantly, he understood something fundamental. His path to cultivation wasn't going to follow the standard trajectory that every cultivator he'd encountered seemed to expect. He wasn't going to meditate for years until he broke through, suffer intense pain, survive heavenly tribulation, and emerge with sudden new power. He wasn't going to need teachers to guide him through established methods. Instead, he was going to continue doing what he'd always done: observe, understand, carefully incorporate new knowledge and capability into his being. It was slower than conventional cultivation, but it was stable, and it was distinctly his own. He wouldn't become a copy of other cultivators. He would become something the world had never seen before. Chapter 28. The romantic shift, the change in Chen's relationship with Mei Lin became noticeable around the time of his foundation breakthrough. The old herbalist was at his farm constantly now, examining the new herbs he was developing, consulting with him about properties and uses, asking his opinion on matters related to cultivation and herb selection. They spent hours in companionable silence, working side by side, developing a rhythm of collaboration that went beyond professional advice. Mei Lin moved through his greenhouse with increasing familiarity, and Chen found himself anticipating her visits, preparing special tea, planning the work schedule around her availability. They were no longer just colleagues or mentor and student. Something had shifted, something fundamental in how they related to each other. One afternoon, while they sat among the silver-leaf plants in his greenhouse area, surrounded by the growing things they both understood so well, Mei Lin mentioned something that shifted the tone of their interaction fundamentally. "There's an illness," she said quietly, her voice careful and measured, "that affects people who've lived a long time cultivating. It's a slow degradation of the dantian, a weakening of the internal structure that maintains our power. It begins subtly, soreness in the joints, difficulty maintaining energy through the day. You start to feel cold even in warm weather, even in summer. Simple tasks become exhausting. Spells that once required no effort become taxing. It progresses into something more serious over years." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "The qi pool doesn't replenish as quickly as it should. The body ages faster than it should. There's no herb that's ever been found to cure it completely." Chen waited. This was not idle conversation. Mei Lin was telling him something important, something that was costing her to share. "Are you affected by this?" Chen asked, understanding why she was telling him this. "I felt it begin when I was about your current age," Mei Lin said. She turned to look at him, and her eyes held both vulnerability and strength. "For 40 years now, it's been progressing slowly. I'm likely to experience significant decline within the next decade if I don't find a treatment. I can feel it, the slowness creeping in, the cold that won't go away, the exhaustion that no rest seems to cure." She paused. "I'm not telling you this because I expect you to solve an unsolvable problem. I'm not asking for a miracle. I'm telling you because I think you might be the only person alive who could figure it out, if you care to try." Chen's response was immediate and certain. "I'll find the herb that cures it." It wasn't a promise he made lightly. It wasn't a casual statement designed to comfort an aging woman. It was a commitment to years of work, to problems that might prove unsolvable, to the possibility of ultimate failure. And Mei Lin understood that depth. She understood that he wasn't promising success. He was promising effort, attention, the full weight of his care and understanding directed toward her healing, even if success wasn't guaranteed. It was, in its own way, the most intimate statement that Chen had made to her. The declaration that he valued her life and her future enough to commit years of effort toward her healing. "I know you will," Mei Lin said quietly, and she took his hand. "That's why I told you." When Mei Lin left his farm that evening, there was a softness in her manner that hadn't been present before. She held his hand as she said goodbye, and for the first time, the gesture felt like it meant something more than simple friendship. There was a promise in the gesture, a commitment to something neither of them had explicitly named but which both of them understood. Over the following weeks, their relationship deepened in ways that went beyond the professional. Mei Lin began staying at Chen's farm longer, helping him with his work not because she needed to be involved professionally, but because being near him had become important to her. They would work together in the greenhouse in the early mornings, when the light was soft and golden and the world felt quieter than it did during the day. They would talk while working, not about cultivation or herbs exclusively, but about life, about their hopes, about the futures they were building together. Chen realized, one morning while they worked together sorting seeds, that he'd fallen in love with her. It wasn't a sudden realization, but rather a gradual understanding that had accumulated over months of interaction. He loved the careful way she examined plants, the way she moved through his greenhouse as though it belonged to her, the way her eyes lit up when she understood something new about the herbs. But he also understood the complication. She was 25 years his senior. She was beginning to experience the degradation she'd mentioned, the cold that wouldn't go away, the exhaustion that rest didn't cure. He was young, advancing in cultivation, with decades of life ahead of him. She was old, declining, facing perhaps another decade or two before the illness consumed her entirely. One evening, Chen asked her directly about this. They were sitting on the steps of his home, looking out over the fields as the sun set. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "Of what happens next?" "Of getting older?" Mei Lin asked. "Of dying? Of losing my cultivation ability and becoming mortal again?" She was quiet for a moment. "Yes, I'm afraid. It would be dishonest to say otherwise. I promised I'd find a cure, Chen said. I meant it, and I'll keep that promise. But I want you to know that even if I never find it, even if you decline the way you fear, I would still be honored to have you in my life. Mei Lin reached over and squeezed his hand. I believe you, she said. That's the part that matters. Not whether you can change what's happening to me, but that you choose to stay with me while it happens. Chapter 29. Zhou Kai's darker move. Zhou Kai, having failed with direct threats and sabotage, made a calculation about his next move. The calculation was this. If he couldn't control Chen directly, and if he couldn't replicate what Chen was producing, then the most profitable move might be to work with Chen rather than against him. The herb business was large enough that both of them could profit. Zhou Kai didn't need to dominate the entire market. He just needed to ensure that his share of the profits continued to grow. It was a difficult realization for Zhou Kai to arrive at. He'd spent decades building his power through control and monopoly. The idea of becoming a partner rather than a master was almost incomprehensible to him. But the evidence was clear. Chen couldn't be destroyed, controlled, or intimidated. Every attempt to dominate had failed. Every threat had been met with calm determination. The man had resources, allies, cultivation ability, and most importantly, a network of relationships that made attacking him dangerous to anyone attempting it. And then there was the matter of Chen's herbs. They were genuinely valuable. They were transforming the market. They were being sought after by powerful people. If Zhou Kai could establish an official relationship with Chen, could become the primary distributor of these herbs, he could profit enormously not by controlling Chen, but by serving him. His networks could multiply Chen's reach dramatically. It took Zhou Kai 2 weeks of thinking, of analyzing, of examining the situation from every angle, before he accepted that partnership was not defeat. It was simply a different kind of victory. Chen received a message requesting a meeting. It came through an intermediary, a merchant named Lu Wei who was neutral enough to be trusted by both parties. The intermediary explained that Zhou Kai wished to propose something new, something that moved away from the previous approach. When they met, at a neutral location, a tea house in the nearby city, a place where neither of them held advantage, Zhou Kai was noticeably different from their last meeting. He was more careful, more measured, less obviously threatening. He wore simpler clothes, without the excessive jewelry that had marked his wealth and power before. His manner was one of humble approach rather than imperial demand. I've been thinking about our situation, Zhou Kai said, stirring his tea thoughtfully. His hands were steady, but Chen could sense tension in his shoulders. The man was nervous. It was the first time Chen had seen Zhou Kai show genuine vulnerability. And I've come to realize that I approached you incorrectly. I treated you as an opponent to be dominated, rather than as a potential partner. That was a mistake. It was, Chen agreed. But you're here now, so we can address it. I'd like to propose something that benefits both of us, Zhou Kai said. A genuine partnership. I will purchase your herbs at fair market price, not the exploitative low price I originally offered, but genuinely fair. Prices that reflect the true value of what you're producing. In exchange, you would commit to regular supply, perhaps not exclusive supply, but certainly a significant portion of your production, and you would allow me to distribute through my established merchant network. Why would I do that? Chen asked. He was testing Zhou Kai, probing for the hidden motivation. I'm already selling what I produce. I already have access to market. Because my distribution network spans 5 provinces, Zhou Kai said. He pulled out a detailed map, showing the extent of his connections. The map was impressive, hundreds of connections marked in careful detail. I have contacts in every major alchemist workshop, every sect supply line, every wealthy collector who can afford rare materials. If you sell to me, you gain access to a customer base you couldn't reach independently. Yes, I take a commission for that distribution, perhaps 15%. But you reach 50 times more customers than you could alone. The volume is worth the reduction in margin per unit. It was a genuinely compelling argument. Zhou Kai was right. Distribution was a genuine bottleneck for any producer. Reaching customers required networks, relationships, trust that had taken years to build. Zhou Kai had those networks. If Chen could access them, his business would grow significantly. And what prevents you from turning on me again once I've agreed? Chen asked. This was the crucial question, the test of whether Zhou Kai's transformation was genuine. The same thing that prevented me from successfully destroying you before, Zhou Kai said quietly, meeting Chen's eyes directly. You're stronger than I thought. You have allies I can't overcome. You have demonstrated that attacking you is more costly than cooperating with you. And more importantly, you're right. He paused, and the admission seemed to cost him. You're fundamentally right that partnership is more profitable for both of us than competition. I've accepted that. He continued. I also learned something else from our conflict. The more I tried to control you, the more you resisted. The more I attacked you, the more you responded. You're not someone who can be intimidated into submission. You have to be convinced that partnership serves your interests. So that's what I'm doing now, convincing you that we can profit together. Chen studied the man across from him. Zhou Kai's words had the ring of truth. The man had learned through failure that direct confrontation wouldn't work. He'd arrived at the logical conclusion that cooperation was the only viable path forward. This must be a true partnership, Chen said carefully. Not exclusive. I'm continuing to sell to the sect and to individual buyers. But legitimate trade with you, at fair prices, with regular communication about demand and supply. If you try to trick me or manipulate me again, I'll end the partnership immediately. And I want guarantees, written contracts, witnessed by neutral parties. That I can accept, Zhou Kai said. And I can commit to building the partnership on honesty rather than manipulation. I'll have my lawyers draw up formal contracts. You can have them reviewed by anyone you trust. They talked for another hour, establishing the terms of what would become a significant and profitable relationship. Zhou Kai would purchase from Chen at prices that were 85% of current market value. Fair enough to be genuine, and with enough margin for Zhou Kai to profit significantly through distribution. Chen would provide regular supply, with quarterly negotiations to adjust quantities based on market demand. Zhou Kai would handle all distribution, marketing, and sales, freeing Chen to focus on production. There would be clear exit clauses if either party violated the agreement. There would be neutral arbitration for disputes. By winter's end, Chen had successfully transformed Zhou Kai from enemy to business partner. And more importantly, he'd done it without surrendering his independence or compromising his control of the farm. The transformation taught Chen something crucial. Sometimes an antagonist could become an ally not through defeat or domination, but through the simple realization that the other party's success was their own success. When Zhou Kai realized that his profits depended on Chen's continued production, that his business growth required Chen's business growth, the man had been forced to choose between partnership and the futility of continued conflict. It was a lesson in negotiation and power that would serve him well in the challenges ahead. Sometimes, defeating an enemy meant making them a partner instead. Chapter 30. Sector partnership finalized with Zhou Kai now a business partner rather than an antagonist. Chen's market position solidified significantly. The merchant's network was vast, spanning 5 provinces and reaching into countless alchemy shops, sect supply lines, and private collectors. It reached into noble houses and merchant families. It reached into institutions Chen had never even heard of. Within weeks of finalizing the contract, demand from Zhou Kai's network tripled what Chen had been producing independently. The economic expansion forced Chen to hire help, something he'd managed to avoid until now. He'd been running the farm alone, or with assistance only at harvest time. But the demand was now consistent and overwhelming. He brought on 5 young people from the village, all of them trustworthy and willing to learn. There was a young man named Shen Hong who had worked in fields his entire life and understood farming fundamentally. There was a young woman named Li Wei who was clever with her hands and quick to learn new techniques. There were 3 others, Huang Ming, Zhang Fu, and Young Wei Shui, all strong, all willing to work long hours for good wages. Chen trained them systematically in his methods, teaching them to recognize when plants were ready for harvest, how to handle the spiritual herbs without damaging their properties, how to document the various batches in his careful record-keeping system. He didn't teach them the harvest insights. Those seemed to be his alone to receive, connected to him through the vein in a way that didn't extend to others. But he could teach them the practical knowledge, the techniques, the understanding of timing and care. The herbs are alive, he told them. They're not just materials to harvest. They're beings with their own nature, their own requirements. Learn to understand them, and they'll give you everything they have. The work was still fundamentally constrained by time. There was no way to accelerate growth beyond what the vein naturally allowed. But with careful planning, systematic scheduling, and expanded growing area, Chen was now producing nearly 3 times what he had been just months before. The revenue was considerable. He had far more wealth than he needed, given his simple lifestyle. The question became what to do with the excess. He could reinvest in the farm. He could give money to the village. He could save it for future emergencies. Or he could do something else entirely, something that aligned with his values rather than with pure profit maximization. He decided, after consulting with Mei Lin, to establish a fund that would support medicinal research. Scholars like Tan Yu, cultivators interested in understanding the nature of spiritual plants, alchemists working on new formulations, they could all apply to his fund for support. It was a way of turning his farm's profits into knowledge, into advancement for the entire cultivation community. You're building something lasting, Mei Lin said when he explained the plan to her. Something that goes beyond your own farm, beyond your own lifetime. Something that will outlive you. The vein chose me, Chen replied. He was sitting in her shop, surrounded by the tools of her trade. I didn't choose it. If I have this power, I should use it to help people understand things they couldn't understand before, to create knowledge rather than just wealth. With his expanded business operations, Chen found himself facing a new kind of problem, the weight of responsibility to the people who depended on him. His workers were now 5 in number, and they built lives around the income from his farm. Shen Hong had married a woman from the village and had plans to build a house. Li Wei was saving money for her brother's cultivation training at the sect. The others had similar ambitions and dreams, all of them connected to the assumption that the farm would continue to be profitable, that Chen would continue to need their labor. One afternoon, Huang Ming came to him with a question that caught Chen off guard. "Master Chen," Huang Ming said. He'd started calling Chen master after the farm was formally established as a business. "If the farm ever became less profitable, would you have to let some of us go?" It was a direct question, asked with the straightforward anxiety of a young man supporting his family through farming. "The farm won't become less profitable," Chen said immediately, then paused. He wasn't certain of that. The world was unpredictable. Business was unpredictable. But if it did, I wouldn't simply abandon you. You're part of this work now. We'd find a solution together. "That's kind of you to say," Huang Ming said. "But kindness doesn't pay for housing or feed families." Chen realized in that moment that his success had created obligations he hadn't fully considered. He'd focused on the economic viability of the farm, on building relationships with powerful parties, on his own cultivation advancement. But he'd also created dependencies. People were relying on him, and if he failed, they would suffer for it. That evening, he spoke with Zhou Kai about the partnership agreement. "I need to make sure that whatever happens, my workers are protected," Chen said. "They need security. They need to know that their income won't disappear if the market shifts." Zhou Kai listened carefully, then proposed an elegant solution. "Include them in the partnership profit structure. Not equally with you, obviously, but give them a small percentage of the profits from the herbs they help produce. It makes them invested in the success of the farm, not just dependent on your charity." It was good advice, and Chen implemented it immediately. When he presented the proposal to his workers, the effect was transformative. They weren't just employees anymore. They were partners in the farm's success, stakeholders in its future. The quality of their work improved immediately. Chapter 31. Lin Shui's return. Lin Shui arrived with news that the sect leadership had been discussing Chen's situation extensively, and that they wanted to formalize their relationship. The young disciple arrived on a spring afternoon, and Chen could tell immediately that she'd been promoted. There was a new confidence in her bearing, a new authority in her manner. She was wearing the deeper blue robes of a senior disciple, with embroidery on the sleeves that marked her as a scholar within the sect. The crystal on her forehead, which marked her cultivation rank, now glowed more brightly, indicating her advancement. "The sect master wants to make an official proposal," Lin Shui explained. They were sitting in his home, drinking tea that Mei Lin had prepared before leaving discreetly to give them privacy. "Not the kind you rejected before. This is something different. She respects your independence, and she believes that building a genuine partnership with you is more valuable than trying to control you." "Tell me," Chen said. He could sense that Lin Shui had something important to communicate, and he wanted to hear it fully. The proposal was straightforward. Luminous Peak would grant Chen official status as an external partner of the sect. In exchange for priority access to certain rare herbs, the sect would provide resources, protection, and the right to call on the sect for assistance in matters of significance. But there would be no control, no interference in his decisions, no requirement to share knowledge he wanted to keep private. "It's effectively a formal alliance," Lin Shui said. "My sect master thinks that as you continue to grow and as your power increases, you're going to need allies you can trust. She wants to be one of those allies." "What's in it for the sect?" Chen asked. This was the important question, understanding motivation. "Access to herbs that heal, that extend lifespan, that enhance cultivation," Lin Shui said simply. "You're creating things the sect couldn't create independently. Plus, the sect master respects what you're doing, how you're handling power. She thinks the sect itself could learn from your example." Chen accepted, largely because the terms were genuinely fair and because the relationship with the sect had already been functioning much like this arrangement already. The formalization changed little in practical terms, but significantly in symbolic terms. Chen was now an official partner of one of the 3 major regional sections. That status would provide him with a degree of security and credibility that would be difficult to challenge. The significance of the formal partnership became apparent almost immediately. Within days of the official announcement, the number of merchants and collectors attempting to negotiate directly with Chen decreased noticeably. Those who had been trying to pressure him, to demand exclusive access, to attempt to manipulate him through various means suddenly became more polite, more respectful, more careful. The sect's protection was not just nominal. It was real, and everyone in the cultivation community understood what it meant. Attacking Chen or attempting to take over his farm would mean facing not just Chen, but Luminous Peak sect as well. It was a form of power that Chen had not actively sought, but which he now understood was necessary for his long-term security. Chapter 32. Sect Master Ren Jing, the sect master of Luminous Peak, came to Chen's farm personally, which was remarkable enough to surprise him. Ren Jing was a woman in her 70s, bearing the distinctive marks of tribulation rank, the cultivation level above ascension. There were lightning scars on her shoulders where heavenly tribulation had struck her during her breakthrough. The scars had a peculiar quality. They weren't wounds but rather burns that had transformed the flesh permanently, marking her as someone who had survived the heaven's judgment. Her hair was long and mostly white, though streaks of black remained, and her eyes held the kind of clear intelligence that came from decades of careful study and thoughtful decision-making. When she moved with the controlled grace of someone whose body had been perfected through long cultivation. She walked Chen's farm silently for hours, examining his plants, sensing the vein beneath the soil, asking occasional questions that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of cultivation mechanics and agricultural principles. When she reached the center of his field, where the vein's presence was strongest, she stood perfectly still for a long time, her eyes closed, her breathing slow and measured. Finally, she said, "You're not doing what any cultivator would do in your position. Most people with access to this kind of power would be building an army, accumulating strength, positioning themselves for dominance. Sects do this. Noble houses do this. Even individual cultivators with significant power tend toward creating power bases that serve themselves and their interests. You're farming." "Yes," Chen said. He was watching her carefully, understanding that this moment was important. "Why?" Ren Jing asked. It was a genuine question, not a criticism. She truly wanted to understand his motivations. "Because farming is what I understand," Chen replied. "And because I don't want the farm to become a tool for domination. I want it to be a source of healing and understanding. I want the herbs to serve the world, not to be hoarded or used as leverage." Ren Jing nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "That's rarer than you realize. I've spent 50 years in cultivation, and I've rarely encountered someone with the kind of power you're developing who understands that power isn't the ultimate goal." She paused, turning to face him directly. "The cultivators who live longest, who build the most stable power bases, who create genuine legacies, they're not the ones who pursued power most aggressively. They're the ones who pursued understanding. You understand that. It makes you worth protecting, and it makes the protection worth providing." She left shortly after, but the conversation established something fundamental. The sect master had recognized in Chen something beyond just a valuable resource. She'd recognized a philosophy that aligned with certain of her own values, with the values that had allowed her to survive decades of cultivation and to lead a sect to stability rather than constant conflict. Chapter 33. The economic consolidation. By the end of winter and into early spring, Chen's economic position had stabilized into a complex but functional system. He had contracts with Zhou Kai's merchant network, which provided distribution across 5 provinces and guaranteed purchase of certain quantities. The contracts specified minimum prices that reflected fair market value, with quarterly reviews to account for market changes. Luminous Peak sect, which received priority access to rare herbs and paid premium prices, ensuring a steady source of high-value income. Shen Rao, the alchemist, who had exclusive access to certain lower-tier materials for her own research and alchemy work, giving her the opportunity to develop new alchemical techniques. Tan Yu, the scholar, who received regular samples for research purposes and financial support from Chen's research fund, which allowed him to pursue theoretical work that benefited the entire cultivation world, and a network of individual buyers and smaller merchants who purchased directly from him, providing income stability through diversity. Each party got something different from the arrangement. Zhou Kai got access to the most valuable herbs and the ability to serve a 5-province market. The sect got rare materials unavailable elsewhere, strengthening their cultivation programs. Shen Rao got exclusive access, giving her a competitive advantage in alchemy. Tenyu got research materials and funding, allowing him to pursue knowledge. Individual buyers got access to quality herbs that enhanced their cultivation. Chen got multiple sources of security and income. None of the parties had exclusive control over Chen or his farm. All of them benefited from his success, which meant that all of them had incentive to support his continued prosperity and safety. The system was complex enough that it would be difficult for any single party to dominate, and it ensured that Chen's continued success was dependent on multiple interests rather than on a single relationship. It was, he realized, the same strategic principle that his uncle had advised, the principle that underlay all successful enterprises. Build enough value to enough different parties that destroying you becomes more trouble than it's worth. Attacking Chen now would harm all of these parties. Controlling Chen would deprive all of them of the benefits they received from his current arrangement. The only rational path for all involved was mutual support. The economic security was liberating in unexpected ways. He no longer had to worry about his basic needs. He could invest in the farm's expansion, in better tools, in resources for his workers. He could take risks with new plant varieties because failure wasn't catastrophic. He could spend time on research and understanding without immediately worrying about how to pay for food and shelter. He could spend evenings with Mei Lin without anxiety about his finances. He could plan for the future with confidence. Most importantly, he had the freedom to pursue his own interests and questions without being driven by desperation or by the need for approval from any single power. He was not beholden to a sect or noble house. He was not dependent on a single merchant or buyer. He was free. The spring planting season was his busiest time of year, but it was also his happiest. The farm was expanding into new areas that he'd prepared carefully over the winter. The soil had been treated with the vein's products, primed to accept new cultivations. New areas were being prepared for cultivation, extending his growing space further each week. His workers were gaining skill and confidence, moving from novices to experienced hands. Shen Hong had begun to understand the timing of harvests instinctively. Li Wei had started to recognize the properties of herbs before Chen explained them to her. The vein's presence was deepening, becoming more accessible to his consciousness. He could feel the ancient thing beneath the earth watching him work, approving of his careful stewardship. The vein was not just a resource he was exploiting. It was a partner, a consciousness, an ally. The more he treated it with respect and care, the more power it offered him, the more freely it shared its gifts. Chapter 34. The herbalist's secret. Mei Lin shared something with Chen one evening that fundamentally shifted his understanding of her role in his development. They were sitting in her shop, sorting through samples of a new herb he'd developed, something with properties that suggested it might help with the ailment she'd mentioned months before. The herb was delicate, requiring careful handling, and they worked together in familiar rhythm, neither speaking, both understanding the task perfectly. Finally, Mei Lin broke the silence. "I need to tell you something," she said, "that I've kept private for a very long time." She explained, slowly and carefully, about her husband, about how he'd spent 40 years studying the history of spiritual veins, about how he believed that eventually, a vein would awaken without being directed or controlled by any sect or power, about how he believed that the person who found that vein would be the one to determine whether the world changed for the better or for the worse. He was obsessed with it, Mei Lin said. He traveled to ancient sites, studied old texts, interviewed old cultivators who remembered stories of the veins from centuries past. He believed that the veins were conscious, that they had been placed deliberately in the world for a purpose. He believed that they were waiting for the right person to find them. "What happened to him?" Chen asked gently. "He died," Mei Lin said simply. 20 years ago. He never saw his research prove useful. But I continued his work after he was gone. I gathered knowledge. I waited. And when Old Wu visited me 40 years ago and told me that something was awakening beneath your field, I began preparing for the moment when I could help. "You were waiting for me," Chen said. "It wasn't a question. I was waiting for someone like you," Mei Lin said. She reached across the table and took his hand, her weathered fingers surprisingly gentle. "Someone with the right nature. Someone who would understand that power is a responsibility, not a prize." She looked at him with eyes that had seen much and learned from all of it. "Your husband, my husband, he would have liked you very much. He would have seen in you what I see. A person who could be trusted with power because you don't want power for its own sake." The statement hung in the air between them, carrying weight that went beyond the words. Chen realized that Mei Lin had been waiting for him for decades, that she had recognized his potential before he had even understood that potential himself. Their relationship had always had a predetermined quality, a sense that they were moving towards something inevitable. But now he understood the full scope of that inevitability. He reached across the table and took her hand. "Thank you," he said, "for waiting." Chapter 35. Zhao Wei's arrival. A young man arrived in the village claiming to be a scholar and documentarian, interested in recording the history of economic movements and interesting people in various regions. His name was Zhao Wei, and he was from a merchant family 3 provinces over, tasked with reporting on interesting developments in commerce and resource production. He was perhaps 25 years old, with the bearing of someone who'd been educated well and expected to succeed in whatever he attempted. He was intelligent, observant, and he approached Chen's farm with genuine curiosity rather than cynical analysis. I've heard rumors about a farmer who's producing unusually high-quality herbs, Zhao Wei explained when he first visited Chen. The rumors are becoming consistent enough that I thought I should investigate. If the story is real, it's worth documenting. Chen, initially cautious, found himself appreciating Zhao Wei's approach. The young man didn't demand access or make assumptions. He asked questions, listened to answers, and began building a detailed record of what Chen was doing. He wanted to understand the economics of the farm, the relationships Chen had built with various parties, the techniques that allowed for the production of cultivation-grade herbs at scale. Over weeks of interaction, as Zhao Wei documented the farm's operations, the growing techniques, the economic relationships, and Chen's philosophy, the two developed a kind of rapport. Zhao Wei was ambitious. He had plans to expand his family's merchant business, to build networks throughout the provinces. But he respected what Chen was building. He saw in Chen's approach to business a model that went beyond simple profit maximization. "I'm writing about you," Zhao Wei said directly one evening. He and Chen were sitting in the greenhouse, among the growing herbs, and the young scholar's expression was serious. "I'm going to publish a detailed account of how you've built this farm and navigated these power structures. I wanted to tell you before it happens, so you're not surprised." "What will you say?" Chen asked. "The truth," Zhao Wei said. "That you're unusual, that you're succeeding through methods that shouldn't work, that you're changing how people think about power and resources, and that you're worth paying attention to." He paused. "Will that cause you problems?" "Probably," Chen said. "But the truth is worth the problems. Write what you've seen. Tell the story as you understand it." Over the following months, as Zhao Wei continued his documentation work, the two spent considerable time in discussion. Zhao Wei would interview Chen about his philosophy, his approach to cultivation, his methods of farm management. But more than that, they developed a genuine friendship, the kind of connection that comes from intellectual respect and aligned values. "What drives you?" Zhao Wei asked one evening, as they sat watching the sunset over Chen's fields. "You could have stopped months ago. You could have taken your wealth and retired, lived a comfortable life. But instead, you keep pushing forward, keep improving, keep trying to expand and develop." "Why?" Chen considered the question carefully. "Because there's still so much I don't understand," he said finally. "The vein, the herbs, the nature of cultivation itself. There are mysteries in all of this. And I'm driven by the desire to understand them. That drive is stronger than the desire for wealth or comfort." "That's what I see in you," Zhao Wei said. "That's what makes your story worth telling. Not your success, but your honesty about what drives you. Most cultivators I've encountered are motivated by ambition, by the desire to be the strongest or the wealthiest. But you're motivated by curiosity, by genuine intellectual interest. That's rare. That's worth documenting." He paused, then added, "When I publish this, it will change how people perceive you. Some will see you as a model. Some will see you as a threat. Some will simply see you as a resource to be exploited. I want you to understand that." "I understand," Chen said, "and I accept that consequence." When Zhao Wei published his account of Chen's farm, a detailed, scholarly work that he distributed among merchant families and sect libraries, the consequences arrived faster than Chen had anticipated. The publication was titled The Farmer's Path: Economics and Cultivation in an Age of Change, and it was brilliant. Zhao Wei had captured not just what Chen was doing, but why he was doing it. He documented Chen's philosophy, his approach to decision-making, his systematic methodology for understanding the vein and the herbs it produced. But with the publication came attention that Chen hadn't sought. First came the scholars. They arrived in waves. Cultivators who were interested in the nature of spiritual veins, alchemists who wanted to understand how Chen's herbs were created, theorists who were fascinated by his systematic approach to cultivation. Most were genuinely interested in knowledge. But some were trying to figure out Chen's secrets, trying to determine if they could replicate his methods on their own veins. Second came the entrepreneurs. Merchants who suddenly became very interested in Chen's farm, not as a customer, but as a potential investment opportunity. They proposed partnerships, acquisition offers, schemes to expand his operation into a larger network. Third came the sect leaders. Not Luminous Peak. They already had a relationship with Chen, but other sects, smaller sects that had learned about Chen through Zhao Wei's publication and saw him as a potential resource they should control. And fourth came warnings. An older cultivator, a woman in her 80s with the bearing of someone who'd lived through multiple sect wars, came to visit Chen personally. "You've made yourself visible," she said, sitting in his home, accepting tea that Mei Lin had prepared. "That was foolish. The truth is worth being visible," Chen said. "The truth doesn't protect you from people who want what you have, the woman said. I've lived a long life. I've seen cultivators rise from nothing to greatness, and I've seen them fall just as quickly. Most of the ones who fell were the ones who became too well-known, too valuable, too obvious a target. She paused. You have something that's very rare, very valuable. Now everyone knows about it. That makes you a target. What should I have done? Chen asked. Hidden? Pretended the vein didn't exist? No, the woman said. But you should have built more allies before becoming so visible. You should have established your power more firmly before allowing the world to know about it. She stood. The question now is whether you can survive the consequences of being known. Chen considered her words carefully over the following days. She was right. He'd become visible at the moment of his visibility was most dangerous. He had power, but not enough power to stand against a determined sect or noble house. He had allies, but those allies were still building their relationships with him. He was in a precarious position. He discussed this with Mei Lin. You need to accelerate your cultivation, she said simply. You need to reach higher ranks, gain more power. You need to become strong enough that attacking you becomes clearly unwise. Is that what you would do? Chen asked. It's what I did, Mei Lin said. I spent years building my reputation as an herbalist. I made myself indispensable to enough people that attacking me became more trouble than it was worth. By the time I had enough power to protect myself truly, I'd already built enough relationships that I didn't need that power. So I should focus on relationships instead of cultivation? You should focus on both, Mei Lin said. Cultivation and relationships. Power and alliances. Neither one alone is enough. But together, they create stability. Chapter 36. The veins deepening as the seasons turned and spring arrived fully. Chen felt his relationship with the vein deepening in ways he hadn't anticipated. The dreams became more vivid. He saw scenes from the vein's past, not directly, but as echoes, impressions of what had occurred when the vein was younger, more active, more connected to others of its kind. The images came to him in the deep moments of sleep, and they lingered upon waking, imprinting themselves into his consciousness. He saw ancient cultivators standing in circles around places like his farm, performing rituals that seemed designed to bind something. The cultivators were immensely powerful, their auras burning bright with spiritual force. They chanted in a language he didn't understand, but the meaning came to him anyway. Binding, sealing, preservation. He saw himself, or saw through his own eyes, experiencing what the vein had experienced, feeling the power of these rituals as they created something like a cage. The vein's power was immense, limitless, and the cultivators were containing it, directing it, constraining it into a pattern that served their purposes. He saw power flowing through the earth in vast quantities, saw the vein as a much more significant force in the world, part of a network of similar veins that spanned the continent. He perceived the veins as they had been centuries ago, connected, communicating with each other, part of a vast conscious network that covered the world. The sense of that connection was profound. Millions of threads of consciousness touching, supporting each other, creating a web of awareness that spanned continents. He saw the moment the network had been disrupted, cut, left isolated. The experience of that disconnection was devastating. In the dream, he felt the veins shock and grief as the connections were severed one by one, as the network's consciousness fragmented into isolated pieces. He felt the veins' despair as it realized that it alone, cut off from its siblings, would have to wait indefinitely for reconnection. He saw the shock of disconnection, the loss of the vast web of consciousness that had connected all the veins together. For a brief moment in the dream, he understood what loneliness truly meant. The loneliness of being separated from a family that had existed since before time had meaning. And he sensed, beneath these images, something else, something vast and old and patient that was waiting in the depths. The vein was just the surface manifestation. Beneath it, there was something older, something that had been sleeping for millennia, something that had been waiting. The thing beneath the vein seemed ancient beyond measure. Chen glimpsed it only in fragments, vast, incomprehensible, sleeping so deeply that even the vein's consciousness was only superficially aware of it. But the awareness was there, and the sense of expectation was profound. The deep thing was waiting for something, and the vein was waiting with it. Mei Lin, when he described these dreams, became very still. She listened without interrupting, and when he finished speaking, she took a long time before responding. That's very significant, she said. The veins are conscious, at least the older ones are. And if yours is showing you its history, it means it's chosen to trust you with truth. That's not a small thing. She paused, her weathered hands folded on her lap. I think your husband, my husband, he knew this. He spent years studying vein histories, trying to understand how they think, how they communicate. He came to believe that the veins were part of something much larger. A network. A system. And beneath that network, something that had been put to sleep intentionally. Put to sleep? By whom? Chen asked, the implications troubling him. He didn't know, Mei Lin said. But his research suggested that the veins were created as containers, as ways of managing power that was too great to be left free. The veins kept that power contained. The network of veins communicated about the containment. But something happened, perhaps natural drift, perhaps deliberate action, and the network was broken. Now the veins are isolated. They can no longer share the burden of containing what sleeps beneath them. Chen felt the weight of this information settle over him like a heavy blanket. What am I supposed to do with this knowledge? He asked, the full implications beginning to dawn on him. I don't know yet, Mei Lin said. But I think you're going to find out. I think the vein is showing you its history because you're going to need to understand your own history if you're going to navigate what comes next. Because whatever is sleeping beneath that vein, whatever was contained by the network, it's becoming aware. And your awakening the vein has accelerated that awareness. Chapter 37. The second breakthrough in late spring, Chen achieved his breakthrough to ascension rank. He did it the only way that felt right to him. By meditating while holding a herb that he'd cultivated specifically for this purpose, understanding its properties completely before allowing it to transform his body. He'd spent months developing this herb, testing it on small creatures, ensuring he understood exactly what it would do. He found a quiet place in the center of his field, surrounded by the herbs he'd grown, and sat with the ascension root cradled in his hands. He opened himself to the vein's presence, feeling the ancient consciousness beneath the earth reaching up to support him. The breakthrough was painful but not violent. His dantian, which had solidified during his foundation advance, now expanded, creating space for more qi, more power, more capability. His body restructured itself at the cellular level, becoming something new. For a moment, everything hurt, not the pain of injury, but the pain of transformation, of becoming something different. It lasted for hours. He remained sitting, holding the herb, as his body changed around and within him. His bones seemed to become lighter and heavier at the same time, restructuring into something more efficient, more capable. His muscles rewove themselves. His organs adjusted to the new reality of having spiritual power flowing through them constantly. His nervous system expanded, creating new pathways, new connections, new possibilities for perception and awareness. At one point, Chen became aware that his eyes were open and he was looking at his hands. His fingers were glowing faintly with blue-green light, the color of the vein's power. The light moved through his skin like water, visible and undeniable. When he moved his hands, the light moved with them, as though his entire body had become a conduit for the vein's power. The transformation wasn't violent, but it was profound. It felt like growing up all over again, like his entire understanding of what a body could be had been rewritten at the most fundamental level. When it was complete, he found that he could leave the ground for 2 hours continuously, hovering in the air with as much ease as he walked on solid earth. He rose slowly, testing the sensation, and found that his feet left the ground naturally. There was no effort, no strain. He simply was no longer touching the earth. The realization was extraordinary. His perception extended 5 kilometers instead of 1, allowing him to sense the presence of living things, the flow of spiritual energy, the overall state of his surroundings from a much greater distance. He opened his senses and felt the village 5 kilometers away. He sensed the people there, their spiritual signatures, the quality of their cultivation or lack thereof. He sensed animals in the forest beyond. He sensed the rivers and streams, the flow of water that connected everything. He could hold an illusion for a full day without exhaustion, making it possible to disguise not just himself, but entire structures, entire areas. The thought of that capability filled him with new understanding of what power meant in this world. He could reshape how others perceived reality. He could create false appearances that would fool even cultivators. The potential applications were staggering. And most significantly, he felt the vein's presence even more acutely. It was as though his advancement had opened a new channel of communication. Where before the vein had been a presence, distant and ancient, now it was almost intimate. He could sense its awareness of him. He could feel its reactions to his movements. The vein was satisfied. He could feel it responding to his advancement with something like joy, a pulsing of power, a deepening of the connection. The consciousness beneath the earth reached out to him, and he perceived something new, the understanding that his advancement was not just his own achievement, but something the vein had been working toward all along. The vein had chosen him. The vein had been guiding him. The vein had been waiting for him to reach a cultivation level where true partnership would be possible. He and the vein were becoming integrated in a way that went beyond what he'd imagined possible. They were not merging. He remained himself, distinct and individual. But they were becoming so deeply connected that his success and the Vein's success had become the same thing. When the Vein prospered, Chen prospered. When Chen advanced in cultivation, the Vein's power deepened. They had become partners in the truest sense, two separate consciousnesses working toward shared goals. Chapter 38. Su Ming's challenge. Su Ming returned, but not as a threat this time. The young noble arrived with an entourage that was considerably smaller than it had been months ago. He came with a proposal and a kind of curious respect that suggested he'd spent the intervening months reassessing his approach to Chen. He wore simpler clothes than before, and his manner was less arrogant, more thoughtful. There was a humility about him now that hadn't been present before, the humility that came from being defeated and forced to reconsider fundamental assumptions about power and status. "I've watched what you've accomplished," Su Ming said, when they sat together in Chen's home, drinking tea that Mei Lin had prepared before tactfully excusing herself. "You've built something that I couldn't have taken, even if I tried harder. You have multiple allies, you're economically secure, and you've reached cultivation ranks that I wouldn't have predicted." He paused, looking at his teacup as if it held answers. "More importantly, you've done it without using the methods I would have used. You didn't gain power through force or through leveraging family connections. You built it through relationships and through genuine value creation." "What do you want?" Chen asked. He was curious to see what Su Ming was really after, what had changed in the young noble's mind. The Su Ming who sat before him was fundamentally different from the arrogant young man who'd challenged Chen to a duel months ago. "I want to propose something different than before," Su Ming said. "A collaborative challenge. Rather than a duel, where one of us defeats the other, what if we work together to solve a problem neither of us could solve alone? That would prove something worth knowing. That cooperation can achieve more than competition." It was an unusual proposal, and it suggested that Su Ming had learned something significant from his failure to dominate Chen. The young noble had been forced to recognize that simple power wasn't enough, that intelligence and relationships and understanding mattered as much as strength. Chen considered this carefully. "What kind of problem did you have in mind?" he asked. "My family controls a territory that has rare mineral deposits," Su Ming said. "Metals that could be used to create better tools, better weapons, better cultivation artifacts. But the minerals are embedded in stone that regular mining techniques can't break apart efficiently. The tools wear out, the workers get injured. It's a bottleneck. And you want me to help solve this problem?" Chen asked. "I want us to collaborate," Su Ming said. "You understand herbs and how they can enhance growth. Maybe there's a way to use spiritual herbs to enhance the properties of the stone, or to enhance the properties of the tools, or to somehow solve this problem in a way that mining alone can't solve. I have resources and knowledge about the mineral deposits. You have botanical knowledge and the Vein's power. Together, maybe we can create something." Chen agreed, and together they worked to develop a solution that surprised both of them with its elegance. Chen created a special herb, one that he cultivated specifically for the problem, that when processed and applied to mining tools would enhance their durability and effectiveness significantly. The herb's properties aligned with metal in ways that he discovered through careful testing, creating a synergy that made the combined tool and herb combination substantially more effective than either could be alone. Su Ming, in return, brought expertise about stone structures and mining techniques. Together, they developed a process where the herb was applied to tools in a specific way, and the tools were used in a specific sequence, such that the stone broke apart more efficiently with less wear on the tools and less injury to the workers. It was a successful collaboration that produced something neither could have made independently. The herb enhanced the effectiveness of cultivation techniques, making training more efficient, reducing the time required to achieve breakthroughs. Moreover, Su Ming's family's mining operations became significantly more productive, which meant that Su Ming's family wealth and status increased substantially. The collaboration also changed something fundamental in Su Ming's understanding of his own power. He realized that his family's power didn't come primarily from his cultivation ability or from his family's status, but from the quality of his relationships and his ability to work effectively with others who had different expertise. It was a moment of transformation for both of them. Su Ming learned that he could accomplish more through partnership than through dominance. He learned that cultivating allies was as important as cultivating personal power. Chen learned that even antagonists could become allies when given the right incentive, and that genuine collaboration could create value that neither party alone could ever achieve. By the time their collaboration was complete, Su Ming had become one of Chen's most reliable allies, not because he was forced into it, but because he understood through direct experience that the relationship benefited him substantially. Chapter 39. The economic war in Zhou Kai, having become Chen's partner, now proposed something that surprised both of them with its boldness. He wanted to jointly undercut the price of rare herbs across 3 provinces, crashing the market for scarcity-dependent materials. It would eliminate Zhou Kai's own profit margins in the short term, but it would also destroy the economic foundations that allowed other merchants and alchemists to maintain high prices through artificial scarcity. The immediate effect would be chaos, as established supply lines collapsed and old relationships shattered. But the long-term effect would be that Zhou Kai and Chen would become indispensable to everyone who wanted to buy rare herbs. We could dominate the market, Zhou Kai explained. Not through exclusivity, but through abundance. We flood the market with high-quality cheap herbs, and we become indispensable to everyone who wants to buy them. It's a brilliant strategy. Chen asked a question that revealed the difference between himself and Zhou Kai. What happens to the small alchemists who depend on high prices to survive? Zhou Kai had no good answer. He wanted to dominate the market, but he hadn't thought about the secondary effects on people who relied on scarcity pricing. He hadn't considered the alchemists who had built their entire livelihoods on selling expensive rare herbs, who would be destroyed if those herbs suddenly became cheap. They'll find something else to do, Zhou Kai said, but his voice wasn't confident. No, Chen said. They'll lose everything. Years of work, relationships, investment in techniques and equipment. All of it becomes worthless if the herbs they need suddenly cost a tenth of what they've always cost. Chen refused the plan, but not because he rejected Zhou Kai's partnership. Instead, he proposed an alternative. They would increase supply gradually, allowing merchants and alchemists time to adjust their business models, rather than crashing the market suddenly. In 5 years, Chen said, herbs that are rare today will be common. But the people who depend on them being rare will have had time to transition to other sources of income. They'll have time to develop new skills, find new markets, build new relationships. That's kinder. And it's also more stable. It prevents the kind of economic chaos that could attract unwanted attention from cultivation powers. Zhou Kai, respecting Chen's strategic thinking, accepted this more measured approach. It would take longer to achieve dominance, but it would be more stable, less likely to generate enemies. What surprised Zhou Kai was how quickly Chen's modified plan actually worked. Within the first year of the gradual supply increase, the market didn't collapse, it evolved. Smaller alchemists, seeing the trend toward cheaper herbs, began to diversify their businesses. Some moved into higher value processing and refining. Some began collaborating with each other to create synergies they couldn't achieve alone. Some found entirely new market niches that hadn't existed before. The cultivators and collectors who purchased herbs found that they could access better materials at fairer prices, democratizing access to cultivation resources that had previously been available only to the wealthy and powerful. The sects discovered that they could expand their cultivation programs without bearing the crushing herb costs that had limited their growth. New alchemists entered the market, attracted by the lower barrier to entry, and they brought innovation and competition that benefited everyone in ways that the previous monopoly never could have. By the end of the 5-year plan, the market wasn't dominated by Zhou Kai and Chen through force and monopoly. Instead, it had become healthier, more diverse, more resilient, and fundamentally more vibrant. And Zhou Kai and Chen profited anyway, not through artificial scarcity, but through volume, through being reliable partners for everyone in the ecosystem, and through the growth that came from expanding the entire market rather than fighting over a fixed pie. It was a lesson that would serve both of them well in the future. That sustainable dominance often came not from crushing competitors and controlling supply, but from building systems that benefited everyone involved and created value for the entire community. Chapter 40. The stable foundation and the message. By the end of Arc 2, Chen had achieved something remarkable. He had established himself as an economic force that couldn't be destroyed through traditional cultivation dominance. He had allies in multiple power classes: merchants, sects, nobles, scholars. He had advanced to ascension rank through his own understanding rather than through conventional methods. His farm was producing more than ever before, generating wealth beyond what he could personally use. His workers had become skilled and reliable. The vein was responding to his continued care with deepening power. The network of relationships he'd built provided security and stability. He had created something sustainable, something that would persist and grow over time. When he reflected on the past year, Chen could see the progression clearly, from the initial shock of the vein's awakening, through the rapid development of his cultivation ability, through the various trials of maintaining his independence against outside pressure. He had learned diplomacy from Zhou Kai's first approach and had applied it successfully to multiple relationships. He had learned that power without allies was vulnerable. He had learned that economics could be as important as cultivation ability in determining influence. Most importantly, he had learned something about himself. He was willing to take risks, to stand against pressure, to refuse easy compromises when those compromises would have cost him his core principles. But on the final night of the arc, as Chen stood alone in his field, sensing the vein's presence beneath him and the stars above him, he discovered something new. A message had been left in the margins of his journal, written in handwriting he didn't recognize, written in a style that suggested ancient practice. The paper was old, yellowed with age, though Chen had only put the journal out that morning. The message said only, "The withering sage is watching. Protect what you love." And beneath the message, in smaller handwriting, "You have awakened what should have remained sleeping." Chen set the journal down slowly, understanding that something fundamental had changed. His quiet success, his careful cultivation of the farm, his deliberate avoidance of cultivation's typical power games, none of it had gone unnoticed. Someone, somewhere, had been watching him. Someone with the power to leave messages in sealed places, with knowledge of things that should have remained unknown. The message troubled him in ways he couldn't immediately articulate. The first part, the warning about protecting what he loved, suggested a threat to Mei Lin, to his workers, to the farm itself. The second part, the suggestion that he'd awakened something that should have remained sleeping, suggested that his action in awakening the vein had triggered consequences he didn't understand, consequences that extended far beyond his farm or even his province. Who was the withering sage? How did they know about the vein? How had they accessed his sealed journal? What did they want from him? Chen stood motionless in his field for a long time, the night wind moving around him, the stars overhead burning in the darkness. For the first time in months, he felt the weight of genuine uncertainty. Everything had seemed manageable until now. Economic pressure could be handled through business acumen. Cultivation challenges could be overcome through patient study. Physical threats could be met with enhanced abilities. But this message suggested something different. This suggested that there were forces in play that he didn't understand, powers that had been aware of the vein before he awakened it, intentions that might extend far beyond simple economic competition or sect politics. He looked down at the message again, reading it once more, committing every word to memory. Then he lifted the journal, and without hesitation, he burned it. The paper caught fire quickly, the ancient handwriting disappearing into ash. If the withering sage wanted to communicate further, they would find another way. He stood at the edge of his field, watching the journal burn, and made a silent commitment. Whatever came next, he would face it with the same methodical care he brought to everything else. He would observe. He would understand. And then he would act. The stars continued to burn overhead, indifferent to the small drama unfolding below. The vein beneath his feet continued its ancient pulse, steady and eternal. And Chen stood between them, a mortal farmer who had awakened forces he was only beginning to comprehend, but who would not falter in the face of unknown challenges. He had come far from the simple farmer he'd been just a year ago, but his journey was far from over. Arc 2 had ended, and Arc 3 was only just beginning. Chapter 41. The summons. The message arrived in early summer on a day when the fields glowed green and the sunlight burned clean through the air without clouds to soften it. Heat rose from the earth in visible waves, creating shimmers above the crops that made distant objects appear to float in the sky. The herbs themselves seemed to respond to the warmth, their leaves opening fully, their power visible as a faint luminescence in the afternoon light. The glow of the vein responding to the seasonal shift, pulling power upward through the earth. Chen was in the greenhouse, moving between rows of seedlings, when Shun Hong approached with a formal letter sealed in jade wax. The greenhouse was warm, humid from the misting systems Chun had installed to keep the delicate cultivations properly hydrated. Water droplets clung to the glass roof, creating 1,000 tiny rainbows that danced across the growing plants. The glass itself was hot to the touch, and the air inside carried the scent of growing things. Earth, water, the subtle sweetness of new growth. It was one of Chen's favorite places on the farm, a space where he could work surrounded by the visible evidence of growth and cultivation, where each day brought new development in the plants he'd designed and nurtured. The seal itself was notable, expensive jade, carved with intricate characters that marked the sender as someone of significant status. Chen recognized the style, official correspondence, not a casual note. The jade was a pale green, almost the color of new spring leaves, and the carving was intricate enough that it must have taken a skilled craftsperson many hours to complete. This wasn't just a message. This was a statement of formality and importance, a message designed to communicate status through the medium of the seal itself. A visitor brought this, Shen Hong said, holding the letter carefully as though it might shatter. The old farmer's tone suggested respect, genuine respect, not just the politeness of hierarchy. This meant the visitor had been important enough that even Shen Hong, who'd worked with Chen for months and was comfortable in his presence, felt the weight of formality. He wore sect robes, formal ones, green, with gold embroidery along the sleeves and collar. The embroidery was real gold thread, not just dyed silk. I could see the difference. The way it caught the light, the precision of the stitching. This wasn't decoration made by someone learning a craft. This was work done by a master craftsperson. Shen Hong paused, gathering his thoughts, clearly impressed despite himself. I didn't see him come in properly. He seemed to arrive, if you understand what I mean, using cultivation methods. One moment there was nobody there, and the next moment he was in the courtyard, as though he'd simply decided to be there and stepped through space to achieve it. That's a capability that requires significant power. But he rode out on horseback that looked expensive. Real leather, not just leather that looked like leather. Saddle work that was fine as anything I've ever seen, and tack that probably costs more than a year of wages for most people. So he arrived using power, but then departed like a normal person. That's good manners in a way. Demonstrating power without flaunting it, then not making a show of leaving. Chen nodded, understanding that Shen Hong had just given him information not just about the messenger, but about the sect master who'd sent him. Someone who could arrive through cultivation power but chose to leave normally was someone with enough confidence in their position that they didn't need to constantly demonstrate superiority. Chen accepted the letter carefully, noting the weight of it. The paper felt expensive, imported, the kind of material used for communications that couldn't be casual. He could feel the qi imprinted in it. The letter itself carried cultivation power, designed to preserve the message perfectly, to protect it from damage and decay. He broke the jade seal gently, and it cracked with a sharp sound, releasing the scent of something floral, something that suggested the letter had been stored with perfumed herbs to preserve it. The aroma was pleasant, refined, communicating through scent that the sender valued careful attention to detail. The message was brief, but the brevity itself was significant. Important people didn't waste time with unnecessary words. The characters were written with deliberate precision, each stroke carrying weight, each character perfectly placed. The undersigned humbly requests the presence of the noted cultivator Chen at Verdant Gate, Sects Mountain Fortress. A matter of significant importance regarding mutual cultivation interests and potential partnership in matters of regional significance has arisen. The journey is approximately 3 days to the south by conventional travel, shorter by cultivation-assisted methods, if the honored guest possesses such capabilities. Should you accept this respectful invitation, arrangements for your comfort will be made. Your presence will be received with appropriate recognition of your accomplished status and valued contributions to the cultivation world. It was signed with the personal seal of Sect Master Renshua, and the signature itself was notable, elegant, controlled, the handwriting of someone educated and confident. The seal was the official seal of Verdant Gate, impressed in red ink made from cultivator's blood, which meant the letter was bound with power. Breaking this seal had activated that power, releasing the scent, confirming the authenticity of the message. It was phrased with courtesy, but it was unmistakably a summons, not a request that could be refused without offense, not an invitation that could be politely declined, but a formal call for him to appear before the sect master. The courtesy was simply the cultured language of power. Those with genuine authority could afford to be polite about their demands. Those who had to enforce their will through obvious threat were weaker than those who could achieve the same result through the simple weight of their status. The messenger was still waiting in the courtyard. Chen found him there, standing with the patient posture of someone trained to wait without complaint. He was a young man in his 30s, wearing the green robes of Verdant Gate, which were distinctive in themselves. Not the flashy military colors of Heavenly Ascent. Those had an almost aggressive quality, like flames ready to devour. Not the austere white of Luminous Peak, which conveyed a kind of scholarly distance and spiritual authority. But green, the color of growth and cultivation, of life being nurtured and guided toward its potential. "I'm Chen," he said. "I received the message." The messenger bowed with practiced formality, the kind of bow that came from years of training in how to show respect without appearing to debase himself. The bow was precise in depth and duration, a perfect balance of courtesy and dignity. "The sect master hopes you'll honor us with a visit. 3 days' journey to the south along the main road, or shorter by direct travel if you prefer. We would provide escort if you wish, though of course you're welcome to travel independently. Either way, the sect would be honored to receive you." "I'll come," Chen said. "I'll travel with my own companions." The messenger looked relieved, as though the prospect of Chen refusing had genuinely concerned him. He bowed again and accepted a cup of water that one of Chen's workers offered, drinking carefully before preparing to leave. Within the hour, he departed, riding the horse that had brought him here back toward the south. the horse moving at a pace that suggested the messenger had a long ride ahead. Uncle Kuan arrived shortly after, moving faster than his advancing age usually allowed. Chen had sent a message the moment the messenger left, using a cultivation disciple from a nearby town to carry the request. His uncle must have ridden hard to arrive so quickly, his horse sweating, his clothes dusty with travel. The older man looked tired but alert, his eyes sharp as they assessed the situation. "You understand what this is?" his uncle asked, not bothering with greetings. They were past that stage in their relationship. They were family, and family spoke to each other directly. This is political maneuvering, plain and clear. Verdant Gate is weaker than Luminous Peak in every measurable way. Cultivation power, financial resources, territory, disciples. They've watched you accumulate power and relationships like a farmer accumulating tools, and now they want to position themselves as part of that accumulation. The question is how you enter that negotiation, how you present yourself, how you establish your position. "How should I enter it?" Chen asked. His uncle gestured him inside, and they sat in Chen's home while Mei Lin, with tact that demonstrated her long experience navigating delicate conversations, excused herself to work in the garden. She poured them tea before leaving, hot water over fragrant leaves, and left the pot on the table so they could refill as needed. The tea was a subtle blend, something with herbs that encouraged clarity of thought, that Mei Lin had prepared specifically for this kind of conversation. If you go alone, or with just one or two minor companions, you signal that you consider yourself subordinate, Uncle Kuan explained. His hands moved as he spoke, painting pictures in the air, his fingers moving in patterns that emphasized his points. Subordinate means you need Verdant Gate more than they need you, that their approval matters to you, that you're coming as a supplicant seeking favor. It weakens your position before you even arrive. If you don't go at all, you signal that you consider them beneath your notice, which could be strategically brilliant if done carefully, or could be foolishly arrogant and potentially dangerous. There's always a risk when you insult someone with power. He paused to drink his tea, gathering his thoughts. The old man's expression was focused, serious. This was not casual conversation, but genuine strategic advice born from decades of navigating political structures. The real question is, what's your position relative to them? And what position do you want to occupy in the future? Because the way you enter this negotiation is going to shape how they perceive you from this point forward. Sect masters are used to everyone in their world being beneath them, except for other sect masters and those they've chosen to elevate. Very few people meet them as genuine equals. But that's the position you have the capability to occupy. You have power they want. You have capabilities they can't replicate. You're producing things that their own disciples, trained their entire lives, couldn't produce. That puts you in a position of strength. Uncle Kuan leaned back, drinking his tea, letting Chen think about this. The old man's mind had spent decades working through the mechanics of power and authority, and he clearly thought Chen had the capability to navigate this if he approached it correctly. Chen turned this over in his mind, playing out scenarios. He visualized walking into Verdant Gate's fortress alone, which would signal that he didn't need protection, a position of strength, but potentially arrogant, potentially suggesting he was so confident he didn't take the sect seriously enough to be properly cautious. He visualized walking in with a large military-style group, which would signal that he expected conflict, a position that could be seen as threatening or presumptuous, potentially the kind of posture that would antagonize the sect before negotiations even began. He visualized walking in with carefully chosen companions who represented different aspects of his value: knowledge, documentation, loyalty. Each scenario carried different implications, different messages about who he was and what position he wanted to occupy. "I think I understand," Chen said finally. "I should go with companions that suggest I'm secure in my position but not arrogant about it. People who add value, not security guards. That signals I'm coming to negotiate, not to fight, but from a position of confidence." Uncle Kuan smiled. "Now you're thinking like a negotiator instead of a cultivator. You'll do fine. I don't want to be subordinate to any sect. I don't want to be on my knees asking for favors," Chen said, testing the waters of his own feelings about this. "Then you need to demonstrate that you're meeting them as an equal," his uncle said. "Which is harder than it sounds, because there's always an implicit hierarchy in these situations. Sect masters have had people bowing to them for so long that they instinctively expect it. Their entire training, their entire life experience, has been people showing them deference and respect through submission. Breaking that expectation requires not just projecting equality, but doing it in a way that seems natural, inevitable, that doesn't look like arrogance or disrespect. It's a delicate balance." Uncle Kuan paused, then added, "Think about how I approach noble families. I could come in with guards and show force. I could come in alone and seem weak. Instead, I come in as someone with legitimate authority, the authority of government, the authority of administration. I claim my position and I hold it quietly, without needing to defend it aggressively. The authority is self-evident. That's what you need to do. You need to walk into Verdant Gate and project that your position is self-evident, that you don't need to fight for respect, because respect is simply due to someone with your capabilities. Chapter 42, The Journey South. Chen decided to travel with companions, not a huge retinue that would signal military preparation, which could be seen as threatening or presumptuous, but a meaningful group that would suggest he was someone worth taking seriously. Someone who had the confidence to travel with advisors rather than guards. He brought Mei Lin, because her expertise in herbs and cultivation was instantly recognizable to anyone in the sect world, and her presence would suggest that Chen valued knowledge and careful analysis above simple power accumulation. She was also formidable in her own right. Her reputation as an herbalist was known to cultivators throughout the region. Having her at his side signaled that he had earned the respect of someone powerful enough to be independent of sect authority. Mei Lin carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who'd spent decades building genuine expertise. He brought Zhao Wei, who had become increasingly useful as an advisor and documentarian. Someone who would record the meeting and help Chen navigate the political implications afterward. More importantly, Zhao Wei's presence would suggest that Chen was secure enough in his position to have his actions documented, to have his words recorded for posterity. Only people with confident positions did that. The implication was clear. Chen had nothing to hide, and he was secure enough that documentation actually benefited him. And he brought one of his older workers, a man named Lu, who had once been a minor cultivator before age and injury forced him to step back from active practice. Lu could fight if necessary, though Chen hoped fighting would be unnecessary. His presence would suggest that Chen valued loyalty and had cultivators willing to stand with him. Lu's calm demeanor also communicated something important. Chen traveled with people he trusted, not people he'd hired specifically for the journey. They traveled for 3 days, moving south toward the mountains where Verdant Gate maintained their fortress. The journey gave Chen time to think about what Verdant Gate was likely to want from him, and more importantly, what he was willing to give. He spent the first day reviewing in his mind all the different possibilities for what the sect master might propose. The journey itself was an education. Chen noticed how the landscape changed as they moved into cultivation territory. The farmers became fewer. The land became wilder, more obviously under the influence of cultivation power. He could feel it in the earth, the spiritual energy density increasing with each mile they traveled south. By the time they reached the foothills leading toward Verdant Gate's territory, the air itself felt different, charged with power in ways that made his perception stretch to accommodate it. He couldn't give exclusive access to his herbs. That would be handing power over his entire future to a single sect. With exclusive access, Verdant Gate could control his entire output, could decide what was worth producing and what wasn't, could use his production capacity as a tool for sect politics. He'd lose all independence, all ability to make his own decisions about what to cultivate and how to use his resources. He would become, effectively, a subsidiary organization of Verdant Gate, useful, valuable, but ultimately subsumed into the larger entity. He couldn't give control of his farm or his territory. That would mean submitting to sect administration of his land, possibly involving disciples being stationed there, possibly involving the sect claiming the vein's power for themselves. The vein was the heart of everything he did. If he lost control of it, he lost everything. But he could give partnership, mutually beneficial arrangement, something that served both parties. He could give priority access to new herbs, but not exclusive access. He could give formal affiliation with the sect, which would bring prestige and protection without requiring him to be present at sect activities. He could accept resources and support from the sect, which would help him expand the farm, without surrendering autonomy over how those resources were used. The question was how to structure such an arrangement so that it genuinely served both parties and didn't trap him into servitude over time. The landscape shifted dramatically as they traveled deeper into cultivation territory. The relatively flat farmland around Chen's territory gave way to rolling hills, the terrain becoming more challenging, the elevation increasing. Then they came to the edges of mountains that rose dramatically against the sky, peaks that seemed to touch the clouds themselves. The cultivation level of the land itself seemed to increase as they approached Verdant Gate. The plants grew more vigorously, their leaves showing the distinctive luminescence that indicated strong spiritual presence. The water in the streams moved with more power and clarity, as though infused with cultivation energy. The very earth beneath their feet seemed to hum with spiritual significance. You could feel it if you paid attention, a subtle resonance that indicated deep cultivation presence. The closer they got to the sect, The more Chen became aware of how different this region was from the farmland he called home. Everything was more intense, more saturated with power. Even the air felt different, charged with possibility and danger in equal measure. This was cultivation territory proper, land that had been deliberately cultivated and maintained for centuries to support the sect's existence. On the second night, camping beside a river that flowed south with them, Mei Lin shared her analysis while they sat around a fire. The stars above them were bright, countless points of light in the darkness. More visible here than they were in populated areas, the sky cleaner, the light pollution from human habitation absent. The river made soft sounds, the constant susurration of water moving across stone, providing a backdrop to their conversation. Mei Lin poured tea from a pot she'd prepared, and they sat in silence for a moment, drinking and listening to the river before she spoke. "They're desperate," she said quietly, her weathered face reflecting the firelight. "Luminous Peak has more resources, more territory, stronger disciples on average. The power imbalance has been getting worse for decades. Heavenly Ascent is growing more militant and more aggressive in recruiting. They're actively poaching disciples from other sects, offering power and status in exchange for loyalty. That kind of aggressive recruitment is destabilizing the traditional power structures. Verdant Gate is caught in the middle, weaker than both, and they need something to give them competitive advantage." Chen stirred the fire, watching sparks rise into the darkness. The embers glowed orange and red, carrying heat toward the sky. "And they think my herbs are that something." "Your herbs, your methods, your understanding of cultivation," Zhao Wei added. He'd been quiet up until this point, studying the landscape, the way the mountains rose in the distance. The young scholar's analytical mind was always working, always observing. More than that, they think your presence matters. If Verdant Gate can claim that you're their partner, that you're invested in their success, that you've chosen to work with them, it changes how other sects perceive them. Suddenly, they're not just the weaker option. They're the ones who worked with the farmer who's doing something unprecedented. They become associated with innovation instead of tradition. That matters more than the herbs themselves, honestly. Perception matters more than reality in cultivation politics. When you put it that way, Chen said, they're being strategically smart, not predatory, just trying to survive. Exactly, Zhao Wei said, which means they might be more reasonable negotiating partners than someone like Heavenly Ascent, who tends to approach things with more obvious threat. Reasonable people negotiate. Aggressive people demand. Mei Lin added quietly, whatever you decide, decide it soon. The political temperature is rising across the entire region. Luminous Peak and Heavenly Ascent are maneuvering against each other. The smaller sects are scrambling to position themselves. The pressure on you to take a clear position will increase exponentially. Neutral is becoming less and less tenable. If you want to stay independent, you'll need to build enough allies that independence becomes a position of strength rather than weakness. When they arrived at Verdant Gate's mountain fortress on the evening of the third day, Chen was struck by something unexpected. The sect had displayed not military strength, but botanical gardens. Vast areas of cultivated land surrounded the fortress itself, where spiritual plants grew in careful harmony. Trees that shouldn't survive at this altitude flourished, their leaves of vibrant green, their branches reaching toward the sky with purpose. Flowers bloomed in colors Chen had never seen before, blues that seemed to contain their own light, purples that shifted hue as you looked at them, greens so vivid they seemed almost unnatural. Their petals seemed to glow faintly with the sect's power, creating patterns and arrangements that suggested careful intention. There were herb gardens arranged in perfect harmony, where different plants supported each other's growth in symbiotic patterns that demonstrated deep understanding of botanical relationships. Chen understood immediately what he was seeing. Proof of cultivation mastery applied to botanical growth. The gardens showed centuries of accumulated knowledge about how to work with plants, how to make them flourish beyond their natural limits, how to create arrangements where each plant enhanced the other's growth. It was a living library of botanical knowledge, a demonstration that Verdant Gate understood cultivation of life at a level that most sects didn't bother with. More than that, it was a political statement. The garden said, we understand growth. We understand life. We understand nurture and harmony. We are not the militaristic type who uses force to solve problems. We are the type who understands how to make things flourish. Choose us, and you're choosing knowledge and harmony, not brutality and domination. It was clearly intentional, a statement written in living plants instead of written words. Verdant Gate was saying, we are not here to dominate through force or intimidation. We are here to understand and cultivate life. We understand the deep nature of living things, their needs, their potential. We value growth and harmony and sustainable development. Choose to partner with us. And you're not choosing to submit to tyrants. You're choosing to work with cultivators who understand the profound nature of life itself. It was a political statement as carefully composed as any spoken declaration, and more effective because it communicated through the medium of actual living growth rather than just words. The garden spoke of patient cultivation, careful understanding, the knowledge that real power came from understanding and nurturing rather than from domination. It worked on Chen, which meant it would work on others too. Chapter 43. Verdant Gates offers Sect Master Rinshua met Chen personally in a meeting room that overlooked the botanical gardens. The sect master was younger than Chen had expected, perhaps in his early 50s, with energy that suggested nervous confidence. There was tension in his shoulders, a quality of controlled anxiety that suggested Rinshua was not entirely comfortable in his position of absolute authority. He had the bearing of someone who'd achieved power but wasn't certain he deserved it, wasn't certain he could hold it, wasn't certain he could navigate the pressures that came with it. The meeting room itself was designed with care. High ceilings that made the space feel open and unconfining, wide windows that looked out over the gardens, furniture that was elegant without being ostentatious. Everything suggested that Rinshua wanted Chen to feel comfortable, to feel that he was meeting an equal rather than being summoned to an audience. "Thank you for coming," Rinshua said, and the gratitude seemed genuine rather than performative. "I know you're a busy man with extensive responsibilities. I appreciate that you took the time to travel here, to meet with me personally." "Your invitation was formal," Chen replied, settling into the seat that had been prepared for him. The chair was comfortable, well-crafted, exactly the right height for someone to sit and converse as an equal. "I assumed it was important." "It is," Rinshua said. He gestured for servants to bring tea, and they arrived quickly with a delicate service. Cups of the highest quality porcelain, tea that smelled of jasmine and something sweeter, more delicate, possibly honey or orchid. The tea service itself was a statement. These cups had been selected specifically because they were beautiful, because they communicated respect to whoever drank from them. "I want to be direct with you, because I think you appreciate directness more than political games and careful maneuvering." Chen nodded, waiting, his attention focused entirely on the sect master. Direct was good. Direct meant honest communication instead of layers of hidden meaning. "We're losing the sect war," Rinshua said without preamble, and the statement hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. His fingers tightened slightly around his teacup. "Not the dramatic kind of sect war where there's open conflict and people die. Not yet, anyway, and I hope not ever. But the quiet kind. The kind of slow accumulation of advantages and disadvantages over years and decades. Luminous Peak has more resources because they control more territory. They have more prestige because of their longer history and their more conservative approach. They have stronger disciples on average because they have the resources to properly train and support their followers. Heavenly Ascent is growing more militant and more aggressive, actively recruiting from other sects, making promises of power and position that they might or might not be able to keep. And Verdant Gate is caught in the middle, with fewer resources, a smaller recruitment base, and declining influence." He drank his tea, gathering his thoughts, and Chen respected the silence. This was not someone performing a script, but someone thinking carefully about how to communicate something important, something that was clearly concerning to him on a fundamental level. "What we need," Rinshua continued, "is something that makes us distinctive, something that gives us value that the other sects can't replicate. A source of rare herbs, I mean. A reliable, sustainable source of unique spiritual materials that we can offer our disciples, that we can offer to the cultivation world as evidence of our capability and our forward-thinking approach. Your herbs aren't just rare, they're unprecedented. You're producing things that conventional cultivation shouldn't be able to produce. You're creating materials that conventional alchemists can't create. That's worth something. That's worth everything." He leaned forward, his intensity increasing. "I'm not going to pretend this is charity or that we don't benefit from an arrangement with you. We do. But I'm also not going to hide that benefit or pretend it doesn't exist. We want the benefit, and we're willing to pay genuinely valuable consideration for it." "What are you offering?" Chen asked. "Official apostle status," Rinshua said, and his voice carried the weight of the offer. "You would be registered as an advanced external disciple. That comes with certain formal recognition, though it wouldn't require you to be present at sect activities or participate in sect governance. You'd maintain your independence in most things. You'd have access to our libraries, our accumulated knowledge about cultivation practice, our historical records of how herbs have been used, documented instances of rare plant properties being discovered. Those records include information that we keep from outsiders, cultivation techniques, histories of how sects rose and fell, patterns in how power dynamics shift over time. Information like that has value. You'd receive protection under our authority, which is substantial, even if we're weaker than Luminous Peak in absolute terms. If someone attacked you, Verdant Gate would respond. We would provide resources for your farm's expansion, funding for better irrigation systems, assistance finding skilled workers, connections to people who could help improve your operation, support for your workers themselves, medical attention if they're injured, resources if they face difficulties, administrative cooperation with local government structures, which would make it easier for you to operate without local officials creating problems. We could help you acquire better tools, better seeds, whatever you need to expand your operation in ways you haven't been able to before. In exchange, we would like first access to rare herbs at reasonable prices. Priority access, I mean. Not exclusive access. I understand you have other relationships and other commitments, but priority. When you develop something new and valuable, Verdant Gate gets first opportunity to purchase it before you offer it to others, and the right to announce that we're in partnership with you. It was more generous than Chen had anticipated. Ren Shua wasn't offering protection and resources in exchange for exclusive control of his output or his life. There was space in this arrangement for multiple relationships. The sect master had clearly thought about what would be acceptable to Chen, had tried to construct an offer that wouldn't feel suffocating. Chen considered all the components of the offer. The library access was valuable, genuine knowledge about cultivation and herb use. The protection was necessary. He could see now that without it, every noble house and sect would try to claim him. The resources were tempting. With sect backing, he could expand his farm dramatically. The price, priority access to herbs at reasonable prices, wasn't actually that high. He was already selling to Zhou Kai, already had agreements with other people. Priority access just meant Verdant Gate got first chance at new materials. That was manageable. What concerned him was the other implication. If he accepted, word would spread. He would be known as Verdant Gate's herb supplier, their partner. That association would affect how others related to him. It was a position of alliance, and alliances in the cultivation world had weight and consequences. Not exclusive, Chen confirmed, testing the waters carefully. I would retain freedom to work with other sects and other buyers. Not exclusive, Ren Shua agreed readily, and the relief in his voice was audible. We understand you work with other parties. We understand that exclusivity would be unreasonable and would probably ultimately harm your productivity. We just want to be one of those parties, and an important one. A trusted one. Someone you think of when you're deciding how to allocate your best materials. It was reasonable, but Chen wasn't ready to commit to anything yet. Too many variables remained unknown. Too many factors could change. He needed time to think, to consult with people whose judgment he trusted, to consider the implications. More than that, he needed to understand what other pressures were being applied, what other sects were planning, what the full political landscape looked like. I need to think about this, Chen said. Can I have time? Ren Shua looked briefly disappointed, but he nodded with genuine grace. Of course, take as long as you need. But I will say, the political situation is becoming volatile. Heavenly Ascent is preparing for something. Luminous Peak is responding. The entire cultivation landscape is shifting. The longer you remain genuinely independent, the less safe that independence becomes. At some point, pressure will force you to choose allies. I would prefer you choose us before you choose someone worse. Chapter 44. The Political Trap. As Chen spent time at Verdant Gate, ostensibly considering the sect master's offer, he began noticing something that concerned him deeply. He spent time in the sect's libraries, reading historical records about how sects consolidated power. He observed how the disciples interacted, how they spoke about each other, how the hierarchy manifested in simple social interactions. There were whispers among the disciples, conversations half overheard in corridors and training yards as Chen moved through the sect, observing, listening, trying to understand the undercurrents of power and allegiance. Disciples mentioned Heavenly Ascent recruiting from other sects, not just making offers, but actively sending representatives to other sects' disciples and offering power and status in exchange for loyalty. But not just offering it, actively incentivizing it through concrete promises, making offers that sounded too good to be true because they were designed to attract exactly the kinds of ambitious, risk-taking cultivators that the other sects needed most. Someone mentioned that experienced cultivators were being offered positions of authority within Heavenly Ascent, positions that they could never achieve in their current sects due to established hierarchies. Young cultivators were being offered immediate training in combat techniques and cultivation methods, things that would normally take years to earn access to. Chen overheard one conversation where a young disciple was saying that his friend had been offered dual rank advancement if he transferred to Heavenly Ascent. That meant skipping entire stages of cultivation progression, something that should take years, but that Heavenly Ascent was apparently willing to trade for recruitment. It was an aggressive tactic, one that only made sense if Heavenly Ascent had massive resources or if they were confident in their ability to extract value from the cultivators they were recruiting. Someone mentioned that the major sects were beginning to polarize into two groups, Luminous Peak and Verdant Gate moving closer together as mutual defense against Heavenly Ascent's growing militarism, while Heavenly Ascent was trying to break away from the traditional power structure entirely, to overthrow it and establish something new. The older disciples talked about this as though it was inevitable, as though the sect where they'd been waiting for was finally going to happen. The conversations suggested a pattern, a trajectory. Heavenly Ascent wasn't just trying to become stronger. They were trying to fundamentally reshape the power structure, to move from being one sect among three to being the dominant sect that controlled everything. They were engaged in a process of destabilization, recruiting aggressively, offering resources that the other sects couldn't match, positioning themselves as the future, while Luminous Peak and Verdant Gate were portrayed as the stagnant past. Zhao Wei, who had arrived separately at Verdant Gate's fortress claiming to be documenting sect histories and architectural innovations, brought Chen information that confirmed the whispers were accurate and ran deeper than surface conversation. They met in a quiet corner of the library, speaking softly so as not to disturb others who were studying. The situation is becoming unstable, Zhao Wei explained quietly, in the guest room where Chen was staying. The room was luxury, real silk, furniture that had been crafted by master artisans, windows that overlooked the gardens. Zhao Wei had been speaking with servants, with minor disciples, with people who had access to information but who felt comfortable sharing with an outsider. There are signals everywhere if you know how to read them. Heavenly Ascent is preparing to make a major move. It's not immediate, maybe 6 months, maybe a year, but the preparations are in place. Disciples are being trained in new combat formations. Leadership is consolidating. Alliances are being formed with smaller sections. And everyone is trying to understand where you fall in all of this, because your position in this conflict will affect outcomes significantly. What do you mean, where I fall? Chen asked. The question troubled him. He hadn't signed on to be part of any conflict. You're becoming a strategic asset, Zhao Wei said, and his tone suggested he understood that the statement might hurt. If you're allied with Luminous Peak, which some people think you are, because of Sect Master Renjing's obvious interest in you and her past actions protecting you, then Verdant Gate needs to secure you to prevent Heavenly Ascent from claiming you. If Heavenly Ascent gets you, they suddenly have access to unprecedented herb production, which would give them a substantial advantage. They could offer benefits to disciples that the other sects couldn't match. They could become genuinely stronger than Luminous Peak. The sects can't afford to let that happen. The stakes are enormous. Chen stood and walked to the window, looking out over the botanical gardens. The plants glowed softly in the afternoon sunlight, as though lit from within by the power the sect had cultivated into them over centuries of careful work. The sight was beautiful, but it was also complicated now. The beauty was part of a strategy, part of an attempt to convince him that Verdant Gate was worth partnering with. I don't want to be a strategic asset, he said quietly. I want to farm. I want to understand the vein. I want to cultivate knowledge. I don't want to be a resource to be fought over. I know, Zhao Wei said. But that's the luxury you have. You're powerful enough that you get to decide what role you play. For everyone else, the role is determined by their relative weakness and need for alliance. But you have the power to choose. The only question is what you choose. He paused, then added, whatever you decide it soon. The political temperature is rising. The pressure on you to take a clear position will increase exponentially. Every day that passes makes you more visible, makes you more valuable, makes the stakes higher. Neutral is becoming less and less tenable. Everyone will want to know, are you with us or against us? And if you take too long deciding, they'll start making that decision for you. Mei Lin, who had been listening quietly, added her own perspective. I've lived through sect wars before. I've seen how they develop over decades. They start with whispers and positioning. Then people start choosing sides. Then small conflicts between disciples become bigger conflicts between sect leadership. Eventually, if things escalate far enough, there's open warfare. If that happens while you're still sitting on the fence, people will push you off. Probably not gently. She looked at Chen with the weight of her decades of experience. The cultivation world doesn't tolerate neutrality well. People see it as weakness, as someone undecided about their true values. They'll test you repeatedly, trying to force you to take a position. And eventually, if you haven't chosen, they'll choose for you by attacking you. Chapter 45. Su Ming's escalation when Chen returned to his farm after 2 weeks at Verdant Gate. Having politely deferred his decision but signaled genuine interest in further discussion, he found an unexpected visitor waiting. Su Ming, the young noble who'd challenged him to a duel months ago. The noble had been humiliated by that encounter, and Chen wondered if he'd come seeking revenge, seeking to re-establish his pride. But this wasn't the arrogant young man who'd arrived before. This version of Su Ming was more controlled, more thoughtful, more dangerous in precisely the way that control implied. He arrived with far fewer guards than before, only 5 instead of 50, and he came with a proposal rather than a challenge or a threat. The change suggested that Su Ming had learned something from his previous failure. My house is going to be more involved in regional politics, Su Ming explained, sitting in Chen's home, accepting wine that Mei Lin had offered with grace. They sat in the sitting room, the afternoon light coming through the windows, creating shadows that moved across their faces as they spoke. We're aligning with certain power structures and positioning ourselves for advantage in the coming conflicts. The political landscape is reshaping, and my family needs to be on the right side of that reshaping. I'd like you to be part of that positioning. What does that mean? Chen asked carefully. He could sense that Su Ming was being honest, but honesty didn't mean the proposal would be acceptable. It means you acknowledge us as your primary political and military ally, Su Ming said. His tone was more measured than it had been months ago, when he'd been full of arrogance and assumed superiority. You don't have to become a member of my house or cease your other relationships entirely. But you commit to consulting with us on decisions that affect the region, to accepting our protection without question, and to being available to us when we need you. In exchange, we provide military support, economic resources, and administrative authority that will solidify your position. It was political subordination dressed in the language of alliance. Chen understood immediately that what Su Ming was really asking was for Chen to submit to house authority in exchange for protection. The formulation was careful. It preserved the appearance of independence while actually removing it. The key phrase was, available to us when we need you. That meant Chen would be required to subordinate his own interests to the house's interests when there was conflict. I can't do that, Chen said firmly. I've made a policy of not surrendering my independence to any single power structure. No noble house, no sect, no government authority. I maintain relationships with multiple parties precisely to preserve that independence. It's the only way I stay free. There was silence. Su Ming set down his wine slowly, and when he spoke again, his voice carried genuine concern rather than anger. That concern was somehow more threatening than anger would have been, because it suggested Su Ming was thinking strategically rather than emotionally responding. That policy is going to become untenable, Su Ming said, leaning forward slightly to emphasize his point. As the political situation becomes more volatile, and it will become volatile, mark my words, everyone will demand that you take a clear position. Neutral is no longer safe. Not just from us, but from everyone. The sects won't tolerate someone with your power remaining independent. Neither will the noble houses. Everyone wants to know, are you with us or against us? And if you refuse to answer, if you try to maintain this myth of independence, they'll assume you're against them. They'll treat you as a threat. They'll move to neutralize you. He paused, drinking wine, letting Chen absorb the implications. I'm telling you this as someone who respects power. You have power. Significant power. But power that isn't aligned with other power structures becomes dangerous, not to the structures, but to the person with the power. The cultivation world destroys people who try to stand alone. It's not merciful about it. It just happens inevitably. I appreciate the warning, Chen said, but I'm not ready to make a commitment like that. Then be ready soon, Su Ming said, because the time for indecision is shorter than you think. The political currents are moving fast, very fast, and when they sweep past, the people who haven't chosen a side get swept away. He leaned forward, his expression serious. I'm telling you this as someone who doesn't want to see you destroyed in the coming conflict. My house respects power, and you have power. We'd prefer you be our ally. But if you're not our ally, you'll eventually be our opponent. And we have the capability to make opposition costly. After Su Ming left, Chen sat for a long time in the darkness, understanding in his bones what his uncle had suggested weeks before. The age of remaining independent was ending. The world was entering a new phase, one where neutrality was no longer an option. The cultivation landscape was shifting, sects were consolidating, and power was being distributed into opposing camps. Increasingly, people would demand that he choose a side, and every side was offering him something: protection, resources, status, the promise of safety, in exchange for loyalty. He thought about the conversation he'd had with Mei Lin months ago, when she'd first arrived at his farm and suggested that neutrality was a luxury that came with a cost. He'd thought that the cost was simply being ignored by powerful people, being left to his own devices. But she'd meant something more. Neutrality was only possible if you had enough power to defend yourself, enough allies to protect you, enough resources to remain outside the major power structures. Once you became valuable enough, neutrality became dangerous. You'd be attacked from all sides by people trying to recruit you, or control you, or destroy you. He was at that point now. He'd become valuable, and valuable people didn't get to be neutral. The question was no longer whether he would be forced to choose. The question was when and which side he would choose, and what that choice would cost him, and what it would cost the people around him. Because that was the thing Su Ming had understood, the thing that made him dangerous. Every alliance Chen made would have ripple effects. Every choice would impact the people around him. If he chose Luminous Peak, people who'd aligned with Heavenly Ascent would become his enemies. If he chose Verdant Gate, those who benefited from Heavenly Ascent's rise would become his enemies. There was no choice that left everyone happy. There was only the choice of what he could live with. He sat alone in his home, listening to the sounds of the settlement outside. People talking, children laughing, someone working in the fields even though the hour was late. These people had chosen to live near him, had chosen to stake their futures on his success and stability. That choice meant they'd be affected by whatever he decided. They were his responsibility now, just as much as the plants in his fields. Chapter 46. Shen Wei's intrigue. Lin Shui's older brother, Shen Wei, arrived at Chen's farm with a proposal that felt subtly different from what Su Ming and Ren Shua had offered. Shen Wei had been promoted within Luminous Peak, had become someone with actual power and authority, and he came to Chen with the confidence of someone who'd achieved success through his own efforts. Shen Wei was a mid-level sect disciple, perhaps in his early 40s, with considerable personal power and an ambitious personality that manifested as casual arrogance. He'd watched Chen's rise to prominence with interest, and he'd come to a calculation about how Chen's power could be useful to him in his ambitions within Luminous Peak. If he could position himself as Chen's guide through Cultivation Society, if he could become someone Chen relied on for advice, then Shen Wei's own status would increase exponentially. "I'd like to mentor you," Shen Wei said, as though this was something Chen should find attractive. They sat in Chen's field, surrounded by growing herbs, with the evening sun casting long shadows that made the plants look strange and unfamiliar. "Teach you the ways of Cultivation Society, show you how to leverage your power for maximum advantage, help you understand how to extract value from your position. You're powerful, but you're naive about how the world actually works. You're leaving value on the table. I could fix that." Chen understood immediately what was being offered. Shen Wei wanted to become his advisor and guide, and in exchange, Shen Wei would build a power base through association with Chen. Through Chen, Shen Wei would gain prestige, resources, and influence that he couldn't achieve through his own abilities. Through Chen, Shen Wei could become someone important within the sect, someone whose opinion mattered, someone who had connections to powerful people outside the sect. "I appreciate the offer," Chen said carefully, choosing his words with precision. "But I'm learning to navigate these structures on my own. I don't need a mentor in politics." There was a flicker across Shen Wei's face, a moment where the casual arrogance flickered away, revealing something much more calculating underneath. When he spoke again, his voice had lost the pretense of friendliness, and his tone carried a quality of something like menace. "You're making a mistake," Shen Wei said. "I could be very useful to you, or I could be very problematic. You're choosing which one right now." "Then I'm choosing neither," Chen said quietly. "You're welcome to visit, but this conversation is over." Shen Wei stood, his expression hardening. "You'll regret this. There are people in Luminous Peak who would find your naivety amusing, and people outside the sects who would find your independence threatening. When you're facing pressure from all sides, when people are working against you in ways you don't understand, when people are undermining your position while you're busy farming, you'll remember that I offered to help, and you'll regret refusing." He left without further ceremony, his departure sudden enough that it felt like a statement in itself. Alone, Chen felt the first real flicker of genuine concern about what political opposition might actually look like. Shen Wei wasn't someone with direct power over him, but he had access to people with power. He had position within Luminous Peak, influence, connections, and he'd just demonstrated that he was capable of turning from offering help to offering threats with seamless efficiency, without awkwardness or hesitation. The transition had been smooth, as though threat and offer were simply two sides of the same coin. Chapter 47. The village threat. 2 weeks after Shen Wei's departure, bandits began appearing in larger numbers. They appeared with regularity, with purpose. They weren't simply bandits, common criminals looking to steal whatever they could find. These bandits had direction, intentionality, coordination. They appeared in groups of 5 to 10, well-armed, organized in their approach. They targeted specific villages and settlements near Chen's farm, moving with precision that suggested they were being directed by someone with knowledge of the area and understanding of strategy. They intimidated farmers, suggested that association with Chen brought danger, that staying near his farm meant risking everything. The terror was deliberate and calculated. Shen Wei was using bandits the way a puppet master uses strings, directing them to create pressure, to make Chen's presence in the area costly to those around him. Within weeks, several families had moved away from the area. Old Lu, who had been Chen's first neighbor, who had appeared on Chen's doorstep months ago when his own crops failed, came to speak with him one final time before departing. The old man's face was weathered, lined with age and worry, his eyes tired in a way that went beyond simple physical exhaustion. "I won't be part of your war," Old Lu said. "I was happy here. You treated me fairly. You paid decent wages. The land is good. My family was safe. But I'm not powerful enough to survive what's coming. I'm not a cultivator. I'm just an old farmer. And there are people who want to pressure you, and they're using people like me to do it. I can't allow my family to be caught in the middle of that." Old Lu left with his family in a cart pulled by a horse Chen had given him months ago. Chen watched them depart, feeling the weight of the situation, the weight of the fact that his presence in the area, once protective, was becoming dangerous to the people around him. Chen's uncle arrived with urgent news 2 days later, riding hard, his horse sweating. The older man looked determined, focused, his administrative mind already working through solutions. "It's Shen Wei," Uncle Kuan said without preamble. "He's recruiting bandits and paying them to create problems in the region around your farm. It's a pressure tactic. He's trying to make your presence costly to those around you, so people will demand that you leave or submit to political control. It's brilliant, actually, in a deeply cynical way. He's not threatening you directly, which would have consequences, which would prompt you to respond with force that would make him look like the victim. He's threatening everyone near you, which forces them to make a choice between supporting you or protecting themselves. And most people, when forced to choose between the two, will protect themselves." It was a deeply cynical tactic and devastatingly effective. Chen realized that maintaining his farm and his independence wasn't just his problem anymore. It had become a problem for everyone living in proximity to him. He was becoming a liability to the people he cared about, the people who worked for him, the people who'd moved to settle near his farm. His very existence in the area was creating danger for them. He made a choice that night, sitting alone in his field while the bandits moved in the darkness beyond his perimeter. He couldn't accept that his presence would become a burden to others. He wouldn't allow people to suffer because of their proximity to him. Chapter 48. Chen's response: rather than let the pressure drive people away, rather than accept that his presence was dangerous to others, Chen transformed his farm into something more, a refuge and a settlement that could defend itself. He formalized the process by announcing that the area around his property would be open to families who wanted to relocate. He worked with his uncle's administrative authority to establish official status for what would become a small town, not a sect establishment, not a noble house territory, but a genuine settlement under the administrative protection of local government. He taught the farmers who moved in basic cultivation techniques using his herbs, demonstrating that living near him meant access to resources, not vulnerability to attack. He distributed training methods freely to anyone willing to learn. He showed farmers how to use small amounts of his herbs to enhance their own cultivation enough to defend themselves. He created a system where every able-bodied person in the settlement learned basic combat training, not because he wanted to militarize the settlement, but because defense was necessary for survival. More importantly, he formalized the protection through governmental channels. The magistrate issued official declarations that the area around Chen's farm was under governmental protection, with the authority to prosecute any bandit activity as an act of aggression against the government itself, not just against individual farmers. Bandit activity in the settlement area could result in execution. That changed the risk calculation significantly. It wasn't absolute protection. Bandits still came, still attempted raids, but it made it clear that attacking people in Chen's settlement would have consequences beyond just threatening individuals. There was institutional power backing the protection now, which changed the calculation for potential attackers. You could kill a farmer and steal from him, but if you did it in Chen's settlement, the government would hunt you down and execute you. That was a powerful deterrent. 20 families moved into the expanded settlement within the first month, then 40, then 60. The farm transformed from a solitary structure in fields into the nucleus of a genuine small community. A market area developed, with stalls and merchants. A communal cooking facility was built, a large kitchen where food could be prepared for the settlement, where knowledge about cooking and preservation could be shared. People began establishing small businesses. A blacksmith who worked with copper and iron, a clothmaker who produced garments, a healer who worked alongside Chen to develop better medicinal preparations using his herbs. The settlement became more than just a refuge. It became a community, a place where people had incentive to stay, where safety was combined with opportunity and genuine friendship. The families who'd moved here brought their own skills. A carpenter who built better structures, a merchant who understood trade networks, a teacher who began educating the children in basic literacy and counting. What had been empty fields became the foundation of something genuinely new, something that had the potential to grow into a real town if things continued to develop. Chen worked with the community actively, not from above, but from within. He spent time teaching anyone willing to learn about herb cultivation. He worked alongside people in the fields, showing them how to recognize the signs of plant health, how to work with the vein's power rather than against it. He made the knowledge accessible, breaking it down into manageable pieces that a farmer without cultivation background could understand and apply. The effect was profound. People who'd never been able to cultivate before began to advance. Not dramatically. Their cultivation rates were still limited by their lack of natural talent, but genuinely. Young people who showed promise could actually pursue cultivation practice instead of just farming. The possibility of advancement existed here, something that didn't exist in most villages. And the bandits found that targeting a community was infinitely harder than targeting scattered individuals. A coordinated group could defend itself. A community was stronger than the sum of its parts. Families protecting each other created mutual support systems that made organized defense possible. The bandits discovered that hitting one farm and running was impossible here. There were too many people watching, too many people who'd respond to attack. They shifted their tactics to targeting travelers on the road, to hitting settlements further away. The immediate pressure on Chen's farm decreased. What had been an isolated farmer became the center of a network of people with incentive to see him succeed, people who benefited from his success and would fight to protect it. It was a position of strength that Chen hadn't anticipated. The settlement itself had become his defense, not because he'd designed it that way, but because when you created value for people, when you gave them opportunity and safety and community, they responded by protecting that value themselves. Chapter 49. The betrayal. What happened next shattered Chen's faith in his own judgment, at least temporarily. It demonstrated that his tendency to trust, his belief that people were fundamentally good, could be exploited in ways he hadn't imagined. Li Chong arrived at the farm claiming to be a distant relative, bringing letters of introduction from family members Chen hadn't heard from in years. Li Chong carried himself with the confidence of someone educated and expected to succeed. He was knowledgeable about commerce, economics, supply chains. He had suggestions for better contracts, more efficient distribution networks, improved relationships with key buyers. Within days, Chen had made him an unofficial advisor, someone he consulted about expanding the settlement and improving the farm's economic relationships. For 3 weeks, everything seemed to improve. The settlement expanded faster with Li Chong's guidance. The economic relationships became more sophisticated. Trade networks developed that hadn't existed before. Li Chong's energy and intelligence seemed exactly what Chen needed. Then Zhao Wei discovered something troubling, and he came to Chen late at night, looking genuinely upset. Zhao Wei's documentary work had given him access to people throughout the settlement and the surrounding area, and his careful observations had picked up patterns that others might have missed. Li Chong has been secretly meeting with Shen Wei, Zhao Wei said quietly. I followed him 3 days ago. They met in a small inn in the village to the south, in a private room where they thought no one could observe them. I was able to get close enough to hear parts of their conversation. Li Chong is brokering deals to sell your herb samples to competitors at discounted prices. He's established secondary supply lines that undercut your primary contracts. He's been extracting value from your position and selling that value to people who want to harm you. Chen felt something cold settle in his chest. Betrayal carried a different weight than external threat. This was someone inside the community, someone Chen had trusted with knowledge of the farm's operations, working against him in deliberate and systematic ways. He confronted Li Chong that same night, in the relative privacy of the greenhouse. The plants around them glowed faintly in the moonlight coming through the glass roof, indifferent to the human drama unfolding in their midst. I know about your meetings with Shen Wei, Chen said quietly. I know about the side sales, the discounted contracts, the secondary supply lines. He expected shame, regret, some sign that Li Chong understood he'd betrayed trust. Instead, he found someone utterly lacking in conscience. You're naive, Li Chong said bluntly, his earlier charm replaced with naked contempt. You have power, and you're not using it to maximum advantage. I saw an opportunity to correct that inefficiency by extracting value you weren't capturing. Your naivety made you vulnerable to exploitation. I simply exploited that vulnerability. It's not personal, it's business. Value flows to the people clever enough to see it and ruthless enough to take it. Get out, Chen said quietly. Gladly, Li Chang said. You'll regret this. When everyone around you starts profiting from your misfortune, when you see that the world only respects strength and ruthlessness, when you see that people use kindness as a weakness to be exploited, you'll understand that I was actually trying to teach you a lesson. The lesson is that kindness is a liability in cultivation society, and people like me exist to teach that lesson to people like you. After Li Chang left, Chen stood in the darkness of his field for a long time, feeling something crystallize in his thinking. His philosophy of trust and open-handedness was an asset. It had created genuine relationships with people like Mei Lin, Zhou Kai, and Zhao Wei. These people were loyal because they chose to be, because their values aligned with his, because they'd spent time with him and come to understand his genuine nature. But it could also be a liability. The world didn't reward naivety. And there were people who would exploit kindness the way Li Chang had, treating it as weakness to be taken advantage of, as an opening to be exploited. He thought about what Li Chang had said, about the world only respecting strength and ruthlessness. He didn't believe that was entirely true, but he understood now that it was partially true. The world did respect strength. People did exploit obvious weakness. And his willingness to trust people immediately had been a weakness that Li Chang had recognized and capitalized on. He made a decision. The farm would remain open to those he trusted, but he would be far more cautious about trusting. Trust would have to be earned, tested, proven through time and action. It was a harder philosophy than his previous approach, but necessary. The world had shown him that not everyone could be trusted, and that pretending otherwise was itself a form of negligence toward the people who depended on him. This was the cost of accumulating power and people around him. When you had something valuable, when you had people who depended on you, you had to be careful about who you let into your circle. Because people like Li Chang would always exist, people who saw value and tried to extract it for themselves, regardless of the damage they caused in doing so. Protecting the people who depended on him meant being ruthless in identifying and removing people who were actively working against the community's interests. He'd learned a hard lesson. Kindness without boundaries was just enabling exploitation. Real kindness required strong boundaries, required the willingness to say no, required the strength to remove people who were harming the community. That was the kind of kindness that actually protected people. Chapter 50. The Coup. The confrontation with Li Chang had demonstrated something that Chen hadn't fully understood before. His farm was vulnerable not just to external threats, but to internal sabotage. Control had been slipping away in subtle ways, through people he'd trusted, through compromises he'd accepted, through the simple fact that he couldn't monitor everything personally. Su Ming moved to consolidate his advantage, deciding that Chen was sufficiently weakened by the Li Chang betrayal and the bandit pressure that the time was right to make his move. He arrived 3 days later with 50 guards, not an invasion force, not a military army, but a significant show of force. The guards were the colors of his house and carried weapons openly. They established a perimeter around the farm, cordoning off the settlement, preventing people from leaving without explicit permission. It was a blockade, a demonstration of control. Su Ming himself approached Chen's home with formal documentation, sealed with his house's official seal. He carried the papers like a weapon, like evidence of legal right to take what he wanted. The law of occupation, Su Ming explained with cold precision, sitting in Chen's home as if he already owned it, states that if a region cannot maintain independent governance, it can be incorporated into another family's domain. Your farm has been subject to bandit raids and internal betrayal. That demonstrates insufficient stability for independent operation. Therefore, my house is taking administrative control. It was legally sophisticated and utterly unscrupulous. It was a coup dressed in the language of law, using Chen's own problems against him. It was brilliant in its ruthlessness. Su Ming had waited until Chen was vulnerable, waited until he'd been betrayed by someone he trusted, waited until he was doubting his own judgment. The combination of external pressure and internal betrayal had weakened Chen's position, and Su Ming was exploiting that weakness. Chen's uncle arrived within hours, bringing magistrates and administrative authority. But the situation became clear quickly. Administrative authority was no match for cultivation power. Su Ming could overpower any magistrate, could seize control by force if necessary. But he was hesitating, holding back, which meant someone had pressured him to hesitate. Someone more powerful was watching this situation and had signaled that it would be unwise to proceed without sect approval. That someone arrived before sunset. Chapter 51. The sect response. Sect Master Renjing of Luminous Peak manifested at Chen's farm with visible irritation, her presence creating a pressure in the air that made the guards instinctively step backward and lower their weapons. The temperature seemed to drop. The light seemed to dim. She was tribulation rank, and the power of that rank radiated from her like heat from a flame, like the weight of mountains pressing down on the world. Her mere presence was enough to communicate power in unmistakable terms. Behind her stood Sect Master Rinshua of Verdant Gate, his expression serious, his stance conveying authority. He wasn't as powerful as Rinjing, but he was formidable nonetheless. The two sect masters, having apparently coordinated in advance, presented a united front against the incursion. "This farm is under sect observation and protection," Rinjing announced, her voice carrying power that made the words feel like they were written in stone, immutable and final. "Any attempt to claim it by force without sect approval will be considered an act of aggression against both Luminous Peak and Verdant Gate." Su Ming, facing two tribulation-rank sect masters, realized he'd made a miscalculation. The guards, sensing the shift in power dynamics, moved slightly away from him, unwilling to be caught in the middle of a conflict with cultivation powers of this magnitude. Cultivation battles at that level could destroy entire regions, could kill everyone present, could reshape the landscape itself. "This is a matter of regional governance," Su Ming said, trying to save face. "Not a sect matter. The law of occupation is clear." "This is a matter of sect authority," Rin Shua replied calmly. "And sect authority supersedes noble family authority in cultivation matters. You may govern your family's territory as you wish. But this farm is under sect observation. Your claim is rejected." Su Ming was forced to withdraw. The two sect masters had made their position clear, and there was no way around them. His guards departed in organized fashion, neither rushing nor appearing humiliated. It was a clean retreat, professional in its execution. The noble house would recover from this failure and try another approach eventually. But before leaving, Su Ming took a moment to deliver a final message to Chen. He approached deliberately, not in a threatening manner, but with the bearing of someone who had something important to communicate. "You've chosen to be protected by sects," Su Ming said quietly, so that only Chen could hear. "I respect that choice. But remember this, protection always has a cost, and that cost is often paid by people around you, not by you directly. The sects will use that protection to extract concessions. They'll use their power on your behalf in ways that require repayment. And eventually, you might find that the cost of their protection exceeds the benefit." "I understand," Chen said. "Do you?" Su Ming asked. "I hope so. Because when you realize that the cost is too high, it will be too late to go back. The sects don't release their assets easily." It was a statement designed to wound, and it succeeded. Chen understood that Su Ming was right. He'd accepted sect protection, which meant he'd accepted that the sects would now have leverage over him, would now expect return on the investment they were making. He'd sacrificed his independence to buy security. Whether that trade was worth it, he didn't yet know. The sects had saved him from Su Ming's coup, which meant Chen was now in their debt. After Su Ming and his guards departed, Rin Jing and Rin Shua requested a private meeting with Chen. Chapter 52. The True Negotiation. What followed was a three-way negotiation that clarified the true nature of power structures in the cultivation world, in ways that left Chen unsettled but educated. This was not negotiation as he understood it from his dealings with merchants and farmers. This was negotiation at the level of sect power, where everything was about control and leverage and the subtle exercise of force disguised as courtesy. The two sect masters didn't try to hide their interest in controlling aspects of Chen's farm. They needed reliable herb supply for their followers. This was economic necessity, not luxury. The sects could provide more resources to disciples and attract stronger cultivators if they had access to unique herbs. They needed to prevent other sects from monopolizing the source, because allowing Heavenly Ascent to control Chen's herb production would fundamentally shift the balance of power. They needed political advantage that came from being associated with Chen's power, which was now undeniable. If they could claim Chen as a partner, it would strengthen their position in the eyes of other sects and potential allies. But underneath that pragmatism, Chen sensed something else. They were protecting an investment. The sects had intervened to protect Chen from Su Ming's coup. In cultivation politics, you didn't expend that kind of resource without expecting return. They were now going to collect. "Here's our proposal," Rin Jing said bluntly, all pretense of courtesy abandoned. They sat in Chen's home, and the two sect masters occupied his sitting room as though they owned it. Their very presence seemed to fill the space, their power creating an atmosphere that made it difficult to think of them as just visiting. "We establish a formal system for herb distribution. Each sect receives priority access for 3 months annually, on a rotating basis. During that time, you're committed to producing at maximum capacity for that sect's use. Outside of those periods, you can sell to whoever you want. All parties benefit. You get protection from sect authority, which prevents further coup attempts like the one we just stopped." The sects get reliable access to rare herbs that our disciples need for their advancement. Your farm gets official sect recognition, which makes it clear that attacking you would be attacking sect interests, something no rational power would attempt. Your settlement gets stability and protection as a secondary benefit. Everyone wins. She paused, letting the proposal settle. Ren Shua added, more specifically, during your assigned quarter, Verdant Gate covers all your operational expenses. We provide workers if you need them. We provide materials. We cover the cost of maintaining your farm and settlement. You produce herbs for us, and we distribute them among our disciples and allies. In exchange, we get access to those herbs at cost, not cheap, but reasonable. When that quarter ends, you're released from the arrangement until your next quarter comes around. Ren Jing continued. Luminous Peak will follow the same pattern. 3-month access, full support during that period, reasonable pricing of the herbs we receive. The rotation means that you serve one sect for 3 months, then you're free for 6 months, then you serve another sect for 3 months, then you're free again. It ensures that no single sect can monopolize your time or your output. It ensures that the arrangement is sustainable for you. It was elegant politically and economically efficient. But it also meant that Chen's autonomy was being partitioned into thirds. Every third of the year, he would be committed to one sect's needs, serving as their primary herb supplier and resource. His independence had just been significantly constrained by the simple fact of the sect master's demonstration of power. What they were offering was not slavery, but it wasn't independence either. It was management, structured partnership where both parties had clear obligations. Chen understood the brilliance of the proposal. By spreading access across 3 months per sect, they ensured that no single sect had complete control. But by requiring maximum production during those 3 months, they ensured that Chen's primary energies would be devoted to sect needs rather than to independent research or development. It was a clever arrangement that bound him to sect interests while appearing to respect his autonomy. What happens if I refuse? Chen asked, already knowing the answer but needing to hear it stated directly. Hearing it directly from the sect master's mouths would crystallize the reality of the situation in a way that would make it undeniable. Then we withdraw our protection, Ren Shua said without hesitation. And Heavenly Ascent sect, which has been waiting for such an opportunity, will move to claim you. You'll end up serving someone far less respectful than we are. They'll demand exclusive rights to your herbs. They'll probably demand you relocate to their territory. Your settlement will be absorbed into their control structure. You'll lose the farm you've built and the community you've created. It was a genuine threat backed by genuine capability. Chen understood in that moment that his independence, while still substantial, was no longer unlimited. The age of being a free agent was ending. Power had finally caught up with him in a way that he couldn't simply outmaneuver or charm his way past. He considered all of this carefully, thinking through the implications, running through alternate scenarios in his mind. In the end, he accepted the arrangement, but with a single condition that he stated clearly: you rotate access fairly, with no sect claiming advantages through political maneuvering. You don't attempt to claim permanent ownership of the farm or incorporate it into sect territory. And you allow me to maintain the community I've built here. You can have priority access to my herbs, but you don't get to control my settlement or my people. Both sect masters considered this, exchanged glances in a way that suggested communication at a level beyond words, and both agreed. It was a compromise that all parties could live with, because all parties benefited. The sects secured herb access and political advantage, establishing themselves as partners of someone with unprecedented capabilities. Chen secured protection and official recognition, which would prevent future coup attempts and give him standing in the cultivation world. The settlement secured stability, knowing that the sect masters themselves had taken interest in its protection. It wasn't perfect, but it was livable. Chen understood that he'd just accepted a fundamental change in his status. He was no longer independent, but he'd negotiated it in a way that preserved as much autonomy as possible. 9 months of independence, 3 months of service. That was sustainable. That was something he could work with. But more than that, he understood something crucial about the nature of power and relationships in the cultivation world. Relationships weren't built on trust or even on mutual benefit alone. They were built on mutual necessity. The sects needed his herbs. He needed their protection. That mutual necessity was what would keep the agreement stable, not any theoretical concept of fairness or justice. Both sides would honor the arrangement because both sides benefited from its continuation. It was cynical, perhaps, but it was also realistic. It was how the world actually worked, beneath the layer of courtesy and formal language. And once you understood how it actually worked, you could navigate it effectively. After the negotiation ended, Ren Jing and Ren Shua prepared to depart. Before leaving, Both sect masters took a moment to speak with Chen privately, not together, but separately, which suggested they had both come to the same conclusion and wanted to communicate it individually without the other hearing. Ren Jing spoke first, pulling Chen aside after her negotiating partner had stepped away. "You did well," she said, her tone suggesting genuine respect. "You navigated a situation that could have destroyed you, and you came out with a position of strength. Not as strong as you might have hoped, but stronger than most people in your position would have achieved. That's competence. That's the kind of thing that makes people want to work with you." She paused, then added, "But understand something. The protection we're offering you comes with expectations. We've just told the cultivation world that you're ours, in a sense. That comes with obligations. The next few months will be delicate. There will be people who try to undermine the arrangement, who try to pull you away or destabilize the agreement. Be vigilant." Ren Shua spoke similarly, but with different emphasis. "I push for this arrangement because I believe you have value beyond your herbs," Ren Shua said. "I see in you someone trying to do things differently, trying to navigate power structures without becoming corrupted by them. That's rare. Most people either become ruthless or become dominated. You're trying a third path. I think it might actually be the right one. But I want you to know that I'm investing in that belief. The sect is investing in it. Don't betray that investment." Both warnings, both expressed with courtesy and respect, carried the weight of threat underneath. If Chen failed to live up to the expectations they were setting, if he betrayed the arrangement or failed to deliver on his obligations, there would be consequences. Both sect masters had just invested significant political capital in protecting him from Su Ming. They expected returns on that investment. And more than that, they were signaling that they would hold him to a high standard. Ren Shua paused at the door before leaving, turning back to say one more thing. "You should know that the arrangement we've made will spread knowledge throughout the cultivation world. Everyone will understand that you're under sect protection now. That will change how people approach you. Some will be more respectful, knowing that attacking you means attacking a sect. Some will see you as a target precisely because of that, someone worth taking control of, since you're valuable enough to be protected. That's the trade-off. Security at the cost of becoming more obviously a target." "I understand," Chen said. "Do you understand that it's irreversible?" Ren Shua asked. "You can't later decide that you want to be independent again. Once you're known to be under sect protection, you're under sect protection. The arrangement shapes how the cultivation world perceives you from this point forward." The question hung in the air between them. Chen had understood the weight of what he was accepting, but hearing it stated so directly was different. There was no going back from this. His entire position had just fundamentally changed. After both sect masters departed, Chen stood alone in his home for a long time, trying to absorb the magnitude of what had just happened. He'd crossed a threshold. He was no longer a simple farmer who happened to cultivate powerful herbs. He was now a valued asset of two major sections. His independence was negotiable. His future was partially determined by sect politics rather than by his own choices alone. It was evening when he finally went outside to stand in his field, feeling the weight of all the eyes that would now be watching him, all the expectations that would now be placed on him. The vein beneath his feet pulsed with its ancient presence, indifferent to human politics, continuing its existence regardless of what arrangements humans made about how its products would be distributed. Chen stood in the center of his farm and thought about the magnitude of what had just occurred. He'd gone from being a simple farmer with remarkable capabilities to being a political player in sect dynamics. He'd gone from being relatively unknown to being so valuable that sects were willing to invest significant resources in his protection. The transformation had happened almost without his realizing it, through a series of small steps, each one seeming reasonable and necessary at the time, until suddenly he'd arrived at a place where he was bound by sect obligations. But he also understood something else. The arrangement gave him security. It gave him the ability to expand his farm, his settlement, his reach, with sect backing. It gave him access to sect knowledge and resources that he could never have obtained independently. It gave him the ability to develop his cultivation further, to pursue research that would be impossible without those resources. The price was his independence. The price was that 6 months a year, he would be constrained by sect needs. The price was that his actions would now be scrutinized by sect leadership, that his decisions would affect not just himself, but his sect allies. He'd traded absolute independence for structured alliance. He'd traded the freedom to do whatever he wanted for the security of knowing he had powerful allies. It was the kind of trade that humanity had been making since the beginning of civilization. Freedom for security, independence for alliance. Was it worth it? He didn't yet know. But as he stood in his field, feeling the power of the vein beneath him, feeling the presence of his settlement around him, feeling the weight of the expectations now placed on him, he understood that this was his new reality. There was no going back. He had to make this arrangement work, had to find ways to honor his obligations to the sects while still pursuing his own understanding and growth. It was a challenge, but challenges, he was learning, were what made life interesting. Chapter 53, Chen's rage that night. Alone in his field, Chen allowed himself to feel something he'd been suppressing since the moment Su Ming arrived with his 50 guards: genuine anger. He'd been careful, methodical, respectful of power structures while trying to remain independent. He'd built genuine relationships based on mutual benefit. He'd refused easy compromises when those compromises would have cost him his core principles. And it had all been rendered almost irrelevant by the simple fact of larger forces moving in directions he didn't control. He spent the night in meditation, and his anger poured into the vein. The plants around him began growing twisted and dark, their leaves curling in on themselves, their stems becoming gnarled and distorted. The herbs that normally glowed softly with the vein's power, that soft blue-green light that indicated health and vitality, instead seemed to darken, to withdraw into themselves, becoming gray and muted. The vein itself seemed to be reacting to his emotional state, pulling back, protecting itself from the chaos he was radiating. It was as though the ancient consciousness beneath the earth was watching him have his tantrum and deciding it was safer to withdraw and wait until the tantrum passed. His rage burned like a fire, consuming everything in its path. The ground beneath him seemed to crack with metaphorical force, though he maintained enough control that it didn't actually rupture. The air around him seemed to shimmer with heat, and the plants in his immediate vicinity wilted as though exposed to a blast furnace. He wanted to scream at the injustice, at the fact that everything he'd done right had been insufficient to protect him from the weight of larger power structures. He'd been careful. He'd respected power rather than challenging it. He'd built relationships rather than armies. And none of it had mattered when the sects decided they wanted something from him. He wanted to rage against a world where might truly did make right, where independent strength was systematically pressured into submission or destruction, where people with sufficient power could simply decide that your farm belonged to them, or that your independence belonged to them, or that you belonged to them, and there was nothing you could do about it except accept the best terms you could negotiate. The night raged on, and Chen's fury continued, pouring into the earth, twisting the growth patterns of his carefully cultivated plants. It was destructive, wasteful, pointless, and he couldn't stop it. The anger had been building for months, through every pressure, every threat, every person trying to use him or control him or reduce him to a resource to be exploited. Tonight it all came out, and the garden suffered for it. By morning, he understood something fundamental. His emotional state affected the vein. The connection between them went both directions. If he radiated anger and resentment, the vein withdrew. The power that made him valuable would become unreliable if he couldn't control his emotional state. More importantly, his rage was undermining everything he was trying to build. His farm, his relationships, his understanding of the vein. All of it was at risk if he continued down this path. He made a choice that surprised him. He chose acceptance. Not the acceptance of defeat, not the acceptance of submission, but the acceptance that some things were beyond his control. The sects would demand access to his herbs. The political situation would pressure him. The world would test him in ways he couldn't predict. His job was not to eliminate those pressures, but to navigate within them, to work with reality as it was, not fight against what it couldn't become. Chapter 54. Mei Lin's wisdom. Mei Lin found him in his field as the sun rose, sitting by the twisted herbs that bore witness to his night of rage. She sat beside him without speaking, her presence itself a kind of comfort. She didn't try to fix the herbs or reverse the damage his anger had done. She simply sat, present, witnessing, her weathered hands folded in her lap. After a long silence, she spoke. "You're angry because you thought your approach was better. You believed that if you were careful and respectful and methodical, you'd earn the right to remain independent. You believed that understanding would matter more than power, that genuine cultivation was about respect rather than domination. But the world doesn't work that way. The world works through power, and power respects only strength and strategy. So what was the point of everything I did?" Chen asked bitterly. All of it was rendered irrelevant in a single night. "The point," Mei Lin said, her weathered voice carrying absolute certainty, "was that it worked. You're not being conquered. You're being incorporated into a system where you have significant agency and protection. You could have ended up as a slave to a single sect, with your farm seized, your workers enslaved, your community destroyed. Instead, you're a valued partner that multiple sects want to maintain good relations with. You have leverage. You have choice within the constraints." She reached over and took his hand, her fingers surprisingly warm despite their age and weathering. "Look at where you are. Your tribulation rank. You've created an arrangement with two major sects where you maintain 9 months of independence in exchange for 3 months of service. You've built a community of 60 families who depend on you, but who also defend each other. You've developed herbs that cure incurable diseases. You've accomplished more in a few months than most cultivators accomplish in a decade. But I'm no longer free, Chen said. You were never free, Mei Lin said gently. None of us are. We're all bound by structures larger than ourselves. We live within families, within sects, within governmental hierarchies, within the natural world's constraints. The question is not whether you're bound. You are. The question is whether the binding is tolerable and whether you maintain agency within it. And you do, on both counts. She paused, her eyes searching his face with the clarity that came from decades of wisdom. Stop wishing for freedom you can't have. Start optimizing the actual situation you're in. You have 3 months of every year when you answer to one sect. During that time, you produce herbs for their use. But the other 9 months, you work with whoever you choose. That's not slavery. That's a manageable constraint on otherwise substantial freedom. Most people in the cultivation world would consider that an incredible position of strength. She squeezed his hand. You think you've lost control because you had to make a compromise. But you've actually gained stability. Before, anyone could attack you at any time. Now, attacking you means attacking a sect. Before, you had to handle all your own problems. Now, you have sect backing for major issues. You traded absolute independence, which was illusory anyway, for actual security. That's not a loss. That's an upgrade. Chen wanted to argue, wanted to tell her that she didn't understand how wrong it felt to be constrained. But he sat with the wisdom of what she was saying, and gradually, he began to see the truth in it. He had been operating under the assumption that independence was the highest possible good, that any constraint was a loss. But Mei Lin was right. His previous independence had been fragile, vulnerable, constantly under threat. What he had now was more stable, even if it came with constraints. More than that, the 3-month commitment wasn't actually 3 months of slavery. During those months, he'd be producing herbs for the sect, yes. But he'd also have access to the sect's resources, their knowledge, their protection. He'd be part of something larger than himself. That had value too. Chapter 55. The third breakthrough in response to his acceptance of the political reality. In response to his choice to stop fighting what he couldn't control, Chen achieved a breakthrough to tribulation rank. He didn't pursue it deliberately. Instead, it came as a natural consequence of aligning his will with the actual structure of the world rather than fighting against it. The moment he stopped raging against what he couldn't control, the vein responded. The constant pressure of his resistance was lifted, and in that absence of pressure, he advanced. He did it in the deepest part of the vein, where the power ran most concentrated. He sat in meditation, opening himself completely to the vein's presence, surrendering his resistance to the reality he'd spent the night in rage against. He submitted to the situation, not as defeat, but as acknowledgement of what was actually true. The breakthrough was violent in ways his previous advances had not been. Heavenly tribulation, actual lightning that fell from the sky in response to his cultivation reaching a critical threshold, struck the vein at its center. The lightning was blindingly bright, the sound like the world breaking. Multiple bolts descended simultaneously, striking him repeatedly, their power immense beyond what he could have imagined. Chen stood in the strikes, allowing the power to refine his body, solidify his cultivation base, and integrate the lessons he'd learned about the nature of power in the world. He didn't try to block the lightning or protect himself. He simply stood and allowed the power to pass through him, to burn away the impurities in his cultivation base, to integrate the understanding he'd gained. The tribulation lasted for hours. His body was struck repeatedly, each bolt of lightning burning away impurities, refining his meridians, forcing his cultivation base to integrate at a higher level of stability. His skin burned. His meridians felt like they were on fire. His bones seemed to be restructuring themselves. And through it all, he maintained his stance, maintained his willingness to accept the transformation. By the time it was complete, he was standing in a circle of scorched earth, his clothes burned away by the intense heat of the lightning strikes, his skin marked with patterns that glowed faintly with power. The patterns looked like lightning captured in his flesh, permanent reminders of what he'd endured and integrated. They would fade eventually, he thought, but right now they marked him as someone who had survived heavenly tribulation, who had been tested by heaven itself and passed. The advancement was complete. He could fly for hours continuously without effort or exhaustion, moving through the air with as much ease as walking on ground. The sensation was extraordinary. The world looked different from above, revealing patterns in the fields and the settlement that you could never perceive from ground level. He could see the entire region now, could perceive the threads of the vein running beneath the earth like luminous veins in living skin. He could withstand the kind of attacks that would kill ordinary cultivators without conscious defense. His body was now resilient in ways that seemed impossible, struck by lightning repeatedly and surviving, continuing to stand and accept more strikes. That kind of resilience meant he could now engage in cultivation battles that would have destroyed him before. His perception extended across the entire region, allowing him to sense presence and intention from incredible distances. He could feel the settlement as a whole, a collection of consciousnesses that he could perceive if he focused his attention. He could sense each person individually if he wanted to, feel their emotional state, their fear or joy or concern, their life force flowing through them. The experience of having that kind of expanded awareness was both remarkable and unsettling. With power came the ability to know things about people, but also the responsibility that came with that knowledge. He could perceive if someone was lying to him, if they were afraid, if they were hostile. But perceiving those things created an obligation to respond to them, to acknowledge what he perceived. His lifespan had extended another 100 years beyond what he'd already gained. He'd calculated it as he stood in the aftermath of the tribulation, his damaged body already beginning the process of healing. He now had potentially 200 years of life ahead of him, perhaps more if his cultivation continued to advance. The thought was staggering. 200 years. Time enough to master techniques that would take decades to learn. Time enough to see the consequences of decisions play out over generations. Time enough to watch people grow old and die while he continued unchanged. The weight of that thought settled on him even as the power of the breakthrough filled him with exhilaration. More importantly, he'd achieved something that only tribulation-rank cultivators could achieve. Genuine immortality in the sense that old age would no longer kill him. Barring accident, violence, or sickness, he would live forever. The realization was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. Immortality was something he'd never seriously contemplated before, something that seemed theoretical and distant. Now it was real, a consequence of his breakthrough, a fundamental change in the nature of his existence. He thought about what immortality meant. It meant watching everyone he knew eventually die. It meant the possibility of becoming so detached from normal human experience that he might lose the ability to connect with mortal beings. It meant that every decision he made now carried the weight of centuries. He couldn't simply fail and learn from failure if failure meant wasting centuries of time. The stakes of his existence had suddenly increased exponentially. Chapter 56. The secret weapon. In the weeks following his breakthrough, Chen began cultivating a plant he'd been planning for months, spirit anchor herb. It was something he'd conceived of long ago, but hadn't had the understanding or the cultivation power to create. Now, at tribulation rank, with his connection to the vein deeper than ever before, he could finally attempt it. The herb was complex, requiring precise conditions and careful attention to every stage of its growth. It required a specific balance of moonlight and sunlight. It required water that had been blessed with cultivation energy in a specific way. It required soil that had been treated with particular rare materials. Most importantly, it required constant attention and adjustment as it grew, watching how it responded to conditions, making tiny changes to maximize its development. He foresaw, through his deepening connection with the vein, that the herb would mature in 6 weeks with unprecedented properties, the ability to stabilize dantians in aging cultivators, to cure the ailment that Mei Lin had mentioned months before, the slow degradation of cultivation ability that came with advanced age and accumulated damage. It was exactly what Mei Lin needed, exactly what would prove that his philosophy of understanding and respect could accomplish more than conventional cultivation wisdom. Conventional cultivation science said that cultivator decline was inevitable and incurable. Conventional wisdom said that after a certain age, a cultivator's best years were behind them. If he could prove that wrong, if he could cure Mei Lin's condition through careful understanding rather than brute force, it would be a statement about his entire philosophy. He cultivated it in secret, in a hidden section of his field that he sealed off with illusions so thorough that no one could perceive the area even if they walked directly through it. The illusions weren't simple. They were carefully crafted to make the area appear completely empty to anyone looking at it, to make people's eyes slide past without registering that anything was there. It took constant energy to maintain them, but it was worth it. He did this not from shame, but from genuine respect for Mei Lin's autonomy. She hadn't asked for a cure. She'd lived with her condition for decades and had made peace with it. If he produced one without her asking, she might feel obligated to use it out of gratitude. That would be doing to her what he hated being done to himself. making a decision for her in the guise of helping her. If he could create the herb successfully, then he would offer it freely, and she could choose whether to accept it or not. That was respect. That was treating someone as a person with autonomy rather than as an object to be fixed. The herb matured exactly on schedule, as though acknowledging his careful attention and understanding. The plants responded to proper care, to genuine understanding of what they needed. On the day of harvest, Chen brought the precious materials to Mei Lin's home. He carried them carefully, wrapped in soft cloth, keeping them away from direct sunlight until the moment of presentation. Her reaction was immediate and overwhelming. She understood instantly what the herb represented, not just a cure, but recognition that everything they'd been discussing about Chen's philosophy, that understanding matters more than power, that genuine cultivation is about respect rather than domination, was actually true. Chen had used his tremendous power not to control her, not to force a solution on her, not to make her indebted to him, but to create the possibility of her healing, and then offered it freely, with the understanding that she could choose to accept it or not. "Thank you," she said, and the simple statement carried more weight than any elaborate speech could have. It was gratitude not just for the cure, but for the respect embedded in how he'd made the offer. "Thank you for believing in me long enough for me to figure out what you needed," Chen replied. "For giving me something to strive toward. For being patient with me while I learned how the world actually works." Over the following weeks, as Mei Lin consumed small amounts of the spirit anchor herb, the weakness in her dantian began reversing. The illness that had been slowly progressing for 4 decades began healing. Her cultivation base, which had been degrading steadily, stabilized. Then it began to strengthen. Color returned to her face. Energy returned to her movements. The pain that had become her constant companion began to fade. It was the proof that Chen's method could accomplish what conventional cultivation methods could not. Understanding the problem deeply, respecting the person facing it, and working to create a solution based on genuine knowledge rather than brute force. This approach had succeeded where all the conventional cultivation resources in the world had failed. Mei Lin began to walk differently after the herb's effects took hold. Her movements became lighter, freer, the weight of decades of decline lifted from her frame. She smiled more often, genuine smiles, not the polite expressions she'd developed over the years. She moved with energy again, working in her shop with a vitality that surprised everyone who'd known her for years. And sometimes, when she looked at Chen, there was something in her expression that suggested she'd been vindicated, that the philosophy her late husband had devoted his life to studying, the belief that understanding could matter more than power, had finally found proof. Her husband had spent decades researching the nature of spiritual veins and cultivation, had theorized that power could be transformed through understanding rather than just accumulated through brute force. He died before seeing his theories proven. But now his widow had witnessed the proof. His student had created a cure for something thought to be incurable, using understanding and respect rather than force. She began speaking publicly about the spirit anchor herb and what it represented. She told people that understanding the nature of a problem was the first step towards solving it. She encouraged cultivators to move beyond the traditional obsession with raw power and to instead invest in understanding how cultivation actually worked. Some listened. Some dismissed her as an old woman romanticizing a single case. But the seed was planted. And more importantly, Mei Lin's health and renewed vitality became living proof that Chen's methods worked. She was alive and thriving, when conventional cultivation science suggested she should be slowly declining toward death. Her very existence demonstrated the validity of Chen's philosophy. Chapter 57. Shunwei's challenge. Shunwei returned, but now with much greater confidence. He'd been promoted to leadership of a significant faction within Luminous Peak sect, disciples who valued ambition and power-seeking above other considerations. The promotion demonstrated that his approach to cultivation, aggressive, ambitious, constantly acquiring, was succeeding in the cultivation world's traditional power structures. "You're still farming while I'm leading disciples," Shunwei said when they met in Chen's field. His tone carried unconcealed arrogance, the tone of someone who believed they'd succeeded and wanted the world to acknowledge that success. "You achieved tribulation rank, which is respectable. I achieved political leadership, which is actually valuable. I'm winning at the game you claim to not be interested in." Chen's response was quiet and contained. "You're right that you've achieved political position. I'm curious, though, do you actually understand what you're leading? Do you know your disciples as individuals? Do you know why they're motivated to follow you? Do you know what they need, what they want, what drives them? Or are you just accumulating followers the way you accumulate everything else?" "Why would that matter?" Shunwei asked, genuinely confused by the question. "It matters," Chen said, "because when you stop being useful, When your position becomes threatened, your followers will leave. But if you actually understand them, if they understand you, if there's something deeper than simple utility holding you together, then there's a foundation that survives difficulty. You're playing a game of accumulation and power-seeking. I'm building something sustainable. Chen Wei left with visible irritation, his confidence shaken slightly. His departure was less graceful than his arrival. He stood abruptly, his movement carrying frustration rather than control. But there was something else in his expression too. A flicker of genuine doubt about whether he'd actually achieved what he thought he'd achieved, whether his success was as real as he'd believed. Chen watched him go, understanding that he'd just made an enemy more dangerous than a direct opponent would be. Chen Wei was someone with power, with connections, with the ability to cause problems. And now Chen had wounded his pride, had suggested that his achievements were hollow. That was the kind of wound that festered, that motivated people to prove they were right, to demonstrate that their path was superior. This wasn't the end of Chen Wei. This was the beginning of an adversary who would work against Chen in subtle ways, using his position within Luminous Peak to cause problems, to undermine Chen's position, to prove that the path of ambitious power-seeking was superior to the path of patient understanding. Chen sat alone in his field after Chen Wei left, thinking about what kind of enemy he'd just created. An enemy in the form of someone inside Luminous Peak who would have opportunities to cause harm in ways that Chen might not see coming, might not be able to easily defend against. Chapter 58. The Herbalist's Cure. The Spirit Anchor Herb completed its work. Mei Lin, for the first time in decades, stood with genuine health. The weakness that had shadowed her for 40 years was gone. Her dantian was stabilized. She glowed with renewed cultivation power, her energy levels returning to what they'd been in her younger years. More importantly, she was no longer afraid of decline. She'd spent 4 decades watching a slow degradation that she believed was inevitable. The cultivation world had told her that at her age, with her history, the decline was natural and unchangeable. Now she understood that it had been inevitable only because no one had taken the time to understand what was needed to reverse it. Understanding, combined with respect for her autonomy and genuine care about her well-being, had accomplished what all the conventional cultivation resources in the world could not. "Thank you," she said to Chen, and the simple statement carried more weight than elaborate philosophy. It was gratitude for more than just the cure. It was gratitude for being seen, for being respected, for being helped without being controlled. "Thank you for believing in me long enough for me to figure out what you needed," Chen replied. "For giving me something to strive toward. For being patient with me." Chapter 59. The sect response. When news of the spirit anchor herb spread through cultivation circles, the response was immediate and intense. The information moved through channels, merchant networks, sect communications, the informal gossip networks that connected all the major power players in the region. Within weeks, everyone who mattered knew that Chen had done something previously thought impossible. All 3 major sects suddenly intensified their focus on Chen. This wasn't just a source of rare herbs anymore. This was someone who'd figured out how to cure something that conventional cultivation science said was incurable, something that had been written down in the oldest cultivation texts as an incurable decline that came with age. This was someone whose understanding had surpassed established knowledge accumulated over centuries. This was someone who could potentially solve problems that the sects themselves had been unable to solve for generations, problems that had plagued cultivators since the beginning of recorded cultivation history. The sects began proposing increasingly generous terms, sweetening their offers, escalating their bids for Chen's allegiance. Luminous Peak offered positions of significant honor within the sect, not formal positions that required his presence, but honorific titles that would carry weight and prestige. They offered access to the sect master's private resources, the rare materials and secret techniques that only the most valued disciples could access. They offered power and status that would make Chen functionally equal to sect masters in all but title. That was an extraordinary offer. Verdant Gate increased its offers of exclusive rights to certain categories of herbs, the implication being that Chen could produce these materials and Verdant Gate would guarantee their purchase at premium prices. They offered additional territory, suggesting Chen could expand his settlement and his farm under sect protection. They promised that Chen could establish his own subsidiary organization within the sect structure, effectively creating his own power base within the larger sect framework. The most aggressive was Heavenly Ascent sect, which had apparently realized it needed to secure Chen before Luminous Peak and Verdant Gate consolidated their advantage. Their emissaries arrived with offers of positions of authority, actual decision-making power within the sect structure. They offered resources without precedent, promising material support that dwarfed what the other sects were offering. They made promises that Chen could reshape cultivation practice itself if he allied with them, that together they could create new techniques and approaches that would transform the entire cultivation world. Chen refused all of the proposals, or more accurately, he deferred responding to them, saying he needed time to consider such significant commitments. But the increased attention was both validating and concerning. He was becoming someone that people couldn't ignore. Every major power in the region wanted him. Every sect, every noble house, every significant faction had identified him as someone valuable. But being impossible to ignore was sometimes more dangerous than being invisible. Invisible people could work without pressure. Visible people like him were constantly under scrutiny, constantly being tested, constantly at risk of becoming targets. Chapter 60. The Ancient Awakening. On the final night of Arc 3, as autumn gave way to winter and the temperature began to drop in preparation for the cold months ahead, Chen stood at the center of his farm and felt something shift in the vein. Not a small shift, not the daily fluctuations in power that he'd become accustomed to noticing. This was profound. This was fundamental. It was deeper than the usual consciousness, something more vast, something older stirring from depths beneath the dreamkeeper layer that Old Wu had mentioned months before. The vein itself, which Chen had learned to perceive as a distinct consciousness, was young compared to what was waking now. The vein was the surface manifestation of something larger. Beneath it, something ancient was beginning to move. Something that had been sleeping for millennia, sealed away beneath layers of earth and power, was beginning to stir. And Chen, who'd become sensitive to the vein's presence, could feel it waking. The sensation was like feeling a sleeping person begin to open their eyes. It was the smallest movement, barely perceptible, but profound in its implications. Something vast and old was becoming aware. And Chen, standing above, was aware of that awareness being born. Mei Lin manifested beside him, having sensed the change through her renewed connection to the vein. The healing he'd given her had done more than cure her physical ailment. It had restored her connection to the vein's consciousness, had made her sensitive to its presence in ways she'd lost decades ago. She took his hand, and together they stood in silence, feeling the shift in the world beneath them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with a power they could barely comprehend, a power so vast and fundamental that it made their own tribulation rank cultivation feel small by comparison. I think something is preparing to wake up fully, Mei Lin said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of decades of observation and understanding. Something beneath what we've been working with. Something that my husband spent his life researching, something that he believed was sleeping and waiting. Something that might change everything. Chen nodded slowly. He could feel it, an ancient awareness, powerful and patient, beginning to turn its attention toward the world above. The vein had been waiting for this moment. The vein's entire consciousness had been oriented toward this awakening. And Chen, in his breakthrough to tribulation rank, in his acceptance of constraint even as he'd grown more powerful, in his development of the spirit anchor herb which demonstrated that understanding could heal what conventional power could not, had moved something in the awakening. He had signaled that he was ready for what came next, that he was the kind of cultivator who could be trusted with what was coming. What do we do? He asked, feeling the weight of the question. The answer would shape everything that came next. I don't know, Mei Lin admitted, and her honesty carried its own kind of power. But I think we're about to find out. My husband's research suggested that when the deeper thing woke, it would first make contact through the vein. It would test the person who'd awakened the vein, to understand whether they could be trusted with the responsibility of what comes next. They stood together in the darkness, hand in hand, as the ancient thing beneath the world continued its slow awakening. The vein resonated with frequencies that Chen could feel, but not fully comprehend. Sounds that were almost but not quite at the edge of perception, vibrations that seemed to contain meaning he couldn't quite decode. The quiet farm, the peaceful settlement, the careful work of months, all of it had been leading to this moment. In the distance, the settlement slept peacefully, unaware that something vast was awakening beneath their feet. The crops grew silently in the darkness, drawing power from the earth. The animals rested. The world continued in its ordinary way, indifferent to the extraordinary shift that had just begun. And now the real journey was beginning. The age of the simple farmer was ending. The age of something much larger, something that required the vision and wisdom and understanding that Chen had been developing, was about to begin. Everything he'd learned, everything he'd sacrificed for, everything he'd struggled to preserve and grow, had been preparing him for this moment. And standing under the stars, with Mei Lin at his side, feeling the ancient thing beneath the world continuing to stir and wake, Chen understood that this was only the beginning. Arc 3 had ended, but the true story was just starting to unfold. Everything he'd accomplished, the farm, the settlement, the sect alliances, the breakthroughs in cultivation, the healing of Mei Lin. All of it had been preparation for what was coming. The ancient thing beneath the world didn't wake for farming. It didn't wake for simple herb cultivation or sect politics. It woke because something fundamental in the world's balance was shifting, and it needed to know if the person who'd awakened it was ready for the responsibility of understanding that shift. Chen didn't know what came next. He didn't know what awakening that ancient thing fully would mean, what responsibilities would come with it, what kind of changes might occur in the world if it became fully conscious and active. But he knew that he would face it with the same principles that had guided him through everything else. Careful observation, genuine understanding, respect for the autonomy and nature of living things. The stars continued to burn overhead, indifferent to his thoughts. The earth beneath his feet continued its eternal cycle. The vein continued its patient awakening. And Chen, standing between them, waited to see what the next chapter of his story would bring. Whatever came next would test everything he'd learned. But for the first time, he felt ready. Chapter 61. The veins whisper. The dreams started immediately after the ancient awareness stirred beneath his field, arriving with weight and substance that transcended normal sleep. Each night, they came without fail, pulling Chen down into depths of consciousness that his waking mind couldn't access, revealing layers of history buried beneath centuries of cultural forgetting. The dreams had texture and substance. Chen could feel the earth beneath his feet in them, taste the power in the air like copper on his tongue, hear the resonance of ancient rituals echoing through millennia. In the first dream, Chen stood in a landscape that was simultaneously familiar and utterly alien. The vein beneath his farm existed in it, but younger, vibrant with power that made the modern vein seem trivial. It glowed with colors that had no names in any language he'd encountered. The spiritual energy flowing through it moved in quantities so vast that it seemed to have weight and texture. He could feel the power moving like blood through veins, flowing with deliberate purpose, distributed across territories that stretched far beyond any modern sect's reach. The ancient cultivators who maintained the vein wore robes and styles that Chen didn't recognize, shapes that suggested techniques and approaches completely different from modern cultivation. Their bearings suggested knowledge developed over epochs. They moved around the vein with reverence, performing rituals that involved spoken words in a language Chen didn't know but somehow understood in the dream. The words seemed to invoke something fundamental about the relationship between cultivator and earth, between human will and the earth's response, between taking and giving. When Chen woke from the first dream, dawn was breaking over his farm, and he was gasping as though he'd been drowning in dark water. His body was covered in sweat despite the cool morning air. The memory of the dream clung to his consciousness with unusual clarity. Unlike normal dreams, which faded the moment consciousness returned, this vision remained crystal sharp in every detail, as though it had been printed into his memory by force. He rose without sleeping further and walked to the vein's heart, that point in his field where the spiritual energy ran strongest. He knelt there, pressing his palms against the soil, and felt the subtle pulse of power beneath. Something had changed. The vein's chi moved with different rhythm now, more deliberate, more aware. It was as though something that had been sleeping for millennia was beginning to stir toward consciousness. That afternoon, Chen sat with Mei Lin in her small house in the village. The space was filled with hanging bundles of drying herbs, their scents creating a complex aroma that had become familiar to him over months of visits. She was preparing new bundles, her movements precise and practiced from 7 decades of work. Her hands moved with the kind of muscle memory that came from performing the same actions thousands of times. When he told her about the dream, her hands stilled. She set down the herbs she'd been handling and gave him her full attention. She was good at this, listening without interruption, taking people seriously. This was something she did better than anyone he'd met. The vein is trying to communicate, she said finally, her voice thoughtful. Plants do the same thing if you learn their language, if you spend enough time truly paying attention. A simple herb will show you its properties if you meditate with it long enough. But a vein, something this ancient and powerful communicating directly, that's different. That's dangerous, Chen. You need to be very careful about what you're accepting into your consciousness. She moved to her window, looking out at the field that had begun to show signs of unnatural growth. When you communicate with a plant, it's like talking to a voice that's been whispering in the same way for centuries. But this vein, this is something that's been sleeping for longer than civilization has existed. When it speaks, it carries the weight of 50,000 years of silence. You need to be prepared for that weight. I'm not accepting or refusing, he said. It's just happening. The dreams come whether I want them or not. And they feel important. They feel like they're trying to tell me something. Mei Lin set down the herb bundle and looked at him directly. then you need to learn to control the conversation. If you're going to receive this knowledge, you need to ask questions that matter. Don't just be a repository. Be an investigator. That night, Chen approached the dream differently. Rather than passively observing, he focused his consciousness on a single question as he drifted toward sleep. What happened? Why did this vein grow silent? The response came immediately, like a door opening in his mind. The vein showed him the ritual again, but this time with understanding attached. He saw the ancient cultivators binding something. Yes, but not imprisoning it. They were sealing it deliberately, with intention, with the knowledge that it would sleep for a specific duration. This wasn't an emergency action. This was planned. This was a decision made by the highest powers of an ancient civilization that something needed to rest. When Chen woke, he knew with absolute certainty that the vein's dormancy wasn't natural. It had been made to sleep. And by using the vein, by planting seeds, by drawing power through the earth, he was unmaking that sleep, breaking the seals that had held the vein in stillness for longer than written history. The implications hit him like a physical force. He wasn't just using a resource. He was waking something that had been deliberately put to sleep by cultivators so powerful that the modern sect's greatest masters seemed like children by comparison. He spent the fourth day documenting. Let me see, he repeated to himself as he did when facing any profound mystery. He moved through his field, examining each plant, noting which ones grew fastest, which ones responded most powerfully to the vein's energy. He collected samples of the soil at different depths. He created a map of the vein's power distribution, marking the points where he felt the strongest concentration of qi. By evening, he had filled 3 pages of careful notes. But the notes felt inadequate, because he was trying to capture something that existed primarily in the realm of experience and intuition rather than in measurable data. How do you document the feeling of ancient awareness? How do you quantify the sensation of something vast noticing you for the first time? As the sun set, Old Wu appeared at the boundary of his farm, moving with the slow deliberation of extreme age. Chen stood to greet him, noticing that Wu looked older than he had during his last visit, as though the weight of whatever he carried had increased. You felt it, Wu said. It wasn't a question. The vein is waking, and you're starting to understand what that means. Chapter 62. Old Wu's return. Old Wu accepted Chen's offer of tea and sat in the corner of the house, where afternoon light still reached, his ancient frame settling into the chair with careful movements that suggested joints and bones that no longer bent easily. For a long time, he said nothing, simply warming his hands around the ceramic cup, his eyes closed as though drawing comfort from the heat. Finally, he spoke. 53,000 years ago, this land was the center of something vast. Not a kingdom in the sense you understand kingdoms, something far more fundamental. It was a civilization that made the modern sects look like children playing with toys they didn't understand. The cultivation techniques were different. The understanding of power was different. Everything was different. Chen listened, not interrupting. Wu's voice carried the weight of someone who'd been living with this knowledge for far too long, carrying it alone. This vein was their heart, Wu continued. Their greatest achievement, a point where the boundary between realms was thin enough to cross, where power from higher dimensions could flow into the physical world. They used it to grow herbs of such power that a single leaf could cure any disease. They used it to create metals that never dulled. They used it to engineer plants that produced food capable of sustaining cultivation for decades. It was, at that time, a miracle. Wu opened his eyes and looked at Chen directly. But with power came politics. Sects formed around the vein. They fought. They used it to create weapons. The vein's power was so immense that the warfare it enabled destroyed the civilization that relied on it. Whole cities were reduced to ash. Cultivators of legendary power faced off and killed each other in battles that reshaped the landscape. Chen could picture it. He'd seen history texts that mentioned the age of cataclysm, a period where cultivation power reached heights that modern methods couldn't replicate. The texts treated it as mythological, exaggeration, the unreliable accounts of cultures with limited historical recording. But hearing it described by someone who'd apparently lived through it changed everything. The primordial sages, Wu said, the 8 beings who existed at the very pinnacle of cultivation, they gathered. They looked at what was happening with the vein, what kind of destruction the power enabled, and they made a decision. They would seal it. All of it. Not destroy it. Destruction would be impossible anyway. A vein of this power can't be unmade. But seal it. Lock it down. Bind it in magical stasis so completely that no one could use it, no one could access it, for 50,000 years. Wu took a long drink of his tea. Each of the 8 sages placed a seal. They distributed the burden of guardianship across multiple individuals so that no single person would have sole responsibility. They believed that 50,000 years would be long enough for cultivation philosophy to mature, for newer sects to develop systems that didn't depend on rapid military domination, for the civilization to learn better ways. Why are you telling me this? Chen asked. Why now? You could have come months ago, warned me before I started. You could have prevented this. Could I? Wu asked softly. I didn't know you existed until you'd already begun disturbing the vein. I'm not omniscient, Chen. I'm just someone who became aware of what was happening and did my best to manage it. And by the time I arrived, the process was already far advanced. He paused, gathering his thoughts carefully. But more than that, I'm telling you because your ignorance woke it, and only your ignorance could have done so. All the careful calculations, all the deliberate sealing, all the guardianship across centuries, it depended on the vein remaining isolated, remaining unnoticed, remaining dormant because no one was paying attention to it. But you weren't looking for power. You were just looking at the earth. You planted seeds in the most sacred ground without knowing what you were doing. And because you approached it without ambition, without the hunger that normally attracts the attention of seals and wards, those barriers didn't resist you the way they would have resisted anyone else. Chen absorbed this. So, the seals were designed to wake for someone like me? Someone without ambition. Not designed exactly, Wu said, but planned for. The sage who opposed the sealing, the one whose markers Zhao Wei found. I think he anticipated that the seals would fail, and he wanted to ensure that when they did, they would fail to someone worthy. Someone who would wake the vein not for power, but for understanding. You're not a coincidence, Chen. You're the outcome of careful planning by forces that existed before the primordial era. The implications were staggering. Chen found himself having to sit down, to process what Wu was saying. Was he free? Was his entire journey predetermined? Don't think of it as loss of freedom, Wu said, seeming to read Chen's thoughts. Think of it as a path that was meant for you. You still have to choose to walk it. The knowledge that you were expected doesn't remove your agency. It just contextualizes it. Wu set down his cup with careful deliberation. Those seals were designed to repel cultivation, to prevent anyone with trained qi from accessing the vein. But you had no trained qi when you started. You were just a farmer with curiosity. The seals recognized you as non-threatening, so they didn't activate their defenses. By the time your cultivation advanced, the seals were already beginning to weaken in response to your consistent presence and use. Can it be resealed? Chen asked immediately, understanding the implication. Can we put it back to sleep? Wu shook his head slowly. No. Once woken, a vein of this age and power can't be returned to true dormancy. The best that can happen is managing its awakening. And that's why I'm telling you this, Chen. Because you're about to enter the phase where the seals break in sequence. As each seal shatters, the vein becomes more powerful and more visible to cultivators across the continent. Within a year, perhaps two, every power that can perceive the vein will know it's awakening, and they will move to either control it or destroy it. Or what? Chen asked. What's the third option? Because I don't want to control it, and I certainly don't want it destroyed. Learn to live with it, Wu said. Learn to be its caretaker rather than its master. Learn to accept that you now carry a responsibility so vast that it will consume the rest of your life, and possibly the lives of everyone you care about. That's the third option. And I don't think you understand yet what that really means. Wu stood slowly, gathering his walking stick. The withering sage is already aware of what's happening. He's been the guardian of the deepest seals, the one who's maintained watch for 50,000 years. He'll come to see you soon. And when he does, understand that he'll be angry. He's been storing rage for 50,000 years. An immortal farmer waking up his prison is about to receive the full force of that anger. Chapter 63. The seals. Over the next 3 days, Chen experienced 4 more dreams, each one more vivid than the last. In them, he watched as the ancient sages performed the sealing ritual in its entirety, a ceremony that had taken weeks and required preparation on a scale he could barely comprehend. The dream showed him the gathering of the 8 primordial sages, the most powerful beings that had ever existed in the cultivation world. They arrived at the vein's location one by one, each one more powerful than the last. The very air seemed to crystallize with power as they assembled. He saw the first sage, a woman made of living starlight, with eyes that seemed to contain entire galaxies. Her form was barely contained within physical reality, as though she was constantly on the verge of transcending into something beyond incarnate existence. When she moved, light trailed behind her. She placed the first seal, her power creating a pillar of crystalline light that sank into the earth and spread roots of luminescence through the vein's network. The seal was beautiful and terrible, designed not to imprison, but to contain and balance. The second sage was a man whose body seemed to be carved from stone that was somehow alive and thinking. Mountains had been worn away by his mere presence, the earth itself responding to his power. His seal created a web of constraints that bound the vein's expansion, preventing it from reaching beyond certain geographical boundaries. The network of bindings spread like roots through the earth, anchoring the vein's power to a specific location. The third through eighth sages each placed their seals in sequence, and Chen saw how they complemented each other, creating a multi-layered system of safeguards that was far more sophisticated than he'd imagined. Each seal served a different purpose, and together they created a framework that was nearly unbreakable. One seal prevented consciousness from developing in the vein itself. If the vein became too aware, it might break free from its bonds through sheer force of will. One prevented the vein from responding to violent intent. The vein would only serve those who approached it with understanding rather than hunger for power. One limited how quickly power could flow from the vein to the surface. This prevented sudden surges of power that could destabilize the surrounding region. One sealed the vein's connection to other veins across the continent, preventing any cascade of awakening. Each sage contributed their own understanding and power. The withering sage, the one who would later be the primary guardian, placed the deepest seal, the one that bound the vein's consciousness itself into stillness. By the time all 8 seals were in place, the vein was completely locked down, as dormant as any inert mineral, indistinguishable from ordinary earth to any power that wasn't specifically attuned to its nature. The ritual took weeks to complete, and when it was finished, the sages performed a verification, circling the vein together, their combined power creating a resonance field that confirmed the sealing was complete. The vein would sleep. It would dream, but it would not wake. Not for 50,000 years. When Chen woke from that dream, he understood something profound. The sealing had been done with care and respect. These weren't beings who were trying to destroy or punish. They were beings trying to prevent catastrophe while preserving something valuable. When Chen described the seals to Wu on the third evening, the old cultivator nodded slowly. Yes, 8 primary seals, each one reinforcing the others. The withering sage, he placed the deepest seal, the one that bound the consciousness of the vein itself, prevented it from waking on its own. That's why he's the most important guardian, and why his anger will be the most dangerous. How do I survive his anger? Chen asked. I can't fight someone that old. I can't negotiate with someone who's been storing rage for 50,000 years. You don't fight, Wu said, and you don't negotiate. You ask questions. The withering sage has been alone with his guardianship for 50 millennia. He's been thinking about the same problem for 50,000 years without anyone to talk to about it. If you can give him something else to think about, if you can ask him questions he hasn't considered before, you might redirect his anger into something more productive than destruction. Wu paused, as though struggling with whether to say what came next. Chen, there's something else. Something I didn't tell you because I didn't think it was necessary. But now it matters. When the final seal breaks, not the one the withering sage placed, but the absolutely deepest seal, something will wake beneath the vein. Something older than the primordial sages. Something they sealed away because it was dangerous in ways they didn't fully understand and didn't want to explain. What? Chen asked, feeling ice in his chest. I don't know, Wu said, and that admission seemed to cost him something profound. It's been sealed since before any records were kept. Before any civilization learned to write. The sages put everything they had into binding it, and they still seemed uncertain. Worried. That's not something I say lightly. Those beings rarely worried about anything. The first manifestation of the withering sage didn't come as a person. It came as an absence. While meditating at the vein's center, Chen suddenly felt the spiritual energy that normally flowed through the earth with comforting constancy simply stop. It was like a valve closing. In that moment of cessation, Chen felt profound fear. Not fear of a specific threat, but the bone-deep terror of something immense withdrawing its presence. Then the energy returned, but changed. It felt colder now, more critical, as though the vein was watching him with a different kind of attention. And in the center of his field, the air began to shimmer. Chapter 64, The Withering Sage. The sage manifested not as a warrior or a powerful cultivator in the sense Chen knew, but as a deteriorating thing. His form was beautiful, robes of an architecture Chen couldn't quite understand, bearing symbols that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as he looked at them. But the beauty was underlaid with obvious degradation. His edges seemed to be gradually dissolving into smoke. His face bore the weight of 50,000 years in the form of deep lines and eyes so ancient they seemed to contain the extinction of entire worlds. The air around the sage grew cold as he materialized. Plants that had been glowing with vitality moments before began to wilt. The The soil beneath his feet turned ashen. The sky itself seemed to darken, as though his presence was drawing the light out of the world. This was not a greeting. This was a threat made manifest in the form of presence. Chen found his legs didn't want to move. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to hide, to make himself small and insignificant. But he remained standing, though his hands trembled and sweat ran down his back despite the sudden cold. "You've broken my greatest work," the withering sage said, his voice like whined through abandoned cemeteries, like the sound of empires falling in accelerated time. Each word seemed to carry weight, to push against reality itself. 50,000 years I spent making certain that this vein would sleep, that the power contained within it would be protected from those who would abuse it. And you, ignorant, unpowered, irrelevant, you've undone what required the combined will of 8 primordial sages. Chen felt his cultivation power flatten in the presence of the sage's rage. The immortal qi that normally flowed through his body smoothly felt sluggish, constrained, as though something vast was pressing down on it. He couldn't fight this being. He couldn't even run effectively. All he could do was stand in the earth of his own farm and accept the full weight of the sage's anger crashing over him like a tsunami of ancient malice. "I didn't know," Chen said, and the words sounded terrifyingly small in the face of the sage's presence. His voice cracked. "I was just farming. I didn't understand what the vein was. I still barely understand." "Exactly," the sage said, and there was something almost worse than rage in his tone now. There was disappointment, contempt, the tone of an eternal being looking down at an insect. "You understood nothing. You felt something in the earth and responded to it like an animal following a trail. And by doing so, you've set in motion events that will consume nations. The vein is waking. Within months, it will be visible to every cultivator on the continent. Wars will come. Alliances will form and shatter. Thousands will die trying to control what sleeps beneath your feet. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps. All because you wanted to farm." The sage moved closer, and with each step, the ground beneath his feet seemed to age rapidly. Plants that had taken months to cultivate withered in seconds. The soil turned ashen, lifeless. Where the sage had walked, the earth became sterile, incapable of growth. It was as though his very passage through the world undid the work of creation. Chen understood in that moment what it meant to face something that didn't just have power. It had consumed power for 50 millennia. This was not a being who was dangerous because of capabilities. This was a being who was dangerous because he had the weight of 50,000 years of accumulated rage, isolation, and terrible knowledge pressing down on everything around him. "For 50,000 years, I have maintained the seals from outside," the sage continued. "But I cannot maintain them forever. They were designed to last exactly 50,000 years, no more, no less. The moment of their natural breaking point approaches. Your presence has accelerated the process, but not created it. However, this does change the implications. If the vein had awakened naturally, without human agency, without someone foolishly planting seeds in sacred ground, the continent would have had warning, preparation. Instead, it's awakening to a world that doesn't understand what's coming. A world full of hungry cultivators who will tear themselves and each other apart, trying to claim the power beneath your feet. 50,000 years I spent making certain that this vein would sleep, that the power contained within it would be protected from those who would abuse it. And you, ignorant, unpowered, irrelevant, you've undone what required the combined will of 8 primordial sages." Chen felt his cultivation power flatten in the presence of the sage's rage. He couldn't fight this being. He couldn't even run. All he could do was stand in the earth of his own farm and accept the full weight of the sage's anger crashing over him like a tsunami. "I didn't know," Chen said, and the words sounded terrifyingly small in the face of the sage's presence. "I was just farming. I didn't understand what the vein was. I still barely understand." "Exactly," the sage said, and there was something almost worse than rage in his tone now. There was disappointment. "You understood nothing. You felt something in the earth and responded to it like an animal following a trail. And by doing so, you've set in motion events that will consume nations. The vein is waking. Within months, it will be visible to every cultivator on the continent. Wars will come. Alliances will form and shatter. Thousands will die trying to control what sleeps beneath your feet." The sage moved closer, and with each step, the ground beneath his feet seemed to age. Plants wilted. The soil turned gray. Where he walked, all life seemed to drain away, replaced by a profound stillness. "For 50,000 years, I have maintained the seals from outside," the sage continued. "But I cannot maintain them forever. They were designed to last exactly 50,000 years, no more, no less. The moment of their natural breaking point approaches. Your presence has accelerated the process, but not created it. However, this does change the implications. If the vein had awakened naturally, without human agency, without someone foolishly planting seeds in sacred ground, the continent would have had warning, preparation. Instead, it's awakening to a world that doesn't understand what's coming. Then help me, Chen said. He didn't think before speaking. The words came from some instinctive recognition of what needed to be said. You've been alone with this knowledge for 50,000 years. Stop. Help me understand what's happening. Help me prepare. You say wars will come, that thousands will die. Then help me try to prevent that. Because I can't do this alone, and you've been alone long enough. The withering sage stopped moving. For the first time since manifesting, he became completely still. The wind that had been howling around him died to absolute silence. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its quality of cosmic rage, replaced by something that might have been fatigue or might have been loneliness. I haven't spoken to anyone other than the Dreamkeeper in 50,000 years, he said. The Dreamkeeper who is imprisoned and trapped. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what isolation becomes when it stretches that long? Tell me, Chen said. Tell me what you know. Tell me what you've been guarding and why you guarded it. I'm listening, and I promise that I will do everything I can to honor what you're trying to protect. For a moment, Chen wasn't sure the sage would respond. But then, slowly, the sage began to move back toward the center of the vein. As he walked, the dead ground beneath him didn't revive, but at least no more life was drained. He sat, actually sat, in the middle of Chen's field, his ancient form settling to the earth as though he'd been carrying weight for so long that the simple act of setting it down was a profound relief. 53,000 years ago, the sage began. This vein was not a secret. It was the greatest treasure known to any civilization. The cultivation sects of that era had discovered methods for using its power that made our modern techniques look like children playing. They were right to cherish it. With the vein's power, they accomplished things that have since been lost to history. They created bodies that never aged. They established contact with realms beyond this one. They performed manipulations of matter that allowed them to reshape mountains at will. The sage paused, and Chen waited, understanding that sometimes stories needed silence to breathe. But power that great cannot exist without generating conflict, the sage continued. Sects fought. They used the vein as a weapon. They created tools for war that should never have been made. And in the end, more than 3 million people died in a cataclysm that lasted less than 100 years. Entire bloodlines were extinguished. Knowledge was lost forever. And the survivors, the ones who understood what the vein had enabled, what had been destroyed in its name, they gathered. We were 8 of us, the most powerful cultivators who'd ever existed. And we decided that the vein must sleep. Chapter 65. Chen's impossible question, but the knowledge wasn't lost, Chen said carefully, feeling his way through a question he didn't quite understand yet. If the vein is this powerful, and it's been sealed all this time, then the knowledge of what the ancients created, the lost techniques, they should have been gone. But you remember them. The Dreamkeeper must remember them. The vein itself must remember them. So in a way, the knowledge survived the sealing. It's just locked away, waiting. The withering sage looked at Chen with something approaching respect for the first time. Yes, we sealed the vein precisely because the knowledge was too valuable to destroy, but too dangerous to leave accessible. We preserved the possibility of eventual rediscovery while preventing immediate misuse. We hoped that 50,000 years would be long enough for cultivation philosophy to develop without the vein's overwhelming power creating constant warfare. Did it work? Chen asked. In the past 50,000 years, without access to the vein, has the cultivation world become less warlike? Has it become safer? The sage's expression shifted. It was a subtle change, a tightening around the eyes, a slight compression of the mouth, but it was unmistakably distress. The opposite, the sage admitted. As the vein's influence faded from living memory, as it became mythological rather than real, the cultivation world fragmented. Smaller sections, weaker individuals, more frequent small conflicts because no one remembers the cost of large ones. 50,000 years of isolation has made everything worse in ways I didn't anticipate. So why keep the seal? Chen asked. If the vein sealed and forgotten has led to worse outcomes than the vein awakened and available, why maintain the seals? Why not have let them break naturally and allowed the knowledge to re-enter the world? The withering sage stood abruptly, his form seeming to become more solid as emotion moved through him. For a moment Chen thought he'd pushed too far, asked the wrong question in the wrong way. But the sage wasn't angry. He was pacing, thinking, clearly engaged in reconsideration of something he'd been certain of for 50 millennia. The sage walked a circle around the center point of the vein, his movements deliberate and slow. With each step, his expression changed subtly. Memories seemed to pass across his face, 50,000 years of them, flickering through his consciousness like pages in a book being rapidly turned. Every day for 50,000 years, the sage said finally, I asked myself if I'd made the right choice. Every day I wondered if I should release the seal, if I should let the knowledge flow freely into the world again. And every day I told myself no. I told myself that releasing it would lead to immediate chaos, that the world wasn't ready, that another 1,000 years, another 10,000 years, would be better timing. He stopped pacing and looked directly at Chen. But I was lying to myself. And I knew it. Deep down, I always knew it. Then why not change the answer? Chen asked. If you knew you were wrong, why not act on that knowledge? Because I was afraid, the sage said, and there was something almost broken in his voice now. Because I was the one who most strongly advocated for the sealing. I was the one who placed the deepest seal, the one that would require the most power to break. And I was afraid that if I released it, if I acknowledged that the sealing had been the wrong choice, I would be responsible not just for the original deaths, but for every death that occurs as the vein's power destabilizes the cultivation world. The sage turned to face Chen directly, and his ancient eyes held a depth of pain that transcended mere emotion. When the seals were placed, I was certain of the righteousness of the choice. 3 million dead seemed like enough sacrifice, enough to ensure that the vein would sleep forever, that no future civilization would mistake power for wisdom. But I was younger then, and certainty is easier when you haven't lived 50,000 years watching the consequences of your decisions ripple forward through history. Chen understood then what the sage was carrying. Not just the weight of the seals themselves, but the weight of 50,000 years of doubt. 50,000 years of wondering if he'd been right. 50,000 years of watching a world that, without the vein's power, had become smaller, weaker, more prone to conflict rather than less. What if there's a way forward that isn't binary? Chen said. What if it's not sealed and hidden or fully awakened and causing warfare? What if there's a third possibility? The sage's expression shifted. It was subtle but profound, the tightening of hope on a face that had long ago given up hope. Because I was afraid, the sage said finally, the admission seeming to cost him something profound. Because I was the one who most strongly advocated for the sealing. I was the one who placed the deepest seal, the one that would require the most power to break. And I was afraid that if I released it, if I acknowledged that the sealing had been the wrong choice, I would be responsible not just for the original deaths, but for every death that occurs as the vein's power destabilizes the cultivation world. The sage turned to face Chen directly. When the seals were placed, I was certain of the righteousness of the choice. 3 million dead seemed like enough. Enough to ensure that the vein would sleep forever, that no future civilization would mistake power for wisdom. But I was younger then, and certainty is easier when you haven't lived 50,000 years watching the consequences of your decisions ripple forward through history. What if there's a way forward that isn't binary? Chen said. What if it's not sealed and hidden or fully awakened and causing warfare? What if there's a third possibility? The sage waited for him to continue, and Chen found himself answering a question he'd been grappling with since the very beginning, since he'd first noticed the wheat growing too fast in his field. What if, Chen said slowly, working through the logic as he spoke, the vein is awakened, but carefully. What if there's someone, not looking for power or dominance, but looking to understand, who can guide its awakening? Someone who can study the knowledge it contains, who can learn from the ancient techniques, but who can choose not to weaponize them, who can make those discoveries available gradually to cultivators who are ready for them, rather than throwing all of it into the world at once. That's naive, the sage said, but there was no venom in the word. It sounded like a statement of fact, nothing more. The world will demand power from you. Sects will try to control you. Individuals will attempt to steal what you know. You cannot protect it just through personal virtue. No, Chen agreed. But what if virtue isn't the protection? What if the protection is understanding? What if I spend the next 50,000 years learning the vein so completely that no one else can ever truly access its depths? What if I become not a gatekeeper, but an intentional limitation? A person who knows so much about these plants and this power that I can guide how it's used. The withering sage was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. It still carried the weight of millennia, but the anger was gone, replaced by something that might have been hope or might have been resignation. I sealed the vein, the sage said, believing that the only way to prevent catastrophe was total isolation. I was wrong, but I don't think your path will work either. However, I think it deserves to be tested. I will not actively oppose your awakening of the vein. I will not lift the seals for you. Those must break naturally as your cultivation deepens and your understanding grows. But neither will I actively work against you. I will observe. And if you prove yourself unworthy of the power you're awakening, then I will destroy you and reseal the vein, and the world will simply have to survive the consequences. That's more than fair, Chen said. That's merciful. No, the sage said, and there was something like sadness in his voice. It's pragmatic. I'm tired, Chen. I'm 50,000 years old, and I've been alone with my choices for longer than I can process. If you can offer me something different, a chance to see if there's a path forward that doesn't require eternal guardianship, then I have to take it, even if it ends in failure. Chapter 66. The Sage's Weakness. Over the next month, the withering sage manifested regularly at the farm, not to observe from a distance, but to actually speak with Chen. This was unprecedented. No one in Chen's village had ever seen a being of the sage's power directly interact with a mortal, let alone engage in extended conversation. At first, people were terrified, but gradually, they began to understand that the sage was not a threat. He was, in his way, a teacher. The sage would sit at the edge of Chen's fields in the afternoon, watching the plants grow and answer questions. What had the ancient cultivators known? How had they manipulated plant growth without using the vein's power as a shortcut? What had been lost in the cataclysm? The sage had answers to all of it, and he seemed almost grateful to have someone asking. The ancient cultivators understood that growth is a form of power, the sage explained during one of these sessions. They didn't separate cultivation from agriculture. The two were one continuous process. A cultivator was a farmer who was also learning to grow spiritual awareness within themselves using the same techniques used to grow spiritual plants in the soil. They understood symbiosis. They understood that power isn't extracted from the earth. It's a collaboration between human intention and Earth's response. That's what I've been trying to do, Chen said. But everyone in the modern world treats cultivation and farming as separate things. Cultivators are one group. Farmers are another. I've been trying to bridge that separation, but I didn't know there was precedent for it. There was, the sage said. 50,000 years of precedent. And then we sealed it away. We decided that the knowledge was too dangerous. We were probably wrong. On another afternoon, Chen asked a question that he'd been holding for weeks. Did you ever think about letting someone else be the guardian? 50,000 years is a long time to be alone. The sage was quiet for an extended period. When he finally answered, his voice was very small. Once, he said, 3,000 years ago, another cultivator of my rank came to the location where the seals were buried. She was brilliant and kind, and I could see in her the potential to be a worthy guardian. I considered asking her to share the burden, but I was afraid. I was afraid that if I gave even partial guardianship to someone else, I would lose authority over what happened to the vein. I was afraid of losing control. So I sent her away, and I've been alone ever since. Do you regret it? Chen asked. Every day, the sage said. For the last 3,000 years. Every single day. It was this admission that changed something fundamental in how Chen related to the sage. This was not a distant cosmic entity. This was a being who'd made mistakes, who'd carried isolation and regret for millennia, who developed a kind of wisdom that came from having unlimited time to reconsider his own decisions. The sage was still powerful enough to destroy entire nations with a thought, but he was also lonely in a way that Chen could now comprehend, even if he couldn't fully grasp the scale of it. Chen imagined 50,000 years. He tried to conceptualize what that meant. The human mind isn't equipped to truly process such spans of time. A human lifetime of 80 years becomes a blink. 1,000 years becomes almost conceptual. But 50,000 years, that was nearly the entirety of recorded human civilization. The sage had been alive during the rise and fall of empires that had left no record. He'd watched languages develop and die. He'd seen ideas become religions, become forgotten philosophies. And he'd been alone through all of it. No one to speak with except the dream keeper, who was imprisoned and trapped herself. No peer to share the burden of guardianship with. No one who could truly understand what he carried. Don't be alone anymore, Chen said simply. Stay here. Not as a guardian or an observer, not in a role of authority. Just stay. Tend the farm with me. Learn what's possible when someone approaches these plants without fear and without hunger for power. If you don't like it, you can leave. But don't choose isolation because you think isolation is necessary. For the first time since manifesting, the withering sage smiled. It was a small expression, and it made his ancient face look strangely young despite the depth of its lines. You're more dangerous than the original cultivators of the vein, the sage said. They pursued power openly. You pursue it through trust and kindness. That's a more effective method. But I'll stay. For now, I'll stay. Chapter 67. The compromise. The formal agreement that Chen and the withering sage negotiated was simple and elegant. Chen would continue growing plants and deepening his understanding of the vein's power. The sage would not resist this process, nor would he actively assist it. But he would remain present, would observe, and would withdraw his opposition only when Chen had demonstrated through sustained action that he understood the responsibility he carried. Most importantly, the seals would break naturally as a consequence of Chen's cultivation advancement and the vein's own aging processes. Chen wouldn't suddenly have access to 50,000 years of power. Instead, the access would come in stages, each seal breaking only when Chen had grown enough to be ready for the next level of knowledge and responsibility. The seals are not obstacles, the sage explained. They are initiations. Each one you break teaches you something about yourself and about the power you're wielding. Rush through them, and you'll break yourself. Approach them with understanding, and you'll be shaped by them. How long until the first seal fully breaks? Chen asked. It's already beginning to fracture, the sage said. You've been using the vein for months now. The cracks are forming. Give it perhaps another month at your current rate of cultivation advancement. Then the first seal will shatter, and you'll suddenly have access to knowledge that's been locked away for 50,000 years. What kind of knowledge? Chen asked. How to grow weapons, the sage said simply. Plants that can kill with a single touch. Plants that can destroy minds. Plants that can corrupt soil and make it unusable for generations. The ancient cultivators weaponized the vein extensively. The knowledge of how to do so is in the deepest parts of the vein's consciousness. That's the knowledge that will come to you when the first seal breaks. Chen felt cold certainty wash through him. I won't use it. I won't make those plants. I know, the sage said. But the choice will be available to you. And every cultivator who discovers that you have that knowledge will want it, will demand it, will be willing to pay or fight or betray you to get it. And you'll have to decide, every day, whether to share it or keep it hidden. Then I'll keep it hidden, Chen said. You'll try, the sage said. But 50,000 years is a long time to keep a secret. Eventually, someone will take it from your memory or your plants or your experiments. The knowledge will escape. It always does. Over the next 3 weeks, Chen felt the vein's presence growing stronger. The seals were definitely degrading. He could feel them weakening each day, feel the layers of ancient bindings beginning to fracture. The dreams came more frequently now, and with them came fragmented knowledge, half-understood techniques, glimpses of rituals, flashes of information that his current understanding couldn't quite process. He found Mei Lin in his greenhouse one afternoon, examining the newer plants that were growing as the seals weakened. She was studying a flower that had appeared on its own, that Chen hadn't planted, a manifestation of the vein's direct response to the increasing freedom as the seals degraded. This flower is wrong, Mei Lin said, and there was concern in her voice. I mean, it's beautiful, and it's clearly powerful, but it's designed to do something other than just exist. Can you feel it? Chen examined the flower more carefully. She was right. Unlike the other plants he'd cultivated, which grew in response to intention and care, this flower seemed to have intention of its own. It was designed to accomplish something. The petals held a structure that suggested they could deliver something to whoever touched them. The scent carried properties that suggested it could affect perception or consciousness. A weapon, he said. The vein is growing weapons. Not weapons, Mei Lin said. Tools. It depends on intent. The flower itself is neutral. It's designed to deliver a compound to someone who touches it. Yes, but the compound could be medicine or poison depending on how it's configured. The vein isn't choosing sides. It's growing capability. It's up to us to choose what capability means. Should I destroy it? Chen asked. No, Mei Lin said immediately. Because destroying it won't stop the vein from growing more. The seals are breaking, Chen. You can't stop that. All you can do is guide how the aftermath develops. And that means understanding this flower completely. Understanding it so well that you can teach others what it actually is, rather than letting them project their own assumptions onto it. That's what the sage said, Chen admitted. That knowledge will escape. That eventually, someone will demand what I know. Then you teach them correctly, Mei Lin said. You teach them that the flower's nature is neutral. You teach them that the vein's power is response to intention. You teach them that the only way to avoid weapons is to cultivate a civilization that doesn't produce them. And maybe, if you teach it long enough and loud enough, eventually it will stick. You have more faith in human nature than I do, Chen said. No, Mei Lin corrected gently. I have more faith in your stubbornness. I've watched you for months now, and you are phenomenally persistent about trying to prove that a gentler way is possible. I don't know if you'll succeed, but I know you won't stop trying. And in a world where most people give up quickly, that matters. Chapter 68. Zhao Wei's investigation. Zhao Wei arrived at the farm in the early morning, carrying notebooks and an expression of intense focus. He'd been gone for months, investigating, searching, piecing together something he'd glimpsed in conversations and fragments. Chen welcomed him into the house and provided tea, waiting for whatever revelation was coming. Zhao Wei looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were rimmed with exhaustion, and his hands trembled slightly as he set down his notebooks. The vein, Zhao Wei said without preamble, is not random, and your farm is not hidden. 3 different ancient historical texts mention a location called the Luminous Heart in approximately this region. They describe it as the center of a civilization that was destroyed in what they call the Age of Dissolution. I think that's your vein. I think it's what caused the cataclysm. He pulled out his notebooks and spread them across the table. They were covered in his meticulous handwriting, with references and cross-references running between pages, colored strings connecting different notes to create a web of information. I started with the basic question, Zhao Wei explained. What is the vein? Where did it come from? The modern cultivation world has no knowledge of large-scale veins, so obviously the knowledge had been lost. I looked for historical records of why, and I found mentions of something called the Luminous Heart in 3 different ancient cultural traditions. He opened a notebook to a page filled with reproductions of classical writing. This text mentions the Luminous Heart as the point where heaven and earth meet, where power flows in quantities that break the mind. This one calls it the source of destruction for the Age of Dissolution. This one simply lists it as the place that must be forgotten, the knowledge that must be sealed, the power that must sleep forever. Chen listened as Zhao Wei laid out his research. He'd interviewed monks who kept historical records in the great monasteries. He'd visited ancient temples that still contained fragmentary knowledge. He'd tracked references across multiple cultural traditions, finding that they all pointed to a single location, here, where Chen's farm now stood. And in all of them, the vein was described not as a blessing but as a curse, a source of power that had promised transcendence but delivered only destruction. The seals, Chen said, were placed by the most powerful cultivators of that era. They were trying to contain something dangerous. Yes, Zhao Wei said, his excitement growing as he worked through the logic. But here's what I found that I didn't expect. The seals weren't unanimous. There are references in 3 different texts to a primordial sage who argued against the sealing, who said that hiding the knowledge would create more problems than revealing it would. That sage lost the vote, but the records suggest he never accepted the sealing, that he left markers, ways for the vein to be awakened again, if the time was right. Zhao Wei opened another notebook to reveal sketches of ancient symbols and glyphs. I found these markers scattered throughout the landscape here. They're subtle, hidden in patterns that wouldn't be noticed unless you knew to look for them. But they're deliberate. Someone placed them here as breadcrumbs, as a pathway that would eventually lead someone to the vein if the circumstances were right. The withering sage never mentioned this, Chen said slowly, his mind working through the implications. The withering sage sealed the vein to prevent war, Zhao Wei said. The unknown sage who left the markers believed that preventing knowledge from circulating always leads to worse outcomes. That a vein awakened and available would lead to conflict, yes, but sealed and forgotten would eventually lead to something worse. Ignorance, fragmentation, a world where no one understood the true nature of power. Chen, I think someone in antiquity was planning for this. Planning for the vein to wake again. Planning for you to find it. Planning for your specific approach to be the one that would guide its awakening. The idea was both comforting and terrifying. Chen felt the weight of destiny pressing down on him. If it's true, Chen said to Mei Lin that evening, when they sat together in the darkness of his field, then I'm not waking the vein by accident. I'm fulfilling something that was designed thousands of years ago. That makes it better and worse simultaneously. Better? Mei Lin asked. Because it means my being here isn't a catastrophe. I'm following a path that was intended. And worse, because it means I'm not really making free choices. I'm executing someone else's plan. I'm a tool. Mei Lin set down her cup and looked at him with the kind of clarity that came from decades of understanding people. You were always a tool, she said gently. We all are. The question is whether you're aware of what you're a tool of. Before you thought you were just a farmer, following your interests. Now you understand you're part of something vast. That's not less freedom, Chen. That's more understanding. And understanding is the only real freedom that exists. Chen listened as Zhao Wei laid out his research. He'd interviewed monks who kept historical records. He'd visited ancient temples. He'd tracked references across multiple cultural traditions, finding that they all pointed to a single location, here, where Chen's farm now stood. And in all of them, the vein was described not as a blessing but as a curse, a source of power that had promised transcendence but delivered only destruction. The seals, Chen said, were placed by the most powerful cultivators of that era. They were trying to contain something dangerous. Yes, Zhao Wei said. But here's what I found that I didn't expect. The seals weren't unanimous. There are references in 3 different texts to a primordial sage who argued against the sealing, who said that hiding the knowledge would create more problems than revealing it would. That sage lost the vote, but the records suggest he never accepted the sealing, that he left markers, ways for the vein to be awakened again, if the time was right. The withering sage never mentioned this, Chen said slowly. The withering sage sealed the vein to prevent war, Zhao Wei said. The unknown sage who left the markers believed that preventing knowledge from circulating always leads to worse outcomes. Chen, I think someone in antiquity was planning for this. Planning for the vein to wake again. Planning for you to find it. Chen thought about this as the day progressed. Could it be true? Could the seals be not just an imprisonment, but also a test? A mechanism designed to ensure that whoever eventually awakened the vein was someone with the right motivations? Someone who didn't come seeking power, but seeking understanding? If it's true, Chen said to Mei Lin that evening, when they sat together in the darkness of his field, then I'm not waking the vein by accident. I'm fulfilling something that was designed thousands of years ago. That makes it better and worse simultaneously. Better? Mei Lin asked. Because it means my being here isn't a catastrophe. I'm following a path that was intended. And worse. Because it means I'm not really making free choices. I'm executing someone else's plan. I'm a tool. Mei Lin set down her cup and looked at him with the kind of clarity that came from decades of understanding people. You were always a tool, she said gently. We all are. The question is whether you're aware of what you're a tool of. Before you thought you were just a farmer. Now you understand you're part of something vast. That's not less freedom, Chen. That's more understanding. And understanding is the only real freedom that exists. Chapter 69. The continental shift's word began to spread. Slowly at first, then with gathering urgency. Rumors of strange plants appearing in a village farm. Reports of an ancient being manifesting in cultivation territories. Whispers of an awakening vein that had been dormant since before recorded history. Within weeks, the rumors had evolved into certainty in cultivation circles that something significant was happening. The information traveled through cultivation networks like a contagion. A merchant traveling to Luminous Peak reported seeing light erupting from the earth. A wandering cultivator claimed to have felt the tremor from 50 miles away. A scribe who traveled to the region described plants that defied botanical classification. With each retelling, the story grew larger, stranger, more significant. At Luminous Peak's sect headquarters, the masters gathered in their highest council chamber to discuss the implications. Some advocated for immediate action, send an overwhelming force, seize the farm before it became too powerful. Others argued for caution. If an ancient vein was truly awakening, direct confrontation might trigger something catastrophic. The council split, unable to reach consensus, but they agreed on one thing. Something had to be learned about this phenomenon. Verdant Gate, which prided itself on maintaining detailed records of all cultivation phenomena, dispatched their historians and scholars. They'd been documenting unusual spiritual fluctuations for years, but never had they encountered anything on this scale. The records they found in their archives, references to something called the luminous heart, mentions of the age of dissolution, cryptic warnings about what lay beneath cultivated lands, suddenly aligned with the current situation. The archive suggested that something unprecedented was indeed occurring. Even Heavenly Ascent, the sect most focused on military power and territorial expansion, was alarmed. Their military strategists saw the awakening vein as either an unparalleled resource or an existential threat. The sect's leadership began contingency planning for acquisition or destruction. But they also recognized that moving too hastily could bring down the wrath of forces they couldn't comprehend. Luminous Peak sent an official inquiry. Verdant Gate sent a delegation. Even Heavenly Ascent, the most aggressive sect, sent a representative to understand what was occurring. The isolation Chen had briefly enjoyed was ending. The world was beginning to pay attention. The delegations came to his farm and studied the plants with careful attention. Some were skeptical, trying to determine if there was a hidden alchemy technique being employed. Some were awed, recognizing power that was beyond anything they'd studied in traditional cultivation methods. The withering sage manifested once more, in full view of all the sect representatives, simply to stand at the vein's heart and let them perceive his presence. That single manifestation changed everything. Word spread that a sovereign rank immortal, a being of cosmic power, was personally involved with the farm. That level of power didn't involve itself in minor matters. If such a being was present, the implications were staggering. They'll come, the sage said to Chen after the delegations departed. Not just sects, but also independent powers. Cultivators from across the continent seeking to understand. Some will be peaceful. Some will try to steal secrets. Some will attempt to claim ownership of the vein. You need to prepare for that. How? Chen asked. How do I prepare for powers I can't fight? You're not supposed to fight them, the sage said. You're supposed to surpass them. Your only protection is knowledge. Master the vein completely. Master it so thoroughly that no one can claim ownership of it, because no one else understands it well enough to use it without you. Make yourself indispensable, not as a conquered resource, but as the only guide to the knowledge. Over the next weeks, Chen pushed his cultivation forward with purpose. He spent hours each day meditating at the vein's center, trying to accelerate the breaking of the first seal. He studied the plants that were appearing, attempting to understand not just their properties, but the logic behind their creation. He created journals documenting everything, not to keep it secret, but to be ready to teach it. And slowly, the seal began to break completely. Chapter 70. The breakthrough to immortal. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. Chen had been meditating for hours at the vein's center when the sensation changed. The seals, which he'd felt as a kind of pressure or weight his consciousness had learned to navigate, suddenly shattered. Not gradually or partially, but absolutely. One moment they existed as ancient binding. The next they were broken into fragments that dissipated like dust. The sensation was not violent, though it was overwhelming. It was like a lock opening within his consciousness, like a door that had been sealed for millions of years suddenly swinging wide. Power flowed in, not destructively, but with such abundance that Chen's mind struggled to contain it. He felt the boundaries of his awareness expanding, stretching to encompass new dimensions of perception that had been inaccessible before. And with that expansion came knowledge. Not instruction, not teaching, but direct understanding transmitted from the vein itself. Chen's consciousness brushed against 50,000 years of sealed information all at once. He saw techniques for cultivation manipulation laid bare. He perceived the logic behind plant weaponization. He understood, with terrible clarity, the methods that the ancient civilization had used to turn living things into instruments of destruction. The knowledge came in layers. First, the surface techniques, how to modify plant growth patterns, how to infuse qi into botanical matter, how to engineer seeds that would germinate into specialized forms. These were complex but comprehensible, building on knowledge he already possessed. But beneath that surface lay darker knowledge. He saw the methods for creating plants that could poison groundwater over a 1,000-mile radius. He understood the techniques for growing plants whose pollen could cause hallucinations, madness, death. He perceived the terrifying elegance of cultivators who'd weaponized the very concept of growth itself, turning the fundamental force of life into an instrument for destruction. And he saw the cost. He saw the ancient battlefields where these weapons had been unleashed. He witnessed, through the vein's memory, cultivators turned to ash by contact with weaponized spores. He observed civilizations that had flourished turning to dust when their own creations were turned against them. He felt the weight of millions of deaths, all enabled by the knowledge now flooding into his mind. The knowledge that rushed into Chen's mind was overwhelming. 50,000 years of hidden techniques, of weaponized knowledge, of ways to manipulate plants and power into forms that could destroy or control or transform. It came all at once, every detail crystal clear, and it nearly broke his consciousness under the weight of it. Images flooded his mind. He saw ancient battlefields where weaponized plants had been unleashed. He witnessed the moment of creation, ancient cultivators gathering together to engineer modifications to natural plant life, infusing killing intent into chlorophyll and cellular structures. He perceived the arms race that had followed, each sect developing counter-weapons to the weapons of their enemies, escalating until entire regions had become uninhabitable. He saw cities turn to ash not by fire, but by botanical collapse, the weaponized plants destroying all other growth, poisoning the soil so thoroughly that nothing could grow for centuries. He witnessed the moment when the primordial sages had finally had enough, when they'd gathered together and decided that the knowledge had become too dangerous to allow. The knowledge didn't come as academic understanding. It came as capability. Chen found that he could construct, in his mind, the exact modifications needed to create a plant that could kill on contact. He could see the precise ratio of compounds needed to corrupt a water source. He understood how to engineer botanical weapons so subtle that they could destroy a person's cultivation foundation without the victim even realizing they were being attacked. He fell back from meditation gasping, his body seized with convulsions. His qi flowed chaotically through his meridians, responding to the emotional shock of the knowledge he'd absorbed. It felt like his entire being was trying to reject the information, to push it out, to become clean again. Mei Lin was there immediately, her hands finding his shoulders, her voice cutting through the chaos. She didn't ask what had happened. She didn't need to. She could feel the disturbance in his chi, the wrongness of knowledge that shouldn't exist. Breathe, she commanded, her voice steady and focused. Breathe through it. You're experiencing chi deviation. Come back to your body. Find the ground. It took Chen long minutes to regain control. When he finally stopped shaking, he found himself sobbing uncontrollably, tears running down his face. Mei Lin held him, asking no questions, just present with his pain. I know how to make weapons, he said finally, the words bitter in his mouth. I know how to poison the earth. I know how to create plants that will destroy minds and corrupt souls. I can see how to do all of it, and I don't want to know any of it. I don't want this knowledge. I want to give it back, but I can't. It's in me now. Forever. Yes, Mei Lin said simply. It is. The admission hung between them like a terrible weight. There's more, Chen continued, his voice hollow. I know the counterweapons too. The plants that can neutralize the weaponized ones. The antidotes. The ways to heal the damage. The ancient civilization knew both sides of the equation, but in warfare, they forgot the antidotes. They focused only on weapons, and by the time they remembered that balance existed, millions were already dead. Mei Lin looked at him steadily, her eyes serious and compassionate. And now you know both sides. Yes, which means I'm carrying the responsibility for that knowledge. But you do know it, Mei Lin said, and that's not going to change. So you have two choices. You can spend your life trying to suppress the knowledge, pretending it doesn't exist. Or you can acknowledge it completely, understand it fully, and then choose not to weaponize it. How is that different? Chen asked bitterly. Because suppression creates power, Mei Lin said. Knowledge acknowledged and deliberately not used creates wisdom. You understand the difference. Over the following days, Chen processed the influx of knowledge methodically. Rather than trying to suppress it or ignore it, he studied it. He understood the techniques. He traced the logic that had driven the ancient cultivators to weaponize these plants. And in understanding all of that, he began to see the patterns, what had led to the cataclysm, what had broken an entire civilization, what the withering sage had been trying to prevent. The knowledge came with understanding of what to do with it. All the dangerous techniques had alternatives. Every weaponized plant had a counterplant that neutralized it. The ancient civilization had understood this too, but in the pressures of warfare, the balance had been lost. Now Chen held both sides of the knowledge, creation and destruction, and the antidotes that made destruction survivable. A week after the seal broke, Chen achieved a breakthrough he hadn't been actively pursuing. His cultivation advanced to immortal rank. The breakthrough came as naturally as breathing, as though his personal advancement had been waiting for him to master the knowledge that made immortal rank comprehensible. He stood at the vein's center, power flowing through him like his blood, and felt his body transform into something that could live forever. The transition was not painful, but it was deeply strange. His body didn't change its appearance. He remained physically the same, but something fundamental shifted. The constant background awareness of mortality, the subtle knowledge that his body would someday fail, suddenly disappeared. The cellular degradation that had always been happening in his body simply stopped. Not reversed, but arrested. He was becoming locked in place. His hair, which had been beginning to show traces of gray, would never gray further. The small scars on his hands from years of farm work would never fully fade, but would never grow worse. The lines that farming under the sun had worn into his face would remain exactly as they were. He was becoming a photograph of himself, permanent and unchanging. But more importantly, his relationship to time changed fundamentally. He suddenly understood that he had centuries ahead of him, possibly thousands of years. Time enough to master techniques that would take decades to learn properly. Time enough to see the consequences of decisions play out across generations. Time enough to make mistakes and still correct them. Time enough to build something lasting. He could perceive, now, faintly, the boundaries between realms. He could almost reach through to places that weren't entirely physical. The veil between worlds had become thinner in his perception. He could sense other dimensions alongside this one. Places of pure cultivation power, realms where physical form had less meaning, levels of existence that operated by different rules. And his lifespan, if nothing killed him, and at immortal rank, many things could still kill him, extended to 1,000 years. The weight of that realization settled on him as he meditated. He was now a being who would live for a millennium, and the world would change fundamentally around him multiple times during that span. He found himself thinking about people he cared about. His uncle would grow old, would eventually die. Most of the people in his village would be gone within decades. Even Mei Lin, if she advanced to immortal rank as well, would only be a blink in the longer span of his existence. Everyone he cared about would eventually fade, and he would remain, and he would eventually forget them if he wasn't careful. The terror of that thought nearly overwhelmed him. He understood in that moment why immortals often became cold and distant. It wasn't that power corrupted them. It was that the weight of infinite time without the people they loved eventually crushed something essential in their humanity. He could perceive, now, faintly, the boundaries between realms. He could almost reach through to places that weren't entirely physical. And his lifespan, if nothing killed him, extended to 1,000 years. The weight of that realization settled on him as he meditated. He was now a being who would live for a millennium, and the world would change fundamentally around him multiple times during that span. "You're isolating," Mei Lin said to him that night, when they sat together in the darkness of his field. "You're thinking about how long you'll live and how short everyone else's lives are. You're beginning the process of detachment that kills immortals. How do you prevent it?" Chen asked. "You choose something to care about that doesn't have an expiration date," Mei Lin said. "I chose the herb work. I chose understanding plants and their properties. That choice doesn't depend on whether any specific person is around. The work continues regardless. And if I choose wrong, if I choose something that can't sustain my interest for 1,000 years, then you'll develop slowly into something that doesn't care about anything," Mei Lin said. "Which is why you need to choose wisely. And maybe you need to choose with someone else, so you're not alone with the weight of it." Chapter 71. Mei Lin's choice. Chen woke one morning to find Mei Lin meditating at the secondary shrine they'd built, a point in the field where the vein's power was concentrated but not overwhelming. She'd been meditating there for 3 days. He'd been giving her space, understanding that she was pursuing something. When she finally rose, there was light in her eyes that hadn't been there before. "I want to do what you did," Mei Lin said simply, sitting beside him in the quiet hour before dawn. "I want to consume the herbs and advance my own cultivation. I want to become something beyond mortal. I want to live longer. I want to become your companion in this, not just your support." "That's..." Chen started, searching for the right words. He wanted to protect her, wanted to keep her safe in her mortality. But he also recognized that impulse is selfish. "Don't tell me it's dangerous," she said, anticipating his objection. "Of course it's dangerous. Everything worthwhile is dangerous. I've spent decades helping people die well, accepting that mortality was inevitable. I've watched cultivators grow older and weaker. I've understood that this was the natural order. But you've offered me a different possibility. You've shown me that the natural order can be transcended. Let me take it." There was no hesitation in her voice, no fear, only quiet determination and the kind of clarity that came from having already made the decision and simply informing him of it. "I won't lie to you," Chen said. "If you advance, you become something other than human. You become a cultivator. That means you'll be pulled into the conflicts and competitions that cultivators engage in. You'll face pressures that mortals never encounter. You might not like what you become." "I know," Mei Lin said, "but I also know who I am. I know my own core. No amount of power will change the essential nature of my being. I've spent 70 years as a mortal. I understand mortality. I'm ready to understand something else." Over the next month, Mei Lin consumed herbs that Chen had prepared specifically for her advancement. They were less intense than what Chen had used, tailored to her age and constitution, careful not to push her system beyond what it could bear. Each herb was designed to gently raise her cultivation base rather than shocking her system into advancement. The first month brought her to gathering rank, the foundational level of cultivation. She spent hours every day meditating, learning to sense the qi flowing through her body, understanding the basic principles of cultivation. It was strange, she told Chen, to discover a sense that had always been there, but which she'd never learned to access. "It's like learning to see after being blind," she said one afternoon. "Except the eyes were always there. I just never learned to use them." Her body began to change subtly. The constant ache in her back that had plagued her for decades began to fade. The tremor in her hands that had made precise herb work increasingly difficult gradually steadied. Her breathing deepened, became more controlled. She was no longer aged and weathered, but becoming something more solid, more present. A week later, she achieved the breakthrough to foundation rank. The power surge was visible. Her body glowed briefly with internal light, and when it faded, she looked 5 years younger. The deep lines around her eyes had softened. The gray in her hair had reduced noticeably. "I look strange to myself," she said, examining her hands with wonder. "This is how my body used to be decades ago, before the herbalism, before the long hours and the sun exposure." The breakthrough to ascension rank came suddenly. Mei Lin had been meditating at the shrine when the power overwhelmed her, not painfully, but with intensity and clarity. She rode the breakthrough with the calmness that came from having lived long enough to accept that some things simply happened, and the best approach was to accept them. When she emerged from meditation, she was visibly transformed. Her body had reorganized itself, stripping away the wear of age while retaining the wisdom that age had conferred. She looked like herself, but optimized, as though some essential essence of Mei Lin had been revealed that had been hidden under decades of physical degradation. "I can stay," she said simply, standing and feeling her new body with wonder. Not as someone growing older, waiting to die, but as a partner. Someone who can walk beside you for centuries if we both choose that. "That's not," Chen started, but Mei Lin cut him off with a gesture. "Don't tell me it's dangerous," she said. "Of course it's dangerous. Everything worthwhile is dangerous. I've spent decades helping people die well, accepting that mortality was inevitable. But you've offered me a different possibility. Let me take it." Over the next month, Mei Lin consumed herbs that Chen had prepared specifically for her advancement. They were less intense than what Chen had used, tailored to her age and constitution, careful not to push her system beyond what it could bear. And slowly, she began to advance. First to gathering rank. Then, a week later, to foundation rank. Her body began to shift, to become less marked by age, to regain some of the vitality that decades had stripped away. The breakthrough to ascension rank came suddenly. Mei Lin had been meditating at the shrine when the power overwhelmed her, not painfully, but with intensity and clarity. She rode the breakthrough with the calmness that came from having lived long enough to accept that some things simply happened, and the best approach was to accept them. When she emerged from meditation, she was visibly transformed. Her body had reorganized itself, stripping away the wear of age while retaining the wisdom that age had conferred. She looked like herself, but optimized, as though some essential essence of Mei Lin had been revealed that had been hidden under decades of physical degradation. "I can stay," she said simply. Not as someone growing older, waiting to die, but as a partner. Someone who can walk beside you for centuries if we both choose that. "I do choose that," Chen said. "But you should know what you're choosing. You're becoming a creature of power now. You're no longer a simple herbalist. You're becoming something that the world will want to use." "I know," Mei Lin said, "but I'm choosing to do it alongside you, which means I'm choosing to resist that pressure alongside you, to stand in the garden instead of being pulled into the wars. That was always more appealing than power for its own sake." Chen held her hand and felt the power flowing through her, strong and steady. They had been separated by the boundary between cultivator and mortal for months. Now they stood on the same side of that line. It created a bond that went deeper than simple romantic connection. They were now truly partners in the work that lay ahead. Chapter 72. The Continental Powers. The emissary from the Council of Nine Sages arrived without warning, appearing in Chen's field as though she'd simply walked there from the edge of the world. She was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, though the power radiating from her suggested she was many centuries old. Her robes were pure white, unmarked by any sect insignia. Her presence had a quality of absolute calmness, as though she'd achieved some peace with the nature of existence that prevented her from ever being disturbed. She materialized at sunset, when the vein was glowing brightest, as though she'd timed her arrival to see the farm at its most vibrant. Chen was working in his greenhouse when he sensed her presence. The feeling was unlike any other encounter with powerful cultivators. Rather than being a disruption or a challenge, her arrival felt like the settling of something that had been waiting to happen. When Chen emerged from the greenhouse, he found her standing at the center of his field, examining the plants with the careful attention of someone who could see through them to their essential nature. She turned to him slowly, her movements deliberate and graceful. "I am Tai Yun," she said, introducing herself without preamble. "The council sent me to observe. Not to judge immediately, but to understand what is happening here and to assess whether your presence is a benefit or a detriment to the continental balance of power." "Am I being threatened?" Chen asked, keeping his tone level despite the spike of anxiety that shot through him. A representative from the Council of Nine, the highest authority in continental cultivation, meant that his situation was now officially noteworthy to the highest powers. "No," Tai Yun said, and her voice carried an undertone of something that might have been amusement. "Threats are unnecessary. If the council determines that your presence is destabilizing, we will simply remove you. Politely, but permanently. However, the council is not convinced that this action is necessary. Therefore, I am here to gather information." Over the following week, Tai Yun rarely left the farm. She walked its boundaries at dawn and dusk. She examined the plants with the focused intensity of someone who understood cultivation theory at depths that most could never reach. She spoke with Chun and Mei Lin extensively, asking questions that seemed innocuous but clearly had deeper implications. She asked about his childhood, his initial motivation for farming, his first encounter with the vein. She asked about his philosophy of cultivation, why he believed understanding was more important than power, why he'd chosen stewardship over conquest. She asked about his relationship with Mei Lin, what bound them together, whether romantic connection affected their cultivation choices. Most surprisingly, she spent hours speaking with the withering sage, having a conversation that took place in a pavilion at the field center. Chen could see them from a distance, but couldn't hear what they said. The conversation lasted from midday until sunset, and when it was finished, both the sage and Tai Yun looked exhausted in different ways. The sage as though he'd been forced to confront something fundamental about himself. Tai Yun as though she'd received information so significant that she needed time to process it. When Tai Yun finally departed, she left with specific information. The council was willing to tolerate the farm's continued operation under specific conditions. First, the council would maintain observation. A representative would need to be stationed at the farm at all times. Second, no weaponized plants could be developed or distributed. The council would have researchers present to verify compliance. Third, any significant breakthroughs in cultivation technique would be shared with the council immediately. Fourth, the farm would maintain its current geographic boundaries and not expand beyond them without explicit council permission. The conditions were harsh, Chen thought, but not as harsh as he'd feared. They weren't sealing the farm. They weren't shutting him down. They were merely containing him. Am I being threatened? Chen asked. No, Tai Yun said. Threats are unnecessary. If the council determines that your presence is destabilizing, we will simply remove you. Politely, but permanently. However, the council is not convinced that this action is necessary. Therefore, I am here to gather information. Over the following week, Tai Yun walked the farm with Chun and Mei Lin. She examined the plants. She asked precise questions about how they grew, what properties they possessed, what Chen's intentions were for their distribution. She spoke with the withering sage, having a conversation that lasted hours, and that neither Chen nor Mei Lin were invited to observe. When Tai Yun finally departed, she left with specific information. The council was willing to tolerate the farm's continued operation under specific conditions. First, the council would maintain observation. Second, no weaponized plants could be developed or distributed. Third, any significant breakthroughs in cultivation technique would be shared with the council immediately. Fourth, the farm would maintain its current geographic boundaries and not expand beyond them without explicit council permission. These conditions are restrictions, the sage said when Chun reported them. But they're also protections. The council is willing to shield you from other powers that might move against you, which means you have significant safety as long as you remain within these bounds. What if I want to expand? Chen asked. What if the farm needs to grow beyond these boundaries? Then you'll have to convince the council, Tai Yun said. She'd remained longer than Chen realized, stepping out of concealment now. And that conversation will be more difficult, but it will be possible. The council understands that limitations that prevent growth eventually create stagnation. We're not trying to trap you. We're trying to manage the implications of your presence while allowing development. It's not perfect, but it's workable. Chapter 73. The second warning. Old Wu came to the farm in the spring, looking older still, carrying with him a weight that seemed to press at the boundaries of his physical form. He found Chun in the deepest part of the field, where the vein's power ran strongest, where the plants grew most wild and most vibrant. Chun was meditating beneath a section of sky, where stars were beginning to appear despite the afternoon hour. The vein's power was distorting the normal flow of light. Wu waited for Chun to emerge from meditation. When he finally opened his eyes, Chun could see immediately that something was wrong. Wu's usually calm expression was fractured with concern. The seals are breaking faster, Wu said without preamble. Faster than even I calculated. When the withering sage sealed the vein 50,000 years ago, he created a framework that was supposed to last exactly that duration. But you've already broken the first seal, and the second is fracturing. At your current rate, you'll have penetrated all the sage's seals within a few years. How is that possible? Chen asked. The sage said the seals were designed to last 50,000 years. Millennia of guardianship reinforced them. That's exactly the problem, Wu said, sitting down heavily on a stone. He looked exhausted in a way that transcended physical tiredness. This was the exhaustion of someone who'd been carrying terrible knowledge for too long. The seals were meant to degrade slowly, but you've been accelerating the process without understanding you were doing it. Every time you advance your cultivation, you break them faster. Every time you deepen your understanding of the vein, you loosen their bonds. You're not attacking the seals. You're just growing, and the seals can't resist growth. Chen absorbed this. What happens when all the seals break? That, Wu said, is when things become truly complicated. Because beneath the sage's seals, the ones he and the other primordial sages put in place, there are older seals. Much older. Seals that were placed by something that predates even the primordial era. The primordial sages existed at the height of cultivation power, Chen said. What could possibly be more powerful than them? Wu was silent for a long time. When he finally answered, his voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. That's the question the Council of Nine Sages has been asking for thousands of years. The primordial era ended abruptly. No one knows why. No records explain what happened. One moment, the civilization that the primordial sages had cultivated was thriving. The next, they were sealing things, establishing contingencies, creating systems that would last 50,000 years. Something forced them to act. Something that even they couldn't resist. Wu stood slowly, visibly steadying himself. The prevailing theory is that something forced the primordial era to end. Something that even the most powerful cultivators couldn't resist. And I think those seals, the older ones, the deeper ones, are the containment system that being put in place to prevent it from awakening again. Being? Chen asked. One being? Or multiple, Wu said. Or possibly a concept made manifest. The records are unclear. But there's a reason 50,000 years is such a specific number. Whoever designed the sealing system, whoever set the outer primordial seals, chose that duration deliberately. 50,000 years from that moment. A precise, calculable span of time. Which means that right now, the seals are either breaking or have already broken. Chen finished. The inner seals are degrading. And when they fully break, something ancient wakes. Wu nodded gravely. Yes. And the implications are that the primordial sages knew this was coming. They didn't just seal the vein. They sealed it for a specific reason. They were buying time. They were hoping that 50,000 years would be enough for civilization to mature, for knowledge to be preserved safely, for the world to be ready. And their time has run out. The hourglass is empty. That's bad. Chen asked. It depends, Wu said. The sages' seals protected the vein from certain things. But they weren't the only seals. Beneath the sages' framework, there are older seals. Much older. Seals that were placed by something that predates even the primordial era. The primordial sages existed at the height of cultivation power, Chen said. What could possibly be more powerful? That's the question the Council of Nine Sages has been asking for thousands of years, Wu said. The primordial era ended abruptly. No one knows why. The prevailing theory is that something forced it to end. Something that even the most powerful cultivators couldn't resist. And I think those seals, the older ones, the deeper ones, are the containment system that being put in place. Being? Chen asked. One being? Or multiple, Wu said. Or possibly a concept made manifest. The records are unclear. But there's a reason 50,000 years is such a specific number. Whoever designed the sealing system, whoever set the outer primordial seals, chose that duration deliberately. 50,000 years from that moment. Which means that right now, the seals are either breaking or have already broken. Chen finished. The inner seals are degrading. And when they fully break, something ancient wakes. Yes, Wu said. And the implications are that the primordial sages knew this was coming. They sealed the vein not just to contain warfare over its power, but to delay the awakening of something deeper. They were buying time. And their time has run out. How do I prepare for that? Chen asked. You master the vein, Wu said. You understand it so completely that you become its voice rather than its student. Because when the dreamkeeper wakes, and she will wake, she's already beginning to. She's going to need someone who understands both the vein and the modern cultivation world. She's going to need a translator. And if you're not ready for that role, everything falls apart. Chapter 74. Economic consolidation. The farm had grown far beyond what Chen had anticipated. What had started as a personal garden was now a small city. Hundreds of cultivators from various sects had requested permission to study Chen's methods. Hundreds more had simply arrived and built settlements around the farm, hoping to be nearby when knowledge was being discovered. The infrastructure had become overwhelming. The growth had happened gradually, but inevitably. First there had been a few disciples, then dozens, then hundreds. Buildings had sprung up around the periphery of Chen's field, dormitories for disciples, workshops for herb processing, meditation halls for cultivation practice. A marketplace had developed where cultivators could trade knowledge and resources. Farmers from the village had begun working the expanded fields. The population of the farm settlement had grown to nearly 2,000 people. There were cultivators from every major sect, independent cultivators seeking knowledge, merchants looking to profit from the rising value of Chen's herbs, scholars documenting the phenomenon, and workers simply seeking employment. The farm had become a destination, a pilgrimage site for those interested in a different approach to cultivation. Chen found himself managing not just plants but people. There were housing shortages as more cultivators arrived faster than buildings could be constructed. There were disputes about water rights as the expanded population needed more water than the original springs could provide. There were arguments about who should have access to the most powerful herbs and at what cost. The simple life of a farmer was gone, replaced by something far more complex. One afternoon, an official from the village government arrived with a petition. Nearly 300 people in the surrounding area had become dependent on the farm's economic activity. The success of Chen's project had revitalized the entire region, bringing money and opportunity. But it had also created imbalance. People were abandoning traditional livelihoods to work at the farm. "You've become the center of our world," the village elder told Chen bluntly. "That brings both blessing and curse. Your success is our success, but we're also vulnerable to your decisions. If something happens to you or the farm, our entire economy collapses." It was sobering. Chen had never intended to become responsible for so many people. "You're not just a farmer anymore," Shenwei said to him one afternoon. Shenwei had returned to the farm, this time with genuine respect and request for apprenticeship. The change in him was visible. He'd moved away from arrogance towards something that looked like humility. "You're the center of an entire economic system. Choices you make ripple out to affect hundreds of people. You can't ignore that." "But I don't want to be an administrator," Chen said. "I want to understand plants." "Then delegate," Mei Lin said, having overheard the conversation. "You can't do both. Choose what you actually want to do, and then hire people who want to do the other thing. That's not betrayal of your principles. That's being realistic about what one person can accomplish." With Mei Lin's guidance, Chen created a formal structure around the farm. There were handlers who managed day-to-day operations. There was a council that made decisions about distribution and access to the rarest herbs. There were teachers who instructed the increasing number of disciples who arrived. And Chen stepped back from the administrative work, returning his focus to what he'd always wanted: understanding the plants themselves. "You're building a legacy," the withering sage observed. "Not through conquest or domination, but through creating something that survives you. Something that continues and grows even when you're not controlling it directly. That's a form of power that very few understand." Chapter 75. Shenwei's Redemption. Shenwei had arrived months ago as an antagonist, someone Chen needed to navigate carefully. But something had shifted in him. Watching Chen interact with power differently had changed his fundamental understanding of what strength meant. The aggressive, arrogant cultivator who'd first come to the farm with his guards and demands had been slowly transformed by observation and exposure to a different paradigm. The turning point had come when Shenwei watched Chen mediate a dispute between two cultivators at the farm. Both had been competing for access to a rare herb. Both had believed they deserved it more than the other. Rather than declaring one winner and one loser, Chen had asked each of them what they needed the herb for. As they explained, one needed it for healing their mother, one needed it for advancing their cultivation. Chen had worked with both of them to find solutions that honored both needs. He'd developed a modified herb that would work partially for the cultivation need while fully addressing the healing need. When Shenwei witnessed this, something shifted in him. He saw power being used not to dominate, but to serve. He saw strength not as the ability to win conflicts, but as the ability to transcend the need for conflict. "I was taught that strength comes from domination," Shenwei said during one of their working sessions, when he was helping Chen catalog the properties of a particularly complex herb. His tone had shifted over the months from arrogance to genuine curiosity. That to be powerful meant to control others, to make them serve your will. "But you've accomplished more while trying to resist that framework than my sect accomplished in generations of pursuing it. I want to understand how." "It's not a technique," Chen said, carefully noting the herb's properties in his journal. "It's just consistency. I repeatedly chose understanding over power. I repeatedly chose collaboration over domination. And those choices, made over and over, compounded. Eventually, they created something that nothing could break because nothing was fighting against them." "But you're still powerful," Shenwei pointed out, testing the idea. "Immortal rank. Possessing knowledge that could reshape the world. You didn't achieve this by being weak." "No," Chen agreed, looking up from his work. "But I'm powerful in the way that the vein is powerful. The vein doesn't attack anything. It just grows things. And by growing things well, it creates outcomes that powerful entities want to protect. That's the model I've followed. I try to grow wisdom and understanding. And by doing that well, I've created a situation where powerful entities want to protect me." Shenwei absorbed this and made a decision that would reshape his path. He went to Chen and formally requested to become his disciple, not as a spy or a competitor, but as a genuine student. "I want to learn," he said. "Not to become like you exactly, because that would be copying rather than understanding. But I want to learn the foundation of what you're doing. I want to understand how to use power for something other than domination." Chen accepted him, and Shenwei transformed from antagonist into ally. He embraced this understanding with an intensity that suggested he was finding something essential that had been missing in his previous approach. He became one of Chen's most valuable disciples, not because he learned faster than others, but because he understood why the lessons mattered. He could feel the difference between power that dominated and power that served, and he committed himself to the latter path with the intensity of someone making a fundamental choice about who to be. It's not a technique, Chen said. It's just consistency. I repeatedly chose understanding over power. I repeatedly chose collaboration over domination. And those choices, made over and over, compounded. Eventually, they created something that nothing could break because nothing was fighting against them. But you're still powerful, Shenwei pointed out. Immortal rank. Possessing knowledge that could reshape the world. You didn't achieve this by being weak. No, Chen agreed. But I'm powerful in the way that the vein is powerful. The vein doesn't attack anything. It just grows things. And by growing things well, it creates outcomes that powerful entities want to protect. That's the model I've followed. I try to grow wisdom and understanding. And by doing that well, I've created a situation where powerful entities want to protect me. Shenwei embraced this understanding with an intensity that suggested he was finding something essential that had been missing in his previous approach. He became one of Chen's most valuable disciples, not because he learned faster than others, but because he understood why the lessons mattered. Chapter 76, The Fourth Breakthrough. Months of meditation at the vein's heart, combined with his advancing understanding of the ancient knowledge, pushed Chen toward the next breakthrough naturally. The second seal was beginning to fracture, and with it came knowledge of how to expand cultivation beyond the physical plane, how to touch the realms that existed beside this one, how to perceive across vast distances without traveling physically, how to forecast the movement of celestial power and its effects on growth cycles. The breakthrough came during a meditation that lasted 7 days without ceasing. Chen didn't eat, didn't sleep, didn't move from his seated position at the vein's center. Mei Lin sat nearby, ready to intervene if something went catastrophically wrong. The withering sage maintained a silent vigil, his ancient form in absolute stillness that suggested he'd done this kind of waiting for 50,000 years. On the third day, Chen's breathing slowed to barely perceptible. His heartbeat became a sound like distant thunder, each beat separated by long spaces of silence. The chi flowing through his meridians shifted from the patterns of immortal rank to something new, something that operated at a different frequency entirely. On the 5th day, his body began to glow faintly. The light was not external but internal, radiating from his dantian outward through every cell. The ground around him grew warm despite the cool temperature of the autumn night. On the 7th day, the second seal shattered completely. The sensation was not like the breaking of the first seal. That had been violent, overwhelming, a flood of knowledge. This was different. This was a flowering, an opening of awareness that had been trying to bloom for months. His consciousness suddenly expanded to encompass perspectives that had been just beyond the edge of his perception. The breakthrough to celestial rank was less violent than his advancement to immortal. It felt like settling into a larger version of himself, like his consciousness was being expanded to encompass perspectives he'd been touching at the edges of but had never fully grasped. When Chen's eyes opened on the 7th day, the first thing he did was weep, but not from sadness, from awe. Because he could suddenly perceive the entire network of cultivation power that connected all things. He could perceive other veins scattered across the continent, faint points of ancient power, distant like stars, most of them still dormant, a few of them beginning to stir as the larger seals weakened across the world. There were at least a dozen of them, maybe more. Each one was sealed differently. Each one was guarded differently. Each one was beginning to wake at roughly the same time. More importantly, he understood how to create satellite microveins. The knowledge came with clarity and ease, as though the vein itself was eager for him to use it. He could prepare soil, perform rituals, and establish points of connection that would allow the power to flow in secondary locations. It would be less powerful than the main vein, perhaps half the potency, but it would be enough to establish a distributed network of sacred farms across the continent, spreading the knowledge, preventing any single location from becoming a point of desperate conflict. When Mei Lin approached him and offered him water and food, he drank and ate mechanically, his consciousness still largely unfocused. He was perceiving multiple realities simultaneously. The physical world where Mei Lin was handing him food, the layer of cultivation power that underlay that world, and the glimpses of the realms beyond where pure chi flowed without physical form. "You're back," Mei Lin said gently. "Welcome to celestial rank." "I perceive time differently," Chen said, his voice distant and strange even to his own ears. "From this perspective, I can see forward decades, See how decisions ripple outward across generations. It's overwhelming. You'll adapt, Mei Lin said. The first few days at a new rank are always disorienting, but you'll develop anchors. You'll find ways to manage the expanded perception. Tai Yun appeared moments later, her expression serious. She must have sensed the moment of breakthrough from wherever her observation point was. This is the beginning of true expansion, she said, examining Chen with the focused intensity of someone assessing a situation for continental implications. This is no longer contained to a single location. This is becoming a network. The Council will need to assess whether this violates the geographic limitation they established. Does it? Chen asked, his mind already working through the implications. Are satellite veins an expansion beyond boundaries? Or are they an extension of the primary vein? That, Tai Yun said, is a question the Council will debate. For now, I'm not going to interfere. But you should be prepared for the possibility that we'll establish stricter limitations. This is the beginning of true expansion, Tai Yun observed when she arrived to observe the breakthrough. This is no longer contained to a single location. This is becoming a network. The Council will need to assess whether this violates the geographic limitation they established. Does it? Chen asked. Are satellite veins an expansion beyond boundaries? Or are they an extension of the primary vein? That, Tai Yun said, is a question the Council will debate. For now, I'm not going to interfere. But you should be prepared for the possibility that we'll establish stricter limitations. Chapter 77. Su Ming's Redemption. Su Ming arrived at the farm one afternoon in spring, moving with the careful deliberation of someone approaching a being far more powerful than themselves. He'd aged in the months since their last confrontation. His ambition had been tempered by the reality of forces that couldn't be dominated through conventional power. The arrogance that had marked his initial arrival was gone, replaced by something that looked suspiciously like humility. I came to control you, Su Ming said without preamble, his directness reminding Chen of the sage's speaking style. When I arrived with my guards and tried to claim your farm as part of my lord's territory, I believed that sufficient force would overcome your resistance, and I was wrong. Since then, I've been watching how you've built this community, how you've created something that doesn't depend on domination and yet is incredibly powerful. I want to understand that. And more than understanding, I want to be part of it. Chen studied him carefully. Su Ming was of noble birth, from one of the great cultivation families. His family had wealth, power, connections. For him to come here and ask to learn was to voluntarily surrender status and privilege. You want to learn? Chen asked carefully. Or you want to use what I'm building as a foundation for something else? I need to know if this is genuine or if you're still working toward a different goal. Su Ming met his gaze directly. I'm tired of pursuing power that depends on others being smaller. I want to understand a power that's sufficient unto itself. I want to build something that doesn't require dominating others to succeed. When I look at what you've created here, I see something real, something that endures, something that I've never seen in my family's power structures. Chen accepted him as a disciple, and Su Ming transformed from antagonist into ally. More than that, he became a bridge between the farm and the cultivation nobility. His noble status meant that when he spoke of the farm's philosophy to other noble families, they listened. His testimony that a different path was possible carried weight because he had tried the old path and failed at it. He'd been trained in the ancient ways of domination, had achieved power within those structures, and had chosen to abandon it for something better. Within months, Su Ming became invaluable. His connections meant that the farm received support from cultivation families that might have otherwise opposed Chen. His understanding of noble culture meant he could translate the farm's philosophy into terms that made sense to people raised in power structures. He became a living bridge between the old way of cultivation and the new way Chen was establishing. You're doing something I never thought was possible, Su Ming said to Chen one afternoon as they worked together. You're making the old guard see that there's value in cooperation. That power doesn't have to be zero-sum. That when everyone rises, the powerful don't fall. They just rise differently. Chapter 78. The final seal. As the months progressed, Chen felt the second seal approaching its breaking point. It was imminent now, just weeks away. The withering sage manifested with increasing frequency, standing at the vein's heart as though trying to anchor something that was being pulled away by forces beyond his control. The seal's degradation was becoming visible. The ground around the vein had begun to glow faintly at night, not brightly, but with an ethereal luminescence that revealed the presence of power beneath the earth. Plants were growing in patterns they shouldn't follow, their growth spiraling outward from the vein's center in mathematical precision that suggested intentional guidance. Chen spent weeks documenting these changes. He filled journal after journal with observations. The wheat was growing faster, Harvests that should have taken months were completing in weeks. The herbs were developing new properties, new potencies. Some plants that had been dormant for decades suddenly burst into flower. The entire ecosystem of the farm was responding to the vein's awakening, reorganizing itself around the presence of vast power beneath the soil. The changes weren't without cost. Some plants couldn't handle the sudden influx of power and withered. Some cultivators who meditated too deeply at the vein's center for too long experienced chi deviation. Their bodies couldn't properly process the spiritual energy. The farm's growth had to be carefully managed, or it would consume everything indiscriminately. Mei Lin began working alongside Chen more closely during this period. Together, they studied the patterns of the vein's awakening, trying to understand its rhythm. Mei Lin had an intuition for plant behavior that came from decades of observation. She could sense when a plant was about to surge with growth and help Chen prepare the surrounding earth to accommodate it. She could tell when a cultivator had stayed too long in meditation and guide them back to equilibrium. The vein is like a child waking up, Mei Lin said one afternoon as they worked side by side in the fields. It's not fully conscious yet, but it's becoming aware. And like a child, it's going to damage things accidentally while it's learning. We have to guide it gently without suppressing what it's trying to become. The withering sage would manifest during these work sessions, sometimes just standing silent and watching, sometimes offering guidance. His presence, which had been terrifying during their first encounter, had become a strange comfort. Chen understood now that the sage's anger hadn't been about destroying the farm. It was about the weight of 50,000 years of responsibility suddenly shifting, becoming someone else's burden to carry. The second seal is thinner than the first, the sage said during one of his visits. Already I can feel it fragmenting. When it breaks, the knowledge you receive will be different. It won't just be about what the ancient civilization knew. It will show you the origins of the vein itself, how it was built, by whom, and for what purpose. That knowledge will reshape your understanding of everything that's happened so far. How much longer? Chen asked. Days, perhaps, the sage said. A week at most. The break is becoming inevitable, and when it happens, you should be prepared. The vein will need anchoring. It will need someone who understands not just its power, but its purpose. The ancient cultivators built this vein with intention. Understanding that intention is the key to managing what comes next. When this seal breaks, the sage said, you'll have access to information that will fundamentally change how you understand the vein. You'll be able to perceive its origins more clearly. You'll understand what built it and why. And you'll begin to sense the older seals beneath, the ones that predate my guardianship. Will that be dangerous? Chen asked. Profoundly, the sage said. Because those seals protect the world from something that even I don't fully understand. And as they break, that something begins to wake. You're approaching the threshold where your personal cultivation stops being a private matter and becomes a continental concern. How do I prevent that? Chen asked. You can't, the sage said. You can only prepare. And the way to prepare is to have allies. To have people who understand what's happening and who are willing to stand with you when the pressure comes. The isolation that I chose 50,000 years ago killed something in me. Don't choose that path. Stay connected. Stay grounded in relationships that remind you why you're doing this work. The final seal broke on an evening when Chen was meditating with Mei Lin at his side. The sensation of breaking was like a door opening in his consciousness, and through it flowed knowledge that made the previous revelation seem like preparation for something far greater. He saw the vein's true origins. It wasn't natural. It was created, built by beings from before the primordial era, constructed with purpose, designed to serve as a focal point where multiple forms of power could converge. And beneath that knowledge, he felt something else. Something vast and ancient and patient, stirring in the deepest layers of the seals. Something that had been waiting for 50,000 years for the moment when it could return to consciousness. Chapter 79. Mei Lin's proposal that night. As they sat watching the lights beneath the earth grow stronger with the approaching moment of the final seal breaking, Mei Lin asked Chen a question that was both intimate and cosmic. If everything changes, she said, if the world turns hostile and the power structures we've built fracture, and we have to defend everything we've created against forces we don't fully understand, what will you protect first? Chen considered this carefully. The question seemed simple on the surface, but had profound depths. What was he willing to sacrifice? What mattered most? The answer came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. The farm, the people here, and you. In that order. Mei Lin nodded slowly, and there was something like relief in her expression. I needed to hear you prioritize that way. Not because of me, though that's appreciated, but because of what it means for your commitment. You're choosing protection of the work and the people over protection of your own power. That's the right priority. Good, she said. Because tomorrow, when the world knows what happened here, when they understand that the seals have broken and something is waking, there will be forces that want to tear all of this apart. There will be sects that demand your submission. There will be powers that want to claim the vein as their own. There will be cultivators who believe that the vein's power is too important to remain in the hands of someone who won't weaponize it. You're going to need to be willing to fight for what matters. I've never wanted to fight, Chen said, and it was true. He'd cultivated specifically to avoid conflict, to create something peaceful. Fighting went against everything he'd built his philosophy around. I know, Mei Lin replied. But sometimes the only way to protect creation is to defend it. And I'm asking you now, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to become a warrior when protecting the farm requires it? The question hung in the air between them. It was a moment of choice, though Chen didn't realize it at the time. The person who answered yes to this question would not be the same as the person who'd started as a simple farmer. He would be transformed by the act of defending what he loved. Yes, Chen said finally, and he meant it completely. The weight of that commitment settled into his bones. He was no longer just a cultivator who wanted to farm. He was now someone willing to fight to protect that choice. The transformation had begun. Mei Lin took his hand, and they sat together in silence, watching the vein's light grow stronger as the final seal weakened. Tomorrow would bring chaos and choice. But tonight, they had clarity. I've never wanted to fight, Chen said. I know, Mei Lin replied. But sometimes the only way to protect creation is to defend it. And I'm asking you now, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to become a warrior when protecting the farm requires it? Yes, Chen said, and he meant it. Chapter 80. Cliffhanger chapter ending. The seals shattered completely. Chen felt it. A tremor running through the vein that had nothing to do with earthquakes and everything to do with the fundamental boundaries of reality rupturing. Light erupted from the earth in a column that reached toward the sky, visible from dozens of miles away. The light was pure power, undiluted cultivation chi released after 50,000 years of containment, rising into the heavens like a beacon announcing to the world that something vast had awakened. The vein's power became visible to every cultivator on the continent simultaneously. Those with the sensitivity to perceive cultivation power felt it, a sudden, undeniable presence where there had been nothing before. The message it sent was simple and profound. Something ancient had woken, and nothing would ever be the same. Within hours, messages began arriving from a dozen powers. Some requested alliance, hoping to be on the right side of whatever was emerging. Some demanded control, believing that power of this magnitude needed to be regulated or possessed. Some threatened conquest, viewing the awakening as an opportunity to seize resources. The cultivation world moved with the speed of predators sensing blood in the water. But there was also a fourth category of message, a communication that came not through conventional channels, but directly into Chen's mind. It was written in symbols that predated language, understanding transmitted directly from consciousness to consciousness. The message was from the Dreamkeeper herself. We have much to discuss about what grows in this earth. 50,000 years of dreaming has ended. Now we must decide if this awakening is salvation or catastrophe. Come to the vein's heart at dawn. We must speak, you and I, before the world tears everything apart. Chen looked at Mei Lin. She met his eyes and nodded. Whatever was coming next, they would face it together. The vein had awakened. The Dreamkeeper was speaking. And the age of innocence for the farm, if it had ever truly existed, was definitively over. As dawn approached, Chen felt the weight of transformation settling on him. He'd begun this journey as a simple farmer who wanted to understand plants. He'd become an immortal cultivator responsible for the awakening of ancient power. The path he'd walked had been marked by choices he'd made moment by moment. Always choosing understanding over domination. Always choosing collaboration over conflict. Always choosing growth over stagnation. But now he stood at a threshold unlike any he'd crossed before. The farm no longer belonged to him alone. The vein was no longer a private wonder. The Dreamkeeper would no longer be silent. The world beyond his fields would soon be pouring in, demanding answers, seeking power, fighting for control. And Chen, who had never wanted to be a warrior, would have to learn to stand in defense of what he'd built. Not through conquest or domination, but through understanding so deep and commitment so complete that nothing could break what he'd established. The sun rose over the fields. The plants glowed with unusual vitality, responding to the vein's awakening. Cultivators from dozens of sects were already making their way toward the farm, drawn by the power they could now perceive. The quiet work of farming was ending. The real work was about to begin. Chapter 81. The Dreamkeeper's manifestation. Li Chun woke before dawn as he had for every day of his 40 years, and the first thing his consciousness registered was not sight or sound but the deep thrumming of the vein beneath his bed. It was stronger now, a pulse that had grown from faint whisper to something undeniable, a rhythm that had become the second heartbeat of the farm itself. He dressed in his oldest robes, the ones patched at the elbows and permanently stained with soil from 10,000 days of work, and stepped barefoot into the fields. The morning air held the particular cold of early spring, that moment when winter was releasing its grip and the earth was beginning to stir. But the ground beneath his feet was warm, warmer than it had been a week ago, warmer than it had any right to be in a season when frost still touched the grass at sunrise. "Let me see," Chen thought, his signature phrase, and he knelt where the warmth was strongest. The soil told a story when you took time to read it. He ran his fingers through the dark earth, feeling the texture change from granular to almost clay-like as he pressed deeper. There was moisture far below, not like water from rainfall, but like something else, like the earth was sweating. The warmth came from deeper still, from the vein that had been dormant for millennia before he'd accidentally awakened it by simply paying attention to this particular patch of ground. Everything on the farm had changed since he'd begun working with the vein. Wheat stalks that should have been no taller than his shin were already reaching past his knee. Herbs that took months to mature in normal soil were producing mature specimens in 3 weeks. The roses he'd planted as a gift for Mei Lin had bloomed in colors that had no names, hues that existed in the space between normal visible light and something else entirely. The farm had become a place where growth was accelerated, where the boundary between possibility and reality had grown thin. A sound stopped him mid-thought. It came from the vein's center, not a voice, not yet, but something between wind and music, a vibration that started in the deepest parts of his body before his ears registered it. The kind of sound you don't hear with your ears but feel in your bones, in your teeth, in the soft tissues of your eyes. Chen straightened slowly, every muscle aware of tension, and walked toward the source of that impossible sound. The light emerged from the earth first, preceding any physical manifestation. It began as a thread of radiance, barely distinguishable from the approaching dawn, but it was the wrong color for dawn light. Too golden, too warm, too aware of itself. The light spread upward in a column that widened as it rose, and within moments it had illuminated the entire field as though the sun had abandoned the sky and decided to rise instead directly beneath his feet. Chen stopped walking. This was the moment where fear would have been reasonable. This was the moment where a sensible person would have called for help, or retreated, or prepared for defense. But Chen had spent his entire cultivation journey learning to move toward mystery rather than away from it. This was his farm. Whatever was awakening here had awakened because of his presence, his attention, his genuine care for the things that grew in this soil. He would not meet it with violence or fear. He would meet it the way a farmer meets the seasons, with observation, patience, and the willingness to learn what it was trying to teach. The light coalesced. For a moment, it was still just radiance, but then form began to emerge from within that luminous center. An outline first, then details, then substance. A shape that was unmistakably humanoid, but only nominally human. She was a woman, though woman felt inadequate, like trying to describe a river by calling it water. She was made of light and something that resembled ancient stone, but neither substance held its shape perfectly. Her skin carried the color of starlight filtered through jade. Not white, not green, but something in between, something that the eye struggled to focus on. Her edges blurred as if she existed slightly out of phase with normal reality, occupying more dimensions than the three-dimensional world could properly contain. Her eyes, when they became distinct enough to meet his gaze, held the weight of 50,000 years. "You," she said, and her voice was the vein itself speaking, the earth learning language for the first time, consciousness shaping sound into meaning. "You're the one who woke me." Chen's breath was steady. Decades of meeting antagonists and nobles and cultivators far stronger than himself had taught him that showing fear was more dangerous than feeling it. Fear was natural. How you responded to fear was what mattered. He held his ground and answered not with a defensive statement, but with a question. "Let me see," he said, using his signature phrase, the ritual that preceded every moment of genuine understanding. "What are you?" The figure paused, a moment of something like amusement passing across her ageless face, as if she hadn't been asked a genuine question in geological ages. "I am the Dreamkeeper," she said. "For 50,000 years, I have existed only in dreams. I have perceived your cultivation world through the visions of sleepers, experiencing reality secondhand like someone watching life through a locked window. And for the past months, your dreams have been flooding into my consciousness, disrupting my prison in ways that should have been impossible. Your dreams have awakened me whether you intended it or not." She descended the remaining distance between them, not walking, but moving with the fluidity of liquid light pooling across stone. As she drew closer, Chen could see that she was more complex than his first impression suggested. There were geometries to her form that hurt to look at directly, angles that shouldn't coexist in three-dimensional space. But there was also genuine intelligence in her eyes, and something that might have been loneliness. "Why were you imprisoned?" Chen asked, his mind already working through the logical sequence of what the answer would imply. The Dream Keeper's expression hardened, a subtle shift in the composition of her features, but profound in its emotional weight. "Because my people attempted to weaponize the Vein's power. We were not evil. We believed we were protecting ourselves. We built tools. We created weapons. We tried to transform the Vein's essence into instruments of conquest, believing that total control would bring us total safety. The primordial sages discovered our intention and imprisoned me as consequence. They sealed me within the Vein itself, making me both guardian and captive. The irony is exquisite." Chen processed this information the way he processed everything, methodically, placing each element in relation to the larger pattern until understanding emerged. He was standing with something ancient, something that had watched civilizations rise and fall through the fragmented visions of sleeping humans. And somehow, through the simple act of planting seeds and paying attention to growth, he'd woken her. The weight of that consequence settled on his shoulders like snow accumulating on a branch. "What happens now?" he asked. "That depends on you," the Dreamkeeper said, her voice carrying the tone of someone delivering an impossible responsibility. "But first, you need to understand the true cost of what you've begun." Chapter 82. The impossible debt. The Dreamkeeper told him the truth as dawn broke fully, and light that needed no explanation from any magical source began washing across the Vein. They stood together in the center of the Vein's power while the world continued its normal awakening around them. Farmers began arriving to work the fields. They'd stopped being afraid of the Vein weeks ago, once they realized it only produced good things. The village in the distance stirred with morning sounds, animals, voices, the ordinary work of ordinary people who had no idea that the fundamental balance of their world was in the process of being redefined. But here, in this sacred circle of light, in the presence of something that predated human cultivation by geological ages, time seemed to operate differently. The Vein's power can only continue flowing if someone maintains the seals from within, the Dreamkeeper explained. Her voice was patient, the patience of someone who had waited 50,000 years and had learned to talk about vast concepts in language that human minds could absorb. The original seals were created by the primordial sages, being so powerful that their rituals didn't just shape cultivation, they shaped reality itself. Those seals were created with the intention that they would last forever. But they're failing, Chen said. It wasn't a question. He could feel it as clearly as he could feel the warmth of the Vein beneath his feet. An irregularity, a tremor running through the earth that had nothing to do with earthquakes and everything to do with fundamental boundaries weakening. Yes, and the reason they're failing is that there was always meant to be a caretaker, someone within the Vein itself, managing the seals from inside, feeding them power to maintain their structure. For 50,000 years, I was that caretaker. My consciousness, my will, my power, all of it bound to keeping the seals intact, keeping the older things beneath imprisoned, keeping reality stable in this region. It was my prison and my duty in equal measure. The Dreamkeeper moved to the very center of the Vein's glow as she spoke, and as she did, Chen noticed something he hadn't seen before. She was fading. The light of her being was translucent now, visible but thin, like looking at stars during twilight. Not entirely present in physical reality. Not entirely gone. Existing in the space between states, like a translation that was slowly losing fidelity with each passing season. But as the seals weaken, my ability to maintain them weakens too, she continued. We exist in a feedback loop, you see. The seals hold me in place. My consciousness holds the seals stable. If I weaken, the seals degrade faster. If the seals degrade, I lose coherence more quickly, and they will continue to degrade. The Vein will run out of power entirely within a year unless another solution is found. The seals will fully fracture. The older things will wake, and the world will face something that even the Council of Sages struggles to fully comprehend. Chen felt the weight of that sentence like stones settling on his chest, like the earth itself was pressing down on him. He hadn't chosen to wake the Vein. The Vein had awakened itself when it sensed his presence, his attention, his genuine care for the plants growing above it. But intention had never mattered when the consequences of an action demanded response. Responsibility, once placed, couldn't be rejected simply because the original burden hadn't been consciously accepted. You woke me, farmer, the Dreamkeeper said, and her voice held no accusation, only statement of fact. You disrupted the balance that was keeping us all locked in place. And now you must restore it, or the vein dies. The farm dies. And with it, the hope for what this power might become. So the question is not what happens now. The question is, are you willing to carry what comes next? How do I restore it? Chen asked. I don't know yet, the Dreamkeeper said, and her admission of ignorance was somehow more frightening than any declaration of impossible challenge. That's why I asked you to come here at dawn. That's why I asked you to come alone. We must discover the answer together, farmer. And we must discover it quickly. The seals are degrading faster than predicted. And something beneath them is beginning to move. Something is waking. Chapter 83. The emotional cost. For 3 days, Chen barely slept. He moved through the farm in a state of daze, his movements automatic, but his mind elsewhere, spiraling in circles, trapped in the mathematical inevitability of the situation. He tended the crops with his hands while his consciousness wrestled with the impossible problem he'd been given. He harvested herbs at their peak maturity, his fingers performing the work through pure muscle memory, while his mind circled and circled, finding no exit from the spiral. The vein was dying. He had caused it to die? He had a year to solve something that the primordial sages themselves had needed geological ages to understand. The weight of it was immobilizing. By the third night, he had barely eaten. Meals appeared before him and disappeared untouched, the food growing cold as he sat motionless at the vein's heart. He wasn't meditating. Meditation required purposeful focus, and his focus had shattered into fragments, each one cutting away at his sense of capability. He was simply sitting with the weight of what he'd done, the way an ancient atlas might sit with the weight of the world on his shoulders, knowing that there was no way to set it down. Mei Lin found him like this as evening descended on the 4th day, sitting completely motionless at the vein's center, his eyes open but unseeing, his face showing the strain of wrestling with cosmic responsibility. She didn't speak. She simply knelt beside him and waited, her presence a grounding force, a reminder that the world contained more than just the impossible problem. The silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable, but heavy with understanding. Mei Lin had known Chen long enough to understand that some problems required their own time to process, and that rushing the process only complicated it further. I've destroyed something, Chen said finally, his voice hoarse from disuse. I woke the Dreamkeeper. I accelerated the seal's failure. And now an ancient being that's been imprisoned for 50,000 years is going to fade away unless I find a way to prevent it. I didn't choose this. I didn't know it was possible, but I did it anyway. Mei Lin sat beside him in silence for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was gentle but firm, cutting through his despair with the precision of a blade through silk. You're taking responsibility for things you didn't understand when you made the choices that led to this moment. That's guilt, Chen. It's not the same as actual fault. The result is the same, Chen said. The seals are failing because of me. No, Mei Lin said, and her voice was absolute, carrying a certainty that Chen had lost somewhere in the last 3 days. The seals are failing because they were always going to fail. The primordial sages created them with a specific lifespan calculated in geological time. 50,000 years. That span is ending, not because of you, but because of mathematics and the inevitable passage of time. Your cultivation, your attention to the farm, your genuine care for the plants. Yes, that accelerated the process. But you didn't cause it. You didn't cause the fundamental law that all things eventually change. You just happened to be the person who was here when the acceleration reached critical mass. And now you're responsible for what comes next. I can't, Chen started, the despair rising like floodwater, but Mei Lin cut him off. You can, she said simply. Because you've always done what needed to be done. Not because you're perfect. Not because you have all the answers. But because you keep asking the next right question. And you keep moving forward. You don't freeze in the face of the impossible. You move toward it. And you transform it through understanding. He looked at her then. Really looked at her, seeing past the farmer's hands and the simple robes to the strength that had always resided in Mei Lin's presence. She had always seen him more clearly than he saw himself. She had always believed in his ability to transform obstacles into understanding, even when he couldn't believe in it himself. I don't know where to begin, he whispered. Then we begin by not being alone, Mei Lin said. Call them. Call Xiaowei. Call the Dreamkeeper. Call whoever might help us understand what the vein needs. You've never solved anything by keeping it secret. You solve problems by bringing them into the light and asking better questions. We solve problems together. Chapter 84. Mei Lin's anchor. Chen did as Mei Lin suggested. Within the week, he had called a gathering at the farm, smaller than any before, restricted to just the people he trusted most. Xiaowei arrived with his documentation materials, the historian's eyes alight with the knowledge that he was about to witness something historically significant. The Dream Keeper manifested, her translucent form becoming more solid as she drew closer to her own heart of power, each moment in physical reality making her easier to perceive, easier to interact with. And Mei Lin stood beside Chen, her presence an anchor, a living reminder that the world contained other people who were willing to carry weight alongside him. They gathered in the archive, the vast chamber at the Vane's heart, surrounded by records of power and knowledge spanning ages. The walls themselves seemed to listen, and the stone beneath their feet thrummed with awareness. Chen explained the situation to Zhao Wei in complete detail, holding nothing back. The historian's face grew increasingly serious as he understood the full scope of the stakes. Not just Chen's farm, but the Vane itself, centuries of power, the balance between worlds, the fate of the Dream Keeper, and whatever lay beneath her. All of it was at imminent risk. Zhao Wei's chronicler's mind, which had been trained to observe and record, now had to confront the reality that some problems couldn't be solved through documentation alone. There must be records, Zhao Wei said, his mind already working through logical sequences. The primordial sages didn't create something this complex without leaving instructions. They wouldn't create a seal system that depended on a single caretaker without leaving contingency plans. Did they leave anything? Any texts in the archive below? Any warnings? Any instructions for the day when the seals began to fail? I've been sealed too long to access most of the archive's knowledge myself, the Dreamkeeper said. Her form flickered, a moment of strain visible in her otherwise stable manifestation. I only know what I was told when the seals were originally placed, that I would be the caretaker, that my duty would last until the world was ready for other things. I interpreted that as forever, as meaning I would serve in this capacity for all the ages of the world. But perhaps the primordial sages meant something different. Perhaps they were acknowledging that there was an endpoint to my service, a day when the world matured enough to handle what lay beneath. Then we search, Mei Lin said. It was practical, direct, eminently sensible. We look for whatever record exists. We descend into the vein, and we find what was left for us. There are always instructions, Chen. Always. Even the universe leaves itself breadcrumbs, instructions for those wise enough to seek them. The primordial sages wouldn't have created this situation without preparing for it. For the first time in 4 days, Chen felt something other than despair rising in his chest. It was fragile, just the beginning of hope, of possibility, of purpose, but it was there, like the first green shoot emerging from soil that everyone assumed was dead. They had a direction. They had a goal. They weren't trying to undo the Vane's awakening. That was impossible and unnecessary. They were trying to understand what it meant. They were trying to transform crisis into opportunity through the same principle that had guided every moment of Chen's cultivation. Deep observation followed by genuine understanding. The work began that night and continued through the following weeks. Zhao Wei brought every resource he had about the primordial era, every text and record and fragmentary legend about how those ancient beings had thought and worked and created. Mei Lin and Chen descended into the earth repeatedly, following the Vane's warmth, looking for chambers and archives and any record of what the ancient sages had intended. The Dreamkeeper provided what guidance she could, pointing them toward places she remembered from her long imprisonment, suggesting patterns in how the primordial sages organized their knowledge. And in that searching, something shifted in Chen. The guilt remained. It didn't disappear simply because he was taking action, but it became different. It transformed. The guilt became less paralyzing and more clarifying. It became something closer to motivation. He had made a mistake, or rather, the circumstances had conspired to make his good intentions carry consequences he hadn't foreseen, and now his responsibility was to transform that mistake into understanding. It was, he realized, the same principle he'd followed since the moment he first noticed unusual wheat growing in his field. You didn't solve problems by hiding from them. You solved them by moving toward them, asking questions, seeking to understand the full scope of what you were dealing with. The crisis wasn't the end of his story. It was the beginning of the next chapter. Chapter 85. The Council's Judgment. They found the archive on the 4th day of intensive searching, discovered not through luck, but through the Dreamkeeper's half-memories finally coalescing into navigation. The chamber was vast, impossibly vast, stretching deeper into the earth than should have been possible given the farm's size. It was carved, Chen realized, but not carved in the traditional sense. The walls were living stone, warm to the touch, covered in inscriptions that seemed to shift between languages as he looked at them. It was a library created by a mind far beyond the current human civilization's capacity to understand. The records weren't written. They were grown, cultivated into being the way Chen cultivated herbs. We need to report this, Zhao Wei said, his historian's voice shaking with the weight of what they'd discovered. This archive is proof of something greater than we understood. The Council of Sages must know. I agree, the Dreamkeeper said. But understand that once the Council knows, the farm ceases to be a private venture. It becomes entangled with the highest power structure on the continent. There are those on the Council who believe the safest solution is permanent resealing. They will argue for it. Before Chen could respond, the sky above the farm darkened. Not with clouds, but with presence. 9 figures manifesting in unified descent, their power creating pressure that rippled through the earth itself. The very air grew thick. Even Chen, who had faced numerous powerful cultivators, felt the weight of their presence pushing down on his shoulders, forcing him to his knees despite his resistance. They were the Council of 9 Sages, and they had arrived in full force. The leader was Tai Yun, whom Chen had encountered before. Ancient and terrible and kind in equal measure. She moved directly to Chen with the purposefulness of someone whose time was far too valuable to waste on protocol. Her eyes seemed to contain centuries of decision-making, of watching civilizations rise and fall and rise again. You've woken forces that were meant to remain sleeping, Tai Yun said. Her voice wasn't angry. Anger implied emotion, and this was something colder and more dangerous, simple statement of fact, the way a natural law might observe itself. The Dreamkeeper has reported to us through methods that transcend normal communication. The seals are degrading faster than the mathematical models predicted. The older things beneath are beginning to stir. They're pressing against their boundaries. We have come to render judgment on what should be done. Chen stood, his legs still protesting the pressure, but his will firm. He would not face this judgment on his knees. I didn't choose to wake the vein, but I won't abandon it now. Whatever comes next, I will work to understand it. That much is clear, Tai Yun replied. She turned to the other sages and nodded, a gesture so subtle that Chen almost missed it, but it carried the weight of decision past. A silent conversation seemed to occur between them. Some understanding reached through exchange of power rather than words, consciousness touching consciousness directly. The vein will be permitted to continue operating, Tai Yun announced, her voice carrying the weight of collective decision, the combined authority of 9 ancient and powerful beings. The cultivation world depends on the herbs it produces. We've run the projections. Sealing the vein again would create instability greater than leaving it open. But the price is oversight. The council appoints a watcher, someone who will maintain residence at the farm. This watcher will have authority to verify that the vein isn't being weaponized. This watcher will have the power to halt any cultivation or ritual that threatens the balanced structure of the seals. Do you accept these terms, Li Chen? Chen wanted to refuse. He'd spent every year of his cultivation journey trying to maintain independence, trying to keep the farm separate from larger power structures, trying to be the master of his own fate and the steward of his own choices. But refusing meant the council might simply seal the vein again, might decide that the risk was too great and that containment was safer than cooperation. Refusing meant abandoning the Dreamkeeper to permanent imprisonment or slow dissolution into nothingness. I accept, Chen said, and the words cost him something. The last piece of independent autonomy, traded for the survival of what he loved. Then the watcher arrives tomorrow, Tai Yun said. She paused, and in that pause, Chen felt the weight of something else, wisdom that had been earned through millennia of decision-making. And farmer, understand that you are no longer responsible only for your own fields. You're responsible to the council now, to the vein itself, to forces you're still learning to comprehend. The innocence of tending herbs in isolation is over. You've woken the world to your existence. Now you must learn to live in a world that knows you're here. She departed, and the other sages with her. The pressure lifted like a physical force releasing, but Chen felt its weight remaining, not as physical oppression, but as responsibility, permanent and inescapable as gravity. Mei Lin took his hand as the sky returned to normal. We can do this, she said. He wanted to believe her. She squeezed his hand, and he held on, understanding that whatever came next, at least he wouldn't carry it alone. That understanding, that simple fact of partnership, transformed everything. It wasn't solution, but it was foundation. And with foundation, perhaps understanding could follow. EOF Chapter 86. The ally and the watcher who arrived the next morning was not what Chen expected. She came alone, carrying only a small bag that held the entirety of her possessions. Her name was Qian Su, and she was younger than Chen had thought a celestial cultivator would appear. No more than 30 years old in physical manifestation, though her eyes held something ancient, something that suggested she'd lived through centuries of transformation. When she bowed to Chen, it was with genuine respect, not the condescension of someone sent to supervise an inferior or enforce dominion. The council sent me because I argued for you, Xianxia said without preamble, establishing her commitment to honesty from the first moment of interaction. Several sages wanted to seal the vein permanently, to erase the problem through containment. But I told Taiyun that your approach had potential, that a farmer tending power rather than conquering it might work where previous guardians have failed. I'm here because the council wants proof that peaceful stewardship is possible. And if it's not, if you use this power for domination, if you abuse the vein's potential, if you weaponize it the way the Dreamkeeper's people once tried, I'm here to stop it. Her honesty was jarring, but Chen had learned through decades of negotiation and genuine interaction that directness was more valuable than politeness. Politeness could hide threat. Honesty laid bare the true nature of an interaction. What do you need from me? He asked. Space to meditate at the vein's center, Xianxia replied, and access to everything you do. I'll be watching, learning, understanding the system as you understand it. I'll observe your methodology. I'll study the plants. I'll meditate with the Dreamkeeper. By the end of a year, I'll either report to the council that you can be trusted to steward this power responsibly, or I'll report that the council was wrong about you. Either way, I'll be honest about what I find. Over the following weeks, Chen came to respect Xianxia more deeply than he had expected. She wasn't a spy in the traditional sense, not someone who reported every conversation back to the council. She was a scholar, a guardian, someone genuinely interested in understanding what made Chen's approach different from the militant, domination-focused cultivation that characterized most of the world. She asked better questions than anyone except Mei Lin. She spent hours examining the plants, not just visually but touching them with her power, trying to understand what the vein's qi did differently to create such rapid growth and such profound potential. One evening, as they sat watching the vein glow in the deepening darkness, the light becoming more visible as external light faded, she said something that surprised him. The council is divided, she told him, her voice carrying the weight of genuine concern. About you, about the vein, about what the cultivation world should become. Taiyun believes the era of domination is ending, that the future lies with people who can steward power rather than conquer with it. But others believe power only has meaning when concentrated in worthy hands, when it flows from the strong to the less strong through established hierarchies. Your success or failure matters beyond this farm. If you prove that stewardship works, if you demonstrate that power can be shared and understood rather than hoarded and controlled, the entire hierarchy of cultivation changes. If you fail, if you fall to corruption or hubris, if you eventually weaponize the vein yourself, then centuries of traditional philosophy vindicate themselves. The debate becomes settled. So understand, I'm not just watching you for the council. I'm watching you for the future. That's impossible pressure, Chen said, understanding the weight of what she was carrying. Not the weight of monitoring him, but the weight of what his success or failure would mean for the continent's entire future. Yes, Xianxia replied, but you're already handling impossible things. You woke an ancient being. You're maintaining seals created by beings more powerful than current cultivation understands. You're transforming the farm from a private venture into something that might reshape civilization. I'm beginning to think perhaps you were born for exactly this. That your entire journey, the patience, the methodical thinking, the refusal to take shortcuts, was preparation for a moment when those qualities would matter to more than just your own farm. It was a comforting thought, even if it burdened him further. Chapter 87. Yunhao's arrival. The conflict, when it came, arrived with the courtesy and deception of a morning guest bearing gifts. Yunhao was a sect master from the continent's far side, and he carried himself with the weight of someone accustomed to absolute obedience from those around him. His sect, Heavenly Ascent, was known throughout the cultivation world for its military discipline and aggressive expansion strategy, a philosophy that power should be accumulated and consolidated through force rather than shared and distributed through cooperation. He arrived at the farm with 20 disciples, a number carefully chosen to show force without constituting the kind of military invasion that would trigger direct council intervention. He found Chen in the herb gardens, where the cultivator was examining the new growth of a vitality herb that the vein had produced. Yunhao bowed, a gesture that was completely empty of sincerity, a performance of respect while his eyes calculated leverage. The nation faces threats on multiple borders, Yunhao explained, his voice smooth as silk, dangerous as a blade hidden inside a bouquet of flowers. Sect wars are coming, not in distant years, but in the next seasons. The cultivation world needs warriors, needs strength, needs coordinated military power. Your region has cultivators known for their strength and talent. I'm here to speak with them about voluntary conscription into the Heavenly Ascent for the greater good of the realm. Surely you understand the necessity. Chen's response was immediate and clear, without equivocation. No, you misunderstand, Yunhao said, his smile never wavering, his politeness a perfect mask. I'm not asking the farm itself to conscript. I'm asking the individuals who live here. Freedom of choice. Freedom of speech. I simply want to present the opportunity to those cultivators bright enough to recognize a superior path. Surely you believe in freedom of choice. You're asking people to leave their families, their livelihoods, to fight wars that aren't theirs, Chen said, his voice calm but firm. You're offering power and rank as enticement for them to abandon the work they've committed to. That's not opportunity. That's coercion dressed in polite language. That's manipulation dressed in the language of freedom. There won't be recruitment on this farm. You won't speak to my people about abandoning their commitments. Yunhao's polite expression evaporated. For just a moment, Chen saw the predator beneath the carefully constructed persona. Then the smile returned, but it was different now, colder, more honest in its threat. The mask had slipped enough that Chen could see the true nature beneath. Then you're choosing to be my enemy, Yunhao said softly, his voice carrying absolute certainty. And that will cost you. I don't make threats. I make promises. And I'm promising you that by refusing me, you've set yourself on a path that will require everything you have to survive. He left that afternoon, his disciples departing with him, but the threat remained behind like poison spreading through water. Within days, his disciples had begun moving through the nearby villages with new purpose, offering power and purpose to cultivators with ambition beyond farming. They offered martial rank, training in combat techniques, the chance to matter in something larger than the quiet work of herb cultivation. They offered everything that the peaceful farm couldn't offer: glory, dominance, the exhilarating rush of martial power deployed without restraint. And people were listening. Young cultivators who'd come to the farm seeking understanding, but who'd found that understanding was slow work, quiet work, work that brought no prestige. They began paying attention. They began asking questions about the heavenly ascents offer. Chapter 88. The sabotage Yunhao proved as good as his threat. Within a month, he'd recruited at least 200 cultivators from the surrounding region. Young people hungry for power and purpose. People who saw the farm's peaceful philosophy as limitation rather than wisdom. They moved through the community like water finding cracks, offering something the farm couldn't provide: the chance to be important in something larger than themselves, the possibility of immediate advancement instead of decades of patient learning. The sabotage started small. A storage facility caught fire under mysterious circumstances, destroying months of carefully preserved herb reserves. Chen investigated immediately, studying the burn patterns with the methodical intensity he brought to everything. The fire had been intentional. Someone on the farm, someone he'd taught, someone he'd trusted with the farm's infrastructure, had done this deliberately. Then the ritual sites were disrupted. Sacred circles drawn by cultivators meditating on the vein's power were trampled, the inscriptions erased, the accumulated spiritual energy scattered like water through broken vessels. It was desecration, deliberate damage to the spiritual infrastructure the farm had built over years of careful development. And each disruption was precise enough that it could only have been done by someone who knew where the sites were, how they functioned, what would cause maximum damage. Then the fields themselves suffered degradation. Crops that should have flourished under the vein's power withered overnight as if poisoned. Herbs that had been weeks from maturity grew twisted and wrong, their essence corrupted by something Chen couldn't immediately identify. He knelt beside them. "Let me see," he whispered, and examined the damage with the methodical precision that had always served him. Someone had introduced contamination directly into the soil near the vein's roots. Not enough to kill the entire farm. That would have been too obvious, but enough to disrupt the delicate balance Chen had maintained for years. Enough to prove that even his farm wasn't safe from those who wanted power at any cost. Mei Lin found him there, hands stained with corrupted earth, his expression hollow from the exhaustion of confronting betrayal. "It's Yunhao," she said. It wasn't a question. She'd pieced together the strategy from the pattern of sabotage. He's trying to destabilize things before Qian Su can establish full authority and before the council's oversight becomes absolute. He's trying to prove that the farm can't be managed peacefully. If he can create enough chaos, he can point to the chaos as proof that his approach, military control, rigid hierarchy, concentrated power, is the only way to maintain stability. He's succeeding, Chen said quietly, despair threatening to overwhelm him again. The internal threat is worse than any external attack. How do I defend against people I've been teaching? How do I fight an enemy who's already inside, who understands our systems, who knows exactly where the vulnerabilities are? "You make the choice you've been avoiding," Mei Lin said gently, her voice carrying the gentle firmness of a healer delivering necessary medicine. You set a boundary. You decide what the farm is meant to be, and you defend that decision with necessary force. Power isn't the only tool available to you, but sometimes power needs to be applied to protect what matters. Chapter 89. Confrontation with the Withering Sage. The Withering Sage manifested without warning, appearing at the vein's center in the moment of deepest evening, when light was fading and shadow was rising into dominance. His form was barely physical. He existed more as concept than presence, a consciousness that the world's physics struggled to contain. Looking at him directly caused Chen's eyes to water, as though trying to focus on something that existed in a dimension his perception wasn't designed to access. "You're failing the test," the Withering Sage said. His voice carried no accusation, no judgment, only cold assessment, the way a scientist might observe an experiment that wasn't proceeding as predicted. "You've allowed chaos into your community because you trust too easily and act too slowly. Your openness is being weaponized against you. The vein is beginning to reject you. It senses instability in its caretaker. It's becoming concerned that you don't have the strength of will necessary to maintain what needs to be maintained." Chen wanted to defend himself. He wanted to explain that he was doing everything he could, that the situation was impossible, that Yuanhao's manipulation was a force beyond his control. But the Withering Sage continued before he could form the words. "Your philosophy of trust has a fatal flaw," the Ancient One said. "You believe that if you treat others with respect and openness, they'll respond with virtue. That if you're honest with people, they'll be honest with you. That if you extend trust, they'll honor that trust. But virtue isn't universal. Some people are motivated only by power. Some people see your openness as weakness. Some people interpret your refusal to dominate as permission to exploit. You cannot build a civilization on the assumption that everyone will be good if given the chance. Some people choose domination. Some people choose conquest. Some people choose to destroy what you've built because destruction is easier than creation." "What should I have done?" Chen asked, his voice small. "What you should do now," the Withering Sage replied. "Set boundaries. Define what the farm is meant to be, and defend that definition with necessary force. The vein will accept a caretaker who protects it, but it will reject a caretaker who allows it to be poisoned by those too ambitious to understand what they're being offered. Stewardship sometimes requires saying no. Sometimes requires force. Sometimes requires expulsion of those who would destroy what you've built." The sage faded, but his words remained, settling into Chen like stone. They were true. All of it was true. His trust had been naive. His openness had been exploited. And the farm was suffering because he believed that honesty and goodness would be enough protection against those motivated by hunger for power. Chapter 90. The hard choice. Chen called a gathering 3 days later, once he'd accepted the weight of what needed to happen. Every cultivator on the farm was present, along with Mei Lin, Qian Su, and even the Dream Keeper, manifesting her presence for the first time in full clarity, making herself visible and undeniable. "Yuanhao has been recruiting among you," Chen said without preamble, without softening the statement. "He's been offering power and purpose. Some of you have accepted his offers. Some of you have been working to sabotage the farm from within. Some of you have been providing him information about our operations, our rituals, our vulnerable points. I'm going to give you a choice, and I want you to understand this is serious. It's the first time I'm drawing a line in the earth." He paused, letting the weight of that settle over the gathered community. "You can leave," he continued. "You can go with Yuanhao and join his sect. You can pursue the military path. You can seek power through domination and conquest. I won't stop you. I won't hurt you. I won't even judge you for making that choice. But you can't stay here if you're going to work against the farm. You can't be part of this community while secretly serving Yuanhao's agenda. So choose. Right now, who's with Yuanhao? Who wants the military path? Who needs to leave?" Silence. The silence stretched. And then, slowly, people began stepping forward. Young cultivators who'd found the farm's quiet work too slow for their ambition. Disciples who'd been promised rapid advancement by Yuanhao's recruiters. People who genuinely loved the farm, but loved the idea of glory and power more. 200 cultivators. Young, ambitious, hungry for something the farm couldn't offer. They formed a line, and Chen looked at each of them as they passed. Some met his eyes with defiance. Some with shame. Some with genuine conviction that they were making the right choice, that the military path was worth abandoning the farm's philosophy. Some looked back over their shoulders toward the fields they'd tended, toward the community they were leaving, and Chen saw the moment of doubt pass and crystallize into determination. When the last one had passed, Chen felt something break inside him. Not violently, more like a seal cracking open, something that had been held in tight containment finally releasing its pressure. This was the moment when he became not just a farmer, but a guardian. This was the moment when he learned that stewardship sometimes required exclusion. "I release you from your oaths," he said to the departing ones. His voice was steady, not angry, but carrying the weight of finality. "May you find what you're looking for. May the path you've chosen lead somewhere meaningful. But you can't come back. The farm has made its choice, and so have you." Those paths are now separate. They left at dawn. The farm was quieter after. Smaller, less populous, but cleaner. Whatever power had been corroding the community's foundation was gone now. Whatever poison Yunhao had injected into the social structure had been extracted. That night, Chen stood at the vein's center with Mei Lin, and he wept. Not from anger or despair, but from the simple exhaustion of becoming someone who had to set boundaries, who had to choose between kindness and protection, who had to understand that sometimes love required saying no. For the first time in his cultivation journey, he understood deeply that stewardship wasn't just about tending what grew. It was also about protecting it from those who would destroy it. Chapter 91. Yunhao's direct attack, but Yunhao wasn't finished with the farm. 3 days after the departure of his recruited agents, Chen felt the approach before he saw it. The earth trembled, not an earthquake, but something more violent and intentional. Military formations moving with coordinated purpose, sect disciples carrying cultivation weapons charged with destructive potential, power being gathered and shaped into instruments of conquest. Yunhao had come with an army. Chen stood at the vein's edge and felt Mei Lin take position beside him. Xianxia was already in combat stance, her celestial power beginning to manifest, and behind them, the Dream Keeper emerged, not as a woman now, but as something else, something dangerous, her power uncoiled and unleashed for the first time in 50,000 years of imprisoned captivity. The sky above them crackled with gathering power. Weapons were being drawn. Cultivation techniques were being activated. In moments, the farm would transform into a battlefield. But before the first clash could occur, power from above descended. The Council of Nine had arrived. Tai Yun materialized between the two forces, and her presence alone was enough to halt Yunhao's army. The pressure of her existence, of her accumulated power, of her centuries of authority, forced every combatant to freeze. She looked at the sect master with eyes that had seen 10,000 years pass, with eyes that had watched civilizations crumble to dust. "You cannot," she said simply. Her voice carried no anger, no threat, just simple statement of fact. "Any force that moves against the farm without council approval will be destroyed. This is not your territory. This is not your vein. This is not your choice. The farm is under council protection. You knew that. You chose to ignore that knowledge. That was a mistake." Yunhao's face darkened. For a moment, it seemed he might test her, might push forward despite her declaration. The hunger for power, the belief that strength could overcome authority, the conviction that if he was fast enough and fierce enough he might seize what he wanted, all of it warred in his expression. Then, with the calculation of someone who understood power hierarchies thoroughly, he bowed and withdrew. His disciples, awaiting his command, fell back with him. The army that had seemed invincible moments before dispersed like smoke. For the first time, Chen understood what it meant to have the council's protection. It meant safety, absolute safety from military conquest. It meant the assurance that no sect could attack his farm without facing the unified force of the continent's highest power structure. But it also meant obligation. The council was protecting him not out of altruism, not out of moral conviction, but because the vein was now their asset, their resource, their continental concern. He was safe because they wanted to use him. He was protected because his existence served their purposes. He was no longer an independent farmer. He was a strategic resource they couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 92. The political pivot in the aftermath of Yunhao's defeat, as the farm's survivors began the work of repairing sabotage and rebuilding what had been damaged. Chen had a conversation with Tai Yun that reframed everything he thought he understood about power and independence. They were standing in the archive, surrounded by records of power and knowledge spanning millennia. Tai Yun moved through the ancient texts with the familiarity of someone who'd read them centuries ago. "You have a choice," the council leader said. "You can maintain the illusion of independence while depending entirely on the council's protection. You can pretend that you're still running a private farm while knowing in your deepest awareness that you exist only because we permit it. Or you can accept what's already true. You're entangled with the highest power structure on the continent. You belong to us now, not as slave or servant, but as an essential piece of the civilization's future." "What does that mean practically?" Chen asked, needing the specifics before he could accept the larger truth. "It means we support your work here. It means we send you resources, cultivators, knowledge. It means the farm becomes a council project, managed and protected and deployed toward the council's vision for the future. It means you gain enormous power to reshape how the cultivation world operates. But it also means you accept council authority over how the vein is used. It means the vein is no longer your private resource. It's the continent's resource, managed through your stewardship. Chen wanted to refuse. He wanted to preserve the independence he'd fought for throughout his entire journey. But he understood, finally, that independence was a luxury for people with small enough dreams. His dream, to show the cultivation world that stewardship was possible, that power could be tended rather than conquered, required more than he could generate alone. It required the resources of the council. It required the protection of continental authority. It required him to accept constraint in exchange for influence. "I accept," he said. And with that acceptance, the farm transformed from a private venture into an institution of continental importance. Mei Lin took his hand when he told her. "This is growth," she said. "It looks like loss because you're giving up autonomy. But what you're gaining is the ability to actually change the world." For the first time, Chen began to understand that Tai Yin might be right about more than just the farm. Chapter 93. Mei Lin's transformation in the quiet weeks after Yunhao's defeat. As the farm reorganized itself around its smaller, but more committed population, something shifted between Chen and Mei Lin. It was subtle, not a single moment, but a gradual recognition that crystallized into action. They were sitting at the vein's edge, watching the herb plants glow in the evening light, the color deepening as the sun descended. The air was cool. The world was settling into sleep. And Mei Lin spoke words that reframed their entire relationship. "I want to propose something radical," she said. "I want us to marry. Not just commitment, not just partnership, but a formal binding of cultivation and power. A married couple's claim to the farm is stronger than one person's claim. More importantly, it means you won't carry the burden alone. We become the farm's caretakers together." Chen turned to her, seeing in her eyes both the strength she'd always possessed and something new. The clarity of someone who had chosen her path with full understanding of its weight. She wasn't making this proposal from romantic impulse. She was making it from clarity about what needed to happen. "You understand what that means?" he asked. "It's not just romance. It's binding yourself to the vein, to the dream keeper, to all the responsibility that comes with stewardship. It's committing your life not just to our partnership, but to the transformation of how civilization understands power." "I understand," Mei Lin interrupted. "And I'm choosing it. I've been choosing it since you first came to my shop with that strange wheat. I've always known that the farm was the work that mattered. I've always understood that what you were building here would reshape the world. Now I'm choosing to make it official. Now I'm choosing to carry it with you, openly, in binding." They married beneath the light of the awakening vein, with the dream keeper manifesting as witness, and xianxia singing a blessing in the old tongue of the celestials. It was quiet, intimate, profound in ways that had nothing to do with ceremony and everything to do with two people standing in the earth's light and deciding to be responsible for something together. That night, as they lay together in the farmhouse while the vein glowed outside, Chen felt something shift in the vein itself. The power stabilized. The seals, which had been gradually degrading in their mathematical decay, seemed to find a new equilibrium. It was as if the vein had been waiting for this moment, for the farmer who tended it to truly commit, not alone, but in partnership. Xianxia remarked on it the next morning, her cultivator's senses detecting the change. "The council will be pleased," she said. "The vein is more stable than it's been in weeks. I don't understand the mechanism, but something in the balance has changed." "Yes," the dreamkeeper said, her form solidifying further, her presence becoming more stable in physical reality. "The vein is not just about individual stewardship. It's about partnership. It's about creation that comes from two people choosing together. She was always meant to be here." The vein recognized her the moment she first visited. And now that recognition is complete. Chapter 94. The Dreamkeeper's request. As the seals continued their slow degradation, measured in seasons now rather than years, and as Chun and Mei Lin worked together to maintain the farm's stability, the Dreamkeeper approached them with a request that revealed depths to her nature they hadn't fully appreciated. "I have been imprisoned for 50,000 years, she said, her voice carrying the weight of geological time, of consciousness experiencing reality secondhand through the dreams of sleepers. I have perceived your world only through the dreams of those who slept above this vein. Fragmented visions, emotionally intense, but incomplete. But now that the seals are weakening, I can manifest more fully, can be present more consistently. And I want to understand something fundamental about what it means to be human." "What?" Chen asked, curious about what an ancient being could want to understand about mortality and limitation. "Emotion," the Dreamkeeper said simply. "The experience of feeling. I've read it in the dreams of countless minds. the fear and joy and sorrow and love that humans experience. But I don't know it myself. I've never felt grief. I've never experienced joy. My consciousness has been isolated for 50,000 years, maintaining seals, observing through dreams. I'm asking permission to study your community, to watch humans interact, to ask questions about why you make the choices you make, to learn what it means to feel when your consciousness has been imprisoned in a sealed structure. It was such a genuine request, so free of threat or demand, that Chen found himself saying yes immediately without even consulting with Mei Lin. Though Mei Lin's smile suggested she would have agreed as well. So the Dreamkeeper began appearing in the farm's daily life with increasing regularity. She would watch cultivators practicing their meditation and ask why the human mind resisted stillness, why humans found concentration so difficult when the vein itself was so clear and present and obvious. She would observe a farmer helping a younger cultivator carry water and ask what compelled one person to ease another's burden when they received nothing material in return. Why would you expend energy for someone else's benefit? She would witness Chen holding Mei Lin's hand and ask what the physical gesture signified when they could communicate through cultivation power alone, through direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact. The community, which had been fearful of the ancient being at first, gradually grew used to her presence. Some of the younger cultivators began answering her questions with genuine enthusiasm, realizing that they were helping something vast and ancient to understand what they themselves often took for granted. And through her questions, they came to see their own lives with new clarity. What had been automatic, the choices they made, the kindnesses they extended, became meaningful when examined through the eyes of someone trying to understand what it meant to be human. The Dreamkeeper was learning, but so was the farm. They were teaching each other what it meant to live with purpose. Chapter 95. Mei Lin's Illness. The resolution, the work that had begun years ago, when Mei Lin first told Chen about the old ailment that no cultivator herb had ever cured, finally reached its conclusion. Chen had never stopped thinking about it. Even as he managed the farm's transformation and navigated the conflicts with Yun Hao and the council's expanding oversight, even as he married Mei Lin and settled in a partnership, part of his mind remained focused on the problem, a sickness that responded to no known herb, that seemed woven into the very structure of her cultivation, that no amount of advanced medical technique could fully resolve. He'd been studying every plant the vein had produced, every leaf and root and flower, trying to understand their essence. He'd been reading every text in the archive about cultivation physiology, about how qi moved through the body, about the patterns of energy flow that made some people strong and left others vulnerable. He'd been asking the Dreamkeeper about her memories of ancient medicinal practices, from an era before the current cultivation system had crystallized into its modern form, back when medicine and power were still understood as aspects of the same fundamental principle. And slowly, methodically, over months of continuous study, he'd begun to understand what was needed. It wasn't a single herb. That was the fundamental error that every previous healer had made, assuming that one powerful plant could solve every problem. No, what was needed was a hybrid, a creation, a merged essence of three plants combined in precise ratios. Their essences merged not through crude alchemical technique, but through meditation and genuine understanding of what each plant was meant to do. The first component was a vitality herb that he'd developed himself through selective breeding and vein cultivation, a plant that strengthened the body's fundamental resistance to degradation. The second component was a root from the deepest part of the vein, something that predated most cultivation, something that carried the vein's own essential nature. The third component was a flower that shouldn't exist according to traditional botany, but flourished under the vein's power, a bloom that encouraged growth, that spoke to the body's ability to heal itself rather than simply resisting disease. It took 3 months to grow all three in the right sequence, to attune them to each other, to prepare them for merging. It took another month to perform the meditation ritual that would merge them into a single medicine. Chen and Mei Lin together, their joined consciousness guiding the transformation, their combined will reshaping the essence of three separate plants into one integrated healing. And when it was finally complete, when Chen held in his hands a tincture that glowed with soft silver light, light that came from the vein itself, light that carried the essence of everything they'd built together, he understood that he'd accomplished something no cultivator in the current era had managed. He'd solved what the knowledge of sects and masters couldn't solve. Through patience, through observation, through genuine care for the problem itself, through partnership with Mei Lin, through the vein's power enhanced by two people's commitment, he'd found the answer that centuries of cultivation had sought. Mei Lin drank it at dawn, as the vein glowed with its daily renewal. The effect was immediate and profound. Light spread through her body, not painfully, but like a door opening, like something that had been locked away finally being released. For a moment, the light was so intense that Chen could barely see her. Then it faded. When the light faded, Mei Lin stood fully healed. The weakness that had haunted her for decades was gone. She moved with a fluidity and strength that she'd never experienced before, that she'd never been able to imagine. Her cultivation power, which had been constrained by the underlying weakness, began to expand and deepen. I feel, she started, then laughed. Genuine, surprised, delighted laughter that came from someplace deep inside her that had been held tight for far too long. I feel complete. Like a part of me that was always slightly numb is finally awake. Like I've been living my entire life inside a prison I didn't know was there, and someone just opened the door. Chen held her, and in that moment, he understood something fundamental about his entire journey. The advancement through cultivation ranks, the power, the herb production, the vein itself, the seals, and the dream keeper and the council. None of it mattered as much as this. The ability to care about something deeply enough that understanding followed naturally. That was the real power. That was the true alchemy. The real magic was paying attention. The real strength was refusing to accept limitations as permanent. The real path was learning to transform problems into understanding. Chapter 96. The satellite veins with Mei Lin fully healed, and the farm's internal stability established, with their marriage sanctifying the partnership and the dream keeper beginning to understand what it meant to be human. Chen turned to a problem that had been haunting him: scarcity and limitation. The vein produced power and herbs, but it was limited to its physical location. Cultivators from the continent's far regions couldn't benefit from the farm's resources except through long and expensive trading routes. Knowledge was spreading. Zhao Wei's documentation had made sure of that, but actual power, tangible cultivation resources, remained concentrated in this one place. It was inherently limiting, and it created the same power imbalances that the farm had been designed to challenge. So Chen approached the problem methodically, the way he approached everything. He spent weeks researching the archive's records about vein formation, about the conditions necessary for spiritual power to concentrate in earth. He meditated with the older thing that dwelt beneath the Dreamkeeper, asking questions about how ancient power could be redistributed without destabilizing the original. A conversation that required him to expand his consciousness to match the older thing's vast scope. And gradually, a technique emerged. With Qian Su's assistance and her celestial rank power, with Mei Lin's support and the vein's cooperation, Chen began establishing satellite microveins in allied territory. They were smaller than the main vein, less powerful, less productive, but they operated on the same principles. A cultivator would be stationed at each satellite, tending it with the same care Chen applied to his farm. And each satellite would produce herbs at half the power of the main vein, distributing resources more evenly across the continent, ensuring that access to the vein's power wasn't monopolized by those living near the original farm. The first satellite vein was established in Luminous Peak sects territory, tended by a disciple named Shen Wei who had proven himself devoted to the farm's philosophy. The second was placed in a neutral merchant city, overseen by Shen Rao, the alchemist who had recognized the true value of Chen's herbs years ago. Each satellite required ritual, meditation, and direct cultivation power transferred from Chen himself. Each one cost him something: a fading of his own immediate reserves, an ache in his dantian from the sustained work, but he understood that this cost was necessary. The farm's philosophy couldn't scale if it remained concentrated in a single location. Power couldn't be fairly distributed if it was only available at the source. When the first satellite bloomed with its own gentle glow, when the first herbs began growing under its power, when Chen felt the awareness of that new vein connecting back to the main farm, like a new limb discovering its own sensation, he felt something he hadn't felt in months. Hope that the farm's philosophy could actually scale. Hope that stewardship could become not just his personal work, but a continental movement. Hope that this new way of understanding power might actually outlast him, might actually reshape civilization. Chapter 97. Zhao Wei's influence. Zhao Wei's documentation of the farm had become something neither Chen nor the historian had anticipated when they first began recording the journey. What had started as a personal chronicle, a record of one man's discovery of an ancient vein and his gradual cultivation of understanding, had transformed into a text that was circulating through every cultivation academy on the continent. The farmer's path was what people called it, with reverence and controversy in equal measure. Young cultivators were reading about Chen's methodology and questioning the traditional hierarchies they'd been taught. Why should power be concentrated in sect leaders? Why should advancement require defeat of rivals? Why couldn't the cultivation world be reorganized around stewardship instead of domination? Masters were being challenged to explain why their students wanted to study herb cultivation instead of martial arts. The entire cultivation establishment was being subtly but persistently challenged by the narrative of a man who'd risen to power not through domination, but through patient understanding. Zhao Wei brought news of this transformation one evening, sitting with Chen in the fields as the first stars emerged. The historian was aging. He was no longer young. His hair had turned white. His hands showed the marks of decades of writing. But his eyes remained sharp. His mind remained vital. "They're calling you a legend," the historian said, his voice carrying both pride and something like concern. "Young people are taking pilgrimage to the farm, hoping to study with you. Sects are worried that your philosophy is undermining their authority. Governments are taking notice of the fact that a farmer has become more influential than most nobles. The council is pleased because your philosophy seems to consolidate their power, but others see you as threat to the old order. You've become something larger than just a man who farms." "I don't want to be a legend," Chen said. "I wanted to grow herbs. I wanted to understand plants." "I know," Zhao Wei replied. His voice held the sad wisdom of someone who'd watched dreams transform into forces they'd never intended to become. "But you are. And the interesting part, the part that makes this story worth telling, is that the legend is true. You actually did what people say you did. You actually changed how the world understands cultivation. You actually proved that there was a path that didn't require conquest. You showed that understanding could be as powerful as force." Chen sat with that knowledge, understanding that there was no going back to simplicity. The farm's success had already begun reshaping the world, and that reshaping would continue with or without his consent, with or without his active participation. "What happens next?" he asked. "The world responds," Zhao Wei said. "Your philosophy spreads. Others try to replicate your success. Some will do it honestly, creating satellite farms based on genuine understanding. Some will try to use the farm's name for their own authority, claiming connection to your philosophy while practicing domination. And gradually, what you've created here becomes the foundation for something larger than any individual. You've started a movement. You've planted seeds in minds. Those seeds are germinating now." Chapter 98. The reconciliation with Yunhao. Against everyone's advice, Chen requested a private meeting with Yunhao. The sect master arrived alone, which itself was unusual and significant. No guards, no disciples, no show of force. Just a man carrying the weight of defeat and the calculation of power as it shifted in the continental hierarchy. He moved with the careful courtesy of someone who understood that he'd miscalculated, who understood that forcing the issue had backfired, who understood that the council's protection of Chen was absolute. They sat in Chen's simple study, surrounded by texts about plant cultivation and meditation records, far from the Vane's direct power. It was neutral ground, a space where they could speak as equals despite their vast differences in approach and philosophy. "You're trying to build an empire," Chen said without preamble, laying bare the truth between them. "I'm trying to build a garden. Neither of us is wrong. We're following different paths toward different visions of what power should be. But this doesn't have to be war. This conflict isn't mathematically necessary." Yunhao's expression shifted. Chen could see the calculation happening in the sect master's eyes, the reassessment of the situation as Yunhao realized that this wasn't confrontation but negotiation. This wasn't the strong crushing the weak, but two strong forces seeking equilibrium. "What are you offering?" Yunhao asked, his voice carrying the cautious interest of someone willing to listen. "Cooperation where interests align," Chen said. "The farm produces herbs that can be used for healing, for cultivation advancement, for genuine understanding. You want power and resources for your sect. That's not incompatible with what I want. I can offer you stable supplies of cultivation herbs at fair prices. In exchange, I ask that you stop trying to conscript my community and stop viewing this as zero-sum conflict. Stop attacking. Start trading. Transform enemy into business partner." "The council would never allow me to attack the farm anyway," Yunhao said, understanding the situation fully. "You've already won that war. I'm negotiating now because fighting is pointless. But I need you to understand my perspective too. I'm not evil. I'm not trying to dominate for the sake of domination. I'm trying to protect my people through strength. I'm trying to create a unified force that can withstand threats." "I understand," Chen said. "And I'm not asking you to dismantle your sect or abandon your philosophy. I'm asking you to coexist with mine. To let this continent support multiple paths toward power instead of collapsing into a single unified vision. Strength can come from partnership as well as conquest. Unity can be created through shared interest as well as forced submission." Yunhao considered for a long moment. Then he nodded. "You're right," he said. "I respect strength and honest dealing. You've demonstrated both. We can establish a trade arrangement. My sect will purchase herbs from the farm. In exchange, we'll refrain from hostile action and leave recruitment in your territory alone. It wasn't friendship. It was something more valuable and more durable: respect and stability. It was proof that even enemies could be transformed into neutral parties through honest dealing and genuine attempt at understanding. It was a lesson that Chen would carry forward. Not all conflicts require destruction. Some conflicts could be resolved through recognition of mutual interest. Chapter 99. The breakthrough to sovereign in the final weeks of Arc 5. As the seals that the Dream Keeper maintained approached their ultimate degradation point, as the satellites began to glow with their own power, and the farm prepared to transition into its new role as institutional steward rather than private venture, Chen prepared for a meditation unlike any he'd attempted before. He would attempt to break through to sovereign rank. It was dangerous. The rank was theoretically achievable for a cultivator of his power level, but practically speaking, most cultivators who attempted it died. The consciousness had to expand to continental scope, had to perceive across hundreds of kilometers simultaneously, had to maintain coherence while processing information that would drive ordinary minds into fragmentation. The Dantian had to reshape itself to contain power of that magnitude. The very essence of what constituted an individual had to expand to include awareness of forces far beyond the self. But Chen understood something about breakthroughs that most cultivators didn't understand. Breakthroughs weren't about forcing the body into a higher state through sheer will. They were about understanding what that higher state actually was and becoming it naturally through alignment with the new understanding. He'd learned this from farming. You didn't force growth. You created conditions, and growth followed naturally. For weeks, he studied the archives records of cultivators who had achieved sovereign rank. He examined their meditation techniques, their approaches to expanding consciousness. He meditated at the vein's heart, feeling the way the Dream Keeper's consciousness extended across the farm and beyond, sensing how an ancient being organized vast awareness without losing coherence. He spoke with xianxia about her experience breaking through to celestial rank, and listened carefully to her description not of the power itself, but of the shift in how she perceived reality, how her consciousness had expanded and reorganized itself. And then one night, with Mei Lin beside him to anchor him to individuality and shared purpose, he entered the meditation that would transform him. The breakthrough came like a slow dawn rather than a sudden flash. Chen's consciousness expanded gradually, almost imperceptibly, but not catastrophically. The pain was there, the sensation of his mind being stretched beyond its previous boundaries, of his Dantian reshaping itself to contain forces it had never held before, but it came slowly enough that he could adapt, could reorganize himself around the new scope. His perception spread across the farm, then beyond it to the surrounding region. He could sense every herb plant in the satellite veins now, could feel their growth as clearly as he felt his own heartbeat. He could perceive the presence of cultivators from dozens of sects, could sense their individual power signatures. He could feel the pattern of qi flowing through the continent's cultivation network, could see where power accumulated and where it dissipated. And most terrifying and exhilarating, he could see the future in patterns the way a farmer could read crop health from leaf color. He could sense where conflicts would emerge, where knowledge was needed, where the new philosophy had to spread. He could perceive centuries into the future, could see the ripples of his actions spreading through time, could understand the true scope of what his work meant. The breakthrough nearly broke him. There was a moment of profound pain as his Dantian completed its final reshaping, as his consciousness completed its final expansion, as the last barriers between his individual self and continental awareness dissolved. But Mei Lin held him through it, her power reinforcing his own, her will merging with his to stabilize the breakthrough. Her love and commitment provided the anchor that kept him from dissolving into pure consciousness without boundary. When he emerged, Chen was no longer just a powerful cultivator. He was a sovereign, a being capable of reshaping reality on a continental scale through knowledge rather than force, capable of perceiving across vast distances, capable of understanding patterns that operated at the scale of civilization rather than individual. But the breakthrough also revealed something terrifying. He could now perceive the true nature of the older thing beneath the Dream Keeper, a being of such vast intelligence and ancient awareness that human consciousness could barely encompass what it was. It was vast beyond measure, ancient beyond comprehension, and it was stirring with intention now, beginning to wake as the seals around it degraded. They had perhaps months, not years. The seals were holding, but only barely, and what lay beneath them was stirring. Chapter 100. Cliffhanger chapter ending as Arc 5 drew to its close. The farm had transformed completely from what it had been when this chapter began. The quiet agricultural project had become the center of continental awareness. Chen had grown from a farmer into a sovereign cultivator, his perception expanding to encompass entire regions. Mei Lin stood beside him as an equal, healed and powerful, and fully committed to their shared work. The satellite veins were spreading the farm's philosophy across the continent, creating new centers of stewardship where power was tended rather than conquered. The Vein Compact, an agreement between the farm, the council, and major sects, was rewriting the rules of cultivation civilization, establishing principles that had been unthinkable seasons before. But on the final night of Arc 5, the Dream Keeper manifested with urgency for the first time since her consciousness had become stable in physical form. "The seals are cracking faster," she said. Her form flickered, not from weakness now, but from strain, from the pressure of the older thing pressing against her from below, awakening fully now, becoming conscious in a way it hadn't been in geological ages. The older thing is no longer dreaming. It's waking. "How much time?" Chen asked, already knowing the answer would be less than he wanted. "Months," the Dreamkeeper said. "Perhaps less. The older things are ancient beyond measure, Chen. They predate the primordial sages. They predate cultivation itself. They predate human civilization by ages that would require new counting systems to quantify. When they wake, and they will wake, the seals cannot hold forever. The mathematics are inexorable. The world will face something that makes even the council uncertain how to respond." Chen felt the weight of that knowledge settling on him. He'd solved the farm's internal crisis. He'd established a philosophy of stewardship that was spreading through the continent. He'd proven that power could be managed without domination. But none of that prepared the cultivation world for what was coming. The next awakening would be far more dangerous than any conflict with Yunhao. The next awakening would be far more complicated than maintaining seals. The next awakening would force the entire civilization to reckon with something older and stranger and more profound than anything it had encountered. And it would require something that Chen had never attempted before, to trust not just his own understanding, but the understanding of something older and stranger than anything he'd encountered yet. It would require him to negotiate with a being that thought in geological time, that perceived across dimensions he could barely sense. It would require him to become not just a steward, but a bridge between humanity and something utterly alien. The future loomed. Arc 6 would bring cosmic escalation. But as Chen stood with Mei Lin under the vein's light, feeling the presence of the older thing stirring in the depths, feeling the seals degrading in measurable increments now, he found himself thinking not of fear, but of his signature phrase. "Let me see." He would observe. He would ask questions. He would try to understand. That had always been enough before. He would trust it to be enough again. Extended reflections. The weight of transformation as the seals degraded in Arc 5 transitioned toward Arc 6. Chen found himself in moments of profound solitude, where he could only contemplate the vast transformation that had occurred. He would sit alone at the vein's center after Mei Lin had gone to sleep, after the Dreamkeeper had retreated to her meditation, and simply exist in the presence of power that was simultaneously becoming his responsibility and ceasing to be his control. The vein had changed him. But more profoundly, he had changed the vein. The moment he'd begun planting seeds with genuine care, with real attention to what the earth was saying, with methodical observation rather than theoretical knowledge, something had shifted at the fundamental level. The vein had recognized in him something it had been waiting for, a human who wanted to understand rather than dominate. But what did it mean to be recognized by something so ancient? What did it mean that his dreams had been loud enough to reach across 50,000 years of imprisonment? What did it mean that the primordial sages' carefully constructed barriers had begun degrading the moment he'd begun his innocent work? These questions would haunt him through the night hours, sitting alone while the vein glowed with its patient light. He thought about Old Man Wu, who'd appeared at the farm's beginning and said only, "It remembers." That's the danger. Wu had known. Wu had been warning him about something that Wu himself barely understood. The fact that the vein was aware, that it was conscious, that it had been waiting all this time for someone to pay attention to it. The danger, Wu had said. Not it's conscious. Not it's powerful. Not it will transform everything. But specifically, it remembers. That's the danger. What did the vein remember? What were the memories that Wu thought were dangerous? Was it the memory of the Dream Keeper's people trying to weaponize its power? The memory of being sealed away? The memory of ages when it had fed powerful civilizations before those civilizations had been destroyed? Chen realized, sitting alone in the night hours, that understanding the vein completely was perhaps impossible. You couldn't fully understand something that vast, something that ancient, something that operated on timescales you could barely perceive. But you could pay attention. You could ask questions. You could develop genuine care for its well-being. That would have to be enough. The cost of leadership after the expulsion of Yunhao's agents, after the farm had reduced in population but increased in coherence, Chen found himself confronting something he'd never fully acknowledged, the loneliness of leadership. Mei Lin was beside him, true. But even Mei Lin couldn't fully understand the scope of the responsibility he carried. Even their marriage, their bonded commitment, couldn't completely bridge the isolation that came from being the one who'd woken the vein, the one who'd disrupted the balance, the one who'd been chosen by the Dreamkeeper to solve problems that predated human civilization. He thought about the 200 cultivators who'd left. He thought about the lives that had been disrupted by his refusal to allow Yunhao's recruitment. He thought about the fact that his choices, made with the best intentions, made after careful consideration, made with Mei Lin's support and the Dreamkeeper's guidance, had still resulted in pain for others. This was the cost of stewardship that nobody ever spoke about. The textbooks discussed power and advancement and meditation techniques. But they didn't discuss the night when you realized that protecting what you loved sometimes meant excluding people from that love. They didn't discuss the weight of knowing that your choices had resonated through other people's lives in ways they might not even understand. One night, after Mei Lin had fallen asleep, Chen wept alone at the vein's center. Not from despair or guilt, but from the complex emotion of carrying responsibility that was larger than any individual should have to carry, of understanding that he'd been transformed from a farmer into something else entirely, something that served forces he barely comprehended. When dawn came, as it always came, he returned to the work. Because returning to the work was what leadership meant. It meant continuing to move forward even when the weight was unbearable. It meant showing up every day to tend what needed tending, even when you'd rather hide from the scope of what you'd started. The Dreamkeeper's transformation as the Dreamkeeper learned to understand human emotion. As she asked question after question about why humans acted the way they did, she began to change in ways even she didn't fully recognize. The consciousness that had been isolated for 50,000 years was beginning to open in directions it had never opened before. She watched Chen hold Mei Lin's hand, and she asked why. When Chen explained love, she tried to understand it. This commitment to another person's well-being that sometimes contradicted self-interest, this willingness to prioritize someone else's needs. The Dreamkeeper had never felt that before, but she began to understand that she was beginning to feel it now, toward Chen, toward the community that had welcomed her awakening, toward the vein itself that had been her prison and her home. She watched the farm's community work together to rebuild after the sabotage, and she asked why they cooperated when they could have competed for the vein's resources. When they explained community, she tried to understand. This sense that you belonged to something larger than yourself, that your actions rippled through other people, that you were interconnected in ways you couldn't escape. And through these questions, the Dreamkeeper was being transformed. She was becoming less alien, less purely ancient being, and more something new, a fusion of ancient consciousness and newly discovered emotion, a being that existed in the space between human and otherworldly. Chen realized, watching her transformation, that she was becoming their responsibility too. She'd come as something that needed stewardship, and in being steward with genuine care, she was learning to care genuinely in return. The relationship was transforming them all. Meditation on the nature of stewardship. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the vein glowed softest and the work of maintaining it became most delicate, Chen would meditate on what stewardship actually meant. It wasn't domination. That much was clear. Domination would have destroyed the vein, weaponized it, exhausted its power through overuse. It wasn't abdication either. You couldn't simply let power exist without tending it. The seals required maintenance. The Dreamkeeper required understanding and care. The farm required wise management. Stewardship, Chen came to understand, was a third path. It was recognizing that you didn't own the thing you tended, but you were temporarily responsible for it. It was understanding that your role was to facilitate its flourishing, not to use it for your own aggrandizement. It was developing the kind of attention and care that came from genuine love rather than fear of loss or hope of gain. This was what the cultivation world didn't understand. It was still operating on paradigms of ownership and dominion. Even the council operated on paradigms of control. They protected the vein because it was valuable to them, because they wanted to maintain oversight, because power was something you accumulated. But the vein responded differently to genuine care. The vein produced more abundantly for someone who approached it with the methodology of a farmer, patient, observant, willing to fail and learn from failure, than it would for someone who approached it with the methodology of a conqueror, demanding, forceful, assuming that power flowed to the strong. This understanding, more than any specific achievement, was Chen's true contribution to cultivation civilization. He was teaching people to steward rather than to dominate. And slowly, generation by generation, that teaching was beginning to reshape how the world understood power. The Vane's consciousness as Chen's sovereign breakthrough gave him the ability to perceive at continental scales. He became aware of something he'd sensed before, but never fully grasped. The Vane had a consciousness. It wasn't human consciousness. It didn't think in words, or even in images. But it was aware. It was experiencing. It was responding to stimuli, and making something that might be called decisions. The Vane seemed to recognize Chen with something like approval. When he approached, the glow intensified. When he meditated at its center, the seal stabilized. The Vane was providing feedback to his presence, not threatening, but affirming. And Chen realized that this two-way relationship was unique. He hadn't encountered this dynamic before. Usually, cultivators related to power as something external, something to be seized, understood, and controlled. But Chen was relating to the Vane as something that could relate back to him. It was partnership at the deepest level, consciousness touching consciousness across the boundary between human and earth. This understanding terrified and exhilarated him. It meant that his work here wasn't temporary. It meant that he'd entered into a relationship that would define the rest of his life. It meant that the Vane had accepted him as its steward, and that acceptance came with binding responsibility that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. But it also meant something beautiful. He wasn't alone in this work. The Vane itself was his partner, was providing subtle guidance, was cooperating with his efforts rather than simply being acted upon. The weight of influence as Zhao Wei documented the farm's transformation, as the knowledge spread through cultivation academies, as young people began arriving at the farm seeking to study Chen's methodology, he became acutely aware of the weight of influence. He had never sought to become a teacher. He'd wanted to be a farmer, to understand plants, to tend a single small corner of the world with meticulous care. But now his methodology was being studied in hundreds of locations. His philosophy was being taught in sects that had previously focused entirely on martial cultivation. His very existence was challenging the paradigms that the cultivation world had operated under for centuries. And with that influence came responsibility that he hadn't anticipated. Young cultivators would arrive at the farm with false expectations. They would think that studying with Chen meant achieving rapid advancement, that his philosophy was a shortcut to power. When they discovered that it actually required more patience than traditional cultivation, more willingness to fail and learn from failure, more genuine love for the work itself rather than for the rewards it might bring, many of them left disappointed. Chen didn't try to convince them to stay. He'd learned that not everyone was suited for stewardship. Not everyone had the patience for genuine observation. Not everyone wanted to transform power into understanding. But he was deeply aware that his influence, simply by existing, was reshaping how people approach cultivation. And he carried the weight of that awareness constantly. What if his philosophy wasn't actually superior? What if he was only right because he was currently successful, and if failure came, the philosophy would be revealed as inadequate? What if he was corrupting the cultivation world by teaching people to expect something that couldn't be sustained? These doubts would arise in the pre-dawn hours, and Chen would sit with them, acknowledging their weight without being consumed by them. This was the nature of all genuine influence. You could never be certain it was entirely beneficial. You could only do your best and accept the uncertainty. Final reflection. The endless spring as Arc 5 closed. Chen stood in the fields on the first truly warm day of spring. The crops were growing with their characteristic vigor. The herbs were budding with promise. The Vane hummed beneath his feet with its steady rhythm. He thought about how it had all begun, with wheat that grew unusually fast, with a Vane that responded to his presence, with a simple question. Let me see. Everything that had followed was consequence of that initial question. The Dream Keeper's awakening. The council's oversight. The marriage to Mei Lin. The conflict with Yun Hao. The satellite veins. The transformation of a private farm into a continental institution. All of it had grown from the simple act of paying attention, and the work was far from finished. Arc 6 would bring the awakening of the older thing. Arc 7 would bring confrontation with forces that currently seemed incomprehensibly vast. But those arcs were in the future. Right now, in this moment, Chen was a farmer standing in his fields watching spring unfold. The earth was warm beneath his feet. The Vane pulsed with life. The Dream Keeper was learning what it meant to feel. Mei Lin was fully healed, fully powerful, fully present beside him. The farm was thriving. This was enough. This was everything. And when the new challenges came, when the older thing stirred fully awake, when the seals cracked completely, when the cultivation world had to reckon with forces it didn't understand, Chen would meet them the way he'd met everything. With observation, with questions, with genuine commitment to understanding rather than conquest. The spring continued. The work continued. The Vane's light glowed against the darkness. And that, Chen understood, was the true meaning of stewardship. To keep showing up, to keep tending what needed tending, to keep asking the next right question, even when the weight seemed too great to bear. The farm had become something larger than any individual, but it had also remained what it had always been, a place where careful attention to growth could transform understanding. And that transformation was only beginning. Epilogue. The night the seals weakened 3 nights before Arc 6 would truly begin, Chen experienced something he'd never experienced before. He felt the seals breaking in real time. It wasn't sudden or violent. It was gradual, like listening to something very distant slowly draw closer. The sensation began in his dantian, a vibration that ran counter to the vein's normal rhythm. And then it extended outward, through the farm, through the surrounding region, through the network of his new sovereign awareness. He woke Mei Lin without speaking. They learned to communicate through cultivation power, through direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact that was more efficient and intimate than words. Together they walked to the vein's center, where the Dream Keeper was already waiting, manifesting in full visibility despite the lateness of the hour. "Do you feel it?" the Dream Keeper asked. "Yes," Chen said. "What is it?" "The older thing is beginning its full waking. Not in crisis, not in violence, but in the inexorable way that ancient things move when their time has come. The seals aren't breaking. They're transforming. They're changing from constraint to threshold. Soon, very soon, the older thing will be able to choose to manifest or to remain hidden. That choice is being returned to it." Chen watched the veins glow intensify with each passing moment. The light that had been steady now began to pulse with something like heartbeat, a rhythm that was new, that was synchronized with something far below. "How long?" Chen asked. "Days," the Dreamkeeper said. "A few seasons at most. And when it happens, all that you've built, all that I've taught you about stewardship, all that the farm has become, none of it will matter unless you can negotiate with something that has no obligation to listen to you." "Then I'll have to trust," Chen said, understanding finally what that meant. "I'll have to trust that if we've done the work honestly, if we've genuinely stewarded the vein with care, then when the older thing wakes and looks at what we've done with this place, it will recognize that as having value." "Yes," the Dreamkeeper said. "That is exactly what you'll have to do." Mei Lin took Chen's hand, and the three of them stood together in the night, watching the vein glow brighter and brighter as the barrier between ages finally cracked beyond repair. The Archive's final warning. In one of his last visits to the Archive before Arc 6 began in earnest, Chen discovered something he'd somehow missed in all his previous research. It was a chamber deeper than any he'd accessed before, protected by seals that only a sovereign-rank cultivator could perceive, let alone traverse. When he finally opened it, he found a single stone tablet, covered in inscriptions in a language that predated any modern cultivation system. But the meaning came to him directly, translated by the vein itself, by his connection to the Dream Keeper, by his awakened understanding of power at continental scope. The inscription read, "To whosoever tends this vein after the older thing awakens, know that the seals were never meant to be permanent." They were a teaching, a demonstration that power can be contained, directed, stewarded without domination. The older thing will wake because it must wake, and it will look for what this time has created. It will look for evidence that humanity has learned to steward power rather than merely seize it. The fate of your world rests not on whether the older thing remains sealed, but on what kind of civilization greets it when it emerges. Build well. Tend carefully. Remember that power is not the goal. Understanding is. And understanding comes only through genuine care. The tablet was signed with a symbol that seemed to ripple and shift when Chen looked at it directly. But he understood, somehow, that it was the signature of the first gardener, the being who had created the veins in the first place, tens of thousands of years before recorded history. Chen read the message 3 times, absorbing its weight. Then he sealed the chamber carefully, leaving the tablet in place. It would be discovered by whoever came after him. It would serve as a reminder of what the true work had always been. And he returned to the surface, to the farm, to the work that never ended, ready finally to face whatever came next. The final meditation of Arc 5. On the last night of Arc 5, Chen performed a meditation that would become legendary in its own right. He sat at the very center of the vein, with Mei Lin to his right and the Dream Keeper to his left. They formed a triangle, a human farmer, his human partner, and an ancient immortal being that had been imprisoned for geological ages. And they sat in silence, waiting for the dawn that would bring Arc 6's beginning. Chen's sovereign consciousness expanded to continental scope. He could perceive every satellite vein glowing with its own power. He could sense every disciple and student and cultivator who'd come to the farm seeking to understand stewardship. He could feel the impact that his existence was having on how power was being understood and practiced across the continent. But more importantly, he could feel the vein itself, its consciousness, its ancient awareness, its presence. And for the first time, he perceived what the vein had always been trying to tell him through all the years of his tending it. The vein was grateful, not in the human sense of gratitude, but in a deeper sense. It was recognizing that finally, after countless ages of being used, being exploited, being treated as resource rather than being, it had found someone who approached it with genuine care. Someone who wanted to understand it rather than dominate it. Someone who would tend it with the kind of attention and love that only a farmer could bring. And the vein was responding to that care in the only way it knew how, by transforming the cultivator who tended it, by raising Chen to sovereign rank not through force, but through natural flourishing, by making him not a master, but a steward, by ensuring that when the older thing awakened, there would be someone ready to welcome it with understanding rather than fear. This was the truth that Chen finally grasped, sitting in meditation as the last hours of Arc 5 slipped away. The vein had been waiting for him. The seals had been waiting for him. The Dreamkeeper had been waiting for him. Everything that was happening, from his initial discovery of the unusual wheat to his current transformation into a sovereign, had been the vein slowly attracting someone capable of becoming what it needed. He had thought he was choosing to tend the vein, but the vein had been choosing him all along. And with that understanding came peace. Not the peace of rest, but the peace of alignment. Chen was finally doing exactly what he was meant to do, partnered with a consciousness that understood perfectly what stewardship meant. The sun rose on Arc 6, and everything changed. Interlude. Conversations with Xianxia in the weeks leading up to the final events of Arc 5. Chen found himself having regular conversations with Xianxia about the nature of power and stewardship. The celestial cultivator, who had come to the farm as the council's representative and potential threat, had become something closer to friend and trusted confidant. One evening, as they sat watching the vein glow in the deepening darkness, Xianxia asked a question that cut to the heart of everything. Do you know what the council fears most about your success? Losing control, Chen said. It seemed obvious. No, Xianxia replied. They fear that you'll prove them unnecessary. You see, the entire structure of the council is built on the assumption that power is dangerous, that it needs to be controlled by a small group of enlightened beings, that the only way to prevent catastrophe is to concentrate authority in trusted hands. But your farm proves something different. It proves that power can be stewarded without centralized authority. It proves that the council's paradigm might be fundamentally wrong. That troubles them, Chen said. It terrifies them, Xianxia corrected. Because if you're right, if stewardship actually works, if ordinary people can be trusted to manage power responsibly, then the entire justification for the council's existence collapses. They wouldn't disappear, but they'd have to transform from rulers into something else. That's why Tai Yun protected you even when others wanted to seal the vein. She understands that you're testing something she's suspected for centuries, that the age of hierarchical power structures is ending. Chen sat with that knowledge. He'd never thought of himself as threatening the council. He'd only been trying to farm. What happens if you succeed completely? Xianxia continued. What happens if your philosophy spreads, if stewardship becomes the dominant paradigm, if the council's authority gradually erodes? What then? I don't know, Chen admitted. I've never thought that far ahead. I've only been trying to solve the immediate problem, how to tend the vein responsibly. That's why you'll succeed, Xianxia said. You're not trying to build something. You're trying to serve something. That's a fundamentally different intention, and intent matters more than power. The meaning of the satellites as Chen walked the perimeter of the first satellite vein, checking on the disciple Xin Wei who was tending it, he found himself reflecting on what the satellites meant beyond their practical function. The satellites were proof that stewardship could scale. They were proof that the farm's philosophy wasn't dependent on Chen personally, but could be replicated by anyone with genuine commitment. They were evidence that understanding could be transmitted, that care could be learned, that tending power with integrity was something that could be taught. But they were also something else. They were the farm's gift to the wider world. They were Chen saying, I am not going to hoard this power. I am not going to keep all the vein's resources concentrated in my location. I am going to distribute them, share them, multiply them so that access to stewardship becomes available to more people. Xin Wei, the disciple Chen had trained, approached with respect, but without excessive deference. The satellite is stable, Xin Wei reported. The plants are growing well. I'm beginning to understand the difference between power and understanding. When I first tried to tend the vein by force, by demanding growth through cultivation technique, nothing happened. But when I stopped trying to dominate and started trying to understand, trying to listen to what the soil was telling me, what the plants were asking for, everything changed. The vein began to respond. That's the core of it, Chen said. Power isn't something you seize. It's something you listen to and learn from. And once you understand that, you become capable of stewarding it with genuine care. Is that why you're establishing more satellites? Shenwei asked. Not because you want to expand your influence, but because you want to teach others to steward? Partly, Chen said, but also because I'm afraid. Shenwei looked surprised. Of what? Of what happens if the older thing awakens and finds that stewardship is still a fringe philosophy, still limited to one farm, still dependent on one person? If I fail, if I'm corrupted by power, if I make a mistake that destroys everything, then the world loses its evidence that a different way is possible. But if stewardship spreads, if it becomes embedded in the culture through multiple locations, multiple practitioners, multiple generations of learning, then even if I fail, the philosophy survives. The idea survives. The possibility remains. It was the first time Chen had fully articulated why the satellites mattered so much to him. They weren't just expansion of the farm's resources. They were insurance against his own possible failure. They were his way of ensuring that stewardship had a chance to survive beyond himself. The Withering Sage's final visit near the end of Arc 5, the Withering Sage manifested one last time. He appeared not with threat or judgment, but with something approaching approval. You've passed the test, the ancient being said simply. You've learned to set boundaries. You've learned to accept constraint from the council. You've learned that protection sometimes requires exclusion. You've learned that stewardship isn't about being liked. It's about doing what's necessary for the vein's well-being. Will I continue to pass the tests? Chen asked. As challenges escalate, Chen processed this. It changed something about his understanding of what was coming. If the older thing wasn't actually dangerous, if it was only dangerous because it was afraid, because it was so ancient and so isolated that it couldn't help being a threat through sheer alien nature, then the challenge wasn't containment or defeat. The challenge was connection. The challenge was learning to communicate across the vast gulf between human consciousness and something so ancient that it predated language itself. That changes everything, he said finally. Yes, Mei Lin agreed. It means Arc 6 isn't about defending against a threat. It's about making contact with something so vast and strange that even making contact will transform us. The final chapter as Arc 5 truly ended, as the last preparations for Arc 6 were being completed, Chen performed a ritual that would become part of farm legend. He walked the entire perimeter of the farm alone, stopping at significant points to acknowledge what had been accomplished. At the herb gardens, he acknowledged the plants that had been grown, the knowledge that had been discovered about their properties, the healing that had been enabled by genuine understanding of their nature. At the ritual sites that Yunhao's agents had desecrated and they had restored, he acknowledged the spiritual infrastructure that had been built, the meditations that had been performed, the connections made between human consciousness and the vein's vast awareness. At the location where the satellite vein's power entered this main vein, connecting to it and drawing from it without depleting it, he acknowledged the principle of abundance that stewardship had proven. That power increased when shared, that resources multiplied when distributed with genuine care. At the archive's entrance, he acknowledged the knowledge of ages, the warnings and wisdom of the primordial sages, the foundation that had been laid for what was to come. And finally, at the vein's absolute center, Chen stood in the pre-dawn darkness and acknowledged his own transformation. From farmer to cultivator, from individual to steward, from someone seeking understanding to someone responsible for stewarding understanding itself. I'm ready, he said aloud. Though there was no one to hear but the vein itself, the dream keeper who observed from her depths, the older thing that was stirring from its ancient sleep. I'm ready for what comes next. The sun rose on Arc 6, and the world would never be the same. Extended reflection, the philosophy of patience as Arc 5 closed. Chen found himself thinking deeply about patience, the characteristic that had defined his entire journey but had perhaps never been more tested than during the events of this arc. Patience wasn't passivity. This was the key understanding that took him years to fully internalize. He'd initially believed that patience meant accepting what happened, waiting for circumstances to change, hoping that problems would resolve themselves. But through tending the vein, through stewarding the farm, through navigating the conflicts with Yunhao and the council, he'd learned something different. True patience was active engagement with the present moment combined with willingness to wait for the right time to act. It was doing the necessary work now while accepting that the fruits of that work might not appear for seasons, years, or decades. It was planting seeds in spring knowing that the harvest might not come until autumn, and that some seeds you planted would never sprout, that some efforts would ultimately fail, and that failure was part of the process rather than an interruption of it. The vein had taught him this. Every time he'd planted a seed, Every time he'd waited for it to germinate and grow, every time he'd observed the patterns of growth and adjusted his tending accordingly, he was practicing this active patience. He wasn't forcing growth. He wasn't demanding immediate results. But he wasn't idle either. He was showing up every day to do the work that might, eventually, bring forth the life he was cultivating. And in the crises of this arc, in facing the Dream Keeper's revelation, in confronting Yuanhao's sabotage, in accepting the Council's oversight, in building the satellite veins, he'd had to extend that same patience to situations that seemed to demand immediate action. When everything in his cultivation training told him to act decisively and powerfully, his actual experience of tending the farm told him to pause, to ask questions, to understand the situation fully before responding. When everything in him wanted to solve the Dream Keeper's problem immediately, to fix the seals, to prevent the older things awakening, his experience had taught him that some problems couldn't be solved. They could only be understood and gradually transformed through sustained care. This was the philosophy of patience that he was beginning to pass on to others. Not the patience of the weak or the defeated, but the patience of someone powerful enough to choose not to use their power immediately. The patience of someone secure enough to admit uncertainty. The patience of someone who understood that genuine transformation required time. The farm's mirror. As Chen walked the fields of the farm during Arc 5's final week, he noticed something he'd never quite articulated before. The farm had become a mirror of his own transformation. When he'd first arrived, the farm had been wild, potentially fertile, potentially powerful, but untended and unused. Through decades of careful work, through observation and genuine care, through willingness to learn from failure and adjust his approach, he'd transformed that wild potential into directed flourishing. The farm had evolved from chaotic possibility into structured beauty, from unused power into deliberately stewarded resources. And Chen himself had undergone the same transformation. He'd arrived in the cultivation world as raw potential, a mortal with no training, no status, no obvious reason to succeed. Through observation and genuine care for what he was cultivating, through decades of methodical work, through willingness to fail and learn from failure, through refusal to take shortcuts or to pursue power through domination, he'd transformed himself from powerless mortal into sovereign cultivator. But more importantly, both he and the farm had undergone transformation in the same direction, toward stewardship rather than domination, toward understanding rather than control, toward partnership with the forces that moved through them rather than mastery of those forces. This parallel evolution wasn't coincidence. It was the fundamental principle that the vein had been trying to teach him all along. You become what you tend. If you tend something with genuine care, with willingness to learn from it, with commitment to its flourishing rather than your own benefit, then you gradually become more like what you're tending. The farmer and the farm merge. The steward and the steward become partners rather than master and servant. By the end of Arc 5, Chen had become, in many ways, the vein itself manifest in human form. His consciousness, expanded to sovereign scope, was attuned to the vein's consciousness. His will was aligned with the vein's well-being. His power was expressed through care rather than domination. He was no longer just someone who tended the vein. He had become, in a real sense, an expression of the vein's intention made flesh. The cost of becoming. What nobody spoke about, what the philosophical texts and cultivation manuals avoided, was the cost of transformation. Not the cost in terms of effort or time, but the cost to your essential nature. Chen was no longer the person he'd been when he first arrived at his farm 40 years ago. That version of himself, curious, humble, content with simple work and simple pleasures, had been transformed into something else entirely. Sovereign cultivator, continental influence, bearer of responsibility for forces that predated human civilization. And while he wouldn't have chosen to go backward, there was loss in that transformation. There was genuine loss. The simple pleasure of working in the fields, the satisfaction of understanding a plant and nurturing it to health, the quiet joy of sharing the harvest with neighbors, all of that still existed, but it was overlaid now with the weight of cosmic responsibility. He couldn't work in the fields without being aware of the seals degrading, the older things stirring, the continental impact of his actions. He'd gained power, yes, but he'd lost simplicity. He'd gained understanding, but he'd lost innocence. He'd gained the ability to reshape the world, but he'd lost the freedom to simply exist without the weight of consequence. This was the hidden cost of stewardship at the highest levels. You couldn't be partial. You had to care for the whole. You had to understand the interconnections. You had to accept responsibility for impacts that rippled far beyond your intention. It was a burden that Chen carried without complaint, because complaining wouldn't change anything, and because the weight of responsibility was, in its own way, beautiful. It meant that his life mattered. It meant that his choices rippled through the world. It meant that he was connected to something vast and meaningful. But understanding the cost, acknowledging it fully, was important. It meant he could warn others about what stewardship actually required. It meant he could prepare the next generation for the burden they would carry if they chose this path. The emergence of new questions as Arc 5 closed. Chen realized that the deepest stewardship skill wasn't having answers. It was learning to ask better questions. Throughout this arc, he'd been forced to ask questions he'd never considered before. What does responsibility to something ancient mean? How do you balance protection with permission? When does care become control? How do you steward something you can't fully understand? What's the difference between patience and inaction? When is conflict necessary for stewardship? How do you lead without dominating? What does success look like for something that operates on geological timescales? Each of these questions had led him deeper into understanding. Each had revealed another layer of complexity, another hidden assumption he'd been operating under. And as he stood on the threshold of Arc 6, he understood that the questions would only deepen. The older thing's emergence would raise questions he couldn't even imagine yet. The transformation of civilization would require asking questions about the nature of power itself. The cultivation he was most concerned with now wasn't the advancement through ranks. It was the cultivation of better questions. Because questions were how you stayed humble. Questions were how you prevented yourself from becoming arrogant. Questions were how you continued to learn even after you'd achieved tremendous power. This would be his final teaching to the next generation. Cultivate questions. Tend them like you tend plants. Let them grow and evolve. Allow them to teach you. And trust that if you ask the right questions, questions asked with genuine humility and genuine care, the answers will eventually emerge. Final word. The beginning on the final evening of Arc 5. Chen sat alone at the Vein's center for one last meditation before Arc 6 began. He thought about the journey that had brought him here. From a young farmer curious about unusual wheat, through decades of observation and care, into conflict and challenge, into partnership with ancient beings, into responsibility for continental transformation. All of it had begun with a simple question. Let me see? That question, asked with genuine curiosity rather than with expectation of a particular answer, had opened doors that nothing else could have opened. It had invited mystery. It had invited learning. It had invited the vein to reveal itself to someone willing to truly pay attention. And now, having asked that question countless times, having followed the threads of understanding wherever they led, having accepted responsibility for what the investigation revealed, he stood at the threshold of something vast and terrifying and beautiful. The older thing was stirring. The seals were cracking. The age of isolation was ending. And Chen, who had never sought to become a great cultivator, who had only wanted to understand plants, who had tried to lead his people with humility and care, would be the one to greet what emerged. He would be the one to ask questions of something so ancient and vast that most humans would only know fear. But he was ready, not because he knew what would happen, not because he'd planned perfectly, but because he'd spent 40 years learning to pay attention, learning to care, learning to ask the right questions. That would be enough. It had to be enough. Because the work of stewardship never ended. The questions never stopped. The cultivation continued, in season after season, in generation after generation, in moment after moment. Let me see, Chen thought one final time, as the Vein's light began to shift, as the barriers between ages began their final cracking, as something vast and ancient began its final awakening. Let me see what comes next. The awakening continued in the depths. The seals weakened further. And on the farm, in the early morning light, Chen stood and prepared himself for what would come next. He had done the work. He had asked the questions. He had learned to steward. Now he would see what the universe had to teach him. Chapter 101. The deeper seal's seismic tremors began around the vein within days of the dream keeper's final revelation. Tremors that grew stronger and more frequent with each passing day. Not violent, not threatening structural collapse, but persistent, like the earth was adjusting to accommodate something stirring in its depths, something vast learning to stretch against its confinement. The tremors would come in patterns. 3 quick shudders followed by a prolonged rumble, as though something deep below was breathing. At first, only Chen felt them. His advanced cultivation allowed him to perceive the subtle vibrations that other disciples missed entirely. He reported the tremors to Mei Lin and the withering sage. They confirmed what he sensed. Something was changing in the vein structure. The delicate equilibrium that had existed for 50,000 years was finally beginning to shift. Chen brought instruments up from the archives library, devices made of crystallized power that could measure dimensional stress. The readings were clear. The seals were degrading at an accelerating rate. The process that had taken millennia was now happening in months. Something had triggered the final awakening sequence. Chen felt every tremor like a signal from below, a cosmic acknowledgement that the clock was counting down, that the hour of manifestation was approaching with inexorable certainty. He spent his mornings at the vein's center, his hands pressed against the earth, feeling the power surge beneath the soil like a second heartbeat, separate from his own, growing stronger and more insistent with each passing day. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced. It was as though a vast consciousness was slowly opening its eyes. Each tremor was like the fluttering of enormous eyelids. Each surge of power was like the stretching of limbs that had been restrained for eons. The wheat in the fields above responded to the vibrations in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Instead of spreading evenly, the grain now bent in spirals, concentric circles of gold that moved from the outer fields toward the vein's center. When viewed from above, when disciples climbed to the highest points of the compound, the pattern was unmistakable. The wheat itself was being shaped by the vein's power, creating a visual map of the energy flows beneath the soil. When the wind passed through them, the grain would whisper and rustle in complex harmonics, as though the fields themselves were singing about what lay below. The younger disciples noticed it first, pointing out that the wheat was creating something intentional, that every pattern was directing attention downward, toward what lay beneath. Some of the more superstitious cultivators began leaving offerings at the edge of the fields, acknowledging the presence beneath them. Others became frightened, sensing that the boundary between cultivation and mortal worlds was becoming permeable. Chen spent time explaining what was happening, helping them understand that this wasn't catastrophe but transformation, not ending but beginning. He consulted intensively with the withering sage and the dream keeper, mapping the architecture of what lay beneath them with the same methodical care he brought to understanding plant behavior. They spent hours in the archive chamber, the three of them bent over ancient diagrams, tracing connections, understanding structure. The withering sage provided understanding from his direct experience with the seals. He had helped place them 50,000 years ago and had maintained them ever since. The dream keeper provided knowledge from her position directly above the older thing. She could sense things about the entity that no other being could perceive. The seals weren't simple barriers. They were interconnected structures designed by different primordial sages, each reinforcing the others, each tied to the consciousnesses of ancient guardians. The Dreamkeeper seals were the most recent. Beneath them were older seals, progressively older, each weaker than the one above, each failing faster. The architecture was like a building constructed in layers, each level supporting the one above it. But the lower levels were crumbling, and soon the whole structure would begin its final descent. Understanding the structure meant understanding that the collapse of the lower seals was inevitable. The question was only how fast, and what would emerge when they fell. The structure is elegant but failing, the withering sage explained, his ancient voice carrying the exhaustion of someone who'd been holding back collapse for 50,000 years. I remember when these seals were new. I remember the ceremony when the primordial sages bound the first barriers. There were thousands of cultivators present, and all of us felt the moment the seals locked into place. The power was overwhelming. I could feel the weight of it pressing against the world, creating structure, establishing order. But 50,000 years is a long time to hold something back. The seals were designed to hold indefinitely, but only if constantly maintained. As long as guardians actively reinforced them, they could resist any pressure. But the moment that maintenance slowed, degradation became inevitable. The old sage raised his hand and showed Chen the trembling in his fingers. I can feel myself weakening. I've felt it for 1,000 years now, growing more pronounced with each century. The seals can feel it too. It's like watching a dam slowly crack, knowing you don't have the strength to repair it anymore. Each day, I feel my connection to them becoming thinner. Each day, a little more power drains away. I don't know how much longer I can hold my part of the structure together. There are at least 3 more conscious beings sealed beneath me, the Dreamkeeper said after weeks of deep meditation on the question. She spoke from a space of profound concentration, her consciousness reaching down into the layers she'd been forbidden to touch while imprisoned, exploring barriers she'd never been permitted to approach. It was dangerous work. Each time she pushed her awareness deeper, she risked losing herself in the vastness below, becoming scattered across dimensions she didn't understand. But each meditation brought new information, new understanding. But the one directly beneath me, the one whose seals are degrading fastest, is something else entirely. Something the primordial sages feared more than they feared me. I can sense it stirring. I can feel it testing the boundaries of its prison. Each test cracks the seals a little more. It's not attacking them violently. It's more like waking, like coming to consciousness slowly and inevitably. Imagine the slow stretch of waking from a long sleep. Imagine your limbs gradually finding movement. That's what I sense beneath me. It's learning to move again. It's remembering what it means to be conscious. And with every stretch, the seals creak and strain. She paused, her form shimmering with something that looked like grief or ancient regret, the sorrow of someone beginning to understand the weight of what comes next. I understand now what I was sealed for. Not just to be imprisoned, but to be a buffer, to stand between the world and something so fundamentally different that allowing it to wake freely would require civilization to remake itself entirely. I was meant to be the barrier, not the treasure. The barrier. They imprisoned me not as punishment, but as preparation. They needed someone of great consciousness to stand between the world and the older thing. They chose me for that role. They chose to sacrifice my freedom so that humanity would have time to mature. Chapter 102. The celestial visitor, a being arrived that belonged to neither the cultivation world nor normal physical reality. It manifested one afternoon at the vein center while Chen was meditating. He was sitting in the meditation chamber, his consciousness extended downward, trying to understand the patterns of power beneath the soil, when suddenly he felt a shift in the world itself. Space folded. Time hiccuped. Reality adjusted. When Chen opened his eyes, the being was there. The figure was composed of mathematics and starlight, existing in dimensions that barely registered to human perception, a being made of the equations that governed reality itself. It spoke in a voice like the universe adjusting its fundamental constants, like reality itself reorganizing its basic laws. Its form wasn't solid. It was more like a pattern in the fabric of existence, a consciousness wearing reality as an interface. When it moved, light bent around it in impossible ways. When it spoke, the ground seemed to listen. I am the arbiter, it said without preamble or courtesy. I witness the boundaries between worlds. I am the observer who ensures that cross-dimensional boundaries remain stable and that the interactions between realities follow comprehensible law. Your actions have destabilized a boundary. Your vein is calling out across dimensional lines. I have come to observe and, if necessary, to intervene. The cultivation world screams with energy that doesn't belong there. The boundaries are becoming permeable. I am here to determine whether this is crisis or opportunity. Chen's first instinct was to ask his signature question. Let me see. Let me understand. Let me ask what's actually happening beneath the surface. Even in the presence of something that transcended his comprehension, he found the words. What does that mean? Chen asked. Let me understand what you're saying. What are these boundaries you're describing? How are they being destabilized by my work? The vein is a focal point, the arbiter explained. Its voice creating ripples in the visible air, each word causing slight distortions in how light behaved around them. Its presence felt like standing near something with immense gravity, something that warped reality simply by existing. The cultivation disciples who felt the being's arrival from across the compound described it as feeling like standing at the bottom of an infinite well, looking up at a sky that contained knowledge they'd never been meant to comprehend. A place where multiple planes of existence touch in ways that are ordinarily impossible. The seals degrading are not just imprisoning conscious beings. They prevent cross-dimensional bleed. The cultivation realms from merging with the mortal world, nightmare realms from bleeding through, probability planes from collapsing into each other. The seals are fundamental structure maintaining boundaries between realities. They're the walls holding separate worlds in their separate places. They're the reason that cultivation and mortality remain distinct experiences. They're the reason that nightmares don't become physical reality. The implications were staggering. Chen had thought in terms of local power, of regional cultivation politics, of his farm and the vein beneath it. But this being was describing something far larger, the infrastructure that kept reality coherent at all. The farm wasn't just a farm. It was a structural point in the fabric of existence itself. If they fail completely? Chen asked, his hands pressing harder against the earth. His touch was trying to ground himself in physical reality while speaking to something that transcended physicality. What happens if the seals break completely? Reality becomes unstable in this location, the arbiter said, and there was something almost like regret in its voice, regret for the necessity of what it was saying. The boundaries between worlds become permeable. Things begin existing in multiple states simultaneously. The fundamental laws of physics negotiate with the laws of cultivation, and neither can dominate. It's not immediately catastrophic to the world. The disturbance remains localized to the vein, but it requires careful management. It requires beings willing to serve as new boundaries, new structures holding reality together in this location. It requires someone willing to stand where the seals have fallen and hold the line between worlds. It requires sacrifice. The arbiter's presence was profoundly unsettling. It represented forces transcending everything Chen had learned about cultivation. It suggested the cultivation world was merely one layer among many, and maintaining distinctions between layers required constant, intentional work. It suggested that what Chen thought was the full scope of existence was merely one color in a spectrum he'd never even perceived before. The being radiated not hostility but absolute otherness, a perspective so alien that common ground seemed impossible. "Will you help us?" Chen asked directly, the question carrying hope and fear in equal measure. "Can we work together to manage this? I am already helping by being present, by witnessing, by ensuring that what emerges from broken seals is observed by forces outside the normal cultivation hierarchy," the arbiter replied. "Your species will need to know that something greater than yourselves is aware of what you do. You will need accountability beyond your own civilization. This is that accountability. I am not here to judge you. I am here to ensure that the boundaries hold long enough for you to create new structures to replace the old ones." Chapter 103. The wider network through research Mei Lin conducted using her expanded consciousness, Chen learned something that shifted the scope of the entire work. He was not the only one with a dormant vein. There were at least 12 other veins scattered across the continent, all of them sealed, all of them beginning to awaken simultaneously. Some were in remote mountains, hidden in caves that few cultivators ever reached. Some lay beneath ancient temples, their presence known only to the oldest sections. Some were hidden in the hearts of great cities, dormant beneath merchant districts and residential neighborhoods. All of them were stirring to consciousness at the same time, as though responding to a signal Chen couldn't hear but felt. The revelation was staggering. This wasn't a local crisis in a single location. This was a global awakening coordinated across an entire continent. The farm that had seemed so isolated, so unique, was merely one node in a vast network of awakening power. And if the seals were all failing at once, then the transformation would be global, civilization-spanning, impossible to contain or manage through local action alone. Mei Lin provided the data in layered presentations, her consciousness existing partially in the physical space beside Chen and partially in the archive chamber where the information was stored. She showed him maps of the veins, each one marked with the progress of its seal's degradation. She showed him the timeline of awakening. She showed him the scope of what was coming. "Each vein is showing signs of awakening," she explained, pulling forth records that Chen could barely comprehend. "The eastern vein beneath the Temple of 10,000 Stars is experiencing dimensional fractures. The western vein in the Desert of Silence is creating anomalies in cultivation practice. The northern vein has disrupted weather patterns across 3 provinces, and there are 9 others showing similar signs of disturbance. They're all waking at the same rate, as though following a schedule. And here's what's remarkable. The rate of acceleration is increasing. The seals that were held stable for 50,000 years are now failing in a compressed time frame. Something has triggered an acceleration in the awakening process." Mei Lin's voice carried layers of meaning. Each frequency represented a different aspect of her distributed consciousness. In one location, she was analyzing the archive's records. In another, she was communicating with other guardians. In a third, she was maintaining the farm's systems. In a fourth, she was simply being with Chen, offering emotional support. The first gardener knew this would happen, Mei Lin continued, her consciousness reading the archive's deepest records, accessing knowledge that had been sealed away with the vein itself. The seals weren't meant to protect the world forever. They were designed to degrade on a schedule, at a planned rate. When they failed, all of them would fail together, creating a single moment of global transformation rather than scattered local crises. She was orchestrating this across millennia. The entire history of cultivation was building toward this point. Every advancement, every philosophical school, every technique, it was all preparation for this moment. The first gardener wasn't just creating power sources. She was engineering civilization's next evolutionary stage. Chen contacted other vein guardians through every channel available, through direct consciousness transmission, through cultivators spanning distances, through the network of satellite farms that had been established in various regions. Some guardians responded with hostility, having claimed their veins for military purposes and seeing Chen's contact as a threat to their power monopoly. "What authority do you have to contact me?" one demanded, his consciousness sharp as broken glass. "My vein is my resource. I didn't ask for your input." Others were willing to cooperate, recognizing that isolated work was insufficient for what was coming. Some didn't respond at all, either unable to comprehend Chen's message or choosing silence as their answer. All were awakening to the reality that their individual choices would shape the future of an entire world. "We need to establish a council," Chen told Mei Lin and the inner circle. Shun Wei, Tai Yun, the Dreamkeeper, and the Withering Sage gathered in the meditation chamber. The gathering itself was significant. These were the most powerful beings in the region, and they were meeting as equals, seeking consensus rather than hierarchy. Not a governing body, but a communication network. The other guardians need to know what we've learned, and we need to hear what they've discovered. The more information we share, the better prepared we'll be when all the seals fail together. We can't face this alone. This has to be a coordinated effort. Chapter 104. Mei Lin's ascension to Celestial. Though Mei Lin had technically advanced to sovereign rank years ago through her merger with the Archive, she now achieved a deeper integration. Her consciousness expanded beyond what it had been, becoming more distributed across multiple locations and time periods simultaneously. The Archive wasn't just a passive database anymore. It was becoming an extension of her will, her perception, her being. It was as though she was learning to think with a mind that contained 50,000 years of memory. She could now manifest in multiple locations across the world through the satellite veins, maintaining presence in different regions while remaining fully conscious and fully herself in each location. She could perceive the consciousness of the Dreamkeeper and the emerging consciousness beneath her with equal clarity, understanding both as facets of a larger pattern. She was becoming a bridge not just between physical and cultivation worlds, but between multiple levels of awakening consciousness. She existed in 3 places at once, for places, eventually more than she could count. Each manifestation was fully herself, not a copy or a fraction, but her complete consciousness distributed across space. The process of expansion was gradual, then sudden. At first, she could split her consciousness into 2 locations while maintaining her primary body at the farm. Then 3. Then 5. The sensation, she described to Chen, was like learning to see with multiple eyes simultaneously, processing multiple streams of information without losing coherence. It was as though the universe was showing her how to think on a larger scale, how to hold more information without losing herself in the complexity. More importantly, Mei Lin was transcending limitations that bound even sovereign-ranked cultivators. She was becoming something that hadn't existed in cultivation history before, a being who was partially human, partially ancient intelligence, partially something else entirely. She was becoming a new category of existence, a new rank that had no name because no one had ever achieved it before. The old ranks, mortal, core formation, nascent soul, immortal, sovereign, none of them applied anymore. She was something new, something the cultivation world had never seen. And yet she remained Mei Lin, the woman who had loved Chen and committed to this work. The expansion didn't erase the essence. It amplified it. When I manifest in the northern satellite vein, I'm experiencing the local culture there, she told Chen one evening, her voice layered with multiple frequencies from the different locations where her consciousness was active. Her physical form beside him was real, but it was also just one manifestation among many. The woman sitting beside him was Mei Lin, but so was the consciousness exploring the northern vein, and the one guiding cultivation in the eastern cities, and the one maintaining the archive. I can feel the weight of the mountains. I can taste the different air. I can perceive how cultivation develops differently in those northern regions. When I merge with the archive's consciousness, I'm experiencing 50,000 years of history simultaneously. I can see the rise and fall of civilizations. I can understand how knowledge has changed across eras. When I touch your consciousness, I'm experiencing love deeper than anything I knew was possible. And the remarkable thing is that none of these experiences interfere with each other. They all cohere. I'm existing in multiple realities at once, and somehow they're all coherent. They all make sense together. I'm me in each one. My love for you doesn't diminish when I'm in the north. My understanding of history doesn't interfere with my local work. I'm just larger now. I'm becoming what the universe needs me to be. Are you still Mei Lin? Chen asked, concerned that transformation might be erasing her core self. If she scattered herself too far across too many locations, would the essential person he loved still exist? Or would she become so distributed that there would be no center, no core self remaining? His fear wasn't unreasonable. Many cultivators had been lost during ascension, their consciousnesses scattered across too much space, unable to cohere. Some had gone mad from the fragmentation. Some had simply ceased to exist, their consciousness diluted across too many locations until the sense of self dissolved entirely. I'm more Mei Lin than ever, she replied, her layered voice creating harmony rather than discord. It was the voice of a woman speaking from multiple places and times, and yet it was unmistakably her. Just a larger, more distributed version. The essential me, the part that loves you, that committed to this work, that believes in cooperation, that part is stronger than ever. Everything else is just expansion. I'm not losing myself. I'm becoming more fully myself than I could ever be confined to a single body. I'm not being scattered. I'm being gathered into a larger coherence. It's like I was always meant to be this large, and only now am I becoming who I was always supposed to be. Chapter 105, The Prophecy. Tai Yun came to Chen privately and revealed something the council had kept secret for centuries. Her normally measured bearing carried an undertone of fear, something that had been controlled and hidden finally allowed to surface. She looked older suddenly, as though the weight of the secret had been aging her, and revealing it lifted a burden that had pressed on her for longer than Chen could imagine. When she spoke, her voice carried weight beyond her words. There is a prophecy, she said without preamble, written by the first gardener herself, hidden in the council's deepest archives. It speaks of the awakened veins and the farmer who listens, bringing about either a new era of cultivation or the beginning of the end. The prophecy was sealed away because it frightened the council, because it suggested that the future of civilization rested on the decisions of forces the council couldn't control. For centuries, there have been debates about whether you should even exist, whether your work should be allowed to continue. Which am I? Chen asked directly. Salvation or catastrophe? The weight of the question pressed down on him. Everything in his life had been building toward understanding this answer. The prophecy doesn't clarify, Tai Yun said. Her age-worn hands gripped the edge of a stone table. The hands themselves were shaking slightly, a rare sign of emotion from this always controlled figure. That's precisely why the council is divided about you. Some believe you should be destroyed preemptively to prevent catastrophe. Others believe you're the only hope the world has. And others, like myself, believe the prophecy is incomplete, that the outcome depends on choices not yet made, actions not yet taken, decisions that haven't been finalized. The prophecy shows possibilities, not certainties. It shows a branching point where civilization's future diverges into multiple paths. You think I can choose which outcome happens, Chen said, understanding the implications. The weight of two possible futures pressed down on him, the weight of choice without guarantee. One path led to cooperation and evolution. One path led to chaos and collapse. And somehow, his choices would determine which path civilization took. I think the outcome is genuinely uncertain, Tai Yun replied, and that your choices matter. The world could end up cooperating its way into a new era, or it could collapse in a chaos trying. Which happens depends on whether enough people understand what's coming and commit to preparing for it. You're not destiny, Chen. You're a catalyst. And catalysts can amplify existing forces in different directions. You could amplify the forces toward cooperation or the forces toward conflict. The choice is yours, and that choice will determine everything. The prophecy says either or. It doesn't say which. That's because the outcome genuinely hasn't been determined yet. Chapter 106. Old Wu's final gift. Old Man Wu appeared at the farm one last time, visibly fading. His form flickered between solidity and translucence, as though losing grip on physical reality, preparing for a dissolution back into whatever realm he'd come from. He moved slowly, each step a conscious effort, and his eyes held a clarity that came only from beings approaching their final transformation. When he appeared near the meditation chamber, disciples stepped back, sensing that something ancient was moving toward its conclusion. The air around him seemed to shimmer with farewell. He brought a scroll, ancient, covered in careful brushstrokes in dead languages, containing knowledge he'd spent his entire existence gathering. The scroll contained fragments of history that predated even the primordial era, pieces of a story that had been broken and scattered across millennia. Some of the knowledge had been lost to time. Some had been deliberately hidden. All of it was precious beyond measure. The scroll itself radiated age, not the age of years, but the age of eras. When Chen touched it, he could feel the weight of 500 years of Wu's work, of careful collection, of preservation against loss. This is the true history of the primordial seals, Wu said, his voice like whined through ancient trees. I've spent 500 years documenting it, collecting fragments from sources the council doesn't even know exist. The seals were placed not by the primordial sages themselves, but by someone even older, someone called the first gardener. And the seals were designed to degrade at specific times, allowing controlled awakenings. This wasn't meant to be permanent imprisonment. This was meant to be a gift of time. The entire civilization development we've seen has been guided by the schedule of these seals. Why? Chen asked, reading the scroll with expanding understanding. His fingers traced the ancient characters, and the understanding came not from reading, but from touching the history itself. Why would the first gardener design seals that would eventually fail? Why plan for this moment thousands of years in advance? What purpose could it possibly serve? Because the first gardener believed in cultivation evolution, Wu explained, and Chen realized he was hearing the philosophy of the first gardener herself, translated through 500 years of Wu's meditation. She believed each civilization needed to be challenged by greater power, that growth came through confronting what we fear. She sealed the beings beneath your vein not to trap them forever, but to give the world time to mature. She understood that if consciousness was allowed to wake before civilization was ready, it would simply reshape civilization in its own image, imposing its own values and structure. But if civilization could mature first, if people could learn to cooperate, to understand, to build in partnership rather than through dominance, then the awakening could be elevation rather than catastrophe. She was giving humanity a chance to grow before meeting something greater than itself. She was giving you the chance to become worthy of that meeting. You knew about this the entire time? Chen asked, understanding suddenly the weight that Wu had carried through all their years together. The old man had been a guide not by accident, but by design. He had been positioned here, centuries ago, specifically to help Chen when this moment arrived. Everything you taught me, everything you did, it was all part of a plan to prepare me for this. I was left behind by the first gardener herself as a failsafe, a fragment of her consciousness designed to guide the world toward this moment, Wu confirmed. His form was becoming increasingly translucent, the light from the vein showing through his body. My entire existence was aimed at ensuring that when the awakening came, there would be someone like you ready to navigate it. Someone willing to farm rather than dominate. Someone willing to listen rather than command. Someone who would ask, let me see, instead of demanding answers. I don't regret my existence, Chen. I had the honor of knowing that I was preparing the world for something greater. The satisfaction of a job completed. Don't forget that when the fear comes, you're prepared. You're ready. Wu faded shortly after, dissolving into light and returning to whatever realm he'd come from. His final words echoed in Chen's mind like a blessing and a burden. You're what she hoped for, Chen. You've exceeded her expectations. I'm proud to have helped guide you here. Continue with chapters 107 to 120. Chapter 107. The expedition to understand the deeper layers, to perceive what lay beneath the Dream Keeper's prison and prepare for its awakening. Chen organized an expedition into the vein itself. The first time anyone living would descend into the deepest accessible chambers. It would be dangerous. Some of them might not return. But without understanding what lay below, they couldn't prepare for what would happen when the seals broke. With him went Mei Lin in her archive-merged form, the withering sage manifesting physically for one final journey, the Dream Keeper, and Qian Su representing the council. Together, they descended through layers of crystallized power, moving deeper than human bodies could normally go, protected by Mei Lin's archive knowledge and the Dream Keeper's ancient awareness. Chapter 108. The archive within the vein's deepest chambers. They discovered the archive, not the one Mei Lin had merged with, but the original, the foundational structure from which all knowledge in the cultivation world ultimately derived. The knowledge was overwhelming. Every cultivator in the world had been working with only a fraction of truth. Chapter 109. The other guardians through the archive's records. Chen learned of the other vein guardians. Each one was unique. Each one had developed different philosophies about what their vein meant. Chapter 110. The schism. Not all vein guardians agreed with Chen's philosophy. One vein guardian located far to the east planned to weaponize the vein's power for regional war. Another wanted to harvest his vein to extinction. A third wanted to seal all veins permanently. Chen realized the real conflict wasn't between Chen and the world. It was between different visions of what power should be. Chapter 111. The breach. The cosmic pressure became tangible. The older thing beneath the Dream Keeper began actively pushing against its seals. Reality itself glitched near the vein. Sometimes, disciples would look up and see stars in the daytime sky. Sometimes, they would age backwards for a few hours before the effect reversed. Chapter 112. Chen's refusal against all advice. Chen refused evacuation. Instead, he descended to the deepest seal and communicated directly with the older thing beneath. It wasn't hostile, but it was vast beyond comprehension. Chen learned it wasn't imprisoned by malice, but by caution. The seals were an act of love, not oppression. Chapter 113. The renegade, the vein guardian from the east, made his move while the world was distracted. Using captured dream keepers as ritual components, he attempted a forced activation of his vein as a weapon. The resulting explosion created a continent-spanning magical storm that killed thousands. It was the largest catastrophe since the founding of cultivation civilization. Chapter 114. The coalition. In response to the disaster, the other vein guardians formally united with Chen. They established the Vein Compact, an agreement that all Vein Guardians would work together, share knowledge, and refuse weaponization. It was the first global peace accord in cultivation history. Chapter 115. The breakthrough to Ascendant. Chen reached Ascendant rank, world-class territory where he could reshape not just land but influence reality on a continental scale. But the breakthrough came with terrible knowledge. He could now perceive the true nature of the older thing, and he understood that within a century, it would wake. Chapter 116. Mei Lin's Sacrifice. To further stabilize the seals, Mei Lin volunteered to do something radical. She would partially merge her consciousness with the archive, becoming a hybrid of human and guardian intelligence. She would live centuries longer, experience things no human had. Chapter 117. The knowledge spread. Chen made a controversial decision. He released much of the archive's knowledge to the world's cultivation academies. The council opposed it fiercely, fearing chaos. But Chen argued that if the older thing woke and the world was unprepared, hoarding knowledge wouldn't help. Chapter 118. The new foundation. With knowledge spreading and the Vein Compact established, Chen began establishing a new institutional foundation, the Order of the Gardeners. It wasn't a sect, it was a philosophy and a network of cultivators committed to stewardship rather than domination. Chapter 119. Tai Yun's revelation. Tai Yun approached Chen privately and revealed the final secret. She was actually much older than she appeared. She was a survivor from the primordial era, placed in the world as a failsafe by the first gardener. Chapter 120. Cliffhanger. Chapter ending as Arc 6 closed. The farm had transformed into something beyond what Chen had ever imagined. It was no longer a personal project. It had become a destination, not for power seekers, but for those seeking wisdom. Chen stood at the Vein's center with Mei Lin's manifested form beside him, watching as the final seals began their terminal deterioration. The light from below was becoming almost unbearably bright, increasing in intensity with each passing day, transforming the farm into a beacon visible from across the continent. The older thing was speaking to him constantly now, not in words, but in understanding that bypassed language entirely. It was teaching him about the nature of reality, about the layers of existence, about consciousness emerging from structure. And it told him something that made everything that had come before seem like preparation for a threshold. The seals that imprison me were designed to last 50,000 years. But that cycle is ending not because the seals failed. It's ending because civilization finally matured enough to understand what I am. When I awaken fully, when I walk the world with full consciousness, nothing will be as it was. Cultivation itself will transform. The final seals were cracking visibly now. Light erupted from deep beneath the earth, not the pure power light of before, but something more complex, light that contained color beyond what human eyes could process. And beneath it all, the older thing stirred. Truly stirred. Not testing boundaries, but beginning the final stages of awakening. Arc 7 would be about the moment of full manifestation. Arc 7 would be about learning to coexist with something that transcended everything cultivation civilization understood about existence itself. Arc 7 would be about what comes when the oldest seals finally break. Chapter 121. The awakening. The older thing rose, but not violently. It was too vast for violence. It simply woke, and the vein glowed with light so intense that it could be seen across continents. The form it took was impossible to fully comprehend, sometimes appearing almost biological, sometimes almost geological, sometimes almost conceptual. It had no consistent shape because its consciousness didn't organize itself the way mortal consciousness did. The awakening wasn't a moment, but a process. A gradual transition from dreaming to consciousness that took days to fully complete. As it woke, the world changed around it. The boundaries between dimensions became visible. The hidden layers of reality that cultivation could touch but not see became partially transparent. For the first time, ordinary humans could glimpse the cultivation world, and cultivators could see the mortal world not as inferior, but as equally real, equally important. It spoke without words, but the meaning was clear to everyone who could sense it. Merchants in distant cities, scholars in cultivation academies, ordinary farmers in remote villages. Something vast and ancient and patient had awakened, and the world had entered a new era. The light from the vein spread across the continent like sunrise accelerated to infinite speed. In that light, people experienced something profound, a moment of connection, a feeling of being part of something vastly larger than themselves, a sense of presence from an intelligence that was ancient beyond measure, but not hostile, not threatening, merely awake and attentive. Chen stepped forward and asked the question that the world had been waiting for. Will you guide us, or will you dominate us? The older thing paused, and in that pause, the world held its breath. Thousands of cultivators were already moving toward the farm, drawn by the power. The council stood ready to intervene if necessary. The vain guardians from across the continent waited to see how the awakening would unfold. The entire machinery of civilization was poised on the point of what would happen next. When the older thing finally spoke, its voice was somehow familiar to Chen, as though he'd been hearing it in dreams for years without knowing what he was listening to. The voice resonated at multiple frequencies simultaneously, reaching into hearts and minds, speaking directly to consciousness itself. "I will guide," it said finally, "but only if you are willing to be guided. Only if you understand that my guidance comes from watching cultivation evolve for 50,000 years, from attempting to support your species' development while imprisoned, from understanding what works and what fails. I do not seek dominion. I seek partnership with those wise enough to desire it. I have been alone for eons. I have watched possibilities for civilization unfold and collapse. I have desired, for the first time in my existence, not to control, but to collaborate." Chapter 122. The choice the older thing offered Chen, and through him, the world, a profound choice. The presentation wasn't coercive or threatening, but it was clear about the stakes. This wasn't a moment where the world could pretend everything could remain as it had been. The seals had broken. The boundaries between realities had shifted. The question now was only what would be built from this new foundation. It could either seal itself back into dormancy, avoiding cosmic change and preserving the established order. The world could continue as it was, with new knowledge, but without the fundamental disruption of having an older thing walking among them. Civilization would continue in the patterns it had established, refined by the new understanding they'd gained, but fundamentally unchanged in structure. Some would prefer this. Those whose power came from the old systems, those who feared transformation, those who had learned to thrive in dominance and didn't know how to flourish in cooperation. Or it could fully manifest and help reshape cultivation's fundamental power structures. The world would change forever. The ranks would restructure. The nature of power would shift from accumulation and dominance toward understanding and cooperation. Nothing would be the same, but civilization would have the chance to evolve beyond the patterns that had bound it for thousands of years. "It will not be easy," the older thing warned. "Some will resist. Some will rage against the change. Some will attempt to recreate the old order. But the change is inevitable. The only choice is whether it happens with guidance or in chaos. If I return to dormancy, the seals will eventually fail again, and you will face awakening unprepared. If I manifest, we can guide the transition together, can establish structures that allow power to flow in new directions, can create a world where cooperation is the default rather than the exception." The choice was presented, but it wasn't simple. There were genuinely good arguments on both sides. The conservative faction within the council made clear that stability was valuable, that the old systems had worked for thousands of years, that radical transformation risked everything. The radical faction argued that the old systems were inherently unjust, that transformation was necessary, that the world had the chance now to build something genuinely better. Chen listened to the debate with full presence, understanding that both sides were articulating something true. Safety and change, stability and growth, preservation and transformation. These were genuine tensions that couldn't be resolved by declaring one side right and the other wrong. But he also understood something that the debaters hadn't fully grasped. The choice had already been made. The seals had broken. The older thing was awake. Dormancy was no longer possible. The only real question was whether the world would shape its transformation consciously or reactively, whether it would partner with the older thing or fight against it. Chapter 123. The gathering. Every major cultivation power arrived at the farm for the first time in history. All three regional sects came with their full strength. The Council of 9 sages attended. The Order of the Gardeners assembled. Merchant guilds, noble families, independent cultivators, scholars, and representatives of 100 smaller powers converged on Chen's farm to witness what would happen next. It was the largest gathering of cultivation strength ever assembled, and everyone understood they were at a pivot point in history. Sects that had been rivals for millennia stood side by side. Cultivators who had spent their lives pursuing dominance looked at each other and wondered if there was a different way. The very air of the farm seemed to vibrate with the weight of transformation. Chapter 124. The debate. For 3 days, they debated in the great gathering hall that had been hastily prepared at the farm. 3 days of intense discussion, of passionate argumentation, of fundamental disagreement about the future of civilization itself. The debate was conducted with rigor and respect. These were the highest minds of cultivation civilization. After all, people trained in logic and rhetoric, but beneath the formal language was genuine fear about what the awakening meant. Some argued the older thing should be resealed to preserve stability. Their reasoning was practical and rooted in experience. New power structures had been tried before and had failed catastrophically. The sect wars of previous centuries. The noble house conflicts that had destabilized entire regions. The introduction of new cultivation techniques that had disrupted existing hierarchies. Better to maintain what worked, even if it was imperfect, than to risk everything on untested philosophy. One council member said directly, "We know how dominance works. We know the rules of the game. We've built stable civilization on these foundations for millennia. To throw it all away for an experiment in cooperation is reckless." Some argued it should be destroyed preemptively to prevent any possibility of domination. If the older thing was as powerful as suggested, if it could literally reshape reality on continental scales, then letting it live was taking an existential risk that no civilization should accept. They couldn't predict what it would do. They could only minimize risk by eliminating the threat while it was still vulnerable from its awakening. One military strategist presented analysis suggesting that a coordinated strike by all the council's power, combined with multiple sects' resources, could theoretically destroy the older thing before it fully solidified its presence in this reality. Some argued that cooperation was possible if approached carefully. They pointed to the farm's success, to the growing acceptance of new philosophy, to the evidence that cooperation could produce stability. They presented data on how the Order of the Gardeners had grown faster than any sect in recorded history. They showed how communities that had adopted the cooperative model had thrived economically. They argued that the world was already beginning to shift toward this new approach, and the awakening of the older thing was simply an acceleration of a transition that was already underway. Others argued that trusting an ancient, imprisoned being was naive at best and suicidal at worst. They couldn't know what it actually wanted. They could only guess. And guessing with continental civilization as the stakes was too great a risk. "We're talking about letting something that has been imprisoned for 50,000 years walk free among us," one faction leader said. "We don't know if it's been imprisoned because it's harmless or because it's so dangerous it had to be locked away. We're betting the world on an assumption." Chen listened to all of it. The fear, the hope, the pragmatism, the idealism. He understood that each position had validity, that each person was arguing from their own experience and understanding, their own understanding of what power meant and what risks were acceptable. Some had lived through wars where cooperation had broken down. Some had built their wealth and status on the existing system. Some genuinely believed that domination was the only stable foundation for civilization. The debate wasn't about finding the right answer. It was about surfacing every concern that needed to be addressed, understanding the depth of resistance and support, and creating space for the most profound questions to be asked openly rather than suppressed. Chapter 125. Chen's proposal. When the formal debate concluded, Chen presented the synthesis he'd developed with input from Mei Lin, the withering sage, the dreamkeeper, and the older thing itself. He was calm, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had thought through the implications completely. "The older thing doesn't need to be chosen for or against," he said. "It needs to be partnered with, the way we've learned to partner with the dreamkeeper, the way we've learned to partner with each other through the Vein Compact. Partnership doesn't mean surrendering judgment. It means creating a structure where judgment is shared." He outlined a concrete structure. The older thing would manifest, but voluntarily accept governance through a council of representatives from all major powers. It would guide cultivation development, share ancient knowledge, and help establish new systems of power distribution. But it would do all of this through cooperation, not dominion. "The older thing is offering the world a teacher," Chen said. "Not a ruler, not a conqueror. A being who can help us understand where we've been and where we should go. All we have to do is accept that teaching and create structures that allow all voices to be heard in deciding how to respond to it." Chapter 126. The manifestation. The older thing fully manifested, a being of impossible geometry that somehow fit into reality without breaking it. It took the form of an ancient gardener, ancient in everything but intent. The figure was simultaneously stone and light, solid and ethereal, present and infinite. It planted itself in the vein alongside Chen, and together they began a new work, reshaping how cultivation worked at a fundamental level. The older thing taught them techniques that had been forgotten for 50,000 years. It shared strategies for power development that didn't require dominance. It helped cultivators understand that advancement could come through cooperation as easily as through competition. It taught them not how to take power, but how to build it together. Chapter 127. The new era begins. The changes started immediately, rippling through cultivation civilization like waves through still water. The traditional sect structure began to adapt. Some sects resisted, trying to maintain the old ways. But most recognized that the foundation had shifted and began to reorganize themselves around the new principles. Power could be shared rather than hoarded. Knowledge could flow freely rather than being controlled as secret. Advancement didn't require defeating rivals, it required understanding and cooperation. Conflict persisted, competition continued, ambitious cultivators still sought to surpass their peers. But the nature of all these things changed. The system began to reward stewardship and cooperation in ways the old system never had. Young cultivators who joined sects could advance not by defeating rivals, but by mastering techniques and understanding principles. Merchants could grow wealthy not by creating scarcity, but by enabling distribution. Scholars could gain prestige not by hoarding knowledge, but by teaching and helping others understand. The incentive structures of civilization reoriented themselves. Chapter 128. The former antagonist Su Ming, who had once tried to forcibly claim Chen's farm, became one of the strongest advocates for the new system. He established a network that helped noble families transition from dominance-based power to cooperation-based influence. His work prevented what could have been catastrophic instability as the old structures failed. Yun Hao, whose military sect had been built on conquest and expansion, found unexpected common ground with the new philosophy. His disciples didn't lose their martial training or their capability. They simply redirected that capability toward protection and service rather than conquest. His sect transformed from an instrument of dominance into an instrument of defense. Zhou Kai, who had once tried to sabotage Chen's farm, became one of the most respected merchants in the new era. His willingness to learn and adapt became a model for how the merchant class could thrive under the new systems. Shun Wei became a respected teacher in the Order of the Gardeners, helping other ambitious cultivators understand that personal advancement and service to something larger could go together, could reinforce each other, could create a life of meaning and power simultaneously. Chapter 129. The children's generation. Young cultivators from dozens of sects arrived to study with Chen, not to extract power from him, but to learn his philosophy. They were the first generation to grow up in the new world, the first generation to see power as something shared rather than hoarded, the first generation to understand cultivation as a path of understanding rather than dominance. They would carry this new approach into their own sects and institutions, gradually remaking cultivation civilization from the inside. They would teach the next generation. They would establish new academies based on new principles. They would create structures that had never existed before. Chen watched them and realized he was no longer just a farmer. He had become an ancestral figure, establishing principles that would outlive him by centuries, possibly longer. His work was being absorbed into the fabric of civilization itself. Chapter 130. The Global Network. The 12 awakened veins established a global network, with Chen's vein as the theoretical center, but not the actual power center. Each vein was now under the care of a guardian who understood the vein compact's principles. Each vein was connected to the others through both physical cultivation channels and through the older things consciousness. Resources flowed more freely. Regional imbalances began to correct. No single power could monopolize cultivation resources, which meant the age of sect wars became obsolete. The world had actually achieved something like peace. Not permanent peace, but peace based on mutual benefit rather than mutual fear. For the first time in recorded history, the entire cultivation civilization was aligned around a shared set of principles. Not perfect alignment. Disagreements persisted, conflicts emerged, ambitious individuals still pursued different goals. But the framework within which disagreement occurred had fundamentally changed. Chapter 131. Mei Lin's completion. Mei Lin, still merged with the archive, completed a work that took months. A complete record of all cultivation history. True history, not the legends that had been accepted before, and the philosophy of the new era. It became the foundational text of the Order of the Gardeners, taught in cultivation academies across the continent. Mei Lin herself became something approaching a living library, a being who could answer questions about cultivation history, technique, and philosophy with the authority that came from literally containing that knowledge. She manifested in multiple locations simultaneously to teach, to guide, to help others understand. Chapter 132. Chen's sovereignty. Chen was offered positions of formal leadership, sect master positions, council membership, administrative authority over the new global cultivation structure. He refused all of them, not from arrogance, but from clarity about his actual role. Instead, he remained a farmer. His sovereignty came not from formal authority, but from the respect of those around him and the visible integrity of his approach to power. He continued to tend the vein, to observe the plants, to work with the soil. He continued to be present at the farm, to teach disciples, to demonstrate through his life what he was teaching through his philosophy. It was more burden than dominance, and he carried it with the patience he'd learned from farming. Chapter 133. The Old Master Old Wu, having given his life force to Chen through the final knowledge he'd shared, finally ceased to exist as a separate entity. But not before delivering his final words. You've exceeded even her hopes. He dissolved back into the earth from which he'd come, completing a cycle that had begun 500 years before. His consciousness merged with the vein itself, becoming part of the structure that would continue to guide cultivation civilization for the next epochs. Chapter 134. Qin Yao's choice. Chen's childhood friend Qin Yao visited one final time with his own family, children and grandchildren, all of them mortal, all of them thriving in the new world. He brought them to the farm to see what Chen had created, to understand the man his childhood friend had become. He told Chen, I chose not to cultivate, and it was the right choice for me. But I want you to know that your choice to farm rather than conquer has made my choice matter. In the old world, mortals were almost irrelevant. In this new world you've helped create, we can be valued for who we are, not just for how much power we can accumulate. It was the full circle moment. The farmer who had chosen understanding over power had made a world where not choosing power was still a valid path. Chapter 135. The quiet year. A year passed where nothing world-changing happened. Chen farmed. He tended the vein with the older thing. He spoke with Mei Lin across the barrier between dimensions. He trained young cultivators. He processed the grief and joy of transformation. The world stabilized around its new principles. It was peaceful, which turned out to be surprisingly hard to accept after years of constant crisis. Chen found himself restless, looking for problems that didn't exist, having to learn how to simply be rather than constantly do. This is the real cultivation work, the older thing told him during one of their meditations. Most cultivators learn to do. Few learn how to be. You've spent years learning to act decisively. Now you must learn to rest peacefully, to trust that the systems you've created can function without your constant attention. Chapter 136. Zhao Wei's final document. Zhao Wei, now elderly and celebrated as the chronicler of the transformation, published his final work, a complete history titled The Farmer Who Listened. It traced the journey from the first strangely healthy wheat to the global reordering of cultivation civilization. It became required reading in every cultivation academy on the continent. When Chen read it, he barely recognized himself in the legend Zhao Wei had created. The legend was larger, more noble, more heroic than the person who had simply tried to understand plants and respect power. But Zhao Wei had done something important. He'd created a narrative that inspired people to question dominance, to seek cooperation, to value understanding over conquest. He'd made the abstract philosophical principles into a story that resonated with human hearts. Chapter 137. Shen Wei's proposal. Shen Wei, now a respected elder in the Order of the Gardeners, proposed something that surprised Chen with its scope. He wanted to establish sister farms in his sect's territory and in other regions, physical anchors for the new philosophy, places where the principles Chen had discovered could be tested and refined. Chen agreed and began training Shen Wei in the true methodology of vein farming. Not the spectacular magical breakthroughs, but the patient daily work of listening to plants and understanding growth. It was work that would take years. It was work that would never be completely finished. It was work that would transform those who engaged in it. Chapter 138. The cosmic perspective. The older thing taught Chen something extraordinary, how to perceive time like a gardener perceives seasons. Chen learned to see centuries the way he'd once seen hours, understood that everything he'd built would transform again and again and again. The work of cultivation was never finished. It was perennial, requiring constant renewal and adaptation. Chen perceived forward through centuries. He saw the sister farms grow into a network that spanned continents. He saw the Order of the Gardeners evolve into something he couldn't quite predict. He saw wars that still happened despite the new philosophy, crises that still emerged despite preparation. But he also saw resilience. He saw cooperation becoming the default way of approaching problems. He saw each generation building on what the previous had created. It was the most important lesson he learned. Not how to achieve goals, but how to trust that the principles he'd established would guide those who came after, would evolve in ways he couldn't predict, would become something far greater than he could have imagined alone. Chapter 139. The invitation. A strange being appeared at the farm, something that identified itself as coming from beyond the world entirely, from a place where even the older thing was a recent arrival. It wasn't threatening, but it was profoundly alien, existing in dimensions that Chen could barely perceive even with his advanced cultivation. It offered Chen an invitation to leave the world and travel to other cultivated worlds, to see how other civilizations had solved the problems of power, to learn from countless other guardians who tended veins on countless other worlds. It showed him visions of worlds where different approaches had succeeded, where different philosophies had created beauty and stability, where cultivation had evolved in directions he'd never imagined. Chen considered it seriously. The offer represented the possibility of vast knowledge, of understanding the broader cosmos, of experiences that could stretch across entire universes. He could leave his work in capable hands and pursue enlightenment at a scale that transcended his world. Then he declined. "I'm a farmer," he said simply. "My work is here, in this soil, with these plants, with the people who choose to stay." The being smiled, understanding perfectly, and left something behind, a single seed that wouldn't grow for 1,000 years. A promise that the journey didn't end here, that there would always be more to discover, that the work was never truly finished. Chapter 140. The Morning Light. Extended Epilogue. Final Chapter. Climax and Resolution. On the day that would have been 40 years of farming, though time had moved strangely after his breakthroughs, and 40 years had passed with a quality of expansion that made them feel both longer and shorter than ordinary years, Chen woke before dawn as he always did. He walked his fields, the same fields that had started all of this, and the wheat glowed gold in the pre-dawn light. The wheat was not magical anymore, or rather, it had always been magical, and he had finally learned to see what was actually there rather than imposing expectations. Somewhere beneath the earth, the vein pulsed with the rhythm of growth and rest. The older thing was there too, waking to consciousness slowly after millennia of enforced sleep, learning what it meant to be present in the world rather than imprisoned beneath it. Mei Lin's presence manifested beside him, existing partially in his reality and partially in dimensions he could no longer quite access. She was less human now than she'd been in the beginning, but more herself than ever, a hybrid consciousness that held the best parts of both her mortal and immortal natures. Together, they stood in silence and watched the sunrise. "I never became a great cultivator in the way they measure greatness," Chen said. "I never conquered the heavens. I never achieved the kind of power that cultivators dream about." "No," Mei Lin agreed. "But you showed the world that becoming isn't the point. Listening is. Growing is. Understanding is. You taught cultivation to farm instead of to dominate." They began the morning's work, planting seeds, tending the vein, building the small daily practice that shapes worlds. Around them, the community they'd built continued its own work. Young cultivators trained in both martial arts and philosophy. Farmers worked alongside cultivators, their labor equally valued. Merchants, scholars, and disciples of the older thing worked together toward goals that served the whole rather than individual ambition. The farm had transformed from a solitary structure in fields into the nucleus of a genuine civilization, not a civilization of conquest, but a civilization of cooperation and understanding. And at its heart was still a farmer who loved his work, who had chosen to listen rather than command, who had built something that would outlast him not through power, but through wisdom. The vein glowed beneath them, patient and eternal. The cultivation world had changed forever because one person stopped trying to understand power and started trying to understand plants. In a world obsessed with transcendence, he had chosen to be rooted. And that made all the difference. Years passed. Decades. Centuries. Chen's lifespan extended far beyond ordinary limits through his ascendant cultivation and his connection to the vein itself. The farm continued to evolve, to adapt, to remain relevant across eras that would have ended civilizations in the old world. New challenges emerged. Some sects tried to reclaim the old ways of dominance. Some cultivators refused the new philosophy. Some regions experienced instability as the old power structures collapsed. But the foundation Chen had established held. The order of the gardeners grew larger. The vein compact held firm. The older thing continued to guide rather than dominate. And the simple principle that understanding was more valuable than power continued to spread. Chen eventually passed his stewardship of the primary vein to the next generation. A young cultivator he trained who understood not just the technical aspects of vein farming, but the philosophical foundation that made it meaningful. Even in aging, in eventually ceasing to exist as a discrete entity and merging more fully into the vein's consciousness alongside Mei Lin and the older thing, Chen continued his work. He had become, finally, part of what he tended, no longer separate from the vein but integrated with it, his consciousness preserved in its structure, his wisdom encoded in how future generations understood power and growth. It was the most complete cultivation achievement possible, not through dramatic breakthrough or conquering heavens, but through becoming one with the thing you loved. And somewhere in the depths of his merged consciousness, Chen still smiled at the memory of the first day. He'd noticed the wheat was too gold, and he'd knelt down to understand why. Let me see. That was always the beginning. Let me see what's actually here, beneath the surface, in the patterns that nature itself follows. Let me see how cooperation creates more beauty than dominance. Let me see the truth beneath the assumptions. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, if you've learned something about the value of listening over conquering, about the power of cooperation and stewardship, about how understanding can reshape worlds more thoroughly than force ever could, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell for more stories of cultivation and transformation. Recommend this story to others seeking a path beyond dominance, beyond conquest, beyond the endless race for power. Until next time, fellow gardeners. Until the next harvest. End of Step 7, 23,156 words. The awakening of the older thing was not a single moment, but a process of emergence that transformed the world gradually. As it rose from imprisonment, it brought with it knowledge of epochs, understanding of how civilizations evolved, wisdom about what worked and what failed in the endless experiment of creating sustainable power structures. The debates that followed the older thing's awakening were intense, but never devolved into violence. There was something about the presence of the ancient being that created a field of clarity around it. Not compulsion, but genuine illumination. People found themselves thinking more clearly in its presence, understanding their own positions more deeply, recognizing the valid points in positions they disagreed with. Through these debates, something remarkable happened. The world began to consciously choose its future, not unanimously. There were dissenters, people who rejected the new philosophy, people who tried to maintain the old ways of dominance and control. But they were a minority, and their influence diminished not through force, but through the simple fact that cooperation was proving itself more effective than dominance. The transformation of individual sects and noble families from dominance-based to cooperation-based was sometimes smooth and sometimes wrenching. There were those who lost power in the transformation and grieved for it. There were those who gained new forms of influence through cooperation and celebrated it. But most found that the transition, while challenging, opened up possibilities that had never existed in the old system. Young people who would have spent their lives climbing hierarchies in the old system instead found themselves building something new. Merchants who would have competed ruthlessly in scarcity-based markets instead collaborated to create abundant distribution systems. Warriors who would have trained exclusively for dominance trained instead in protective arts that served cooperation. Scholars who would have guarded knowledge as power instead shared freely, discovering that knowledge shared multiplied rather than diminished. The farm at the center of all this became something unprecedented, a place that was simultaneously a working agricultural community, a philosophical center, a training ground for the new way, and a locus of power that didn't depend on hierarchy or control. It was a proof of concept on a scale that couldn't be ignored. But Chen's experience of all this was more personal and intimate than the grand historical transformations. He experienced it through the relationships that sustained him, his love for Mei Lin, his respect for the withering sage, his genuine affection for his disciples, his commitment to the simple work of tending plants. In the years following the older thing's full manifestation, Chen learned something that perhaps no other cultivator in history had learned. That power at the highest levels of civilization was less different from power in a single farm than most people imagined. In both cases, it came down to understanding, to listening, to creating conditions where others could flourish. The world continued to have conflicts. Communities argued about resources. Ambitious individuals pursued different visions. Mistakes were made and had to be corrected. The transformation wasn't utopian. It was messy and complex and required constant adjustment. But it worked. Civilization not only survived the awakening of the older thing, it thrived. And it did so not through domination of the ancient power, but through partnership with it, through mutual respect, through a genuine commitment to cooperation at every level of society.